Hashtag C1498 God-killing sword. Another person wants to seize the heaven punishing sword. But he was enveloped by the power of the heavenly punishing sword, and the power that shook the universe completely overwhelmed him. I still want to seize the heaven punishing sword, but you can get it? The Golden Sword Emperor and Emerald Emperor were not too anxious. They went to grab it before, but they didn't get it. Punish the gods, kill the demons, kill the sky, kill everything. There seems to be a great will awakening. The power of killing impacts the body, penetrates the soul, and even the consciousness of destiny is also bursting out to destroy it with all its strength. Take control. Xuanhuan stood in the air, alone. His domineering will instantly struck, and he had the power of indestructibility. No matter how the punishing sword hit him, he would not move. Just a few breaths. He grabbed the sword forcibly, and suddenly disappeared here in a flash. The sword of Emperor Zhu Tian is gone. The heaven punishing sword is extremely powerful. How could it be possible? Who is that person? It seems that I have never seen him before. Isn't he a strong man in the ancient spirit world? It is very likely that it is a strong man from outside the sky, from the eternal road. The speed was so fast that neither the Golden Sword Emperor nor the Emerald Emperor could react. They originally thought that the heaven punishing sword would not be so easy to take away, but who would have thought that others would take it away so easily? They are primordial gods, and of course know the way to eternity. The ancestor of the spirit opened up the world of holy ancient spirits, and occasionally strong people from outside the sky entered. After they reacted, they were also shocked. What a heaven-punishing sword, what a tyrannical murderous aura. Now, Xuanhuan appeared in another place, and every wave of the impact of the heaven-killing power was completely swallowed by his devouring power. This sword is extremely murderous and will last forever. It is best to place it in the sealed door and continue to seal it. The heaven-puting divine sword, the sword refined by the heaven-pending emperor, there are 99 pieces in total. If you collect all the heaven-pending divine swords, you will unleash the true power of punishing the heavens and summon the power of the world. The system sound suddenly sounded. Remarks, heaven punishing sword. If you collect 9 pieces in each episode, the power will increase by 1 level. Ding. The current task has been released. Collect all 99 punishing heaven swords. The current progress is 199. Remarks, this task is divided into multiple progress to complete. There are 99 swords in total. Xuanhuan was surprised. A single heaven punishing sword can erupt such a powerful force. If 99 are gathered together, what kind of unprecedented might will be erupted with such power? He got more information about Emperor Zhu Tian from the system. This Heaven Zhu Emperor didn't know which existence existed before the ancient era. He swept away all opponents and blatantly slashed towards the eternal road, intending to use the Heaven Zhu Xinjian to kill an eternal road. However, the existence of Zonghing Eternal also failed, leaving behind his legend, and the 99 heaven punishing swords were also left behind in all walks of life. 99 return to 1. You can use the heaven punishing sword to sense the whereabouts of other swords. Xuanhuan felt slightly. He crushed the teleportation imprint, and the moment before leaving, the soul sent a voice, I will leave the holy ancient spirit world, and you will stay in the holy ancient spirit world to respond. A force of teleportation swept through the portal, and he returned to the Xuanhuan dynasty. They're all dead. After Xuanhuan returned to the God dynasty, he said in surprise, the souls of the creatures I brought out from the holy ancient spirit realm all collapsed, and only the dead were unharmed. Could it be that the creatures in the eternal road cannot enter the multiverse? He looked at the system space, and many strange beasts had turned into corpses, without any vitality. He shook his head slightly. Fire Ancestor. Xuanhuan summoned Huizhu, looked at him, and said, I see that you are only half a step away from stepping out of the original realm, and I have a portal that leads to a place called the Holy Ancient Spirit Realm, and I can send you there. Go in, there may be some insights. The fire ancestor is originally the spiritual wisdom born from the innate divine fire. In the holy ancient spiritual world, there is infinite aura, and all things are enlightened, and it is suitable for Huazu to go there. Holy ancient spirit realm? Huazu was puzzled. This is the aura belonging to the holy ancient spirit world. Xuanhuan grabbed a ball of spiritual sea water in his palm and liquefied it into spiritual mist. This kind of aura. After Huazu absorbed it, he felt extremely happy, and said in surprise, "What kind of world did the God Emperor go to? This kind of aura can open up wisdom. The holy ancient spirit world is on the road of eternity. I have just returned from the spiritual world, but the strange thing is that the creatures from the holy ancient spirit world cannot come to the multiverse." Xuanhuan waved his hand, making the teleportation gate appear in front of Lingzhu. Huazu is his courtier, so it doesn't hurt to tell him something. "Okay, I'll go in now," Huazu said. Xuanhuan nodded. He was going to let Fire Ancestor enter first in the holy ancient spirit realm. Too many people from beyond the sky went in at once. The moment Huazu was about to step into the portal, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and an image appeared. Outside the starry sky of Xuanhuan, a figure was being chased and killed by a large number of strong men. Among them, the Lord of Crossing the Sea is still making a move. It's their fortress. Huazu said coldly, "They built the fortress, not only to prevent people from my dynasty from leaving, but also to prevent people from other places from entering. They want to turn this place into an isolated island with sinister intentions. If this person is hunted down, it is very likely you have to enter the court. After all, His Majesty issued a recruitment order, although many people are afraid, but it doesn't mean that no one really comes." Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with murderous intent. Of course he knows the other party's intentions. With a big wave of his hand, "Huazu, you go. First bring that person in, the fifth realm of the heavenly way. It's a bit interesting. This kind of existence also responds to my recruitment, and I want to enter the gods." Huazu got the order and immediately went to pick up the man. Although Du Yishan built a strong line of defense outside Shenwu, it has not been fully completed after all, otherwise it will be watertight, and not even a fly can fly in. Guided by Huazu, this person was brought in front of Xuanhuan. When he passed through the external defense, he suffered a lot of injuries. Xuanhuan looked at him. He was a burly old man. He immediately gave him a bottle of potion, and said, "Drink it, your injuries will be fully recovered, and even the hidden dangers caused by your years of practice will be eliminated." The old man did not hesitate. He knew that such a tyrannical existence as Shenwu God Emperor would not touch such little hands and feet. The old man originally thought that the potion was just for him to recover from the trauma caused by crossing the blockade this time. But he drank this bottle of potion, boom. A series of concussions occurred in his body, and he felt comfortable all over. In just an instant, all the hidden wounds in his body disappeared. A burst of black air was expelled from his body. It was a rotten stench. With an existence like him, how can it be possible that there is no hidden injury that is difficult to heal after long years of cultivation? Of course it is not possible, but it makes it difficult for them to reach a perfect state. A bottle of Tiandaoshan potion repaired all his injuries. The God Emperor is indeed as rumored. A bottle of potion completely healed the dark wounds that have troubled me for many years. The old man looked at the divine martial God Emperor on the throne. He also admired this prestigious existence. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1499 cover antenna. Naturally, it's beyond your imagination that the God Emperor has the means. Even I am the resurrection of the God Emperor. With your cultivation, you should know how much it will cost to resurrect a primitive god. Huazu looked at him. First of all, he had to completely subdue the old man spiritually. I am clear. The old man said, the price paid for the resurrection of the primitive gods is not something ordinary people can bear. That's why I came to Xuanhuan and prepared to serve the God Emperor. See your majesty, my name is Jiangyu. Jiangyu said. Jiangyu. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, his eyes were extremely sharp, and Jiangyu's cultivation was very high, almost comparable to the 5th level power of Mingyue Island Master. Jiangyu, the Shin dynasty is facing a serious crisis now. With your strength, it is really rare to choose to enter the Shin dynasty at this time. Huazu asked. Recently, although the recruitment order has been issued, there are no strong men like Jiangyu, and they are all small fish. Although Xuanhuan has serious troubles, he will not fall down. The power of the God Emperor is well known in the world. It is easy to add flowers, but it is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. If there is no danger for Xuanhuan, it is meaningless for me to come, and I will not be of great use. Jiangyu didn't hide his thoughts, but said openly, I have studied the development of Xuanhuan. I don't know what kind of secrets the God Emperor possesses, but I know that a friend in adversity sees the truth, and I can only be reused when I enter the Shin dynasty, and, if the Shin Chao is really promoted to 33 days, the heaven and the earth, that infinite power, I can even use my luck to achieve my original origin. His purpose is also very simple. He values the mystery and unknown of martial arts, and he wants to become a hero from the dragon when he is facing the enemy. Of course, you will also bear huge risks, but the road to cultivation is bumpy. How can you not pay risks? The God Emperor is not recruiting talents, I am good at refining artifacts. Jiangyu looked at the 10,000 Worlds Tower, which suppressed the background, with a strong fire in his eyes. It is the supreme primitive artifact. It would be great if he could study it. A talent who is good at artifacts joined Xuanhuan. Jiangyu, if you enter the Imperial court, you must never leave, and those who treason should be punished with death. Xuanhuan said. I know, before I came, I had already figured it out. Jiangyu didn't hesitate. His spirit immediately merged with Xuanhuan, and a fiery red star rose up. The higher his loyalty to the gods and the greater his contribution, the brighter this star would be. He achieved the stars with his own spirit, which means that he became a citizen of the gods at this moment. The stars do not control their souls. If Jiangyu will treason in the future, he can also collapse himself, but he will have to pay some price. But Xuanhuan can sense their loyalty to the empire through the stars. If anyone has the idea of treason, the light will be dimmed, and the traitor will be found out. He also knows. During this period of time, there were people who mixed with Xuanhuan, but he didn't bother to pay attention to the little miscellaneous fish. For those who never abandon the gods, I will also not abandon him. Xuanhuan said, Huazu, it's time for you to enter the holy ancient spirit world. It is good. Huazu also knew that he was on the verge of breaking through at this time, and he also needed stronger strength in such a dangerous situation. Immediately, the teleportation door opened, and he stepped in directly. Boundless teleportation, where did Huazu go? Jiangyu was curious. Holy ancient spirit realm, a world located on the eternal road. Xuanhuan said. Shin dynasty has such means. Jiangyu was shocked. He naturally knew the eternal road, and he had heard of the magic there, and the god dynasty also had this means of teleportation. Read. The Xuanhuan God Emperor is unfathomable. Although they are both gods of heaven, he knows that the God Emperor can kill him with a single palm. Such characters are rare throughout the ages. I have been trapped in the realm of heaven for hundreds of millions of years. Even if there is a chance, I will fight this time. Jiangyu secretly said. Sensing the change in his heart, Xuanhuan said benevolently, Jiangyu, you have just entered the God dynasty, and I will let you get acquainted with it. Your task is to refine artifacts. If you practice with artifacts, I will provide you with the best a good refining environment. It is good. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. This is the real purpose. He needs the support of a powerful force, which cannot be provided by ordinary forces, and the ultimate force of 33 heavens has existed for a long time, and its internal structure has long been fixed, and there is no place for him. Blockade, Fengtian Fortress. Chu Yuan was talking to himself. As soon as he moved, he arrived at the world where the gods were facing outside, looking at a blockade that blocked his gods. Xuanhuan issued a recruiting order, and there are really people who don't know whether to live or die. Just now, it was a statue of the fifth realm of heaven. It's really courting death. Do you want to die with Xuanhuan? Humph. That man wants to send charcoal in the snow. Okay, we will fulfill his wish and turn him into ashes. However, this Xuanhuan is really difficult to deal with. Although it is not 33 days, it needs me to cooperate with Duertian and Long Shenshan to deal with it in this way of blockade and siege. Outside Shenwushan, there is a ring-shaped light belt, and there are fortresses all over the place, and groups of strong men from Duertian and Long Shenshan are guarding back and forth. Xuanhuan is really troublesome. They have the supreme primitive artifacts, they control the world, and they also have many top-notch primitive artifacts. Their god emperors do not have absolute power advantages. Primitive gods cannot be killed. There is another big trouble. God Guyuan is supporting them, preventing God from directly attacking Xuanhuan. This group of two-day powerhouses talked a lot. Kill, Xuanhuan must be destroyed. Groups of dragon clans were full of murderous intent, and the battle of Qiming was their shame, and the loss of many dragon gods was second. This group of dragons is very arrogant. The Duetian strongman looked at those dragon strongmen, and said, but we do need their power too. Now that the heavens are diverse and not peaceful, the conferred God Emperor has returned, and the war of the times will become more and more cruel in the future. This is also an opportunity. This group of strong men discussed. Infinite light. Infinite power. It was the primitive gods of Duertian and Long Shenshan who were exercising their astonishing mana, and countless fetishes entered it. Wanting to build a blockade that will block it for a day means that it is also very huge, and they know that as long as they break through Xuanhuan and get the wealth of that god dynasty, everything is worth it. Friends of Long Shantian, if you are still one step away from sealing the antenna, you will be able to succeed. The main way of crossing the adversity. Okay, build an antenna. The Sea Dragon Emperor spewed out a wave of sea power. At this moment, the several primordial gods gathered their primitive mana together, and finally set the cauldron. On the main plug they built, a force seemed to light a candle. Swish swish swish. The light shone, and the fortresses seemed to be ignited, and the power of sealing the sky filled the air, and the time and space outside Xuanhuan seemed to be covered with a veil. This cover, that is really not even a fly can fly in. Okay, the blockade is complete, we will sit here and besiege Xuanhuan into an isolated island. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1500 shot. Duetian's antenna to seal Xuanhuan was finally completed. This is not an ordinary antenna seal, but a space-time blockade that they have spent a lot of resources and a lot of money on. They also knew deeply that the price to be paid for a forcible attack on Xuanhuan would be too great, and the original gods might also fall, and the other masters would not know how much they would die. With the way of building a sealed antenna, although time will be very slow, they don't care at all. The primitive gods are very patient, and thousands of years are just a moment to them. Gradually oppressed, the longer the blockade, the luck of Xuanhuan will decline. We don't give him any chance. An island-like world, without external resources, will dry up sooner or later and face collapse. When it drops to a freezing point, it will be the last good time. The main way of crossing the adversity. The first thing to do is to make them unable to obtain resources and develop at a high speed, and then as time goes by, the sealing antenna will continue to be strong, so that they cannot absorb the original energy in time and space. The development of any force is inseparable from resources. Trapped to death here, without resources, will enter the Dharma-ending era in one day. If things go on like this, there will be turmoil within them, and the hearts of the people will feel sad, like a tall building rising from the ground, and sometimes it collapses in an instant. This move is very vicious. We sit here, and no matter where they attack, we will shoot immediately. Dilong Huangdao. That's right. Ordinary people can't pose a threat to Feng Tian, but we have to deal with the strong ones attacking. This time, it depends on how the god of martial god reacts and breaks the predicament. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said grimly. The appearance of this sealed antenna immediately put Xuanhuan in a kind of confinement. Inspired by the divine light, the powerhouses in Xuanhuan also felt it. It was difficult for them to absorb more energy from the heaven and the earth, and changed from the previous vast ocean to the shape of a river. To defeat a force, one must not only punish people, but also punish one's heart. The Lord of Distress is dangerous, and he uttered a loud voice, Shenwu Shenchao, everyone listen, leave Shenchao voluntarily, I will not kill you, you will all be led into my heaven. Become my man of heaven, I swear by the way of the original God, if there is a siege, I will encounter the backlash of the way of heaven if I overcome difficulties. He knows. It is useless to speak now, the other party is filled with righteous indignation. But the longer it takes, it will ferment. Those people can't see the hope of leaving, and there will be internal turmoil. They yearn for him to overcome the adversity. Lord of difficulties, you are really insidious. Earth Dragon Emperor said. The victory or defeat of a war can be done at any rate. The Lord of Distress didn't care. Murderous attack, trying to make myself collapse. Chu Yuan looked at the antenna seal, with a cold expression on his face, is it done? I am yours at this moment. He stood in the air, and crossed to the front of the Xuanhuan fortress in one step. He looked at the most majestic main fortress, which was so strong that even primitive artifacts were difficult to break through. He sees through his eyes, and sees the substance of the eternal God stone, which is integrated into it. Xuanhuan God Emperor, he has appeared. At this moment, Chu Yuan's appearance immediately made the two-day powerhouse shout in shock and stand ready. Don't be afraid of him, he's just trying to break the seal antenna, but sitting in Xuanhuan fortress, our purpose this time is to block it, not to destroy his god dynasty immediately, he can't do it. The Lord of Distress has great confidence in Feng Tian. This fortress was integrated into the eternal God stone, and they didn't bother to collide head-on with each other, because they knew they couldn't kill him. No one can seal me. Chu Yuan looked at the fortress of Xuanhuan, his eyes were cold, boundless energy gathered on his body, two divine lights shot out from his eyes, and hit Xuanhuan, causing continuous explosions. Girls small. This sharp gaze can kill the god of heaven. But there was a layer of light waves flowing on the fortress, dissolving his power. Using the means of my dragon god and Du Ishan to build the heaven sealing formation, how can it be so easy to break? Earth Dragon Emperor said, we can't kill him, but we can stand in a stalemate. We are the attacking side, and the initiative on the battlefield is in our hands. Let them also see how powerful we are. Hailong Huangdao. Immediately, the antenna was infinitely bright, and the power condensed a little, and a beam of light like a world-killing cannon emitted the sharpest power, piercing through Chu Yuan in an instant. At our strength. The original gods also integrated their power into the light beams, adding even more power. Chu Yuan's palm wiped out everything. Before the beam of light reached him, just one step forward, the ages would become empty, and the era of the world would disappear, and it disappeared strangely. Eternity becomes empty. Sure enough. Earth Dragon Emperor's long eye is dignified, I feel that his power is stronger than before, and he is about to break through to the realm of the primitive gods, very close. If he reaches the primitive state, I will be directly suppressed in front of him. That's why we can't let him continue to grow stronger, said the Lord of Difficulties. If this kind of opponent is left alone, it will be the greatest disaster. Boom. In multidimensional time and space, two air engines are colliding crazily. Behind the Xuanhuan fortress, the fairy wheel is also arousing an unparalleled force, bombarding the Tower of Myriad Worlds. Their supreme primitive artifacts won't work either, the Lord crossing the sea said viciously. Xuanhuan looked at them coldly, very close to the Xuanhuan fortress. The emperor's robe was as black as blood, the wind and cloud gathered, and infinite thunder and lightning accompanied him. Want to forcibly break through? Then come. Earth Dragon Emperor said. With Xuanhuan's gestures, he grabbed it with the giant hand of the sky, with brilliant divine light. The entire starry sky was under his control. His devouring power penetrated Feng Tian, swallowed the sky with anger, and turned what was impossible into what he could. The moment the hand of heaven fell, the long Tian fortress was caught by him like a giant dragon, shaking crazily. You guard the fortress, I will deal with him. The Earth Dragon Emperor flew out, representing the dragon of the earth, and his appearance evolved into the Xuanhuan land. Shenwu and Fire Ancestor did not appear, so there must be two primitive gods watching closely, in case Fire Ancestor suddenly appeared and caused a huge blow to them. They didn't know that Huazu was not in the Shen dynasty, but went to the holy ancient spirit world. After all, when building the sealed antenna, I didn't notice the fluctuation of a powerful existence leaving. The portal of transmission is a system thing, and the power of this transmission is also unimaginable to them. Boom. The Great War broke out at this moment. The dragon and snake landed, and the Dragon King attacked. Behind him was the Xuanhuan fortress, and he was able to move forward and retreat with ease. Xuanhuan punched him in front of him, and the time, space, yin and yang were all turned upside down, and the sky was turned upside down. The moment the punch penetrated, it was like entering an endless epic, and the vastness of the earth. Even the Earth Dragon Emperor, his dragon body could not stabilize under Xuanhuan's shaking, and he was knocked back with a punch, destroying his earth defense. Xuanhuan slapped his big hand, and the flowers bloomed and fell, like an infinite world exploded continuously in his hands. It's hard for me to fight against him. The Earth Dragon Emperor was also frightened. The power of the divine martial god emperor was too domineering and fierce, but he was not afraid at all. This person couldn't kill himself, there was nothing he could do about it. No matter how powerful you are, there is no way to break the situation. Earth Dragon Emperor said coldly. Of course Xuanhuan could see what the Dragon Emperor was thinking. He wanted to break through the majestic pass alone, and he had a killing intent to kill the sky, and the heaven-punishing sword controlled him. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1501 Destroy. Xuanhuan wielded the heaven-punishing sword, and he slashed away without any sword move, but with this sword, the killing intent surged into the sky in an instant, and a terrifying will was awakened, locking on the Dragon Emperor. The killing intent is like a sea, and the strength will be shattered in front of the sword. The Earth Dragon Emperor's mind suddenly changed, and under the lock of this sword, he was unable to dodge. Resistance. Earth Dragon Emperor roared. Puchi! This sword slashed, and the proud defense of the Earth Dragon Emperor was broken in an instant. The wound was deep enough to see the bones, and the glaring dragon blood dripped out, hurting his flesh and blood. How can my defense be broken so easily? The Earth Dragon Emperor was taken aback. He stared at the divine sword, and shouted in shock, Sword of the Heavenly Punisher, you still have the sword of the great Emperor of the Heavenly Punisher, to kill everything, to destroy the obstacles on the road to eternity, that is from the ancient times before the first strong, the last to die on the eternal road. He has also heard of the prestige of Emperor Zhu Tian. With this sword, my defense is completely useless against him. His face was extremely ugly. Although it takes 99 swords of Emperor Zhu Tian to erupt the strongest power, but the existence of Emperor Zhu Tian, anyone who dares to resist will be directly killed by him. Before the ancient epic, the strongest person on the eternal road. No one dared to stop him when he was on the way to eternity. Although there is only one hand, it is enough to pierce his flesh and blood with that intent to kill heaven. I'll retreat to the fortress and stick to this place, and see what you can do. Seeing that he couldn't get a bargain in front of Xuanhuan, the Earth Dragon Emperor went straight back to the fortress and stopped fighting with Xuanhuan. He even has the sword of Emperor Zhu Tian. This person is indeed very difficult to deal with. Hai Longhuang said, "Don't entangle him head-on, we are fortressing you, and he has nothing to do." Hiding in the fortress, being a coward? Xuanhuan's loud voice was transmitted. You don't need to talk to him. They are very patient. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, he looked at the fortress, and slashed with his sword, rumbling, killing intent, breaking through the mask, but the power of the ceiling antenna pierced through, forming a strong blockade again. I also want to block it from me. In an instant, Xuanhuan soared into the sky, a force spurred the heaven-punishing sword, and the infinite murderous aura erupted like a rainbow. How is he going to destroy my fortress? Seeing Xuanhuan's actions, they were a little unpredictable. Space, time and space, seal. The three portals rose into the sky at once, and the power of the time-space seal was reversed by an infinitely bright force against the power of the antenna seal. If you want to break the blockade, there is no way. The Lord of Distress roared. As for this person's thoughts, he also guessed that he wanted to use absolute brute force to break through the blockade and tell the strong in the multi-dimensional that he was unstoppable. He won't let this person succeed, though. Boom! In the sky, a portal reappeared, the Gate of Destruction, which swallowed out infinite power of destruction. Xuanhuan pushed with both hands, and the portal became bigger and bigger, even bigger than the Xuanhuan fortress. The destructive force, booming, wanted to completely smash and destroy everything. This destructive force. Their faces changed drastically, their fortress was actually cracking, and some places were breaking. Swallow. Xuanhuan Qi swallows the universe, he is the strongest devourer, he swallows all the boundless energy, injects it into the Gate of Destruction, and performs the strongest destruction. At this moment, his power is infinite. If you want to break his devouring, you must attack his body first. 52 Literature. We can't let him go on, come on, let's gather a move and break his devour. These several existences roared at the same time. Their power struck out at the same time, shattering the sky, without bombarding the door of destruction, directly attacking the main body. All dharmas converge into one, and all dharmas devour. Emperor Xuanhuan's body was shaken, and the torrent of torrents separated around him. The existing power exploded immediately when it reached his side, but all the power was directly swallowed by him. He is powerful. He is the strongest devourer, the hero who devours the world. Unless these big existences can have the power to kill him. But it obviously doesn't. Shenwu is one mind, the power of all people. All the people in the divine dynasty are united as one, and their spirits have integrated into the empire's national destiny. Immediately, a phantom of an emperor dominating the sky appeared, and it was the prime minister of Chu and Yuan, who was also gathering the power of the empire's luck, and blasted a covering palm towards the Xuanhuan fortress. Great destruction technique, Gate of Destruction. Xuanhuan punched the talisman of all laws into the door of destruction. In an instant, he pressed his hand, and this huge door burst out with unimaginable power. Crackling. Xuanhuan is broken. Like the multivariate shattering, the epic is destroyed. Xuanhuan's mana was infinite, and when he moved, there was a raging and violent destructive storm, tearing and sweeping everywhere, everything, under the blessing of destructive power, disappeared into nothingness. They looked at Xuanhuan. The devouring power itself caused the collapse of multiple time and space, and the portal leading the destruction made the whole world only destroyed. But amidst the destruction, the majestic emperor remained unmoved. Once the door of destruction is pressed, it means the destruction of time and space. In the boundless black storm, starting from Xuanhuan fortress, all the antennas are gone. In the midst of that destruction, the fortress was gone, only the eternal matter was still shining with eternal light, indelible. He broke the antennae we built. The Lord of Distress was so angry that he wanted to jump his feet. What kind of portal was that? He felt as if he had communicated with the source of destruction in the universe, and performed a great eradication. Ha 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 ha, the antenna seal has been destroyed. Countless people of Xinqiao saw this scene, and it was their contribution to be able to break the antenna. They shouted, "The Emperor is invincible, and the power of the gods is eternal." Damn it, damn it. The Lord of Crossing the Sea was furious, his face contorted. This is your blockade, weak, too weak. Xuanhuan's voice rumbled like thunder, and it was transmitted to the infinite plane. He knew that at this moment, countless people were paying attention to his god dynasty. I thought that your sealing antenna would surprise me, but it's nothing more than that. Xuanhuan is building invincible confidence for his people. You are rampant. The Lord of Distress trembled with anger. This is mocking him, but the fact is before his eyes, their plan to seal the antenna has indeed failed, and he has nothing to do except let out a weak and ridiculing roar. The strong man of Long Shenshen also had a bad face. This martial arts is too difficult to deal with, so they can't come up with a better way to deal with them. How many times you build the antennae, I will destroy the antennae as many times as possible. I am waiting for you. Xuanhuan's supernatural power shook, and his aura shrouded the ages. His words were passed on for a long time in time and space, like myths and legends. His deeds will inevitably be known to more powerful people in the multiverse. Du Yishan is full of confidence in building the antenna this time, and if he fails to achieve results, he will be reduced to a laughingstock. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Tangsan Chinese website, mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C1502 Open Inheritance. A simple blockade alone can't deal with Xinwu. If you want to destroy Xinwu, there is only one way. Hai Longwang's tone is sharp. Give up any illusions, any means of suppressing and blocking are useless. Friends of Du Yishan, we can only gather the strongest force to deal the strongest blow to Xinwu, and defeat their god dynasty in one battle. I, Dragon God, wanted to deal with Wanyao Tian. We will gather as many elites as possible to help you guys. Xinwu has a big secret, and it is not easy to get the support of Guyuan God. Although Longshan Tian is not yet 33 days old, Long Zhu is also the supreme power who assisted the ancestor of Wanyao to open up the era of Wanyao. Back then, in the Wanyao Tian layout, shed the blood of the dragon, and there were many strong people. If it wasn't for Wanyao Tian's obstruction, it would have been 33 days earlier. Okay. The master of crossing the catastrophe is full of killing intent. I am ready to cross the calamity, and I can send troops at any time. I just misjudged their strength last time. This time we will use our real power and sacrifice our strength. The foundation of the sky. To be able to become a day, there must be a shocking background. We are ready, and then wait for Longzhu's order. The Earth Dragon Emperor said calmly, although sealing the antenna cannot be completed, we still need to block it as much as possible, send a large number of strong men, and deploy a large number of war equipment outside. As long as they dare to go out, we will kill them with our hands. How much is how much? This martial arts is not easy, destroying them is good for us, but if you can't destroy them, the most troublesome thing will be you crossing the sky. He was telling Dunan and them that Xinwu was too close to Du Yishan, so don't think about using Longshan Tian as a target. We understand. To deal with the Xinwu, let Longshan Tian and Duertian both send troops, which is already too much for them. In the Divine Dynasty, Chu Yuan once again inspired people's hearts by destroying the fort this time. The road to eternity, in my opinion, is also a road that is constantly becoming stronger. Step by step, you will become stronger step by step. In the era of the heavens, why no one has ever succeeded? It is because they are not strong enough. Chu Yuan knows that the road to eternity is the road of the strong. This path is so strong that no one has been able to succeed since ancient times. He quietly comprehended the original way in the divine court. Just 3 months after the Battle of Fortress of Destruction ended, a person appeared in the teleportation gate. It was Huazu. He didn't go to the holy ancient spirit world for a long time, but he got great benefits. Huazu, you have broken through. Chu Yuan could feel the change in his power. Breakthrough, God Emperor, I have reached the 3rd primordial realm. Huazu was in a good mood. The holy ancient spirit world is strange. I have never seen so many spirit-forming things. I dare not absorb that kind of spiritual energy. I am afraid that there will be hidden dangers, but I understand the change of temperament. The barrier that trapped me was completely broken. Before he fell, he was at the threshold of breakthrough, and he experienced life and death. It is not surprising that there is a great opportunity in the world of St. Guling this time. The Fengtian fortress has disappeared. He originally wanted to see the situation of Fengtian fortress, but it no longer existed, and he immediately knew that it must be done by the God Emperor. Although the closure of the antenna has disappeared, it also means that the war will come soon. Huazu, the next battle will be even more cruel, and I am ready, and will prove the original way in the cruel war. Chu Yuan said calmly. Primitive is a road to proving the Tao. He wants to break through in the invincible mind. Prove the original. Huazu was startled. That's right, the God Emperor should also achieve the original. Once the original is achieved, all crises will be solved, and if he really rises in the diversity, he should be able to compete for the position of the 33 days. Even the ancient gods are willing to help the emperor. Huazu said, now that Emperor Fengshen has lived out his second life, the multiverse will be in flames of war, and the War of Ages has begun. When he was talking with Huazu, murderous intent flashed in his eyes suddenly, and a message fell into his hands. The great Emperor of Conferred Gods is about to open the Conferred Gods Conference, and he will gather multiple powerful people to participate in the conference. He has built the Gate of Conferred Gods, and those who enter the Gate of Conferred Gods will be his heroes who are invincible to the heavens. This is the latest news Chu Yuan has received. Conferred God Conference, Gate of Conferred Gods. Huazu was startled, and suddenly said, this great Emperor of Conferred Gods has great ambitions, and the meaning is also very obvious. Anyone who participates in the Conferred Gods Conference and enters his Conferred Gods Gate will belong to his Conferred Gods era. This is to build momentum in advance. Not bad. Chu Yuan said. But I think other ambitious people will not be willing to see the Conferred God Conference successfully held. I think that on the day when the conference opens, a war will break out, and they will face the Conferred Gods War directly. Huazu seemed to have seen the bloody storm at the Conferred God Conference. Of course, but the Conferred God Emperor should also be waiting for this moment. He wants to use his invincible strength to tell all the strong men in the heavens that his era of Conferred Gods is unstoppable, so let everyone know. Chu Yuan said. This is the battle of the Conferred God Emperor. When will the Conferred God Conference be held? Huazu asked. It's not clear yet. The news spread not long ago. The multiverse is too big, and there are many powerful people in the original God realm, and even in the Eternal Road. The Conferred God Emperor needs time to ferment and gather more powerful people, but it won't be too long. Chu Yuan said slowly, all the eyes of the heavens are attracted to the Conferred God Conference, and some of my strategies can be activated. What does His Majesty intend to do? Of course Huazu knew that the conferred God conference had nothing to do with Xuanhuan, and even the Battle of the Times had nothing to do with Xuanhuan for the time being. Open the Sky Alliance inheritance. Xuanhuan said. He has long wanted to open the inheritance of the Tianming. In fact, he would be more confident waiting for the original God Queen, but time is not waiting for him. The severe situation has made it impossible for Xuanhuan to wait. With the token, he will definitely be able to get the inheritance of a deputy leader. The inheritance of the main alliance will appear after the 3 deputy alliance leaders are opened at the same time. He didn't know what was in the main alliance, but someone had opened 2 inheritances in the past, and there were countless treasures and powerful inheritances in them, which made people fascinated. It has to be opened. Xuanhuan said. God Emperor, what do I need to do? Huazu said. Your cultivation base has reached the original 3 realms, guarding the gods, and the inheritance of the Tianming will handle it. Although Huazu is strong, it is most suitable for him to collect treasures and inherit them by himself. It is good. Huazu nodded. It's not too late, there can't be a moment's delay, I must go immediately to see what was left in the alliance that day. He knew that for him, the treasures in the Heavenly Alliance were actually secondary. According to the information collected, the original gods of the Heavenly Alliance had left their inheritance. Xuanhuan valued these inheritances. He does not practice other people's inheritance, but only absorbs their experience, accepts all rivers, and finally achieves his own original way. Return to the Heavenly Blood Mine area again. The 3 most powerful inheritances in the Tianxue mining area, Huntian Daozong, Tianming, and Songxing Xinqiao, were left before an ancient era, and it is very likely that they perished because of the Eternal Road. Where he was standing at this moment was nothingness. Looking around, there was nothing, even if the original God's divine sense searched, he still couldn't find anything. It's here. Xuanhuan locks the position. The token in his hand was urged by him, and a ray of divine light shuttled forward, and suddenly there was a strange change, a sealed time and space was opened, and an open door appeared in front of him. Xuanhuan walked into this portal, the inheritance place of a deputy leader of the Heavenly Alliance. #C1503 Skywing. Sealed for eternity, the time and space of inheritance of the 3rd Deputy Lord was finally opened. A portal leading to inheritance appeared in front of him, and Xuanhuan looked inside. In fact, the inheritance of the first 2 Vice Lords was discovered when they were exploring the Tianxue mining area, and time and space suddenly appeared, causing 2 bloody storms and fighting among many strong men. But this time is different. Xuanhuan took control of the inheritance token in advance. When he came here, he was very calm and no one knew. Boom. For a long time, the moment he walked into the Tianmen, a dusty vitality burst through the embankment, just like the mighty impact of the vast ocean, that epic power like the sky, the god of heaven will be turned into fly ash in an instant. When this power reached Xuanhuan, his expression was calm, and a surge of energy devouring him emerged without hindrance. This is not a restriction imposed by the Tianming, but a natural backlash of internal energy after being sealed for too long. This is the inheritance. Xuanhuan looked inside. This is a scene like a starry universe, with vast vitality. He probed and saw a star. He sensed it and said in surprise, "This is not a star, but a star of the gods condensed by infinite constant sand. Tai Bai Zhenjin. Flowing silver secret gold. Sands of time and space. In time and space, there are tens of thousands of stars floating." Xuanhuan probed a little, and he was a little surprised. Each star is a very powerful material, which has been condensed into a star-like existence by people's great supernatural powers. He kept walking. Xuanhuan saw galaxies, and there were a lot of stars in the galaxies. He just checked casually and found that these stars were gathered by the original energy. The original gods in each star can be decomposed, which can be 100 million original pills. And these primitive energies turned into tens of millions of stars. Usually, you can find so much wealth, and this is just in front of your eyes. The token left by the Tianming is hoping that someone can get their inheritance. Xuanhuan continued to travel across time and space. Swish! There are long rivers of colorful energy flying across the sky. He looked to lock one of them and immediately grabbed it. Inside was actually a Tianhe sword array formed by 10,000 divine swords, 9,999 divine swords of heaven and a primitive divine sword. There was a flash of light in his eyes. Donha Galaxy. He walked into a Donha Galaxy, which is the place where the gods are stored. His eyes swept away a little, and the ordinary pills were just meteors of light, while those powerful ones turned into big stars, radiating divine light, and swallowed out a thick pill vitality. Dan Yuan Qi is too strong, forming a vision. For example, Jiuqiao Tongxin pill, which can allow the gods of heaven to comprehend the original way of heaven, he has seen no less than dozens of them. In addition, there are even rarer divine pills. He once obtained an alchemy library in the ruins of the King of Heaven, but compared with this place, it is insignificant, and there is no way to compare it. This is a divine pill. Xuanhuan looked over, and saw that there was a divine elixir that was as bright as a star, and the rumors were incomparable. Just a little bit of elixir can make people achieve immortality, possessing the power of immortality that contains secrets in the world. Secret Great God Pill, there are such medicines. Xuanhuan was surprised. There were many runes on the elixir, which were like a secret treasure in the world, forming a strange star ring, and said, "The great supernatural power of the secret treasure is rare in ancient times, and the refining represents extremely high. The power contained in it turbulent and violent." He collected the hidden great supernatural power, but did not absorb and refine it. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the original gods, what he lacked was not energy, but the understanding of the original way. Taking this secret treasure god pill back could help him cultivate countless strong men and strengthen the foundation of the empire. There is also this Donha Galaxy. There are too many divine pills, left by an ancient, pre-epic force. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and there was a smile on his face. He knew that this time he was developed, so many divine pills could only be found within 33 days, and even primitive gods could be cultivated. Xuanhuan now lacks strong players, especially the top ones. Relying on him and Huazu alone can't control the situation. This is not the most cherished treasure in time and space, the real treasure is yet to come. Xuanhuan swaggered and walked all the way. All the treasures he saw in his sight were devoured and collected by him, and a large amount of resources were accumulated in the system space. These resources will become the foundation of my 33 days. Xuanhuan smiled, and this is just the inheritance of the deputy leader. When the 3 alliances are opened, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance will be opened. I don't know what form it will be, but what is left there is obviously more precious than this. At this time, he has come to the end of this universe. What he saw in front of him were primitive artifacts, each of which was extremely powerful. Even the weakest one was comparable to the exquisite primitive artifacts like Huazu Tianhua Shinzhu. Heavenly League, 1 alliance leader, 3 deputy alliance leaders, and 18 guardians. There are 6 primitive artifacts that appeared in front of my eyes. This is what was left by those 6 guardians. Xuanhuan stared, time and space changed, and 6 primitive artifacts fell into his pocket. Boom. Right now. An endless burst of divine light suddenly erupted, sweeping across all realms of time and space. The dazzling energy surged, and the howling wind turned into the fiercest wind blade, cutting everything vertically and horizontally. In this gust of wind, Xuanhuan could clearly see a passage formed. The most powerful inheritance here. Through the energy storm, Xuanhuan saw an extremely huge wing that filled the sky with light. The wings are too strong, and the coercion is infinite. Xuanhuan can clearly perceive that the power emanating from this artifact would undoubtedly kill ordinary primitive gods after entering it. The highest primitive artifact, its power is not even faster than an artifact like the fairy wheel. When Xuanhuan saw this wing, he immediately recognized its power, and an expression of shock and surprise appeared on his face. This is the supreme primitive artifact, each of which can suppress the essence of the day. If Xuanhuan can get it, he will have two supreme primitive artifacts. Sky wings. The message sent out made Xuanhuan know the name of this wing immediately. It was left by the Deputy Lord. He cultivates the heavenly way, and his strength will not be faster than the real Lord of the day. Not only sky wings. At the position of the huge wings, Xuanhuan vaguely saw a person. This is not a real person, but an inheritance mark left behind, with his original inheritance inside. In addition to this brand, there are 6 figures behind him to protect him. The 6 figures are more figures. Although they are much weaker, they are enough in number, and they are all inherited one after another. Whoever holds the token will get the sky wings and all the inheritance. Xuanhuan held the token of the Tianming tightly and swung it forward. #C1504 Final Inheritance. With the token of inheritance, Xuanhuan stepped into the last time and space of inheritance without hindrance. He looked at the ally leader. His will is vaster than the Lord of the Sky, and his power is as powerful as ever. His strength is comparable to the existence of God who controls the day. In the Tianming, the 3 vice leaders are all god-level powerhouses, and their leader's strength is even beyond the existence of the god-level existence, who can confront the giant of the human emperor, the founder of the god realm. This heavenly blood mining area. The strongest god dynasty of the common people, so far, no one has broken through that magnificent god capital. The Tianming, including all the forces here, have been annihilated in the eternal age, and they do not belong to this era. Xuanhuan stared at him. Such a powerful force would disappear, which made him sigh at the difficulty of breaking through the eternal road, destroying eras and countless eras of powerhouses. The token owner. Suddenly, there seemed to be a voice in Xuanhuan's ear. That figure seemed to cross the long river of time and space, and it was about to appear in real life, bursting out with incomparably bright brilliance, pushing his hands, and a torrent swept towards him. This power is incomparably vast and contains countless runes, which is his perception of the original way. Xuanhuan is in it, and he also knows that although this is the manifestation of inheritance, if you can't accept this power, even if you have tokens, you can't get the most precious treasure here. Just in time. Xuanhuan stood still. No matter how the force hit him, he would not move. His eyes burst out with an ancient divine light, showing boundless insights. The will of the leader is also fierce. They left the inheritance here because they didn't want their own existence to be annihilated in the years. They hoped that someone could inherit it, but they also had the strength to inherit them. Rumble. Beams of beams, one after another, all the strong people who left the inheritance here shot at Xuanhuan in an instant. This was Xuanhuan's intentional inducement. He wants to comprehend the mysteries of 10,000 dermas, the immeasurable epics, control them. Walk out of your own original way. The original way, the promotion of the heavenly way, the sublimation of the epic. These forces are like overwhelming mountains and seas, crushing them in an instant. Even some primitive gods dare not be so presumptuous and bold, otherwise their souls will be exploded and plunged into boundless chaos. But Xuanhuan is fearless. An epic blueprint appeared in front of him, and countless sentimental inscriptions were entwined in it. The words turned into ribbons and circled him, flying around. My way is infinite, my power is boundless, infinite power gathers infinite way. Xuanhuan suddenly grabbed the sky wing with his palm. This huge feather did not resist his strength, apparently it had recognized him in the shock just now. Boom! The wings were urged by him, and when he controlled this artifact, immeasurable divine light burst out violently, and the huge wings swung open, traveling through time and space, sacred and majestic, with unparalleled divine power. Okay, with the wings in hand, the foundation of the gods will increase dramatically. Xuanhuan smiled. After he activated this wing, the entire time and space, all treasures, all inheritance, and even this universe were swept away by him. There was a loud noise, and just as he took away his wings, the Tianxue mine trembled. A shocking explosion occurred in front of Xuanhuan, and an ultimate time and space that had been covered in dust since ancient times was being opened. 3 rays of divine light shot out at the same time, and 3 portals opened up the sky and the earth appeared in the sky above the Tianxue mining area, which were located in 3 directions and quickly rotated along a circle. In the middle of the 3 portals, a huge vortex was formed due to power. The Tianming finally inherits it. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky, no surprise, there was an unimaginable heaven and earth connected in that vortex. He didn't step into it, but he also knew that it was impossible to enter the Tianmen at this time. It will take some time, but during this time, countless strong people will be attracted. Xuanhuan watched. The vortex was like a gate of heaven, connecting in ancient time and space. The token of the Heavenly Alliance in his hand was emitting hot light and vibrating crazily. Obviously, other forces with the other 2 tokens would also be aware of this fluctuation immediately. And this vision is too vast to stop. That's it. The portal of the 3 heavens, could it be the inheritance of the Tianming? 3 doors go out together, opening the final spacetime. In the Tianxue mining area, there are also many people exploring, and there are many gods of heaven. Shocking sounds can be heard in the ears, and a magnificent vision appears in the sky, and they gather towards this side. Who opened the 3rd inheritance? In the past 2 inheritances, there would be boundless fights. But this time it was extremely strange. They didn't see any vision of treasures, as if someone had taken all the treasures away. Whoever gets the treasure becomes a mystery for the time being. Xuanhuan looked at this vision coldly. He didn't appear there at the first time, otherwise, with his power and mystery in the eyes of the world, people would think that he was the one who opened the treasure space. He is not afraid of trouble, but this kind of unnecessary trouble is unnecessary. Although the final inheritance has appeared, it will take several months to get in. Many people's eyes were red, and their hearts were very excited. They all knew that there must be countless treasures in the inheritance. The appearance of the 2 former deputy leaders is the best example. Introducing the convergence of various powers, there must be a big difference in the final inheritance. Xuanhuan ignored it. An ancient and huge day, exuding the mysterious yellow of heaven and earth, a sensation like the prehistoric universe, and its strength is extremely powerful. Tianming token. A gaze that spanned the ages crossed to the Tianxue mining area, and saw the final inheritance. The final inheritance has been opened. Who got the last token? Why there is no warning. In the final inheritance, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance is the last great legacy. This turned out to be Yushentian. They also have a Heavenly Alliance inheritance token. My lord, the inheritance of the Tianming has indeed been opened. We have people in the Tianxue mining area, but we don't know who opened it according to the news. But now a large number of strong people have gathered in the past, and there is no lack of original inheritance. There is a primordial god dedicated to the greatest being in Yushentian, Yushan the Great. The black coffin that buried the era, the space-time island, the relics of the Heavenly King, and now the final inheritance of the Tianming. The luck is shaking, and everything points to one person, the Emperor of the Gods. It is his return, which caused the shock of the multiverse. All sorts of incredible things. Emperor Yushan is speculating. Great Emperor, What do you mean? It is very likely that the person from Fengshenchen will receive the inheritance from the third deputy leader. It's very possible, but not sure, but they are the most likely. They held the God-conferring conference with a clear purpose, to create the power of the world, gather infinite luck, and let all the treasures of heaven and earth enter the conferred God heaven. Emperor Yushin continued, those with great luck can have boundless opportunities. No matter who it is, I have an inheritance token in heaven, and I can't miss it. This emperor wants to guard Yashenchen, and let me, a strong man in heaven, explore this ultimate inheritance. Is there a chance to get the approval of the Tianming? Although Emperor Yushin is not in the Tianxue mining area, he can also feel that the inheritance of time and space will be extremely strange. #C1505 Chance Road. This is a big event that shocked the multiverse, and the appearance of the relic of the King of Heaven. It appeared in the multiverse, and most of the relics of the Heavenly King are still in the Eternal Road and have not fallen. Before the time to finally seize it, the inheritance of the Tianming will attract many strong people. A large number of strong men gathered outside the inheritance. Although many people know that this will be a duel between the supreme powerhouses, everyone is lucky, maybe they are lucky to be selected and become the master of the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. With an extremely domineering aura, many primitive gods led a large number of gods of heaven to descend. The powerhouse of Yashenchen. That's Yu Jiguang, the right-hand man of Emperor Yushin, and he's here too. Yes, they also opened a vice-leader inheritance. This time, it seems that they were not the ones who provoked it. The arrival of Yashenchen caused a wave of waves. Yushintong is also here, he glanced wolfishly, and said coldly, there are enough miscellaneous fishes here this time, and they dare to gather here. According to me, kill them all. Whoever dares to get involved in the final inheritance is me. Enemy of Yashenchen. How many can you kill? Yu Jiguang is a middle-aged man. He said, these miscellaneous fish are nothing to be afraid of. The inheritance of the Tianming has not yet appeared. There will be more powerful people gathering. Calm down and wait. Yashenchen, I brought you here this time because I hope when you enter the final inheritance, you can comprehend the original way, don't let the emperor down. I see. Yushintong lowered his head. Boom. Not long after, another person came, he was a peerless hero, a figure of the overlord level, seeing the strong Yashenchen, said, Yashenchen, you really came too. Yan Tianxiong, a hero. He also got a token of inheritance, although he was not the master of 33 heavens, but he also opened up a powerful force. He has boundless ambitions, and also aims to become the god of the 33 heavens. This time, he came to obtain this inheritance. Because of the return of Emperor Fengshen, his luck has changed. If he can inherit it, it is equivalent to having a strong background, and he will be able to set off a storm in this world. Can become primitive. How many people do not have an ambition? The owners of both tokens appeared. Aren't you here too? Yu Jiguang looked at him coldly. The second token was snatched from my hands last time, and I have been remembering it all the time. Haha, those who have the strength to get the treasure. Yan Tianxiong laughed wantonly. It is because he got a supreme, primitive artifact from Tianming that he has the strength he has today. Not only Yan Tianxiong, but also more powerhouses are constantly appearing. The people from Fengshenchen are also here. At the moment when all the powers gathered, 3 primitive gods appeared in Fengshenchen at the same time, and the leader was Xuanhuan. Fengshen Tian, did you get the third deputy leader? A primitive god saw them and immediately shouted. Why should I tell you? Xuanhuan's expression was cold and disdainful, and he didn't take the strong in the world seriously at all. Now that they have the emperor of the conferred gods, they are the only ones who are the only ones, and they are destined to start the era of the conferred gods, and all the strong in the future will worship them. Don't deny it, it's what they got. The reason why the inheritance of the Tianming has not appeared for a long time, it will be at this time, is because they have the emperor conferred God, and they don't take the world's powerful people seriously. A zombie-like old devil said coldly. Yeah, except for them, it is impossible for anyone else to get it, and now they want to get the ultimate inheritance. Humph. Too greedy. A strong man happened. Feng Shintian is now taking the blame for me. In time and space, Xuanhuan was also a little stunned when he saw this scene, and then smiled. Feng Huanyu's face was cold and stern. They really didn't get it, but he also knew that even if he had 10,000 mouths, he still couldn't explain it clearly. Even if this group of people killed them, they got it, and it would be useless to refute it. This is on purpose. They are saying this on purpose. No, the purpose is to make all the strong against them. To usher in an era and achieve immortal strength, one must overwhelm the heavens and seize all luck. I do things in the sky, why do I need to explain to you? Feng Huanyu didn't bother to explain. After a confrontation, there was no strong man to fight at this time. Boom. As time passed, there was a terrifying shock in the vortex, the ancient breath erupted, and a passage was finally completed. The initial chaos was as gray, making it impossible to see what would be inside. Inside, a mystery. Finally the inheritance is opened, you can go in. Suddenly someone let out a startled cry. In an instant, someone rushed in first, passed through the eternal portal, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Seeing someone attacking, the strong people did not stop them, because they knew that the inheritance would not be as simple as imagined, and they didn't know what was going on inside, and it was very likely that there would be murderous intentions everywhere. Let's go in too. There are also primitive gods who step into it. There are powerful forces behind some people who have been ordered to promise that if they fall in the final inheritance, they will spend a lot of money to reunite their destiny consciousness and bring them back to life. And going in, it is very likely that they will get a great opportunity, which is worth going for them. A large number of strong people have entered. Let's go in. The Feng Shenshen expert walked in. You can't wait, the road of opportunity, every second counts. Xuanhuan couldn't wait any longer. In the end, when the inheritance was passed on, it was very likely that there was a chance of primitiveness in it. If he went in earlier, he would have a greater chance of getting it. He stepped forward with one step, with a majestic and heroic posture, unrivaled elegance. His appearance is the brightest protagonist in the world, gathering infinite divine light, and many eyes are focused on him. Shenwu God Emperor! Someone exclaimed. His fame is remembered more than many primordial gods. Without him, the god of heaven comes first. The previous thunder god who was number one in the heavenly Tao god was powerful enough, but this god of martial god is an existence far more terrifying than thunder god, and his impressive achievements had declared his strength. Several primitive gods besieged him, but there was nothing they could do about him. Before that, he destroyed the Tianguan fortress and handed over Yishan, and the grand pass that Long Shintian spent a huge price on was wiped out, and let the world know how powerful he is. It's okay for this kind of character not to be a primitive god. Once this realm is achieved, it is truly terrifying. He came. As soon as Yu Shintong saw Xuanhuan, he felt boundless hatred. He directly took away his original opportunity, but the powerful strength of the other party made him feel deeply powerless. He is a martial artist. Yu Jiguang frowned. Of course, he had heard of this person's name, and he was the one who snatched the 10,000 laws, returning to one talisman. He is great. Wan Qianshan came with the team, said. There's no need to fight him, our goal is for the ultimate inheritance. The friction between Yashenshen and Shenwu was in the ruins of the King of Heaven, and it was not a big deal. There were more things to fight for among the strong. If this person is weak, he will kill him directly, but killing this person is very difficult, and the price to be paid is too high. Hashtag C1506 Simulated Road. In the final inheritance, there are bizarre and unimaginable scenes. Xuanhuan was so majestic that he stepped in. Bang, a boundless force locked on him, as if a person entered the sea, surrounded by the sea, that suffocating force wanted to sink him in and drown him alive. This is the case in inheritance. His eyes were dazzled, and when he opened his eyes to look, it turned out to be an incomparably huge spacetime. What he saw in front of him did not see any chance, but a vast nothingness. Yes, it is nothingness, nothing, no way, nothing around. But in this emptiness, Xuanhuan could deeply feel the power of a torrent, surging all the time, containing a shocking mystery. He had no way of knowing what was here, and the final inheritance was indeed mysterious. He hadn't seen any of the many people who had entered before. Of course, it was also because he did not unite with others and stepped in alone. He also knew that he had to move forward. He took a step, and suddenly a great restraint came, as if there was boundless force binding him, dragging his body, preventing him from moving forward, and every step forward required a great sacrifice. The price. Interesting. Xuanhuan said. He continued walking, rushing toward him like a tide, pushing him back, and rushing into the boundless abyss. It seems that there is no way, but there is actually a way. Xuanhuan suddenly felt that this place gave him a sense of familiarity. He had never experienced it before, but he had seen it somewhere before. His thoughts turned instantly, and he was surprised. The Eternal Road, yes, it is the Eternal Road. He figured it out. The weirdness in the final spacetime is somewhat similar to the Eternal Road. But this is not the real Eternal Road, but the Eternal Road simulated by the Sky Alliance with great supernatural powers. Xuanhuan wanted to understand everything. This method is really shocking, even if it simulates a way. It's also very popular, even some 33 days can't do this at all. The Eternal Road here doesn't even have a 10,000th of the mystery of the real Eternal Road, but it is also shocking, and it can even give people a taste of the real horror of the Eternal Road. After simulating this road, the Tianming also wanted to break through eternity, but they didn't succeed, but the real road to eternity is extremely dangerous. I will take this road and realize my originality. Xuanhuan smiled. He resisted the pressure and walked forward. There is no way in front of you, but there is a way in your heart. Xuanhuan only needs to go all the way, and when he reaches the end of this road, he will have the opportunity to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. Now, he is not the only one who can see it, presumably there are more powerful people who can see it. As expected of inheritance, this road alone, even if you can't get the ultimate treasure, the experience brought by walking this road is also of great value. This is a road that does not allow backwards, only forwards. Backing down on the true Eternal Road is death, and on this road, stepping back also loses the chance to compete for the final inheritance. With Xuanhuan's invincible figure, striding forward on this road is like a rehearsal. Every step, the pressure is like advancing hard in the swamp mud, and it is difficult to reach the end. It's just a simulated road. Xuanhuan has regarded this road as the original road. He felt that walking on this road gave him a great sense of understanding, breaking through the places that he didn't understand before, and he even knew how to achieve his original God realm. To the end. Right now, it's only halfway there. Read book. He is very adaptable to the environment here. Take a photo in time and space. On the way of Xuanhuan's journey, a picture suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, which was similar to a picture taken in time and space. Boom. This invincible figure seemed to have sensed Xuanhuan's existence. He suddenly turned around, his face was unclear, but the power of his palm shook the century, as if it was coming across time and space. Trial set on the road. Earth-shattering explosions occurred all around, the vast expanse was shattered, and the chaotic storm surged. Xuanhuan stood steadily. Looking at the figure, he also made a killing move. The wind was surging and the atmosphere was majestic. The two forces confronted each other, and Xuanhuan broke through it forcefully, and the world and the universe, who will fight for the front. Walking on this road, his mind became more and more peaceful. No test could stop him. His cultivation level had not yet been promoted, but his spiritual perception made him feel that he was getting closer to the eternal realm. There were many opponents on the road, but he defeated them all. The test, on the real road to eternity, I'm afraid it's not a photo, but a real opponent. Xuanhuan carried an extremely strong breath. Slashing with the heavenly punishing sword, 3 shadows appeared in front of him, and they were swept away by his sword. Huh? There is also the aura of the heaven punishing sword. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly felt the presence of the same source of breath, which made his face change, and it was also the heavenly punisher sword. Look for. Xuanhuan didn't stop for half a step. According to this feeling, he even saw the heavenly punisher sword on this road. This divine sword was suspended in midair, shooting murderous aura all over the sky, and there was a terrifying will dormant. Alright, another divine sword. The more you get for the heaven punishing sword, the stronger it will be. Xuanhuan soared into the sky, grabbing it with his big hand, and the hand of God shook the heavenly punishing sword, wanting to take this extremely powerful artifact into his pocket. The 99 heaven punishing swords were scattered all over the universe following the fall of the heaven punishing emperor. The moment he seized it, the one he had previously controlled was also about to break free, but Xuanhuan didn't stop it and let it fly out, and the convergence of the 2 divine swords immediately produced a more terrifying scene. A phantom of the great heaven punisher emperor emerged. He picked up the heaven punisher sword, and slashed at Xuanhuan. The power of this sword is stronger than when it was subdued before. Xuanhuan knew the reason. This is because the heaven punishing sword has the great will of the emperor, and the more divine swords gather, the stronger this will be awakened. Without the tyrannical strength, let alone control, you will directly counterattack and die. The cultivation base of this heavenly executioner has reached an inconceivable level. Give me control of everything. Xuanhuan covered the sky with one palm. This palm of his is simply a vivid interpretation of the supreme imperial power of a majestic emperor. The universe, and the king's land are all changing in his palm. Emperor Zhu Tian is powerful, but his true self has long since fallen. This is just his remaining will, so he can't be Xuanhuan's opponent. Boom! With the power of Xuanhuan's palm, the phantom of the heaven punisher emperor was defeated in an instant, and the 2 divine swords were also grabbed by his big hands and fell directly into his pocket. It's more powerful. With Xuanhuan's one thought, the divine sword can be fused or separated, and the killing intent is endless, and the aura is eternal. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1507 Faceless Man. On this ultimate road of inheritance, everyone is striving to move forward. Xuanhuan crossed, locked on one aspect, and never stopped for a moment. On this road of simulation, only small benefits appear, and we should not lose the big because of the small. In one direction on this road, there was an old man, surrounded by endless thunderbolts. In an ancient ruins, thunderbolts shook the sky, and the thunder water condensed into an ocean. This old man is a primitive god, with supernatural powers. Huh. I have been to the real eternal road, and I am afraid that your false road will be destroyed by me. With a cold shout, the old man was unwavering. He urged his tyrannical means, and slapped it away with his palm. The sky filled with thunder shattered, and then a big tripod made of thunder fell into his hands. Okay, what a tyrannical primitive artifact. It was placed here, by the Tianmeng. The old man also laughed. This is the opportunity of my ancestor. This artifact is powerful and will greatly strengthen my strength. On this false road, there must be more treasures. This Tianmeng is powerful. Such false roads can be constructed. While the old man laughed, he was about to move on. But suddenly, his heart tightened, and a boundless killing intent enveloped him without warning. When he realized it, a slender figure had already arrived in front of him. The peerless power brought an extinct elegy, which made the primitive gods feel heartbroken when they heard it, as if they were singing an elegy for themselves. The old man instinctively gathered his strength to resist, but in an instant, he was sent flying by a sword, blood flying everywhere. But in an instant, this person suddenly injured a primitive god. This method is too strong. Who are you? The old man roared, looked at this person, turned to his face, and was horrified to find that it turned out to be a faceless man. His face was extremely smooth, without facial features, it was just empty. The faceless man. The old man shouted, "No, it's not faceless. This faceless is just a mask to cover up his true face. He doesn't want people to see his true face." His guess was right. This faceless mask is an extremely special primitive artifact. The biggest function is to cover up his true face, even cover up his aura, making it impossible to detect. The attack and killing method just now is such a powerful assassination. Could it be the killing sky? He thought a lot in an instant. Everyone in Killing Day is an assassin, a killer. If you really kill the sky, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. It's not so easy to kill me. On this road, I don't want to fight with you, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you and don't show my true colors. If you show it to others, it means you dare not expose it. This series of thoughts was only for a moment, and the old man tried his best to guard against this person. The faceless man didn't answer, he disappeared suddenly, and appeared in front of the old man strangely in the next moment, still with a sword, bursting out with terrifying murderous intent, he slashed down directly. The sword of the heaven-killing emperor. The old man yelled in horror. The sword used by the faceless man turned out to be the sword of Emperor Zhu Tian. The terrifying killing intent penetrated his soul and bone marrow, making him tremble. He wanted to resist, but the force was too strong, and he was still knocked into the air. Run! The old man knew that he was no match for the faceless man. But no matter how he ran, he couldn't escape the faceless man's pursuit. This person is like the strongest assassin. Every blow is not to fight him head-on, but flashes suddenly, strikes suddenly. It is impossible to guess where he appears. Every move and style is showing his killing methods. The old man was covered in blood, and his whole body was extremely weak. He was repeatedly cut by the heaven-punishing sword. If he hadn't been for his strong cultivation, he would have died long ago. The faceless man was very cold-blooded. He slashed down with his sword again, and one arm of the old man flew into the air. 163. As soon as his pale hand grasped it, the arm was immediately robbed of its vitality and withered like a plant. Ah! The old man was also screaming heart-piercingly. The flesh and blood on his body was stripped away by the faceless man's sword. His strength became weaker and weaker, and he felt that he was about to die. A primitive god unexpectedly ended up like this. No, no. The old man is afraid of everything. At this time, the faceless man put away the heavenly Punisher sword, and a strange weapon that looked like a knife was not a knife, and a sword was not a sword appeared, and he slashed at the head of the old man, and his soul was instantly shattered. Covered by his palm, the old man twitched, and all his strength was drawn out. Boom! The old man is like a mummy, turned into fly ash, exterminating the world. From the beginning to the end, the faceless man didn't say a word, and left directly after killing the old man. Another direction on this road. At this time, there are also a large number of strong men moving forward, led by a woman wearing an emerald robe, striking the Dao divine light, and separating the power in the ancient road. This turned out to be the powerhouse of Jingshishan. Purification. With a little finger, the woman seems to be able to expel all kinds of negative attributes. My lord, I don't know what will be at the end of this road. A god of heaven said in front of the woman. I don't know, the end may simulate the wonder of the eternal road. The woman replied. Just as Daoshan nodded that day, he suddenly froze in place, his head and half of his body were split open, bloody. Pure world fragrance. The woman was also startled, she covered her with a palm, and in an instant Xuanhuan, a faceless man appeared directly in front of her, but ignoring her power, he killed Jingshishan's heavenly Dao god in a short time by means of a killer. Kill them all. And the people he beheaded were like dry corpses, and he had absorbed all the essence of life. Evil man. The woman had no time to get angry, but the strangeness of the faceless man shocked her. A wave of cleansing power can purify all evil in the world and bring about a bright universe. But what frightened her more and more was that the faceless man ignored this method, and any of her powers would not work against him. My mana was directly annihilated in front of him. No matter how calm Nua was, she would still panic when she met this kind of opponent. She knew that she was no match, so she flew into the air and turned around to go deeper. The woman's speed was extremely fast, and after a dozen breaths, she could no longer see the faceless man. Who is this faceless man? Wearing a mask, could he be from the slaughtering heaven? No, this is very different, because in the slaughtering heaven, except for the strongest slaughtering god, no one can be immune to my purification power like this. After the woman saw that she was safe, she also breathed a sigh of relief, and kept speeding, thinking about the origin of the faceless man. It is impossible to speculate. After leaving, the news will be reported to God, and maybe he will know. Puff. Just as she was flying, her head suddenly flew up into the air. It was the strange weapon that deformed and was placed on her neck, causing her head to fly up at once. The blood is like a fountain, and the body is separated. The woman didn't react at all. With her strength, she didn't know how the opponent attacked. The assassin's attack method controlled by the opponent was too strong. Her eyes were loose, and she wanted to shout something, but all her strength was taken away by the faceless man. The faceless man beheaded the woman cold-bloodedly and mercilessly, and disappeared again, not knowing which prey he was looking for again. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1508 Faceless Man. People are panicking, and a faceless man unexpectedly appeared on the road of inheritance. He is powerful and cruel, and 2 primitive gods have already been plotted by him, and they fell directly, and they cannot escape. Moreover, this faceless man didn't come here for the sake of inheritance, but purely to kill, taking all the strong men on this road as his prey. Be careful of the faceless man, he is terrifying, and he doesn't know where he came from. It's okay to be cruel, but the most frightening thing is the unknown. Don't know his identity, don't know his supernatural powers. The faceless man? Xuanhuan also heard about him, his face moved slightly. In front of him was another heaven-punishing sword, which was already the second one in the inheritance time and space, and was found by him. Okay, very good, 3 heaven-killing swords, kill heaven and kill gods. Xuanhuan subdued the third sword at this time, and secretly sighed at the power hidden in the sword. There are only 3 of them, and the power is astonishingly great. If 99 of them are gathered together, one does not know how powerful it will explode. However, the existence of the Emperor Zhu Tian did not break through the eternal road, which made people sigh. The road to eternity seems to be an impossible road, which makes people desperate, but it is the only eternal road, and there is no way not to break through. Just when he was about to move on, without any warning, a person with a method more mysterious than time and space, which seemed to exist any time and anywhere, suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was also the heaven-punishing sword that directly killed him. The faceless man. Boom. The vast torrent of mana rushed out, and Xuanhuan's 3 swords combined into one, and the reaction was incredible. He immediately slashed and collided with the ultimate move of the Faceless Man. The Faceless Man didn't hurt Xuanhuan with one move, and he disappeared immediately. But the next moment, he appeared behind Xuanhuan again, sinister and cunning. Not a spacetime method. Xuanhuan can be sure. He controls the gates of time and space. If the Faceless Man had mastered the power of time and space, no matter how deeply he hid, he would still be able to detect weak fluctuations. His disappearance and reappearance was another kind of power. Even Xuanhuan couldn't know this kind of power for a while. There are many strange powers hidden in the multiple heavens. Dare to attack and kill me. Xuanhuan's supernatural power is unmatched. He knew that the Faceless Man was terrifying, and 2 primitive gods had already died in his hands. Boom! He turned around and struck, endless rainbows of light erupted. He strode out in big strides, not wanting to be beaten passively. He slashed out with a palm, suppressing ancient and modern times, reversing the Fenghua of heaven and earth, and directly killed the Faceless Man. The Faceless Man remained silent, and Xuanhuan's forceful blow did not hurt him. Weird. Xuanhuan sneered. Under his feet, there is a torrent of spacetime particles, and he has rotated the 2 paths of time and space to the limit. At this moment, it is as if he has crossed time and space, and is not in the same latitude, so as to resist the strange shuttle of the Faceless Man. At this moment, the 2 played against each other, strangely. One spans across the ages of time and space. One suddenly disappeared and reappeared. The 2 broke out frequently, just like lightning, colliding fiercely, the ultimate move that shook the world, and the power shook the entire universe. That's the emperor of the Xuanwu dynasty. He fought with the Faceless Man. Those who could reach Xuanhuan's position were all peerless powerhouses. They were startled. The match between the God Emperor Xuanwu and the Faceless Man staged a peak duel. Many of them know a little about the strength of the Faceless Man, and it would be tough to kill 2 primitive gods. But now, God Emperor Xuanwu was on par with him. Kill. 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 Xuanhuan's murderous intent was fierce, and they fought briefly. He also understood the strangeness of some faceless people. He locked the time and space with the sword of the Heavenly Punisher, and the infinite killing intent burst out and condensed a little. But he slashed with the sword, hitting the Faceless Man right in the middle. But there was no joy on his face, and the Faceless Man disappeared in front of him, unable to be locked. The next moment, it appeared behind him again. The Faceless Man raised his palm. It was the power of complete extinction. It was impossible to guard against. Yin and Yang coexist, the power of light and darkness. Xuanhuan's left hand is the sun, and his right hand is the sun. The 2 forces coexist and merge, and they once again challenged the Faceless Man. And in the inheritance time and space, because of the appearance of the Faceless Man, the multiverse also experienced a great shock. It would be fine if the Faceless Man was only powerful, but the most frightening thing was that his identity was unknown, and that he could kill primitive gods like this, which made people worry and fear him. Some people are speculating whether the Faceless Man is the strongest of the slaughtering heaven. Because in the universe of the heavens, only those who kill the sky are the best at attacking and killing one. The god of the pure world heaven confronts the god of killing directly. Is the Faceless Man who appears in the inheritance time and space the strongest of his killing heaven? It may even be the god of killing, to hide his identity. Because beheading the original gods, this kind of strength is too terrifying, and only killing the gods can do it calmly. Killing God directly denied that he wanted to kill people, and he didn't need to use faceless means to conceal his identity. This answer is believable. Killing God is the #1 assassin, the #1 killer. He once directly entered the heaven of the gods and directly assassinated a god lord in a meeting of the gods without hiding his identity. Moreover, killing God also said that he was also very curious about the identity of the Faceless Man. Although this answer is convincing to a certain extent, it still cannot completely convince everyone. There is another big battle in the inheritance time and space. It is the emperor of the Xuanhuan dynasty who is fighting the faceless man. The news exploded. Killing the god is still killing the sky. It seems that he really didn't do it, but no matter who it is, this faceless man suddenly appeared, like a heart disease, in everyone's heart. The conferred god emperor has returned, and his power has caused changes in the world, and all kinds of strange things have appeared. Many people are also speculating whether it is because of the power of Emperor Fengshen that many strange things have happened. At the same time, in the inheritance time and space, Xuanhuan was still fighting against the faceless man, and the power of the two caused the world to turn upside down, but in the end, no one could do anything to the other. In the end, the faceless man also seemed to know that there was no way to take Xuanhuan, so he retreated directly. Although the faceless man withdrew, the battle caused a great shock. The faceless man, who assassinated the two primordial gods, did not do anything to the god of martial god in the end, and did not even hurt him. His strength is even more shocking. And, most importantly, he is still a god of heaven. Xuanhuan God Emperor, if he becomes primitive, then the general trend has come. He is much more terrifying than Thor. Many people sigh. The faceless man. At this time, Xuanhuan stood quietly in the inheritance time and space, his eyes were dazzling, and he scanned the time and space fiercely. It's not the shuttle of the way of time and space, it has nothing to do with time and space, it seems to be born out of thin air, and it seems to disappear out of thin air. This faceless man has never seen before. Has it ever happened that the turbulence of heaven and earth has also given birth to such a strange existence? He played many tricks with the faceless man, and realized that he was not an ordinary creature, very strange. If I reach the original, I can unveil your mystery. Although Xuanhuan is strong in battle, he understands better that without the primordial god, he can't use some strange methods at all, such as the most basic primitive creation, which changes the root of matter. The present can only be destroyed by brute force, but cannot be created. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1509 The End. Cross bad days. A group of strong men gathered together. Xuanhuan is not in the Shen dynasty, but has already gone to the Tianming for inheritance. The face of the Lord of Difficulties was ugly. The news about the faceless man made Xuanhuan go in and inherit it. He thought that Xuanhuan would prepare for the battle in Shenqiao, but he didn't expect him to go directly to Tianming. If the sealing of the antenna could not be completed, they would not be able to locate Xuanhuan's whereabouts. I know his purpose. The Earth Dragon Emperor is calm and wise, his cultivation has reached the limit of the way of heaven. If he wants to become stronger, he can only advance to the original level. He must be looking for his original way in the inheritance. I have heard the news that the inheritance is a simulated eternity. It is very likely that he will find an opportunity to break through the way of the road. Because they were preparing to attack Xuanhuan, they did not inherit it. What should we do now? The Lord of Distress asked, should we take action and stop him? I think it may be too late. Some strong people have already reached the end of the inheritance. With the strength of Xuanhuan, he will also reach that time. When we pass by, the battle for inheritance may be over. Dilong Huangdao. We can't let him seize the inheritance. If he gets it, we have to deal with him and pay a higher price. The Lord of Crossing the Sea roared ferociously. It's not that easy. Hai Longhuang sneered, Feng Shantian, Yu Shantian, Yan Tianxiong and other strong men have all gone. If he dares to fight, he will be attacked by all strong men. There are countless people in the Tianming inheritance who are jealous, and maybe they will attract him. More opponents, the only worry now is the 1 in 10,000 possibility. Things in the Tianming are difficult to organize. The Lord of Difficulties calmed himself down. I will start the sacrifice, contact the god of Dai, and ask him to give us instructions on the next step. The road to the Tianming has come to an end. After all, it is not the real eternal road, and there is a limit in mystery. However, basically all the primitive gods can come here. There are as many as 16 people, all of them are powerful. As long as there is no one who retreats halfway, they have all gained some insight. 16 primitive gods. In Fengshenchen, Yeshenshen has the most powerhouses. Secondly, there are Yan Tianxiong and other strong men from all over the world, and there are still strong men coming from behind, but they are too slow to get the news, and they are destined to be a big step behind others. That's the benefit of being a first mover. Shenwu, he's here too. Qu Yuan came here. The confrontation between the faceless man made this group of powerhouses no longer treat him as a simple primitive god. It's not too late. Qu Yuan looked at the strong men. He was one step late because he wasted a lot of time fighting the faceless man. At this time, his eyes looked forward. There was no way, blocked by a great force. Some primitive gods moved forward, but they just entered into nothingness. There is no way, and if you go any further, it will only be the initial chaotic time and space. There are primitive gods. Who said there is no way? A monstrous existence of divine light came from the heavens of the gods, called Yuan Ling Shenju, and said loudly, "The road is ahead, but the Tianming has sealed the road with an eternal means." Think about the real eternal road. Good. Yu Jiguang said, "There is no road in the eternal road, but all the roads were opened up by the powerful people of the era. The meaning of the Tianming is very likely, that is, to let us open up an eternal road. The eternal road is the road to the ultimate inheritance, and whoever can walk through it will have all the opportunities for him." The strong present also understood instantly. Even if he understands the deep meaning, whoever opens the way will be silent for a while. "Since you don't make any moves, let me do it." Yan Tianxiong sneered. Of course he knew that the greater the pressure on the first person to open the way, if he really had to open a way out, he would definitely be targeted by everyone. But also understand. In danger, there is also great opportunity. It is very likely that once the road is opened, it will be recognized by the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. See eternity on the road. It's not the real eternal road, but it's also an inspiration to open up this road. Yan Tianxiong's majestic figure stood at the forefront. He opened his tiger eyes and let out a roar. His power pierced through, and the time and space in front of him trembled, but it was still empty, with no way to show up, let alone inheritance. Come again. Yan Tianxiong continuously bombarded with 100 punches, showing the strength of the supreme primitive god. Even a strong man who was good at defense, like the Earth Dragon Emperor, could not withstand his onslaught. But still no response. What's going on? It doesn't work at all. Yan Tianxiong was also surprised. Humph, how can it be so easy to get the ultimate inheritance? Feng Huanyu sneered and said, "How powerful is the Tianming? It is an existence that has achieved a civilization. If you get through it so easily, they will not take pains to leave this road behind. Then what do you think we should do?" Yan Tianxiong also became irritable. "There is no other way." Yu Jiguang said again, "The Tianming didn't give us a way, we can only open up a way, and this way requires too much power, no one can do it." Yuan Ling Shenju said, "I know what you mean. You want us to put aside the quarrel for a while and unite to gather the strongest force to open the way. As for the inheritance, there is no way now, and there is nothing to win, there is no point in wasting here. Only by cooperation can we make a way." An independent primitive god said. "Then cooperate." Yan Tianxiong also shouted. His gaze also fell on the Fengshenchen powerhouse, and this time they were the ones who came the most and had the most potential to compete. "Let's attack. An old man's way, immortal style." The inheritance of the Tianming is no longer a secret. The longer the delay, the more forces will gather. There are more primitive gods coming behind us. We can arrive first, but we have received the news first. The inheritance of the Tianming is very important. Just the simulation of this road can let people know where their strength lies. The strong people present also nodded, and they also knew that if more people came, the less likely they would be able to get it. But now, although there are many strong ones, they are still within the controllable range. If they can use this to open the way, anyone can get it. Break the restriction and create a path of inheritance. All the strong people present have gathered the strongest strength. At this time, no one is fighting, otherwise no one will benefit from the fight. 16 rainbows of light pierced through their mana, and the gods descended from the sky, and the terrifying power instantly drowned the front. Is it really that simple, but strength alone can open the way? Xuanhuan thought coldly, his gaze pierced into Guanhong, and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Tianming left this way to calculate the real eternity, and there is a greater mystery hidden in it. That's not the way to go. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1500 My heart will go on. Make a way. Look at what the Heavenly Alliance left behind. There is no way for us to get the inheritance, then we will open a way. As long as the Tianming leaves the treasure here, we can get it. The 16 primitive gods fought together, shocking the world, and this scene can only be seen during the World War, which was really rare in the past. The primitive gods are mighty, shocking through the ages, and they are attacking forward. They are all guessing that the Heavenly Alliance must have simulated a divine path that requires strength to clear the way, just like the eternal path. The attack of these 16 forces was so shocking, the entire inheritance time and space were shaking wildly, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, causing a series of explosions in the sky and the earth. Wave after wave of power, even a primitive god would not dare to take this kind of attack, otherwise it would be blown up. The internal space-time was destroyed so badly that it turned into the original chaos. But what made the face of the original gods present ugly was that no matter how they attacked, even if time and space were shattered, they could not show the method of inheritance. What happened? Yan Tianxiong shouted. Do not worry. Yu Jiguang was very calm. There must be something left behind, maybe our strength is not enough, everyone should work harder to open up the road of inheritance. I seem to have felt something. It is good. These powerhouses continue to shoot. However, the situation is not as they imagined. The time and space are broken, but there are shatters everywhere, and the shadow of inheritance cannot be seen. There is a vast space and time ahead, and there is nothing left at all. Go forward? It's the scene where the void is broken, and you can even leave the inheritance directly, so there's nothing there. There is no treasure. The time and space in front of us have been overturned by us, and we have not seen anything, even if it is only a trace. No one has a pretty face. They have the ability to reach the sky, and time and space can only be broken in front of their power. If they can see it, even a trace of a miracle will do, and they will gather stronger power to bombard it. But there is nothing, what to fight with. Maybe the Tianming is playing with us. A strong man yelled angrily, there is no final inheritance of them at all. To build a road, to tease the original gods, without leaving treasures, we have worked so hard, but we will get nothing in the end. No wonder he thinks this way, it is very likely to be the case now. It shouldn't be. A strong man retorted, it takes endless effort to build this road alone. I have benefited from this kind of mysteries along the way, as if I am walking on the real eternal road. Such powerful forces will come to tease you. It's just that we haven't found the right way. Then what do you say to do? This group of strong men put away their strength. The space-time that was completely shattered was also repairing itself at this time. Maybe it's just that the power is not enough, the inheritance must be in time and space, but if you want to fully control it, very few people can do it, unless the founder of the God realm and the leader of the Heavenly Alliance are at the same level. Humane. The way is endless, the way is endless. There is an old Taoist with a white beard, a fairy-like bone, a Taoist of Wandao Tian, he thought, the real eternal road is also so hopeless, but the eternal opportunity is only available in the eternal road. Even if you are desperate, you have to go for it. The inheritance of the Tianming also has this artistic conception. The inheritance of the Tianming is to make us feel the real despair, but there must be a glimmer of possibility in despair. There is no need to try, our strength is not enough. This group of strong men were so intelligent that they didn't try again. But everyone's face was unwilling, they walked to the end first, and finally had to stop, waiting for the arrival of the follow-up strong. And all of this is not like, in the ancient era, many people have tried to enter the eternal road, but they have not succeeded, and there will be latecomers who will walk on this road one after another. The one who arrives first may not succeed. The powerhouse in Fengshenchen has the most insight. At that time, Emperor Fengshen obviously had the time to confer gods. Became the protagonist of heaven and earth, but was also defeated by the emperor in the end, leaving him forever unwilling. That's right, the inheritance is indeed left behind, and the way to get it is left behind. At this moment, Chu Yuan's eyes were full of enlightenment. This road is not broken like this. Strong forces can destroy it, but you can't get the ultimate inheritance. Chu Yuan said in his heart. There is no way ahead, but there is a way in my heart. At this time, Chu Yuan's will is like a bright universe, shining on everything, his spirit has merged into the inheritance space, and in his eyes, there is a golden road appearing indistinctly. He saw the road of inheritance. This is a spiritual path that needs to be realized with heart. Another shocking phenomenon. A slight change in the time and space of the Tianming was immediately noticed by the strong present. Their eyes looked at nothing, and there was still nothingness, but it was indeed different. The Tianming is pursuing an eternal road. They are exploring and looking for a way. Chu Yuan spoke, but none of the strong people present could hear it. This was the voice of the soul, speaking to the imprint of power left in the time and space of the Tianming. There is no way in the sky, then make a way, if there is no way, then create a way, this way is eternity. Chu Yuan burned a blazing spiritual fire, and his will merged into the heaven and the earth. The golden road in front of him became more and more brilliant, and there was a rainbow of light that only he could see, turning into colorful rain. Even if the road ahead is blocked, my heart is eternal, immortal, and the road in my heart is the eternal road. In front of eternity, no one can stop it. Chu Yuan smiled at this moment. The golden road has been solidified, and he is leading, he is not bombarding with strength, but using his heart to make this clear path of the Tianming appear. My heart will go on. The road seems to be open. Yu Jiguang's cultivation base is tyrannical, said. Where is the road? Yu Shintong couldn't see it. This road is not seen by everyone, it is the road of the heart, I understand. Yu Jiguang figured it out, and said, but I can't see this road, my heart is not attracted, who is it? Someone seems to have inspired the road of inheritance. His gaze flicked over all the strong men, and finally settled on Chu Yuan. The divine martial god emperor, could it be him? The road of inheritance is now, the choice of fate, and the road of eternity are different. They are all chosen by myself. This is the road of eternity I chose. There was colorful light and rain in front of Chu Yuan, and he stepped on the golden road. Different chi mechanism, there is a mysterious power, the inheritance of the Tianming has appeared. The old Taoist suddenly shouted, someone has realized the eternity left by the Tianming, and he is going to walk in. Of course I know this, but this golden road is not for them. Who is it? Yan Tianxiong swept his eyes coldly, saw Chuyuan walking into a void, and yelled fiercely, "It's him, Emperor Xuanhuan. He has seen the road of inheritance, and is walking in to seize the opportunity of all of us." #C1501 Stop. The protagonist of Heaven and Earth, Chuyuan, became the most eye-catching existence at this time. No one would have thought that someone would really realize the mystery, and this person is the recently famous God Emperor of martial arts. Stop him, don't let him in. Yan Tianxiong stared at Chuyuan closely. He was really powerful, he knew how to get in without making a sound. But as a peerless hero, how could he tolerate others taking the opportunity he wanted? God fights the world. He stepped forward, his burly body brought shocking oppression, his strength was overwhelming, and a set of extremely powerful killing moves blasted out. The peerless power exploded, simple and direct, to interrupt Chuyuan's entry. If he can't get in, no one else can get in. Chuyuan did not back down. This may be the fastest way for him to become a primitive god, even in the face of all enemies without fear. He punched out, earth-shattering, the Emperor's divine fist, and the majestic Emperor's brilliance collided with Yan Tianxiong in an instant, and around the two of them, a destructive gust of wind blew up, terrifying to the sky. The road is still there. I don't know how this road will appear, and naturally, there is no way to destroy it. But Yan Tianxiong knew that all he had to do was stop this person so that he couldn't get in. Continuous bombardment, power to dominate the universe. Yan Tianxiong showed his strength as a hero. Every blow can cause ordinary primitive gods to be injured and vomit blood. In just an instant, the two of them bombarded with hundreds of moves, but neither of them could do anything to the other. It's hard to deal with. Yan Tianxiong did not forget that this person is still a god of heaven. God breaks. Yan Tianxiong slashed out with a knife, and Tianduan slashed. He wanted to cut off Chuyuan's path to inheritance in nothingness. Eternal road, unstoppable. Chuyuan saw Yan Tianxiong pass through the golden light avenue with a knife, as if he was cutting on the reflection in the water, and it didn't affect anything. Can't be entangled. Of course Chuyuan was not afraid of Yan Tianxiong, but his opponent was all the primitive gods present here. Few people would watch him go in, and they would frantically stop him. Moreover, there are more powerful people coming behind the road of inheritance. This is a test. The way of time and space exploded at full strength. Chuyuan was uncertain at this moment. He walked on the golden road in one step, and was heading towards the end quickly, but in the eyes of others, he was walking towards a void world. You can't get in. A demon lord attacked, the monstrous demonic energy erupted, and he used the magic power of destruction, even attacking with Yan Tianxiong. Chuyuan's hand from the sky fell, and the sound shook the world. He also raised his strength to the limit. As long as he walks this road, this group of people will have nothing to do with him. His eyes are cold. The three heaven-puting swords swept across all directions, shooting out infinite murderous aura, showing the power to destroy the world. You all have to stop me. Facing so many primitive gods, Chuyuan still did not show weakness at all, but was extremely strong. Inheritance can only be obtained by one person. We know that you are powerful, but if you insist on moving forward, you are the enemy, and you can't take it. Yan Tianxiong held the sword in his hand and shouted, "Xuanhuan, tell us how we saw that road, let's go together." That's right, you can't get the benefits alone, too greedy, it's not good for you. Another strong man shouted. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to induce it. The eternal road set by the Tianming cannot be dictated. Chuyuan was cold, his voice was booming, thunderous, my way is unstoppable. Then bomb you. More than half of the powerhouses present are attacking with brilliance. It is extremely exaggerated to cut off this road and deal with an existence that has not yet become primitive. I missed this opportunity. There was also someone who didn't make a move, but it was Wan Daoyan's Daoist, who ignored him and said, before coming, Yi Tianzuan told me that if you don't understand this road yourself, you can't force it. Forcing is only a disaster, not good. See, you have nothing to do with me, I have to believe and listen to Yi Tianzuan's words. Jiguang, let's make a move too. Yashenshen's powerhouse was also anxious. Yu Jiguang watched and said, wait. Wait a minute, something seems wrong. The only direction of the heart is eternity. There are many disasters on the road to eternity. There are friends, more opponents, and countless hindrances. Chu Yuan had no expression on his face. This group of people was holding back his legs if they didn't let him get the final inheritance. The same is true on the true path of eternity. More of your opponents, who cannot obtain eternity by themselves, will not let you be eternal. People are selfish, looking out for their own interests. Thoughts are only momentary. Of course Chu Yuan knew that it was okay for him to fight a few statues, but it was impossible for him to be the opponent of so many strong men, and he never thought of fighting them. That would be his own death. Boom! The mana of these primitive gods gathered together and directly overwhelmed Chu Yuan. With such terrifying power, even the real primitive gods would be wiped out in an instant. If you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Yan Tianxiong sneered. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated violently. The incomparably huge wings of light, the divine light that props up the sky to protect it, are exactly the sky and sky wings that Chu Yuan obtained, the supreme primitive artifact, which blocked this wave of extremely fierce attacks for him. The supreme primitive artifact. Those present were shocked. Someone came to his senses and said, it turns out that he got the inheritance from the third deputy lord, not Feng Shintian. It's so deeply hidden. I said long ago that I am not the god of heaven. Feng Huanyu finally washed away the blame on him. But he would rather take the blame. The treasure is obtained by himself. This is the supreme primitive artifact. There will not be many every day. The next level is the epic artifact that can only be refined by the existence of the conferred God Emperor, which gathers the power of the civilization of the times. He wants to protect himself with the supreme primitive artifact. Let him go in safely. A strong man shouted. Indeed, with the protection of the sky and the wings of the sky, without the equivalent bombardment of the same level of artifacts, they would not want to stop Chu Yuan. It's not that easy. Yan Tianxiong was the craziest. He shouted, do you have the supreme primitive artifact? I have it too. He shook, and a golden bell flew out. It was the highest primitive artifact of the same level, and he also obtained it from a deputy leader of the Sky Alliance. With me here, can you get in? Yan Tianxiong shouted. Okay, Yan Tianxiong restrained the pair of wings with the supreme primitive artifact, so the divine martial arts won't be able to get in, and he will be blocked by us after all. Haha, since he also wants to go in, let's talk about it after he has achieved the primitive. Some strong people laughed. The demon lord's eyes were greedy. Let's not talk about whether we can enter the final inheritance. If we kill Xuanhuan first, the treasures on his body can make us a lot of money. Hee. I don't know how many good things there are on this person. Chu Yuan activated the heaven-punishing sword with the strongest killing intent. He held the boundary-breaking sky shuttle in his hand. It was specially used to break the power of blockade, and it actually broke the power of these primitive gods. The long river of myriad treasures condensed and condensed, turning into a band of light surrounding him. Encountering the bombardment of those strong men, each piece of artifact exploded, including the original artifact he obtained in the Sky Alliance, which was also shattered, but it also bought him time. I can't bear to let the child not be caught by the wolf. Chu Yuan was very willing. He's going in. Yan Tianxiong was also furious, but his clock could at most limit it, but it couldn't stop it. It's time to make a move. Yu Jiguang also had a flash of divine light. Just when he was about to make a move, he stopped abruptly. The faceless man has reappeared. #C1502 Shantian Old Man. The faceless man appeared sinister and vicious, and specially chose Xuanhuan to attack at the most critical moment. His appearance also shocked the strong present. The faceless man directly killed Xuanhuan. Once his power came out, he wiped out all life in the world. With his power, the world withered and the universe was destroyed, just like the destroyer of the civilization of the era, extremely domineering. In his ultimate move, everything will be shattered and cease to exist. What the hell is he? The strong people present were all shocked, because when they shot, the aftermath of their power also struck and killed the faceless man, but they withered strangely and did not cause any harm to him. This is indeed very different from killing heaven's way of killing. You wanna die? Xuanhuan's supernatural power was overwhelming, and the faceless man's killing also made him feel angry. Boom boom boom, and boundless light burst out in just an instant. The faceless man seemed unable to speak, he was ruthless, and a withering force swept out, and the golden road in Xuanhuan's eyes was gradually blurred and was about to disappear completely. The golden path, which cannot be shaken by attacks by so many strong men, can be disturbed by the faceless man. If the road is broken, Xuanhuan will not be able to get the last chance, and even the achievement of Xuanhuan will be delayed for an extremely long time. He absolutely cannot bear such a thing. The aura of that inheritance road is weakening. Many powerhouses were amazed and doubted the power controlled by the faceless man. The direction of the heart, the eternity of the heart, the road of inheritance, I control it. The fire of Xuanhuan's spirit was blazing, and there was a golden light above his head, which condensed the eternal scriptures. The light and rain were colorful and dazzling in an instant, and the illusory road was solidified again, which came from a spiritual confrontation. I will kill whoever blocks my way. Xuanhuan's murderous intent was all over the sky. At this time, the three swords were united. His will wanted to destroy everything, and a great power to kill the sky broke out. There was a kind of anger, which came from the unwilling anger of the Emperor of Heaven. As soon as this power is released, the heaven and the earth will be divided into two, like the reappearance of the Emperor Zhu Tian. Emperor Zhu Tian must have been extremely unwilling when he failed back then, and Xuanhuan's anger at this time also aroused this anger and killing intent, making the power of the Tianzhu sword explode to the strongest that the three swords can explode. And Xuanhuan has reached the most critical limit at this time. His spirit, the flames of his will make this world bright. His immortal and eternal will broke through the last obstacle, and on this road, a golden gate appeared. The power was too great, and this magnificent scene made the strong present feel clearly, as if a door had been opened, welcoming the entry of the god of martial god. Xuanhuan didn't want to get entangled with them, and stepped forward directly. But the faceless man is stopping him. His one move is concentrated, it is an invisible force, condensed in the palm, but once this force enters the human body, the vitality and strength in the body will be crazily deprived. Swallow. Xuanhuan was cold and expressionless. He himself turned into a vacuum black hole, like a swallowing door. The faceless man's power came in, and he was swallowed directly by him, an omnipotent swallowing force resolved. My heart is eternal, and the golden road is solidified again. Faceless man, I remember you, I will kill you. The moment Xuanhuan entered, he made a cold and ruthless voice. It's only 3 things, but now it's 2. The 2 attacks by the faceless man made Xuanhuan very murderous towards the faceless man. He's in. Yan Tianxiong and the others were also roaring, rushing forward frantically, but this gate was not open to them. No matter how powerful they bombarded, they still couldn't break the power of this gate. Can't get in. The faces of all the strong people present were ugly. Watch him, I don't believe he doesn't show up. Yan Tianxiong was furious to the extreme. If he doesn't show up, then go and destroy his god dynasty, and see what he chooses. Has someone finally opened the inheritance that has been reincarnated for many epochs? In a void of time and space, there is nothing around. In the vacuum, a voice suddenly sounded. An old man in white appeared, looking at Xuanhuan with a smile. The Lord of the Heavenly Alliance. Xuanhuan said. This white-cloaked figure is just a consciousness, not the real leader of the Heavenly Alliance. I am the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. The white-clothed old man smiled. He has the means to reach the sky, and it is very simple to leave a consciousness. My name is Shantian, but you can call me the old man Shantian. I created the Tianming. Old man Shantian. Xuanhuan nodded. I kept 2 tokens in the inheritance, and someone who was destined to get them, and I gave one to her. You can open it because you have been recognized by reincarnation. She is really different. The person who gave it can come here. The old man, Shantian, sighed. Reincarnation refers to the goddess Xuanhuan. He didn't know the true identity of goddess Xuanhuan, and goddess Xuanhuan didn't know her own origin either. Reincarnation existed in civilizations of each era, immortal and immortal, in an extremely strange state. If I guessed correctly, you haven't fallen yet, Xuanhuan said. I am on the road of eternity, and this era of reincarnation no longer belongs to me. If you go to the road of eternity in the future, you may be able to see me, but I cannot come to the multiverse to see you. This is an eternal limitation. Old man Shantian said. Really? Xuanhuan had guessed for a long time, just as the things of life he brought in the holy ancient spirit world could not be brought out. There is no way to eternity, which makes people desperate. What do you think should be done? The old man, Shantian asked. There is no road in the world, all the roads are created. For example, every cultivation system is pioneered and perfected step by step. I have never been to the eternal road, but the cultivation road should also be an eternal road. Road, practice step by step, and finally cultivate into an eternal immortal body. Xuanhuan said. That's right. Cultivation is to seek eternity. The old man Shantian smiled. The body of a mortal is only a mere 100 years of life, which is fleeting at the flick of a finger, but a person with a strong cultivation can be immortal for thousands of years, which is also a kind of longevity. Eternal. It is said that the road to eternity is hopeless and cannot be crossed. I think it is because of insufficient strength that it cannot be broken. Eternity exists. It is only when the realm of strength does not reach that level that one becomes desperate. Elder Shantian also has his own understanding. He said again, if you find that no matter how you open the road, you can't be eternal, so what should you do? Only by creating an eternal way out. Xuanhuan said lightly. What a big ambition. I want to create the eternal road, yes, the eternal way. There must be a chance to be eternal. I firmly believe that, like reincarnation, she appears in the reincarnation of each era, and she is also looking for her own eternity, already has its own method. The old man Shantian said, there are many ambitious people, such as the great Emperor Tsongxing, who took the common life as his way, but he failed, but I am still living on the road of eternity. I don't have his courage. The Emperor Tsongxing collapsed, but he survived. Since you have passed the test set by me, this virtual eternal road is the greatest treasure left by me, and it will be turned into a map of the world and belong to you. The old man, Shantian, wiped out all his thoughts. I hope to see you on the road to eternity. I am waiting for you. #C1503 Unavoidable. In Tiantu, old man Xuantian's consciousness had completely dissipated, and he gave Xuanhuan complete control, leaving nothing behind. As far as he is concerned, he left inheritance in the multiverse at the beginning, just to leave it to those who are destined to supplement his eternal way. Now that this person has come, he can also retreat. Xuanhuan sensed for a moment that he could indeed control the map of the sky, and he could clearly see where all the powerful people in the map were and what they were doing. It turns out that the inheritance is carried out in this map of the sky. Xuanhuan felt something in his heart. This is a very powerful and special artifact. Since the map is here, I also want to leave this place, return to the God dynasty, and break through my original realm. Xuanhuan can use Tiandi to launch an attack on any strong person inside. If there are only one or two, he can trap them to death, but now there are too many strong people inside, and there is no way to really trap and kill them. The most important thing for him to do is to leave and achieve the realm of the original God. If it is as primitive as it is the real ascension to heaven. Now, he already knows how to break through the original heaven and earth control. Xuanhuan circulated a force, and the world shook. In the picture, those strong people are still looking for a way to enter, but suddenly, endless waves, like the scene of the shattered era, the internal time and space are collapsing, creating a repulsive force. No, it's that Xuanhu who has already controlled the inheritance. He is using inheritance to repel us from leaving. Hateful, it's so fast. These strong men shouted again and again, but they couldn't find where Xuanhuan was at this moment. No matter how powerful they were, they had nowhere to use them. Boom. Time and space completely collapsed. There was a core in front of Xuanhuan. He shocked the vast power, and those strong men actually left the Tiandi map and appeared in the Tianxua mining area. Then they saw a divine light attacking a place mightily. He's going to run. Some people didn't know what was going on, so they left Tiantu, but Yan Tianxiong and the others knew that it was Xuanhu who manipulated the power of this map, and they were also anxious, and slashed at it violently. His power hit the map of the world without any vibration. Leave him. More shocking divine power hit Tiandi in an instant. But Tiandi is so easy to be broken. He is a special artifact created by the old man Shantian with the power of the Tianming. The burst of power at this moment actually broke through the blockade of this group of strong men, and went directly in the direction of Xuanhu. I can't stop it. This group of strong people was very anxious, and said, what should I do? Is it just to watch him go away? The inheritance itself is also an extremely powerful artifact. If he runs away like this, I will not be reconciled. Tiandi's speed was too fast, even faster than those primitive gods, and he disappeared in front of everyone with just a few breaths. It's gone. Yan Tianxiong roared angrily like a wild beast. There was an extremely powerful inheritance in it. If he got it, he would have the foundation to achieve 33 and pursue a higher path. That's how he got it, Xuanhu. Even more powerful people had ugly faces. The monk can't run away from the temple. He must have run back to Xuanhu. His dynasty is still there. There is still a way. As long as his dynasty is destroyed, the inheritance in the Tianming can still be obtained. There is a strong way. Yes, for his martial arts, he has obtained such a shocking inheritance this time, which has already made the world jealous, and the wall is overwhelmed by everyone. There are many strong people who will not let him go. The strong eyes flickered. In fact, it was a bit sudden this time. In fact, it was actually a very short time from when Xuanhuan saw the old man, Shantian, and then left. Still have a chance. Yan Tianxiong is worthy of being a peerless hero, and quickly calmed down, now that Xuanhu is being attacked by Duer Tian and Long Shenshen. This time he has won the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance, which makes people extremely jealous. There are more people to deal with him, he is strong. The most anxious person should be Du Yishan. Wait, I will wait for the opportunity. Go back first, and wait for the Emperor's instructions. Yu Shintian's people also left. This was an uproar. The news swept across the entire multiverse like a hurricane, and the God Emperor Xuanhu seized the inheritance of the Tianming, and finally walked away under the gaze of many powerful people. Now it is not Du Yishan and Long Shintian staring at Xuanhu, but more powerhouses. Many people are speculating about the origin of Xuanhu. In fact, it took a very short time for him to rise to fame, and for some powerhouses, it was just a closed door. With the appearance of the conferred God Emperor, powerful people from all sides are stirring up the situation. Xuanhuan Dynasty. Tiandi fell directly into Xinqiao. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hands, the map of Tiandi transformed into the whirlpool Tianmen and appeared in the air. This is the ultimate inheritance of the Sky Alliance. Huazhu knew it through the fortune of the country, and looked at the picture in surprise. In the inheritance, there is a simulated eternal road, which will benefit endlessly. I didn't expect that His Majesty will really bring the inheritance back this time. Jiang Yu, who joined Xinqiao not long ago, also watched in amazement. Their God Emperor is really powerful and boundless. All ministers. The first thing Chu Yuan did when he returned to the Xinqiao was to hold an emergency court meeting, saying, "This is the map of heaven, which was left by the old man Xian Tian of the Tianming. There are many breakthroughs in the heavenly way and the experience of the original gods inside. Go and understand it, will avoid a lot of detours on the road of cultivation." Many inheritances. Jiang Yu's eyes were fiery, and he said in his heart, "If I see these inheritances, I may even find my way to the original God." But following that, his face became even more serious. But this inheritance acquisition has also caused more trouble. Chu Yuan continued. Your Majesty's seizure of the inheritance, this time, is to seize food from the mouths of many strong people. There are many jealous people, especially Duer, the dragon god. After hearing this news, he will definitely not let us go, and will definitely start a more crazy counterattack. Huazhu understood, and said, "Next, our pressure will be even greater, boundless. But the road to the strong is to fight. How can we be strong without fighting?" Huazhu continued, "Even if His Majesty does not seize the inheritance this time, the enemy will not let us go, and His Majesty's seizure of the Heavenly Alliance's inheritance is to accumulate foundation for the divine dynasty. Only those who have the strength can do whatever they want, and have the confidence to deal with all wars." Hearing Huazhu's words, the officials' faces were solemn, knowing that the future situation is dangerous. The real top combat power of the Shen dynasty is His Majesty and Huazhu. Although many gods of heaven and Tao have been born, they will not play a decisive role in the ensuing battle. A big war is inevitable. The one who will really pay a big price to attack is Dui, the dragon god. For 2 days, although there are many jealous people, they will all act according to the situation. Chu Yuan didn't regret it. As Huazhu said, only those with strength can do whatever they want. Without strength, you can only be bullied. Next, I will retreat and attack the realm of the original god. Chu Yuan said. #C1504 Grim Situation. Your Majesty has realized the original mystery. Are you going to make a breakthrough? While worrying about the severe situation ahead, Huazhu was delighted to hear the news that Chu Yuan was about to break through. He had long been looking forward to the day when His Majesty would become a primitive god. Primordial gods are walking an eternal road. Can. Chu Yuan replied with 2 words, giving the ministers an affirmative answer, and suppressing the luck of the empire. Once your Majesty becomes primitive, you can turn things around and all dangers will be eliminated. Huazhu said, "It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster that can't be avoided. What should come will come. If you want to fight, then fight. I will follow. If a great dynasty wants to reach its peak, it cannot be peaceful. To rise, one must go through countless tribulations and dangers, only the empire that can be fought." He was a man who had died once, and he saw all this very clearly. If he can assist the God Emperor in this life and achieve universal glory, his life will be extremely wonderful. Fight. Although the ministers knew that their own strength might not matter, but for the sake of the gods, they would die without regret. The cohesion of the gods reached its limit at this moment. My real body will attack the original god realm, and I will leave the national destiny avatar to preside over the overall situation. After Xuanhuan said all this, he left, and an infinite incarnation of national destiny stood in the court of God. But in the day of crossing the bad luck, the news of the Tianming was the first to shock them. They never imagined that the final winner would be Xuanhuan. After so many strong men won the final inheritance, the strength of this Xuanhuan skyrocketed again. Originally, Xuanhuan was difficult to deal with. This time it will be more difficult to deal with. What are those people doing? There are so many people, they can't stop a god, a bunch of useless trash. The Lord crossing the sea went crazy. Since he was resurrected, his temperament changed drastically, and he was furious. His eyes were like wild beasts, and he wanted to choose and devour people. Calm down, don't rush. The Lord of Difficulties said, Xuanhuan's seizure of the inheritance this time is indeed unexpected. No one expected it. However, it also shows that this person is more difficult to deal with. We will pay a greater price to attack him. He has the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance, and there will be more foundations for suppressing the world in the Divine Dynasty. There was also a monstrous anger in his heart that he couldn't express. This kind of opponent is too difficult to deal with. The Earth Dragon Emperor was also in a bad mood. My friends of Long Shenshen, I don't want to say too much. Xuanhuan, you have seen it. If we don't destroy him, not only will I be in big trouble when I cross the calamity, but you, Long Shenshen, won't feel good either. Therefore, we must work together and use the strongest strength to destroy him in one battle, the treasure in Xuanhuan. We will share it together. Maybe if we destroy him, his luck will be taken away by us. The Lord of Difficulties also knew that he had to pull on Long Shantian tightly to deal with Xuanhuan. We know that we all agree with Mia Xuanhuan. Earth Dragon Emperor said, those with great luck will carve up his luck, but it is also possible to be backlashed by luck. You all only saw that Xuanhuan was inherited, but you forgot one thing, that is, he was recorded by many people. It was Wu Shang who spoke, and he said, the inheritance of the Tianming makes people too jealous, such as Yu Shantian, and Yan Tianxiong, who is in the direction of the multidimensional extreme north, are also staring, and there are even a group of scattered strong men who are watching. If given the chance, they will pounce on them like a pack of wolves and tigers. If they can use this power, how can Xuanhuan resist? However, if this group of people is brought in, the treasures of Xuanhuan will be divided up. Sea Dragon Emperor frowned. If we don't let him have more enemies, we will have to pay a higher price. The Lord of Difficulties no longer cares much about the treasures of Xuanhuan. What he cares about is that Xuanhuan will threaten their 33rd day position, and said, let those people consume the power of Xuanhuan. We have God of Distress and Dragon God now. Are you afraid that you won't get the greatest benefit? That's right, what should I do? Earth Dragon Emperor asked. This is very simple. Wu Shang has become a primitive god and is qualified to participate in this kind of decision-making. Said, you and I issued a war order in 2 days, threatening to send out troops and martial arts. If we move, there will be more powerful people, unless they don't want the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. Okay, let's do this. Earth Dragon Emperor also nodded. At this moment, gods will appeared. He said, it is the best opportunity to go out to the Xuanhuan and destroy them. There are many strong men gathered. God Yenshin has already negotiated with the owner. They will also send strong men to join this battle. Is Yenshin Tian going to send people to join the battle? Hearing the words, the Lord of Overcoming Difficulties laughed loudly. Okay, Yenshin Tian, Dragon God, and I, crossing evil heaven, this time you will die and whoever will die. He also knew the reason why Yenshin God participated in the war. In the Great Ancient War, Yenshin Tian was the main force to attack Guyuan Tian, and Guyuan Tian supported Xuanhuan. Once the dynasty of the gods grows stronger again, Guyuan Tian will not let them go. Therefore, Xuanhuan must be destroyed. They want to make God Guyuan become a loner again, and no one can help her in the future and take away her secret of immortality. Do you think that Long Zhu really spent so much time dealing with Xuanhuan just to enlighten those things in tomorrow? This is just one of the reasons, and the bigger reason is still in Guyuan God. God Guyuan is a humanoid treasure that can move. Long Zhu wants to get the secret of reincarnation from her, and even suspects that Xuanhuan's rapid rise and possession of so many treasures are all because of her. Even if he was allowed to get a little secret of the ancient god, he might become a greater existence than the ancestor of all monsters. Du Yishan really wanted to fight them because of the threat of Xuanhuan. And Yan Shintian and Long Shintian joined in. To a large extent, it was for Guyuan Tianzhu. Of course, although Qu Yuan knew this, he didn't care about it. Goddess Yanran did give him more help. After he became a primitive, he could join hands with Goddess Yanran to sweep the world. We have also received instructions from Long Zhu. The Earth Dragon Emperor and Sea Dragon Emperor received orders with the dragon blood in their bodies, and said at the same time, I, Dragon God Heaven, will also send more powerful men to attack Xuanhuan, and cut off the wings supported by God Guyuan. Yan Shintian's friends are preparing and will be here soon. This time we have joined forces for 3 days, and the 3 major existences are also targeting Guyuan God. The Lord of Difficulties suddenly said, Xuanhuan is besieged heavily. I want to see how they survive this calamity. He is very strong, but if you want to blame him, you can blame him for being too sharp and getting involved with Guyuan Tianzhu. I see that there is a big shock in Xuanhuan, and it is very likely that Xuanhuan is breaking through the original god. Wu Shang said. Forget about this, let the universe know our will, and soon a group of people will come to take advantage of the fire. Well, they want to take advantage of the fire, we welcome them, we can let them drink soup, but the biggest treasure must be controlled by us hand. The main way of crossing the adversity. Because of the inheritance of the Tianming, their war was launched in advance. Many masters are already planning to besiege Xuanhuan. This time it is really going to start a war to attack Xuanhuan. Qu Yuan also knew the news that the 3-day alliance wanted to launch a strong attack on his empire. But at this time, he was in an unusually calm mood, and his whole body was caught in the breakthrough of the primitive gods, and he was not affected in the slightest by external events. Nothing can defeat his undefeated heart. #C1505 Midi Tianzuan. For a while, the multiverse was also in shock. Because a 3-day powerhouse of Xuanhuan, Duertian, Long Shenshen, and Yan Shenshen wants to send troops together. Such things are too rare, especially when Xuanhuan is not 33 days old. It didn't take 33 days to cause such a big battle. Nowadays, the multiverse is really full of troubles. Firstly, the Conferred Gods Great Emperor wants to open the Conferred Gods Conference, which has already caused many powerful people to watch closely. It is speculated that there will be a shocking battle in the Conferred Gods Conference. Because everyone wants to usher in an era, and everyone wants to be the protagonist of the world who is invincible and suppresses the world forever. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan was inherited by the Heavenly Alliance, triggering a 3-day conquest. Although Xuanhuan is not 33 days old, they are powerful. They are backed by giants such as Guyuan Tianzhu, and the Xuanhuan God Emperor is also extremely powerful. There are not many primitive gods who can't take him down. Xuanhuan itself has many artifacts to suppress the background, and now it has been inherited by the Tianming, and the foundation is even deeper. It is not so easy to break through their empire. It is said that the divine martial god emperor is attacking the primitive gods with all his strength. Primitive deity, let him succeed, that's fine. Turn stress into motivation. This person is amazing, another peerless hero in the diversity of the heavens. It's really hard to say this battle. The biggest variable is that the Emperor Xuanhuan can be promoted to Yuan. The news spread like a hurricane, and many people were paying attention to it. Yushan. At this time, there was also a shock. The supreme ruler, Yushan the Great, sat on a high throne with a majestic expression, and he didn't know what he was thinking at the moment. Below him is a primitive god, as well as many heavenly gods, who hold a supreme court meeting. This day is really powerful. It has gone through many catastrophes and has never been destroyed. It can seize the opportunity to strengthen itself every time. Emperor Yushin may not be as sharp-edged as the other powerhouses, but he has a very accurate vision and can make the most correct choice in every period of turmoil in the heavens. My lord, Dui, Dragon God, and Yen God have become famous for 3 days. They will send troops to deal with Shenwu. Yu Jiguang said. It seems that Shenwu's demise is imminent, and it is impossible for them to resist this attack. A cold light flashed in Wan Qianshan's eyes, and he said, Great Emperor, please give an order. We, Yashenshan, must not miss this feast. We also want to inherit the inheritance of the Tianming. Order, my lord. Yashenshan's powerhouse is gearing up. In Shenwu's predicament, they naturally want to step on it, plunder other people's opportunities, and strengthen themselves. Yashenshan, I won't do anything this time, everyone, stay in Yashenshan. Emperor Yushin gave an astonishing order. Why? Everyone, even Emperor Yushin's right-hand man, was puzzled as to why Emperor Yushin would make such an order. It's not when I make a move. I make a move from heaven. It's just a wedding dress for him. Emperor Yushin said decisively, although the inheritance of the Tianming is precious, it still doesn't represent an era. It's not worth it. God hands. Great Emperor, at a time like this, we should beat the dog in the water and kill the gods, so that we can show our majesty. Yushin Tong was in a hurry. He hated Shenwu deeply, seeing this general situation, thought that the emperor would send troops to destroy him, but the emperor actually made such a decision. Are you questioning the emperor's order? Emperor Yushin's majesty is boundless. I don't dare. Yushin channeled, it's just that I think now is the best time. Supernatural power, hurry up and ask the emperor to forgive your crime of collision. Wan Qianshan said hastily. Your mind is messed up, you hate the world and cynical, you became enlightened earlier than Thunder God. I thought you would achieve primitiveness earlier, but you let this emperor down. Go to Yushin realm. When will you break through primitiveness and come out again? If you don't become primitive, you will bury yourself there. Emperor Yushin waved his hand and opened a passage. Yushin realm. Yu's supernatural power trembled. The officials present also trembled. That is a dangerous place created by Emperor Yushin, and it is also a sealed prison. This time, Yushin Tong will be locked up to grind his temper. However, the more cruel order is that he cannot leave until the original. Yes. Yushin Tong gritted his teeth, not daring to complain. But in Shenwushan, the atmosphere is tense and tense. All the people know that whether they can survive this time depends on whether their great emperor, His Majesty, can successfully break through to the original God. At this moment, Chu Yuan was surrounded by infinite primitive light, and the power of heaven was sublimating to the primitive. He has already comprehended the original state. This is a road of continuous evolution to eternity. All cultivation is for eternity, and this direction needs to be firmly identified. When he collided with the original bottleneck, an illusory eternal road also appeared in front of him. Yi Tianzuan, Chu Yuan said. Shenwu God Emperor, you are really extraordinary. A figure appeared in front of Chu Yuan. This is not Yi Tianzuan himself, but his mana was passed on to Shenwu, and he was brought in by Chu Yuan, who was also the incarnation of Chu Yuan's national fortune. It is rumored that Yi Tianzuan is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He has already learned some mysteries about the operation of fate by calculating the way of heaven and earth. In this world, there are not many things that Yi Tianzuan does not know. The fate of the Chu and Yuan kingdoms is the embodiment of Tao. How can I understand the terrible fate? Even if I do calculations, I can speculate on the most likely thing among countless possibilities. The future is changeable, and a careless move will cause a huge deviation in cause and effect. Yi Tianzuan smiled. Chu Yuan also knew this person a little bit. Yi Tianzuan's actions were unpredictable, he wandered in the secret of fate, and he couldn't judge things according to ordinary people. Then you may figure out, is this a blessing or a curse? Chu Yuan said. I can't figure that out. Yi Tianzuan seemed to be turning a wheel of secrets, and countless possible futures appeared. He shook his head and said, the road ahead of the God Emperor is chaotic, there is no secret, no destiny. If I calculate the Emperor of the Gods, it is the same, that is because the Emperor of the Gods, his power is too strong, he has cultivated epic power. This chaos of fate is most likely caused by the system. Then Yi Tianzuan, you came here this time to help me overcome this catastrophe? Chu Yuan said again. No, I only predict the future, operate the secrets of heaven, and will not participate in the battle. Even if the Emperor of the Gods wants to become the protagonist of the world, if I help you, the danger of the God Emperor may become even greater. Yi Tianzuan's words were difficult to understand, and said, but I can tell the God Emperor news that Yan Tianxiong has gathered a group of strong men here, becoming the fourth major force to invade the God dynasty. A hero like Yan Tianxiong, how could he let go of this good opportunity? Chu Yuan expected his attack. I know. Chu Yuan still doesn't know the purpose of Yi Tianzuan's appearance this time. The news I told His Majesty is not speculative, just what will happen. Yi Tianzuan's figure dissipated, he will definitely come to the God Emperor to negotiate first. Negotiation, what is there to talk about? I know exactly what he wants to talk about. Chu Yuan said. Mingyue Island, Mingyue, please see Your Majesty. True Sun and Blue Fire, please see Your Majesty. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1506 It is difficult to send charcoal in the snow. At this time, when Xuanhu was at its most severe, Mingyue Island Master went to Xuanhu regardless of the danger. Chu Yuan was not very surprised about his arrival. After all, he had great kindness in the Tianwang ruins that day, and he also knew that he was unfathomable and had infinite means. And a strong man named Xinghua, from Xinyangshan also came to Xuanhu. In the main hall where Xuanhu entertained distinguished guests, the incarnation of Chu Yuan Guiyun received them. Island Master Mingyue, you have also broken through to the original, congratulations. Chu Yuan looked at Mingyue Island Master, who was indeed a primitive god. Thanks to the help of the God Emperor that day, that inheritance made me realize the most difficult step, and finally survived the catastrophe on the edge of the universe, and achieved my original state of gods. The owner of Mingyue Island also has lingering fears about crossing the catastrophe that day. In the past, the birth of every primitive god would cause fluctuations, but his success was very peaceful. All eyes were on Fengshan Dadi and Tian Meng, and no one paid attention to him. As the times change, heaven and earth will fight against each other, and the strong will emerge endlessly. Great kindness is hard to repay. When I knew that the God Emperor was facing a serious situation, I immediately rushed to Xuanhu, hoping that my strength could help the God Emperor. He was also secretly startled. What this God Emperor did was too sensational. After receiving the inheritance of the Tian Meng, many powerful people would attack him, but he knew what he was going to do despite being frightened. He decided to help Xuanhu. When you are strong, it is useless to add icing on the cake. Only at this time can you see people's hearts. The blue fire of the true sun. Chu Yuan looked at Xinghua. It was an old man in green clothes. In his perception, the realm of strength was even higher than that of Huazhu. Chu Yuan was surprised when he came. God. Xinghua said, this time I brought a group of strong men from Xinyangshan to Xuanhu. I was ordered by the god. God knew that the God Emperor was in danger and asked me to come. My actions will be dictated by the God Emperor. Fellow Daoist Qinghua, Xin Yangshan is now fighting against Han Haitian. Huazhu also came. Asked. In the battle with Han Haitian, our heaven has gained an overall advantage. God has fought against Han Haitian and has defeated him. His simple answer shocked Huazhu. The god of Xinjiang actually defeated the god of Han Hai. Of course, he also understands that it is not so easy to completely exterminate the opponent. After all, the other party will not be willing to let his own world fall if he has one day's luck. This strong man named Qinghua was the right-hand man of the old god back then. The old god has fallen, but he has not fallen, leaving a legacy for the day. After Xinjiang god knew about Xinwu, he immediately stopped and continued to attack Han Haitian to strengthen his defense. His thinking may be similar to that of Mingyue Island Master. When you are in crisis, do your best to help and let others remember your kindness. God Xinjiang, I will remember the kindness of your hand. Chuyuan said, I am attacking the original, so I can only meet you with an incarnation. No problem. Qinghua doesn't care. At that time, he was also surprised that Lord Xinjiang suddenly ordered him to help Xinwu. Xinwu has been inherited by the Tianming, and he would have done his best if he didn't hit a well, and he even wanted to lend a helping hand, but he would not question God's decision, and would only carry it out silently. God Xinjiang believes that Xinwu will not perish just like that, and he values the Divine Emperor extremely, and is willing to help once. Even if it fails, it's nothing more than a failed investment. Huazhu secretly guessed. He can faintly know the mind of such a great existence. As far as God Xinjiang is concerned, he and Xinwu have maintained some friendly relations. Even if he stands on the opposite side and sends troops, he will not get much with so many strong people. And help Xinwu. If Xinwu survives the catastrophe, he will gain a staunch ally of Xinwu through the friendship of giving charcoal in the snow. All he needs to pay is Qinghua's support. 9 peaches. Chuyuan also knew this in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He maintained this tacit understanding. If God Xinjiang wants to see if he can succeed this time, he should speak with facts. God. This time, Xin Yangshan not only came with Qinghua alone, but also brought a large number of gods of heaven. Among the crowd, there was also Chuyuan's acquaintance, Fensu, who was also the god of heaven. This time, he was not included in the helping hand, but Fensu strongly challenged to help Xinwu. Fensu. Chuyuan looked at him, you've become a god too. Although it is the way of heaven, compared with the god emperor, it is Yinghua and Haoyue, which cannot be compared. Fensu no longer dared to call him brothers and sisters like he did with Chuyuan before, and said, I have become the Tao of heaven, but brother Jiao too helped me with all this. He paid too much for me, and his soul was broken. Save the last bit of life, in the state of immortality, and dying. The relationship between their brothers is very good. When they are desperate, they can rest assured that they will give their backs to each other. During the battle with Han Haitian, they were hunted down by the gods of heaven, and Jiao Tu sacrificed himself to protect Fensu from escaping. With this kind of anger, Fensu finally became the way of heaven, but he was not happy at all, because Jiao Tu's injuries were too serious, and he could only maintain a little vitality and remain immortal. Jiao Tu is affectionate and righteous. After this battle, Fensu, you should bring this bottle of potion to save him. Chuyuan gave him a tube of Tiandishan healing potion. He and Jiao Tu had known each other for a while, and they had acted together before. Although the strength and status of the two were far apart, saving him once was just a matter of effort. What's more, Fensu also took the initiative to ask for a fight this time, and it's up to his god Wu Tian. This is a gift from the God Emperor. Take it back, and your friend will appear in front of you completely. The owner of Mingyue Island was very touched. His daughter also took this kind of potion to come back to life. Thank you, God Emperor, for your kindness. Fensu was overjoyed. Qinghua's eyes flashed, and he looked at the incarnation of national fortune. He said, God Emperor, how do you plan to deal with this battle? Soldiers will block the water and cover them with earth. There is no other way but to fight. Xuanhuan answered very directly, Island Master Mingyue, friends of Xinyangshan live in Zhenshanwu first. At this time, the war has not yet started, and there is nothing wrong. You can enter the map of heaven to experience the simulated eternal road. Heaven map. This should be the greatest inheritance of the Sky Alliance. Good. They said. Shenwu. Just a few days after Qinghua and the others arrived, there was another person outside Shenchao. It was Yan Tianxiong. He stared coldly at Shenwu Shenchao, his resounding voice resounded throughout the world, and said, Shenwu Shenchao, I don't need to introduce my identity, and you should know the purpose of my visit today. Say. Xuanhuan is the incarnation of national destiny that condenses and suppresses heaven and earth. Okay, I'm here for one thing, and that's for the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. I hand over the greatest inheritance, and it belongs to me. Maybe you don't know it yet, but I already have many strong people in the Alliance, all for this inheritance. Yan Tianxiong said coldly, I can see that you have already realized the original power, and the greatest benefit for you has already been obtained. There is no need to hold on to the inheritance, which is not good for you. If the inheritance is handed over, the Alliance will automatically disintegrate. I can promise that the army of the Alliance will not attack you. As for the 3-day battle between you and Dui, Dragon God, and Yen God, we have no interest in intervening. Yan Tianxiong saw the right time, hit the rocks, and forced and threatened Shenwu at the most critical moment. The alliance he formed is not weak in terms of strength. If he joins the war, it will be a threat of extinction. And he didn't even want to participate in the war, he took the inheritance and left without paying any price. This is the answer I gave you. Xuanhuan directly shattered Yan Tianxiong's incarnation of power. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1507 Fight against the weak. Shenwu, you will regret it if you refuse my proposal. At the last moment when Yan Tianxiong's will was shaken away, he uttered an angry shout at him. This Yan Tianxiong really has a good plan. He doesn't want to make any effort. He wants to get all the inheritance. He really dares to think and form an alliance. God Emperor, this is to threaten you to submit. Xuanhuan convened a memory, and suddenly the powerhouse of the gods, Qinghua, and the owner of Mingyue Island arrived. Qinghua didn't bother, he really didn't dare to think so much. Although Yan Tianxiong is whimsical, the alliance behind him has no choice but to let everyone push the wall down. He is sure. The God Emperor is now in a dangerous situation, which is why he is so confident. Mingyue Island Master said, I've heard that he is contacting all kinds of powerful people. With him as the leader, the momentum is mighty. These people may have different levels of strength, but if they really come, they will be very difficult to deal with. I am afraid they will become the ones who overwhelm the camels. The last straw. I have countermeasures. The incarnation of Xuanhuan Weiyun said, everyone is innocent and guilty. I have the inheritance of the Tianming. In their view, this is a crime. They dare to kill it because they see the main force of the day. Everyone wants to get a share of the pie. He didn't regret it, and seized the inheritance of the Tianming by himself. If he doesn't seize this inheritance, he doesn't know when he will achieve the original. The God Emperor has a strategy, please give me instructions. Qinghua said. I decided to gather the strongest force first, attack Yan Tianxiong, destroy and disintegrate the will, and let them know that attacking Shenwu is not a good thing. Breaking their morale may not completely collapse them, but it will also make some people don't dare to act rashly. Crack down on the weak and let people see their strength, and they will have scruples. Now Duishan and Long Shenshen haven't made a move yet, they are waiting for Yan Shenshen's arrival, and even Yan Tianxiong, the fourth force, will come with the strongest force at that time. Yan Tianxiong, I know him. He has big ambitions. He is in the same situation as me. He is fighting head-on. I am not his opponent. He has the supreme primitive artifact, but I also brought the supreme primitive artifact of the old god under the command of God, can entangle him. Qinghua is not arrogant, and speaks out his own strength. This time I will trouble Qinghua and Mingyue Island Master. Chu Yuan ordered, Huazhu. You bring my sky wings, myriad treasures and rivers, and the elites of the gods to fight against Yan Tianxiong. I am here in the country. His myriad treasures. Changhe has obtained too many fetishes in the Tianming this time, and also has the skeleton of the Nirvana Demon Lord, which is extremely powerful. Huazhu couldn't control the map of the sky, otherwise he would have let him take it, but that's enough. It is good. Huazhu is full of fighting spirit, and he is also looking forward to a big battle, and the supreme primitive artifact, this magical weapon, is also under his control. Let's go. Chu Yuan waved. He has already comprehended the primordial way, only a little short of condensing eternal matter and completely achieving the primordial divine body. And I. It's Jiuyou, and she has also left the gate. At this time, her cultivation base has reached the fourth realm of heaven, covering the power surrounding the Huangchuan River, and her temperament is unique, like a peerless empress descending. Jiuyou. Chu Yuan looked at her without refusing. You and Huazhu will fight. Just deal with Yan Tianxiong, and there won't be too much trouble. Qinghua is calm. This time his support is also a force unknown to others. In one part of the multiverse, a united and tyrannical force is advancing rapidly. Let's play. Rejected my proposal. It was indeed fierce, but it did not deviate from my expectations. Yan Tianxiong said coldly, Guys, it is impossible for Xuanwu to agree to our request. This divine dynasty would rather resist our military front than hand over the inheritance of the Heavenly Alliance. In front of him, there are still 5 primitive gods, all of whom were brought over by him, and they do not belong to the powerhouse of the 33 heavens. This martial arts is really as it is in the legend. There is no way to compromise. A woman's complexion is gloomy and cold, and there is a bone-chilling chill all the time. She is called the Lord of Frost and Snow. It's not surprising. This person's personality is like this. He doesn't take hard things. However, the inheritance of the Tianming is too important. We must obtain it, so that our cultivation can be promoted. An old man said, We joined forces this time to gather more momentum. Since we can't negotiate with Xuanwu, we will shift our target to Duishan. Master Fuming Mountain, but it is not so easy to snatch food from their mouths. The Master of Frost and Snow said. The Master of Fuming Mountain said, It's not impossible. To cross the calamity, we want to destroy Xuanwu to avoid future troubles. This time, we only want Xuanwu's Tianming inheritance, and we don't want any other treasures. I think they will agree. Although the Tianming inheritance is precious, but for them, it's not that they can't give up. Xuanwu itself is the most important thing. Fuming Mountain Lord certainly knew that the inheritance of the Tianming was envied, but in the Tianxue mining area, there were Zhangxing Shenqiao and Hunyuan Daozong who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tianming. Xuanwu itself is the most mysterious. In a very short period of time, this empire has become a major force that has shocked the multiverse, and it has even greater secrets, which is beyond doubt. He also wants to get it, but he understands the truth that greed is not enough to swallow elephants. He can take as much as he has strength. This time, if Du Yishan, Long Shenshen, and Yan Shenshen had not all sent strong men, the alliance formed by these people would not have threatened Xuanwu's rule at all. Mount Master Fuming is right. This time our 6 primordial gods are united. This power is enough to move Ertian. They will try their best to meet our requirements. Yan Tianxiong smiled and said, the doer heaven is still waiting for our arrival. Yan Tianxiong, there are still a group of wandering powerhouses, why don't we also contact them and unite more forces? The Lord of Frost and Snow. It's not right. Yan Tianxiong shook his head and said, the 5 of us are already a very powerful force. If we join in, when Xuanhuan perishes, there will be more people to share the benefits. It's better to let them continue to swim scattered. He thinks 5 is enough. No matter how much it is, it will threaten its own interests, and it cannot be controlled, and it will not be of great benefit to him. He came out and contacted the 4 major existences, and his strength is the strongest. When the time comes, he will distribute some benefits to them at will, and he will take the biggest one. He didn't want more people involved. He also knew that they were not the main force to attack Xuanhuan this time. The Fuming Mountain Lord also nodded, they are all existences that have lived for hundreds of millions of years, so they don't know Yan Tianxiong's thoughts, but they know it well. They are also very clear that among the 5 of them, they really need a strong man like Yan Tianxiong, who has the supreme primitive artifact, and can speak in front of the 33 days. Everyone, mobilize the strongest force and bring our power to Xuanhuan quickly. Yan Tianxiong was afraid of missing this feast. See them, there they are. Huazhu and Yan Tianxiong met in the multiverse, and they didn't have any communication with each other. They directly did mental calculations and unintentionally launched a shocking offensive against them. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading URL. #C1508 defeat. Yan Tianxiong didn't hide his intentions in this attack at all, but carried a huge force, as fierce as it was. The purpose is to put tremendous pressure on Xuanhuan and create momentum for his final gain. Also because of his momentum, the elite team sent by Xuanhuan found them easily. Boom! The destructive wave, Huazhu and the others took the initiative to attack, and gathered the strongest force before finding it. This time all the gods of the gods and gods attacked, as well as a large number of elites from Xinyangshan. The explosion of this force simply caused the world to reincarnate, the endless star field was reduced to dust, and the heavens were shaking. Not good. Yan Tianxiong felt the fluctuation of power the moment before the attack was launched. His eyes spanned time and space, and he saw the most violent attack gathered by a large number of strong men, and the roaring energy was instantly drowned out. Defend quickly, it's Xuanhuan and the others who came out. Yan Tianxiong shouted, and immediately released his artifact, the big clock. But he didn't have too much worry in his heart. According to intelligence, Xuanhuan is only Huazhu, a primitive god, and his strength is not as good as him. It is impossible for the Emperor Xuanhuan to attack, he wants to guard the dynasty. Humph. Xuanhuan didn't stay in his own court honestly, and dared to attack. They are killing themselves. There is no need to be afraid of them, let's defend against this wave of offensive first, and then go out directly to make them collapse. This time they have as many as the 5 primordial gods. No matter how many divine weapons and treasures there are, the huge disadvantage in numbers cannot be compensated by divine weapons alone. The defense braced up, enveloping them all. But in the next moment, their faces changed. When the torrent of power hit the front, it suddenly exploded with stronger power. More than one primitive god, there are more. Yan Tianxiong exclaimed in surprise. A flaming star that is billions of times brighter than the brightest star in the world rose into the sky. This is the supreme primitive artifact of the true young god, and it immediately exploded with even more violent power. The green fire came across time and space, turned the flames and stars, and directly killed the big clock. You are not a superpower. Yan Tianxiong came to his senses. Xinghua is in the same realm as him, and holds the same level of artifact, so the power has shaken his big bell's defense. It's my turn. Huazhu attacked, and the sky and sky wings exploded to participate in the storm that swept through time and space. He was not alone, there were many gods of heaven and a large army to attack with him. Boom! In just an instant, the defenses built by these 5 existences were broken, and the force rushed in. A large number of people were beaten to collapse, and they were directly wiped out. Just this wave of impact killed several gods and gods of heaven, and more people vomited blood. Doing calculations mentally or not, Yan Tianxiong and the others only thought that Xuanhuan had only one fire ancestor, but they didn't expect that there was also Qinghua, which entangled his strongest fighting power. Xuanhuan! Yan Tianxiong roared angrily, stared at Qinghua, and shouted angrily, "You are in the same realm as me, you are not a person of supernatural power, that flaming star, you are a strong man from the true sun heaven. The old god of Xinjiang is also a powerful man who is famous in the universe, and his original artifact is also famous." "You guessed it right," Qinghua said lightly. "Yan Tianxiong, if you want to take advantage of the fire, you won't do it." Hateful! Yan Tianxiong never expected that Xin Yangshan would send a powerful person to help him, and said in a low voice, "You Xin Yangshan is fighting against Han Haitian. If you don't fight your war well, why do you want to participate in the Battle of Xuanhuan? I still have to explain to you what I do." Green fire palm. Controlling the flames and stars, frightening Yan Tianxiong, he just said, "With me here, you can't make a move. Fire ancestor, attack, use the power of thunder to shock a group of Xiaoxiao. That woman is the Lord of Frost and Snow, leave it to me." The master of Mingyue Island illuminates the universe with a round of bright moon, and deduces his bright moon world. Island Master Mingyue. These primitive gods have lived for a long time. It is impossible not to know the Mingyue Island Master who was on the Tiandao list before. War. When the sky and sky wings behind Huazhu were activated by his magic power, they ejected a magma-like storm of sky fire, which traversed one after another, saying, "Qinghua and I, the master of Mingyue Island, entangled and stopped their primitive gods, you go and kill their gods. The strong, this battle will destroy them, dare not attack me. Let's fight." Huazhu shocked the world with one blow. Among the remaining 3 primitive gods, Fuming Mountain Lord is in the same realm as him, and the other 2 are in a lower realm than him. Boom! Forces that shake the universe. Huazhu's attack was very simple, that is, to attack directly. His blow shook the body of Fuming Mountain Master. It was only a moment of confrontation, and the blow, like a volcanic eruption, made Fuming Mountain Master retreat immediately. The Fuming Mountain Lord trembled all over, not because he was frightened, but because Huazhu's power was too strong for him to accept. The other 2 primitive gods also attacked to help Huazhu, and the battle was shocking. But the results made them very frustrated. Under Huazhu's strong and fierce attack, they could only retreat in successive defeats. Kill. The edge of the Huazhu sky wing was sharp and slashed out. Hundreds of millions of time and space would be divided into 2 halves, a large amount of blood flew out, dyeing the universe red. It was a primitive god whose half of the body was almost cut off. The supreme primitive artifact. The primitive god gritted his teeth. The pain was piercing, the blow of the wings not only hurt his body, but also hurt his soul. Although they joined forces, there was no suppression in their realm. Haha. This is the power of the supreme primitive artifact. Huazhu was happy, and the sky and sky wings raised him several levels, allowing him to suppress the 3 masters of Fuming Mountain in all aspects, and from time to time, he could even unleash extremely lethal blows. Hateful! Yan Tianxiong roared angrily. Of course he could see that Fuming Mountain Lord and the others would not be the opponents of Huazhu who possessed the supreme primitive artifact. It would be good if they could barely resist him. If it wasn't for Qinghua intimidating him, Huazhu wouldn't be able to explode with such power. His eyes were burning with anger, and he roared, "Does Xinjiang really want to intervene in this battle? I am not afraid that after Xuanhu's demise, you will usher in revenge." I know your thoughts, but some people are not free to help. Be careful, you won't end well either. If you dare to take revenge, God will kill you. Qinghua just replied like this. Yan Tianxiong was taken aback. He really couldn't threaten Xinjiang Tian. God of Xinjiang was a comet-like existence after the Great Ancient War. At that time, his reputation was not inferior to that of Shenwu. As soon as he ascended to the position of God, he resisted the most ferocious attack from Han Haitian. Now, it is unknown how strong the God of True Yang will be. Now, he led another day to counterattack Han Haitian forcefully, and even suppressed Han Haitian, who was 33 days old. The 8 primitive gods came from 2 sides. At this time, they fought against each other to intimidate each other, and could not interfere with other battlefields. Kill. Shenwu's time and space god brought an army to fight out, and Tiandao Shenzhou was also brought over, rampaging. The target of this battle is not Yan Tianxiong and the others at all. Primitive gods are too difficult to kill. They can't be killed without absolute suppressing power. Instead, they want to kill their elites, those gods of heaven and the Great Master, and completely break down their morale. #C1509, don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 10,000. The confrontation between the primitive gods was not very intense, and they all knew that they couldn't kill each other, so it was more about deterrence. But the battle under the primitive gods was much more tragic. This time, the god of Xinjiang temporarily stopped the attack on Han Haitian in order to help Shenwu, and sent all the elites among the strong to fight out, Invincible. Shenwu also dispatched all the gods of heaven in the country. Although Yan Tianxiong and his 5 great gods also brought some gods of heaven this time, but in terms of quality, it can't compare with the combination of Shenwu and Xinyangshan. Kill. 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 The mighty god of war is full of murderous intent, and when he comes to the world, he blasts out his wild and ancient fist, shaking the universe, bang. Blood stained the sky, and a god of heaven in front of him was immediately crushed. Time and space are amazing. He used the time and space city to form a time and space domain, and the domain of the 5th realm trapped a large number of strong people, and then the army rushed out to trap and kill them. Eternal perdition. Jiuyo didn't move with the army. She took a step, her face was cold and ruthless, and she came to the front of the statue of the 4th realm, and the Wangchuan river swept out, and a strong man of the 4th realm was immediately sucked into the surging river. Forget the river, forget everything, the past life, the present life, the soul sinks. After Jiuyo got this artifact, he didn't learn the supernatural powers of Master Wangchuan, but just used Wangchuan River as a powerful artifact. That strong man is in the same realm as Jiuyo, but he doesn't have a primitive artifact, let alone such a powerful primitive artifact as Wangchuan. His soul sank in Wangchuan River, although he was not dead yet, but no one rescued him. It was no different from being dead. Jiuyo shot ruthlessly, each shot wiped out a large number of souls and made them sink. Our strong man. The 5 powerhouses were terrified and furious. Their powerhouses were being killed repeatedly. They were not opponents at all, and they couldn't fight each other even if they tried their best. The lineup had completely disintegrated. In this scene, it was as if the prey was besieged in the forest, running around in panic, being brutally hunted down by the hunter. How to do? They all looked at Yan Tianxiong. Yan Tianxiong was also angry, but what could he do? Qinghua stopped him stubbornly. He was not afraid of Qinghua, but when he came out, not many of those strong men would die. The real horror begins now. Huazu released a long river of treasures. Countless combinations of treasures exerted terrifying power. When the Nirvana demon bone appeared, he slapped it with the palm of his bone, and suddenly the place became empty, and tens of thousands of people were turned into blood mist. These tens of thousands of people are all strong, and there is even a god of heaven among them, who was directly shot to death. Wanbao Changhe walked in the battlefield, instilling power into the Nirvana demon bone, allowing it to emit power repeatedly, killing countless strong people, simple and direct. This scene is too cruel, but this is war. The 5 primordial gods were so angry that they were about to go crazy. Before they reached Xuanhuan, they encountered such interception and killing. Ha 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 ha, do you still want to continue fighting? Huazu let out a big laugh. If you want to take advantage of the fire, you don't have the strength. This ancestor tells you that Du Ishan can't destroy my Xuanhuan this time. The God Emperor has a perfect countermeasure. It is inevitable to break through the original. Wait until the God Emperor makes a move. They will hunt you one by one, cut off your heads, and the primitive gods will also die, and suffer the most terrifying revenge from our country. Don't be intimidated by them. Yan Tianqiong sensed that something was wrong, and immediately said, they are bluffing, and Xuanhuan can't survive this crisis. But the other 4 hesitated. Old ancestor, save us. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. The shrill screams echoed on the battlefield. Give up, don't go, Xuanhuan is not something I can get my hands on. If I continue to fight, I won't see Xuanhuan, and all the strong people in my Frost Snow realm will die. The Lord of Frost and Snow's face turned cold. She suddenly rose into the sky, and shouted, Xuanhuan, you are ruthless this time, I admit it. If I want to beat you, go for it. I don't mix it up. She stopped fighting with Xuanhuan, and directly coerced the strong men under her command to leave the battlefield quickly. Don't chase her, let her go. Huazu let Lord Frost and Snow leave. This hateful woman is so courageous. Yan Tianqiong shouted. Walk. Another primitive god also shouted. He also had the idea of retreating, and the departure of Lord Frost and Snow was a signal that made other hesitant powerhouses make up their minds. He quickly left the battlefield without entanglement with Xuanhuan. Immediately afterwards, another primitive god left. Because they all understand that the situation is changing too fast, Huazu and Qinghua are not something they can deal with, and if they continue to kill, all of their people will die. And more importantly, they don't know if Xuanhuan can survive this catastrophe. With their martial arts gone, with their strength, they will not be able to get the greatest benefits. At most they will eat leftovers, and the truly precious things will not be their turn. And if Xuanhuan is immortal, he will definitely not let them go. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case, if Emperor Xuanhuan is not dead, they cannot bear this anger. If they don't get the most benefits, they have to take great risks. If they quit, it is very likely that they will be wedding dresses for others. At this moment, only Fuming Mountain Master and Yan Tianqiong were left. Yan Tianqiong, I'm sorry, Yan Tianqiong and the others have all retreated, and this time my Fuming Mountain has also suffered a lot of losses, so I will also withdraw. The master of Fuming Mountain sighed, Ancestor Hua, I, Fuming, will withdraw this time, please open the passage. I swear by the way of the original gods, I will never attack Xuanhuan. He made the oath of the original way of heaven. Let's go. Huazu waved his hand. The Lord of Fuming Mountain immediately left with the army that had suffered a great blow. Yan Tianqiong was trembling with anger. This time he wooed the 4 primitive gods, but he was defeated by the opponent before reaching Xuanhuan. The 4 primitive gods turned their backs on him and left first. And, messaging, he would be a joke in the first place. He hates it. Hate Xuanhuan. I also hate Fuming Mountain Lord and others. I won't compromise. Yan Tianqiong roared, knowing that he was the only one left, absolutely unable to continue fighting with Xuanhuan. He went crazy and burned his original source. Suppress Yan Tianqiong together. Without Fuming Mountain Lord and the others, Huazu and the others could use all their strength to deal with Yan Tianqiong, and the 2 primitive artifacts and the Wanbao Changhe suppressed him. Yan Tianqiong rang the big bell, swung his saber repeatedly, and his whole body was burning. With his madness, even Huazu and Qinghua couldn't suppress him. Lord Fuming Mountain can let them leave easily. But Yan Tianxiong must give him a huge blow. In the end, Yan Tianxiong was too powerful after all. He forcibly killed a bloody path, broke through the blockade of the two supreme primitive artifacts, and killed the defeated general with the remnant soldiers. Xuanhuan, I will not let you go. No, absolutely not. I want to see your demise with my own eyes. Yan Tianxiong left behind a roar of resentment. #C1520 Protector of the Gods. The battle did not last very long, but the results were remarkable. All the forces that Yan Tianxiong had attracted were defeated. Although the original gods were not beheaded this time, it also shocked a large number of people and told some strong people not to intervene in the war of Xuanhuan casually, which would not be good for them. Huazhu also knew. Some people will give up their eager minds, but some people will still attack Xuanhuan. After all, the situation facing Xuanhuan is still dangerous. But the strategic goal has been achieved. When those people make a move, they have to consider the consequences, whether they can really destroy Xuanhuan, otherwise, they will suffer Xuanhuan's cruel retaliation in the future. At least, let people know that Xuanhuan is not as easy to deal with as they thought. Unfortunately, if Yan Tianxiong doesn't have the supreme primal artifact, we have the opportunity to suppress him this time, seal him up and bring him back to the divine dynasty, and hand it over to His Majesty for disposal. Huazhu said regretfully. Yan Tianxiong left, but he will not give up, he will still make a move. Xuanhuan nodded, let's go back, the goal has been achieved. As for the next thing, it depends on whether your God Emperor can survive this catastrophe. If he can become primitive, the crisis will be resolved. It is good. The army withdrew to Xuanhuan. With the intentional spread of the news, it was quickly known to many powerful people, and many people retreated. But in the day of crossing the bad luck, Yan Tianxiong, that trash, pretended to be a hero, pulled a power, and was defeated by the Xuanhuan battle. Instead of helping, it boosted their momentum. Trash, a bunch of trash. In the days of crossing evil, the dragon gods and heavenly powerhouses are not good-looking. Indeed, Yan Tianxiong's disastrous defeat made many people faintly afraid of Xuanhuan. Some people are also calculating in their minds how much they can get from attacking Xuanhuan, and how much they have to pay. If it is not worthwhile, they will not intervene in this matter. It's not all bad things. The calm Earth Dragon Emperor said, at least we know that Xin Yangshan also sent a strong man to help Xuanhuan. True Yang Tian, what are they going to do? Dunan also said calmly, if you don't fight the war between him and Han Haitian well, and even intervene here, does the Lord Xinjiang think that Xuanhuan will not be defeated and can win this battle? Would you like to give charcoal in the snow? God Xinjiang is very powerful, even more terrifying than we imagined. This group of arrogant dragon god emperors also had to admit the power of God Xinjiang. Hai Longhuang said, he is stronger than the fallen old god of Xinjiang Tian, and his strength is unfathomable. Although he is not the 33 heaven god, his strength is not his opponent even the lower-ranking gods. If Xinjiang Tian is successfully promoted, his strength will be even more unpredictable, and he is expected to become the 6th realm of the original, and the Emperor of Conferred God is also in this realm. I was still waiting for Yan Tianxiong to bring his group of people to arrive, but now it seems that I can't count on it. Dunand continued, how long will it take for Yan Tian to arrive? It will probably take another 3 months. Wu Shang said, based on their distance, even if their original gods keep moving, it will take 3 months. The multiverse is too big. 3 months is too long, no one knows what else will happen. The Lord of Distress could hardly wait a day. The Lord of Difficulties, the divine martial god emperor, is trying his best to attack the original realm. You should know how difficult it will be for him to reach that realm. This is our best chance. If we fail this time, it will be even more difficult in the future. The Earth Dragon Emperor said, the other dragon god emperors of my dragon god heaven will arrive within this month, but you should also understand that my dragon god heaven has to guard against the Wanyaotian's surprise attack, and the number of powerful people we can send is limited, so there needs to be more power and not give them any chance. I know. The Lord of Difficulties nodded. Relying on others is worse than relying on oneself. His ranking in the 33 heavens has always been at the bottom of the crane, very backward, because they have few primitive gods, far inferior to those who are truly powerful in the 33 heavens. There is no way. Crossing the evil heaven was only achieved by seizing luck after the great ancient war. Compared with some heavens and earths that have existed for a long time, they are inherently deficient. For example, Dragon God Heaven, although they are not 33 days old, they were developing in the era of the ancestor of Wanyao, and after they left Wanyao Tian, they also developed for an extremely long time. I naturally have stronger strength in crossing the bad days. The Lord of Distress uttered a spell. In the depths of the world, there was a cloud of black light erupting, and there was a skeleton man walking out. The bones were tall, and the bones on his body erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. A strong force descended, and flesh and blood grew out of the skeleton, and it gradually turned into a middle-aged man who controlled majesty and power. The middle-aged man stood quietly on the spot, but the power he exuded should not be underestimated. Stronger than me. Earth Dragon Emperor felt the strength of the middle-aged man and was also taken aback. The eyes of the middle-aged man opened suddenly, and two rays of divine light shot out suddenly, making a boundless starry sky appear in front of their eyes, a universal being with boundless power. He is dead. When he is alive, his mana will reach the 5th primordial realm. Even if he dies, he still possesses the eternal divine power. The Earth Dragon Emperor saw Du Ishan's background. This is my protector of heaven. The Lord of Distress said, the ancient civilization obtained by God is more precious than the Tian Meng. If it is just us, the primitive gods, can we maintain the position for 33 days? The Earth Dragon Emperor taps the huge dragon head. He was surprised, but not surprised. Dui Tian has strength. In the ancient war, the heavens collapsed. There were many people staring at the position of the 33 days, but they were captured by Dui Tian. At that time, Du Ishan was not considered a very strong force in the eyes of outsiders. If I'm not mistaken, although this protector of the sky is strong, he is dead after all. Every time he is activated, it will cost a huge price, and even the origin of heaven and earth will gather flesh and blood for him. Sea Dragon Emperor spoke. That's right, this is also the disadvantage of the Guardian of the Sky. If it weren't for the threat of Xuanhuan, we wouldn't waste the origin of the world to motivate the Guardian of the Sky. The Lord of Distress doesn't hide its flaws. Although there are flaws, they can't hide his greatness. Earth Dragon Emperor nodded. You only have one guardian god? Of course there is. How can there be only one guardian god of the sky? The Lord of Distress gave him a mysterious smile and asked him to guess by himself, but did not give a specific answer. Really? The Earth Dragon Emperor secretly said that every day should not be underestimated, just as the backbone of Xuanhuan is the Xuanhuan God Emperor, and the one who crosses the calamity sky is the god of calamity crossing. This person must be in control of more heritage. There is one more thing. I can tell you that there is a bigger foundation in my crossing the sky, which is in a deep sleep. Once my sky encounters the crisis of destroying the sky, it will wake up and kill the enemy. The Lord of Overcoming Difficulties spoke vaguely, but he revealed his strength in overcoming disasters everywhere. I'm afraid that the so-called ancient powerhouse's awakening will cost too much to use. Earth Dragon Emperor said in his heart. When looking at the strength of a day, you can never look at their data on the bright side. Behind it must be hidden power that you can't imagine. For the sake of martial arts this time, I will show more details. The Lord of Distress said viciously. Suddenly his expression changed, and he said with a smile, that Yan Tianxiong is here, he wants to find us. #C1521 Terrifying. I can help you deal with Xuanhuan. Yan Tianxiong came with anger, but he didn't directly enter the doer heaven, but outside the heaven and earth, showing his caution, afraid of being suppressed by the other party. What do you want? Said the Lord of Distress. What I want is very simple, the inheritance of the Tianmeng, and the life of the god of martial god. Yan Tianxiong was so fierce. We also want Xuanhuan's order. You can go in and learn about the path inherited by the Tianmeng. As for Xuanhuan's other treasures, it depends on how much you can contribute. The Lord of Difficulties also sneered. He knew that Yan Tianxiong wanted a lot, but not only did you win over a group of people, but you didn't get the result, and it also helped increase the power of the God Emperor. Do you have the face to want so much? For the treasures of Xuanhuan, they have already allocated them. You. Yan Tianxiong was also very uncomfortable. Of course he knew that his failure this time made him lose the right to speak. It was difficult for him to negotiate conditions in front of the other party. You guys gave too little. Yan Tianxiong shouted. A lot. The Lord of Overcoming Difficulties said indifferently, when Xuanhuan is destroyed, you can go to Xuanhuan to loot. How much you can get depends on how much you have. Can. Yan Tianxiong also knew that after Xuanhuan was breached, he would definitely not be able to snatch away these people, but there was no other way. The other party said this, because they wanted him to work hard and take the initiative to destroy Xuanhuan. But he endured it. I also issued a declaration to the universe. Dunanji took the initiative to use his means, and issued a declaration, which means that if Xuanhuan is broken, everyone can enter Xuanhuan Tian to plunder and share their treasures. As soon as this declaration came out, it quickly caused a shock. All interests in the world come first, and others will not do things that are not beneficial. It seems that the god of Xinjiang sent Qinghua here, but it is actually for his benefit. Du Yishan shouted out the division of Xuanhuan's treasures this time, which will attract big powerhouses to gather. Even if they don't make a move, it will still be a huge momentum. Then Xuanhuan will not be happy. In Wanya Ocean, a demon master gathers, and they are also paying attention to the war in Shenwushan. In fact, it was also because of Long Shen that they paid so much attention to Xuanhuan. Why would Longzhu exert such great strength on a god? A demon master said, logically speaking, it should not be. If it is because of Qiming's grievances, it is not worth it. For the ancient source of God. The phoenix spread its wings, and a graceful and luxurious woman came in the radiant divine light. Guyuan God reincarnated in one era after another, and she was immortal in her way. In those eras, countless powerful existences were annihilated, but she is still there. As far as Longzhu is concerned, what he wants most is the secret of God Guyuan. Then let him not succeed. A demon master is cold. The great Emperor Fengshen is coming back, and the era will be enshrined. The dragon ancestor is also ambitious and wants to start the dragon age. In my thousand monsters heaven, only the ancestor of the phoenix, you have the opportunity to dominate an era. We will do our best to help you. Next, diverse there will be a great war sweeping the universe, some forces will die, and some forces will rise. Now the strongest person in Wanyao Tian is the ancestor of Phoenix. Anyone can succeed, but only the dragon ancestor can't. If he succeeds, in the Age of Dragons, all monsters will be transformed into dragon clans. He did this in the past, secretly planting many dragon bloodlines, making our strength great reduction. This kind of thing can't happen anymore. The God Elephant and Demon Master said. God Guyuan may appear on that battlefield, eternal reincarnation. This is just her identity in this life. She is immortal. This ancestor wants to meet her. The ancestor of the phoenix said to himself, she left Wanyao Tian. Martial arts. The atmosphere was eerie and dignified. Outside the empire, a large number of powerhouses appeared and gathered at the Time and Space Island. They did not dare to casually enter the periphery of Xuanhuan, but were waiting for changes in the situation. for them. If Xuanhuan collapses, they don't care about looting. And if things go wrong, they will only be their spectators honestly and will not get involved. Now that the situation is unclear, they will naturally only watch and will not end up stupid. Yan Shintian's people will arrive in a few days. The Lord of Distress is waiting for the arrival of Yan Shintian. While speaking, a strong man first appeared outside Xuanhuan Tian, and the aura of the primitive gods was overwhelming, pushing everything horizontally, completely covering Xuanhuan. This time, besides the Earth Dragon Emperor and the Sea Dragon Emperor, there were also 2 Dragon God Emperors in Dragon God Heaven. One is like a giant tortoise, but with the head of a dragon, it is full of evil spirits. This is the Dragon Turtle Emperor. There is also a dragon, there is endless sacred light between earth-shaking, the scales are all dazzling white light, it is the Dragon King of Light. Their aura is terrifying, but Xuanhuan is very calm. The national fortune has not had any waves, and it is still running as before, and there has not been any decline. On the bright side, the original gods that Xuanhuan can attack are nothing more than Huazu, Qinghua, Mingyue Island Master, and Xuanhuan God Emperor who cannot be treated with common sense. But this kind of strength can't resist this kind of siege at all. What confidence does Xuanhuan have now? At this time, Qinghua looked at the strong men outside the world, and he couldn't think of what methods the Emperor Xuanhuan would use. Although he would help Xuanhuan, he would leave when he really couldn't do anything. My words remain the same. Now that we are leaving Xuanhuan, we will open the door wide and let you leave calmly. There will be no obstruction at all. And if we really launch an attack, let's be buried with the Xuanhuan God Emperor. The Lord of Difficulties did not forget to interfere with Xuanhuan at this time. With so many strong men pressing down on the land, this kind of momentum is indeed huge, and the waves of mana of the primitive gods are turbulent. An ordinary empire would have collapsed long ago. The fate of the Xuanhuan kingdom is stable, so there are no fluctuations, so the Xuanhuan God Emperor is really suppressing everything. Many strong people watching the excitement are discussing that if the people in the empire are panicked, even if there are strong people suppressing it, the national fortune will be in turmoil, but there are still no waves. The backbone of Xuanhuan is their great emperor. If he does not die, this country will not collapse. There is also the way of the strong. They looked up and saw that Xuanhuan had been surrounded, the 4 dragon gods of Dragon God and Heaven, crossing the evil heaven and crossing the difficulty, crossing the sea, Wu Shang, Li Sheng, the primitive puppet, and a middle-aged man whom they had never seen before. Although the middle-aged man is unfamiliar, he must also have the strength of a primitive god. It is guessed that it is Du Yishan's background. There is also Yan Tianxiong holding a big clock and staring at him from the other side. This calculation is a total of 11 primitive gods, terrifying pressure. And Yan Shintian's powerhouse will arrive soon. Not only is there a huge difference between the original gods, but also the number of gods of heaven and Dazuan is too far apart. This is an upright trend, there is no hypocrisy at all, it is completely oppressed with powerful force, and you will not be given any chance to play tricks. Wait quietly, surround Xuanhuan, and wait for Yan Shintian's friends to arrive. The Lord of Distress is waiting. Hateful, if they hadn't smashed the power that attracted me before, I would have gained more benefits. Yan Tianxiong was on the other side, but he was not angry in his heart. If Fuming Mountain Master and the others were still there, they could go and negotiate conditions with Du Yishan if they gathered 5 primitive gods. Just in this siege. An unrivaled aura, a huge black hole devouring the sky and the earth, from the black hole, Chu Yuan appeared directly in front of them, not the incarnation of national destiny, but the deity. #C1522 Primordial Divine Tribulation. Chu Yuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone with great power. His appearance surprised everyone. What was God Emperor Xuanhuan planning at this time? He appeared. The Earth Dragon Emperor reminded that as an existence who had fought against Chu Yuan many times, he could better appreciate the domineering and invincible power of this person, which was stronger than before. He dared not underestimate this person. There must be an explosion. The Lord of Difficulties thought secretly, and he opened his mouth forward. Xuanhuan, what do you want to fight with us now? You can use any means to deal with you. You must die, but I can give you a chance. You cut yourself off, destroy all your sense of destiny, your god dynasty, everyone's life can be saved, otherwise there will be a big war, and people will die, and they will not survive. Of course he knew that Xuanhuan would not cut himself off, it was just a way to strike, before the battle. He wants to show their ferocity, and let those who watch the battle know that the martial arts must die, and if they want to share the benefits, then do it. Only by you? Xuanhuan's voice was resonant, like a rolling bell resounding through the world, with invincible confidence. Such an existence, no matter what kind of crisis it encounters, there will be no panic. That's right, it's up to us. Yan Tianxiong was also shouting loudly. Since he shows up, there is no need to wait. Yan Shantian will arrive soon. We will launch an offensive first, blocking and consuming his strength. A godly martial artist can allow us to use such a large battle. You will die without regret, your name will also be engraved in the epic, but you are a loser. Duan shouted loudly. Headed by the primitive gods, a large number of powerful people pushed their power to the limit, and the power to subvert the universe flooded towards the god of war and the entire world in an instant. This is the most frontal attack. In the direction of Xuanhuan, all kinds of artifacts are activated, and there is also surging brilliance. The heavenly tower of myriad realms suppresses the background, and the Tiandi map interprets the infinite eternal mystery, and the power rolls around and spreads. This is exactly where Duishan has a headache. There are too many artifacts of Xuanhuan, and they have received the ultimate inheritance of the Tianming. It's time to reach the original realm. Boom! Xuanhuan's divine light soared into the sky, beams of beams, the original light illuminated the universe for billions of miles, His Majesty as the Emperor turned into a storm sweeping the universe, creating the original great god Calamity. Primordial gods, a promotion of the power of heaven. A powerhouse of this level has already touched the mystery of eternity, and has the qualifications to enter the road of eternity. Xuanhuan got the map of heaven, time accelerated, and Taoism evolved. At this moment, he finally comprehended his original way of heaven, which evolved into a terrifying catastrophe. This momentary change came quickly. In just a moment, I saw that the primordial catastrophe came down, with Xuanhuan as the center, completely covering it, and even the attacks of the powerful were completely shattered. Such a scene is extremely terrifying. Every ray of primordial divine light struck down, with the will to destroy everything, crazily destroyed. Not to mention the gods of heaven, even some primitive gods are hard to accept, and they will be hacked to death. The primordial catastrophe belonging to Xuanhuan is coming, and he wants to become his primitive god in the eyes of hundreds of millions of people. This is also his most critical step. The original road is the eternal road. My way is eternal. Xuanhuan was bathed in the deprivation of the primordial calamity, and his divine light was dazzling. He overwhelmed the world, but he was not afraid of this terrible power. He is attacking the realm of primitive gods. Not long after Wu Shang crossed the catastrophe, he could best understand the fluctuations of this kind of power, and shouted, "It's so powerful. Compared with him, my catastrophe is like a pearl of rice grains." The stronger the person who defies the sky, the more terrible the catastrophe ushered in. Everyone was a little terrified when they saw this scene. The catastrophe of the primordial gods ushered in by God Emperor Xuanhuan is too terrifying, it will destroy everything. If everyone is in the catastrophe of this kind of power, few people in the universe can survive it. From this side, I also realized that the evildoer of the divine martial god Emperor lies. And seeing this kind of doom, those onlookers dared not take advantage of the fire to rob. Everything depends on whether the divine martial God Emperor can succeed. God Emperor crossing tribulation. Huazu also shouted loudly. Within that divine calamity, countless calamities appeared at this time, and all kinds of forces were staged one after another, and they all smashed down with one brain, creating an unprecedented scene in the world. It even makes people wonder, has there been such a powerful doom in the history of the multiverse? Chu Yuan's body formed a field of absolute taboo, and any power that reached him collapsed into a wave of vitality, which poured into his body and became a must for primordial promotion. Damn it, he wants to turn himself into a primitive god in the way of crossing the catastrophe to deal with our attack. If he really survives the catastrophe, then our attack on Xuanhuan may cause a big change. The master of crossing the catastrophe was also frightened. The power of this thunder calamity was too terrifying, beyond his imagination. Don't be afraid of his calamity. Let's rush in and hinder him as much as possible. His original divine calamity is too powerful. Maybe we can use the power of the multiverse to kill him. Dilong Huangdao. That's right. Although we have to bear great pressure when we go in, his pressure is even greater than ours. Let's fight for one word. Let's see who can have the last laugh. The Lord of Crossing the Sea also made a hideous sound. Chu Yuan stepped on the sky above the gods, the king came to the world, and the map of the world was under his feet, evolving into an eternal road. He stood still and looked coldly. I am waiting for you. On him, the power of the entire empire heaven and earth was blessed to him. All the hearts of the people, although the people did not directly participate in the war, they are also contributing their own strength. The dragons have no leader. For dragon god emperors in the primitive realm roared, and they jointly killed the terrifying dragon god's big move. The group of dragons has no leader, which means to kill the leader of the opponent, that is, Chu Yuan. Suddenly, he saw that 4 pairs of huge dragon claws smashed through the sky and struck in the air. Chu Yuan's power was shaken, and the terrifying power exploded in the divine calamity, crackling, and the power of the dragon's claws exploded around him continuously, performing a scene of destroying heaven and earth. But Chu Yuan remained motionless. The heaven-punishing sword slashed directly at the Earth Dragon Emperor, and his dragon body was sent flying. It's really terrifying to be able to display such terrifying power in God's tribulation. Earth Dragon Emperor ignored his own dragon body dripping blood. And our strength. They also killed the Lord of Distress. With so many primitive gods attacking and killing Chu Yuan together, coupled with the interference of the Great Tribulation, if Chu Yuan survived, he would be the first person to create an unprecedented record. The mana was rolling, and they combined their forces, like the rollers of heaven and earth, rolling towards Chu Yuan. They don't believe that they have teamed up like this, and this person can go against the sky. Chu Yuan is still unafraid. The river of myriad treasures surrounds him. Because of their joint efforts, artifacts are exploding, but they are buying time for him. Boom! An incomparably huge emperor appears. This is the gathering of the gods, martial arts and national fortunes, bombarding forward. Destroy me! The Lord Ferrying Evil roared loudly, and their primitive power gathered, and they killed Chu Yuan in one fell swoop. At this moment, the power of God's tribulation in the sky became more ferocious, and it was so surging that it made everyone tremble. Swallow, vacuum. However, Chu Yuan showed his unrivaled power, and the great devouring technique actually swept away the aura of the gods. He is the most terrifying master of swallowing the sky. The spreading spread, even the universe will be swallowed by him. Tiandi map, the road to eternity. With a wave of Chu Yuan's hand, he burned the stars gathered by the original elixirs, and the vast energy was input into it, and the simulated eternal road appeared, transforming the time and space outside of Xuanhuan into the battlefield of heaven and earth. He wants to forge his own field and create the greatest advantage for himself. #C1523 No one can stop my way. Chu Yuan inspired the map of heaven and earth, and suddenly the domain of heaven and earth expanded, reappearing the eternal road, but this time it was transformed into a battlefield. He turned the map of heaven and earth into a battlefield of heaven and earth. And the power of the primordial divine calamity is indeed terrifying and boundless. As long as you provoke it, no matter where you are, you cannot escape it. It is a calamity that you must bear. If you want to deal with Xuanhuan, you must enter this battlefield. Everyone can see that this is the greatest inheritance that Xuanhuan obtained in the Tianming, and those who have entered this map also know that it is so weird and powerful that no one can remember for sure what will happen next. This is what makes some people hesitate. Kill. The Lord of Difficulties looked at the battlefield of heaven and earth, and they naturally couldn't hesitate at all. This is the last chance to deal with Xuanhuan easily. It really made him a primitive god, and the future is unpredictable. The dragon god emperor of Long Shenshen didn't hesitate, and immediately stepped in. Let's go in too. Huazhu, Qinghua, and Mingyue Island Master also entered the Tiantu. Rumble. In an instant, they saw a more terrifying battlefield. The chaos of slashing and killing, the monstrous fluctuations, the immeasurable mysterious light, the wind and thunder, the fire of the earth, the chaos and the destruction of the world, all enveloped Xuanhuan. Shoot! There was a fierce battle in the battlefield of heaven and earth. But outside the battlefield, there was silence at this time. Some people wanted to take advantage of the melee, but both sides entered the battlefield of heaven and earth and fought internally. The situation is unknown, do not enter. Some people say so. The primordial divine tribulation, it is the god of martial god who is crossing the tribulation, the dragon god heaven, and the powerhouses of the crossing evil heaven have already entered the battlefield. Fortunately, we are not too late. A large number of figures appeared in the distance again, led by 3 primitive gods, who were the powerhouses of Yanshenshen. Fortunately, we noticed that something was wrong, and the consumption of the original source was shortened by a few days. Let's go into the battlefield. As soon as the strong Yanshenshen came, he directly entered the battlefield of heaven and earth. You guys are finally here. Seeing Yanshentian's support, Dunani said happily, look, that is the god Emperor Xuanhuan. This person's fate is extremely terrifying. We have already fought against him just now, and we haven't achieved much results. This kind of divine calamity is rare in ancient and modern times. A woman in gold came out and said solemnly, we can't let him succeed, we must stop him. Okay, let's gather the strongest force and kill him completely. These powerhouses are also unambiguous. Now the 3-day powerhouses gather, and there are more than a dozen primitive gods. Their mana vibrates, like a cosmic millstone pushing across. Although they were also shrouded in calamity, it was not their calamity after all. Help the god emperor! Huazhu shouted loudly, he sacrificed the sky wings, and Qinghua also launched flaming stars. Crush them! Although Huazhu and the others wanted to fight hard, the difference in strength was too great. They only took a few breaths before they were knocked out. The strength seemed to be in front of Xuanhuan. But he made an astonishing move. Take control. With Xuanhuan's domineering will, he waved his palm to kill him, but he actually controlled a part of his divine power. He was mighty and mighty, his power surged endlessly, and he displayed his supernatural powers of destruction. Boom! This group of strong men immediately felt that the original god Tribulation who wanted to destroy him had actually controlled it and became his power, and their power rushed in, but was blocked by the power of god Tribulation. There is such a thing. They were horrified and felt incredible. The great catastrophe, which was rare in ancient times, not only failed to destroy him, but was controlled by him and became his strength. Even God Tribulation cannot destroy him. It's terrible, there will still be such people in the world. Primitive God realm is a road to eternity. Every promotion of a primitive god is a step on the road to eternity. Chu Yuan transformed, his body glowed, and a beam of light, called Eternity, illuminated the 9 heavens. What primordial creation! It is the most notable characteristic of becoming a primitive god. Chu Yuan also thought so before, so his previous practice was all moving towards this goal. But after entering the Tianming, he discovered that the so-called primitive is actually a symbol of climbing the eternal road, and primitive creation is just a kind of supernatural power that the strong in this realm can naturally possess. It's like, the lifespan of the strong will increase greatly with practice. When he achieves the original, he is piercing through a passage on the road of eternity. Now, all kinds of lights of divine catastrophe surround him, seemingly terrifying, but in fact, they are all condensed and bombarded by various laws, transforming into an eternal body. The cultivation of the original gods is to transform into an eternal body. Every primordial deity contains eternal matter within its body. The level of strength will also result in the amount of eternal matter. In front of him, time and space reversed, and there seemed to be a road, which was Chu Yuan's original road. On this road, there were countless terrifying calamities and thunderbolts. Through this primitive road, you can cultivate eternal matter and become a primitive god. Chu Yuan went directly to this road. The road is not peaceful, and every divine calamity densely covered here is several times more terrifying than before. The weaker primitive gods are hard to bear, and will obliterate the eternal matter in the body. The original road. As soon as the Earth Dragon Emperor saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "He has reached the final stage of breakthrough, walk through this road and blast the last obstacle, he is the original god. We cut off this road, let him cut off the road, can't achieve it." Boom! Their strength gathered to form a road-slashing sky knife, which directly slashed at Chu Yuan, who was on this road. But Chu Yuan was fearless, a heavenly knife appeared on his original path, he didn't dodge it, and directly met it, destroying the land with his palm. His body is shining brightly, which has the characteristics of a primitive god. The heavenly saber slashed his body, causing him to shake, but he didn't stop his footsteps. His divine body was shaken, and it was wiped out into a wave of mana. No one can stand in my way. At this time, Chu Yuan charged forward with the mighty god Tribulation. With his domineering personality, he would not allow himself to be beaten passively, and let the 3-day powerhouse obstruct him. The way he rushed over was as if a person was covered by a large amount of torrential rain, and this torrential rain was his divine calamity. In God's tribulation, he was an undefeated god of war, the unrivaled emperor. Since this group of people dared to come in and stop his breakthrough, they had to bear his fierce counterattack. His character will not back down. The God Emperor launched an attack in the divine calamity. We can't be idle, haha, let's fight together and fight them. Huazhu laughed loudly. Although he is also in the divine tribulation of the God Emperor, everyone is in the same situation at this time. He has the wings of the sky and can face several opponents, and suddenly there is infinite divine light rolling out from his palms. Stop him! Du Hai and Wu Shang urged the fairy wheel to kill Huazhu. Although their realm was lower than Huazhu's, they didn't seek to defeat each other, they just wanted to stop him. And I. Qinghua charged at Yan Tianxiong, stopped him, and shared the pressure of the God Emperor. The master of Mingyue Island also killed a primitive god in Yanshenshen. Although their eruption blocked the 4 primitive gods, there are still crossing the sea, the guardian of the sky, the 4 dragon gods, and the 2 primitive gods of Yanshenshen. There are many people blocking the way, but no one can block my way. Chu Yuanong hit Yu, and slashed across with his palm, beheading the sky and destroying the gods. Hashtag C1524 Last moment. Chu Yuan is changing. Every time a divine calamity strikes, there will be a burst of eternal divine light, which will condense into a substance called eternity, bringing him one step closer to the realm of the original God. Primitive divine power, eternal matter. Chu Yuan looked coldly at these primitive gods with great power during the divine calamity. He shook his 5 fingers together, his hand could destroy the world, and with a punch, hundreds of millions of divine lights rushed out, and he was in front of the 4 dragon gods in an instant. I'll stop him. The Earth Dragon Emperor rushed out, booming, his mountain-like body exploded and shook, and he was blown away with a single blow. The Emperor Guanglong opened his huge dragon mouth, the white light was dazzling, and a light dragon shadow flew out, flying wantonly, but when it was killed on Chu Yuan, a devouring force immediately circulated and disintegrated. He has the great devouring technique. As long as the strength does not exceed the limit he can bear, he can't be killed by bombardment. Those who master the great devouring technique are very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Chu Yuan stepped into the void of the gods and stood in the sky. His aura of the original gods became stronger, and the aura was broad and inexhaustible. He could enter this realm almost any time and anywhere. Death God. The 2 primordial gods of Yansh and Tian both held golden artifacts in their hands. They struck out with one blow, specifically to attack the soul, but they felt as if they had hit a huge boulder, which was unshakable. With the guardian of the soul gate, Chu Yuan's soul, unless it is the Lord Yenshin, it is impossible to hurt him. Gather stronger mana. Their faces were very ugly. What a powerful lineup this time. Not only could not achieve a devastating offensive, but it brought him closer to the original realm. On Chu Yuan's body, there seemed to be the sound of the shackles breaking, and one could feel the eternal and immortal substance. This shows that his original god body is being accomplished. Kill. These primitive gods gathered stronger forces, and all bombarded Chu Yuan. But Chu Yuan seemed immortal, no force could destroy him, he burst out with a strong killing intent, his eyes fixed on one person, and he took the initiative to attack. The emperor came down domineeringly. Du Nan was locked on by Chu Yuan, and the ferocious force made his hair stand on end. He resisted Chu Yuan's move, but couldn't bear it at all, and was immediately blown away. Bang bang bang. Too fast. In just an instant, Chu Yuan threw out hundreds of punches, and with the converging force, Du Nan was beaten into the air, and blood spewed out of his mouth. He was no longer his opponent. He is crossing the tribulation, why is he still so powerful? The Lord of Distress roared wildly. Destiny is like a knife, cut it off with one blow. Chu Yuan needed to maintain this dominance. He raised his palm and slashed it, like a knife cutting off fate, containing the way of locking time and space, and he was slashing at the chest of the Lord of Difficulty. Du Nan was split into the air, and there was a wound on his chest. If it wasn't for his tyrannical cultivation, he would have been cut in half. This person is refining the power of God tribulation, merging it into one body, making him even more powerful. Is there really such a heaven-defying person in the world? Dragon Turtle Emperor shouted. The king of Chu and Yuan came to the world, and being beaten passively will only bear more strength. Only by taking the initiative to attack and firmly controlling the initiative in his own hands is the real emperor domineering. He looked at Dragon Turtle Emperor. The 3 swords of punishing heaven, the 3 swords combined into one, erupted an even more terrifying power of punishing heaven. The 10,000 Zhang sword light fell, and the time and space were locked. The Dragon Turtle Emperor immediately retracted the dragon's head and limbs into the turtle shell, leaving a deep sword mark on his turtle shell. The sword of Emperor Zhu Tian is so sharp. The Dragon Turtle Emperor is also deeply jealous at this time. If he is purely defensive, he is still above the Earth Dragon Emperor. Boom. The power of his original god robbery has skyrocketed again, which means that he has advanced another level on the original road. Clang, clang. There was a deafening bell ringing, which penetrated the soul and bone marrow, and belonged to a kind of divine catastrophe, but Chu Yuan didn't seem to hear it, and was not moved at all. Originally, although he was strong, it was impossible for him to resist so many primitive gods head-on. However, entering into his divine calamity would be restricted, and instead became his help. Xinjie can't do anything to him, he can only sharpen his original body. For 3 days, the primordial gods attacked the Xuanhuan god emperor, but they couldn't do anything to him. There will be such a thing, then the strength of Xuanhuan is too fierce. Could it be that his achievement of the original is unstoppable, and there will be another invincible existence in the diversity of the heavens? This world is getting more and more chaotic. Under the shroud of God's tribulation, they couldn't fully see the internal situation, but they could also know that the 3-day attack did not achieve the desired results based on the situation. In the battlefield, the one who is in the worst mood is the 3-day powerhouse. They have tried their best to launch an attack on Xuanhuan, but it has no effect. Not the last moment. The Lord of Difficulties said calmly, the moment before everyone becomes the original god, the multiverse will gather a wave of power that is 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than it is now. At this last hurdle, he can now refine the vitality of God tribulation, and the transformation at the last step is when he is most dangerous and most vulnerable. That's right, this is our greatest opportunity, the strong man from Longshenchen also said. They also understood that it is useless to attack now, the opponent's offensive with Xinjie is too huge. Only by waiting for the most critical step, the moment before success, can he destroy his Tao fruit. Let the gods of heaven and Tao get ready, even if they burn their origin and pay a huge price, they will gather the strongest attack for us. The more power the better. The order was given and they all stopped attacking. The atmosphere became weird in an instant, and there was no further attack, only Xuanhuan's voice of crossing the catastrophe was heard. It's even more troublesome. Qinghua frowned and said, they didn't make a move anymore, they were gathering stronger power, and they wanted to launch a lore and destructive blow at the most critical transformation of the God Emperor. They were even willing to burn the original source, and they themselves would face the extreme end of the world in the last step. The big disruption, combined with their strength, the situation is unimaginable. Huazu had also experienced this step, so he naturally knew the horror of this step. There is no other way. If they fight, we will fight too. As long as the God Emperor survives and the originality is achieved safely, all crises will be solved, and Xuanhuan will enter a new era. Huazu looked resolute. Fight hard, it is impossible to succeed without paying the price, they will fight, don't we know how to fight? The God Emperor is crossing the catastrophe, Huazu ordered, everyone in the God dynasty is ready to fight for the God Emperor. Fight. The always elegant Mingyue Island master also turned hideous at this time, and shouted, I can become primitive because of the help of the God Emperor. If you don't fight at this time, let's wait until this point. There is no way out. Qinghua was moved, and said, I am willing to fight with you once, but I can only help so much. Whether I can succeed in the end depends on your God Emperor. They are just assistants, and it depends on Xuanhuan in the end. Time is passing, and finally the most critical moment has arrived. #C1525 Primordial God. The most critical and dangerous moment has finally arrived. Xuanhuan's original divine light traversed the sky and the earth, and the power of the divine robbery suddenly shrank, turning into the last beam of light and covering it down. The power was stronger than a little bit, and it was dozens of times stronger than before, even reaching the limit of 100 times. The original road, the eternal road, eternal immortality. Xuanhuan also uttered his mighty voice, and his will shook time and space. Kill, now. At this moment, the 3-day powerhouse was ready to go, burning the original light all over his body, and his power was mobilized to a limit. First of all, the 4 dragon gods, their origins of dragons merged, and a giant dragon that traversed the world appeared, condensed as the original origin, and the dragons fought for 9 days, striking Xuanhuan in a mighty manner. Instill power into the Heaven Protector God, and in his body, the strongest power will erupt. Overcoming difficulties, crossing the sea, and Wu Shan, the three primitive gods instantly sent their power to the guardian of the sky, and suddenly that unparalleled giant palm covered the sky with fierceness, and the violent power was almost ready to destroy everything. Yan Tianqiu also concentrated his strength between the long swords, and then urged the big bell to suppress it together. The world is in turmoil. Not only that, but the army they brought has also blasted out the strongest force. Although it is not as good as the original gods, it is so huge when gathered together. Block them. The entire god dynasty was shining, and Huazu roared angrily. Regardless of the danger, he directly burned his own eternal substance, the original source, turned into a flame giant and stopped in front. Qinghua and Mingyue Island Master also decided to fight to block the past. Since you want to stop us, God Emperor Xuanhuan, die for us. The three-day powerhouse made an incomparably ferocious sound. They were all crazy. Huazu and the others only lasted for a few breaths, before they were directly blasted away. Their strength was almost extremely weak. Bang bang bang. In the entire God dynasty, a large number of strong people also flew backwards and retreated. They were seriously injured and vomited blood. If it weren't for the protection of God dynasty heaven and earth, how many people would fall due to the obstruction of these few breaths? Although their strength has been weakened a bit, the force that bombarded Xuanhuan is still extremely ferocious. Xuanhuan God Emperor, can the transformation be successful? Many people wondered. At this moment, 3 beams of light piercing the sky came from outside the world, descending from hundreds of millions of time and space, and all of them fell on Xuanhuan with the world-destroying divine power of the Overlord of Heaven and Earth. This is a blow from God of Evil, Dragon Ancestor, and God of Yenshin. As the masters of heaven and earth, they naturally couldn't watch Xuanhuan cross the catastrophe safely, saw the opportunity, and bombarded him with a blow. Goddess Yanran also appeared. She was reincarnated like eternal life, with a bright light in her palm, blocking the attack of these 3 great existences on Xuanhuan. But although she resisted, she was no longer God after all. Although most of them were wiped out, some of her power still bombarded Xuanhuan. Do you think you can shelter him? Chaotic and ancient, the dragon ancestor came, and he looked at the goddess Yanran. They have been fighting during this time, from the original Godland battle to the Eternal Road, and from the Eternal Road back to the multiverse. He must die. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the place with the most violent fluctuations. Countless people hoped that he would die, and even more people wanted to see Xuanhuan survive. I believe in him. Goddess Yanran doesn't need to talk to them too much. It is enough to say that I believe him. The people she valued will not just fall away. The wave of extinction, coupled with God's tribulation's ability to destroy everything, really makes it unbelievable that someone can survive such a bombardment. I won't let you down. Boom. But a pristine aura broke through the world, thousands of roads roared, and amazing power emanated from the center of destruction, and a giant who dominated the world came out. The world has changed. Xuanhuan appeared and looked down at the galaxy and universe. His aura has completely transformed. He is no longer a god of heaven, but a more primitive god of heaven, who is qualified to embark on the eternal road. He is indestructible. 10,000 Dharma is indestructible. Even that kind of bombardment did not interrupt his eternal path. My way is invincible, my way is eternal. Xuanhuan made a grand declaration, and with a wave of his hands, the violent fluctuations all subsided in an instant, and the world, the universe, was under his control. The current him, even if an era is destroyed, he will not die. This is the original God. The most powerful thing about every primitive god is that it possesses eternal matter. The God Emperor is done. Many people have seen that under Xuanhuan's feet there is a primordial torrent, which contains 10,000 dharmas. He controls all dharmas, and he is the most domineering existence. Impossible. The first to scream were the 3-day powerhouses. They gathered infinite power and wanted to kill Xuanhuan, but their power seemed to be the help for him to become a primitive god. They looked at Xuanhuan. Sacred and majestic, but there is also a force that devours the sky, which is terrifying and outrageous. But Xuanhuan ignored the exclamation of these people. He had indeed become a primitive god, and the moment he broke through, there was also the sound of system rewards. Ding! The current side mission to break through the original gods has been completed, and you have obtained 1 billion vertex points, the original gods healing potion X1, the magic fruit X155072, the original artifact advanced card, the Tiandi battleship X1, the Tianyuan god pill X3, and the great chaos of the 3000 ways X1, chaos gate X1, portal gate 9 layers of abyss, random lottery chance X1. Ding! The current branch has been released, breaking through the second realm of the original god. The realm of the original god is a realm that is constantly pursuing the eternal road. Huazu is the third realm. Both Qinghua and Yan Tianxiong are in the fourth realm. And lords of the day, such as God of Evil and God of Yenshin, are actually the peak of the original fifth realm, and they are called the Overlord of Heaven and Earth. The Lord of the Sky is also the peak of the original fifth realm, but he is not the Lord of the Day, and his strength is not comparable to the Lord of the Day. And an existence like the founder of the God realm, the human sovereign, is no longer the original fifth realm. They are the strongest in the world, they have cultivated the mana of epic origin, and they are also primitive gods. They are invincible existences who have stepped out of the fifth realm, reached the sixth realm, and even the seventh realm. But how difficult is it to break through the sixth realm? How many people are there in the sixth realm? There are not many of these. 33 days represent the orthodoxy of heaven and earth. Once achieved, it will be blessed with infinite luck and become an existence where the light of the multiverse gathers. But it will be much easier to evolve Taoism in one's own world, create an era, step into the sixth realm, and achieve epic realm power. This is also the reason why every strong man wants to become the god of 33 heavens. His eyes swept across various rewards in an instant, and what Xuanhuan cared most about was the Tiandi battleship, which was extremely huge, not like a battleship, but like the universe. This battleship is also the supreme primitive artifact, but its power is not comparable to the sky wings and the big clock. Think about how much painstaking effort and materials are required to build such a large battleship. Hiding inside is almost absolutely safe. Moreover, the speed of the Heavenly Emperor battleship is also very fast. With its own defense, it can fall into various traps as if it were nothing. Heavenly Emperor battleship, as if I were here in person. Xuanhuan's divine power is vast. Hashtag C1526 anticlimactic. Heaven Guardian Dharma God, bombard him. Boom. Even though Duan was still unwilling to admit that Xuanhuan had become a primitive god, he let out a long roar and ordered the guardian god. Immediately, the god of protecting heaven rushed out. His whole body was becoming feathered, his eyes were infinitely dazzling, and the power of the world came out brazenly, very powerful, and the power of the gods that erupted was even comparable to the existence of the original fifth realm. This is also the background of Du Tian. And there is not only one such god of protecting the sky, but there is also an invincible one sleeping. However, the guardian of the sky is not a real living creature, and it will cost a lot of money to activate it. Boom. There was an earth-shattering loud noise. The power of the guardian of the sky did not bombard Xuanhuan. The great ship of the Emperor of Heaven appeared, carrying the ancient divine power, imbued with infinite power, and endured his blow. This big ship, they exclaimed. As soon as the 3-day powerhouses see the Heavenly Emperor's ship, they can feel the majesty of the strongest and supreme primitive artifact, which is more powerful than anything they have ever seen. Only the artifacts refined by the founder of the God realm can surpass it. Could it be obtained from the Sky Alliance? They guessed and didn't know exactly how much Xuanhuan got from the Tianming. But that's fine too, let them make wild guesses, and make up for it by yourself. Dozens of magic powers all bombarded the Heavenly Emperor's ship in an instant, but their power fell on the ship and did not destroy it, all of which were resolved by its powerful defense. Only an epic artifact can break this great ship. Longzhu also looked over suddenly, his strength boiling. Of course he could see the strength of this big ship, even he was very excited. This battleship is exuding ancient divine power, the power of the Emperor of Heaven is released, as if I am here in person. Anyone in the universe who sees this battleship in the future will know that it is the divine martial god Emperor who has descended. What should I do next? All eyes were on the three overlords of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan achieves the original, and the general trend has become. Although he had just achieved it, his mana was at least 10 times stronger than before he broke through, and he gave off a palpitating aura. To become primitive is to embark on the road of eternity, which is not the same. Without Guyu and Yanran, the three overlords would join forces to kill even if they don't want to lose face. God Dui's face was expressionless, he clenched his palms and then loosened them. There was a terrifying divine power brewing in Dui's day, but in the end it didn't explode at all. Because he saw the appearance of a person. God Guyuan, we meet again. The first ancestor of the phoenix came and she looked at Guyuan Tianzhu. In the era of demons, there was a goddess Yanran, and she had seen it before. The goddess Yanran almost runs through the epic, leaving traces of her in every era. Phoenix ancestor, you will come here too. Lord Yenshin frowned. He knew that the ancestor of the phoenix was the leader of the 10,000 monsters heaven, the #1 powerhouse when the 10,000 monsters ancestor was not around, and his strength was not inferior to the overlord who controlled the day. You want to help him too? Yenshin said. My ancestor didn't come here for the sake of martial arts, but for your dragon ancestor, the traitor of Wanyao Tian, who absorbed the resources of Wanyao Tian, formed a world of his own, and tried to overthrow Wanyao Tian. The ancestor of the phoenix came this time for the dragon ancestor, and also came for the goddess Smile. The pursuit of strength is unscrupulous. Ancestor Long said indifferently, if my ancestor wants to become a dragon civilization, he must be the first to break away from the Wanyao heaven, and my ancestor also helped the ancestor of the Wanyao back then, the ancestor of the phoenix. This ancestor also welcomes you to join my dragon god heaven. You are too ambitious. The ancestor of the phoenix was indifferent. Also because of the arrival of the ancestor of the phoenix, the situation on the scene became confusing again. Is it really impossible to destroy Xuanhuan? At this time, the 3-day powerhouse was also very unwilling. You are attacking the ancestor dragon god heaven. Dragon ancestor looked at phoenix ancestor with piercing eyes. There is also a cold killing intent in my heart. Okay, this ancestor knows your purpose. Use any means to interfere with this ancestor, and pull this ancestor's hind legs. His true self guards the dragon god heaven, so of course he is not afraid of the Wanyao heaven. What should we do now? God Yenshin also frowned. The biggest surprise this time was not the arrival of the ancestor of the phoenix, but that the Emperor Xuanhuan really broke through to the primitive realm, not the gods of heaven. Although they are lower than their realm, they are still at the same level of life after all. God Guyuan, they want to attack. Longzhu, I can block it for you. That endless phoenix majesty, the ancestor of the phoenix is magnificent, she said lightly. I will not let him fight such an unfair battle, dragon ancestor. Since you want to create a dragon civilization, then this ancestor must first learn how powerful you are. You want to fight, I am waiting for you. The prestige of the Chu and Yuan emperors shook the heavens. He is now raising his hands and throwing his hands into the wind and clouds and thunder, and just breaking through. His wings have been completely plump, and he really has the capital to gain a foothold in the multiverse. The war is imminent. This battle will never end. God Yenshin let out a sigh. The best time to exterminate Xuanhuan has been lost. Goddess Xuanhuan, the ancestor of the phoenix is here, and now there is no way to use the strongest power to fight Xuanhu. And Xuanhu is also very powerful. God crossing evil, what do you think? God Yenshin said. Retreat. The god of crossing also ordered to retreat. Indeed, there is no way to destroy it. With his subordinates alone, Xuanhu can't be destroyed at all. God, do you really have to retreat? The Lord of Distress was very unwilling. It's not immortal, but it can't be destroyed at this time. It is also very difficult for Doer God to make this decision. Because he knew that the martial arts climate had already been established, and he could not be humiliated lightly. In the next 33 days, due to the geographical location of both sides, a war would inevitably break out with him. But what can I do if I don't return? Even if more than a dozen primordial gods fight together, it is impossible to defeat Xuanhu. If the ancestor of the phoenix does not come and block the next overlord of heaven and earth, he is still willing to fight again. Ancestor Long, Lord Yenshin, first go to the master, to cross the sky. The master has a great opportunity, and is willing to share it with the two of you. The god of crossing the evil transmits sound to the dragon ancestor and the god of Yenshin again. In fact, they have been in the alliance for 3 days. Okay, let's retreat too. The army gathered in Xuanhu for 3 days, quickly retreated. God Dui already knew that Xuanhu had become his greatest danger, and God Guyuan was threatening him behind him, but he didn't panic at all. There were too many catastrophes on the way to practice. His goal is not only to be a martial artist, but also to be invincible in the multiverse. After stepping on Xuanhu, he will be stronger. Their retreat is just the beginning. In the next period of time, there will be more confrontation wars until one day they completely fall down, but I have no fear. Xuanhuan also has an invincible heart like the god of crossing evil. Of course he knew that it was easy for the other party to retreat this time. Although there were Goddess Xuanhuan and the ancestor of the phoenix, the bigger reason was that he had become a primitive god, and he was not absolutely sure of taking him down. The powerhouses on both sides retreated, which was surprising and menacing, but the battle was temporarily ended in an anticlimactic manner. #C1527 Peak Power, Sword God. This battle ended very suddenly. I thought there would be a decisive battle that would shock the universe, but I didn't expect that God Dui directly issued an order to retreat. This disappointed some people. Some people saw that Emperor Xuanhu became a primitive god, and God of Doer would fight him to the death, but others didn't. It's not a big deal to watch the excitement, and many people hope that the two sides can fight each other. Apparently God Dui was also worried that if he fought with Xuanhu, the huge loss would exhaust his foundation, and the world would be at its weakest. Such people are not in the minority. This is not what he wants to see. All back. Huazhu also temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Xuanhu. Although he was in the third primitive state, he could feel the power of the God Emperor in the world, and he was definitely not an opponent when he fought against him. Ding! The host has completed the main task, promoted to the peak power, obtained 1 billion vertex points, the original God healing potion X1, the magic fruit X155072, the blueprint for the 11th level of the original cannon, the blueprint for the 11th level of the original battleship, and the sword God X1, Tianyuan divine pill X5, world exterminating great axe X1, chaos tree seed X1, Yun Tianzuan's treasure X1, random lottery chance X1. Ding! The current main line has been released, and the promotion is 33 days. It wasn't until Xuanhuan became the original god that his main task was completed, and his next goal was to become one of the 33 days and create his own epic civilization. The giant axe exuded the wave of exterminating the world, ups and downs in his system space. That power of exterminating the world makes people tremble. This is a supreme primitive artifact that masters killing. The war weapons of his god dynasty, battleships and cannons can all be promoted once, which will fundamentally improve his empire. The next 33 days of promotion will be extremely tragic. He looked at the Chaos God seed. This is a tree species that exudes spiritual light. When it grows up, I don't know what kind of tree it will form, but the original power seems to be able to evolve into the heavens and worlds, with the supreme chaotic power. Give this tree seed to Linger and let her cultivate it carefully. When the tree grows up, it will become her companion tree, which will be of great benefit to her cultivation. Xuanhuan didn't know what the tree species would be, but he could guess it by induction. God of Swords. Xuanhuan saw it. It was a white-haired swordsman with sharp brows and a long knife on his back. He was cold and ruthless like a swordsman who would destroy the world. The fifth primordial realm, the supreme being of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan immediately felt that his cultivation was actually the strength of the fifth realm, comparable to the existence of the Lord of the Sky. Although he was not at the peak, his strength could not be underestimated. The system is too mysterious, even such a strong person can be rewarded. Only a big promotion like the main mission can reward such an astonishing powerhouse like the Sword God. The system may contain the mystery of eternity, immortality, and eternal existence. Xuanhuan said to himself. Your Majesty, the war is over. The lonely smoke in the desert, the sunset on the long river. A swordsman from the end of the world came out of the void of time and space, and a cold and sharp sword intent swept out, and the human sword was won, and came in front of Xuanhuan, respectfully. The fifth primordial realm, God's mansion in the sword. Seeing such a strong man, even Goddess Xuanhuan's face was moved. It's fine for ordinary primitive gods to take refuge under his command, but this swordsman is the fifth primitive realm, the supreme being of heaven and earth. They can't figure it out. God Emperor, who is this person? Qinghua asked in confusion. Since there is such a strong person, why didn't he play in the previous battle and hide it until now? The Sword God is also a strong man in the God dynasty. Xuanhuan said. He didn't deliberately hide the existence of the Sword God, because everything was unnecessary. The fear he brings to people is not because of how many means he has shown, but because of his endless, powerful and unparalleled background, and there are often things that people can't imagine. He let the Sword God appear, just to tell the world that the water of his martial arts is very deep. This Sword God. The ancestor of the Phoenix was also watching, but she had never seen it before, secretly guessing. Shenwu can seize the inheritance of the Tianming, like a myth, this one called the God of Swords. It is very likely that Shenwu was added to the inheritance of the Tianming. There are many guesses. I understand. Qinghua added in his mind, the God Emperor didn't let the God of Swords fight before, because he wanted to hide him, and he was caught off guard by a peerless blow, but the God of Dewey was too calm, and he didn't give the God Emperor a chance, so he retreated. Otherwise the God of Swords, if they go out, they will lose a lot. He also felt very sorry. There was no war. Otherwise, who would have expected that Shenwu would have a primordial fifth-level god, and if he suddenly appeared, with his strength, it would definitely be a bloodbath, and the primitive god would kill a few of them. The ancestor of the Phoenix was also thinking secretly, feeling that the power of the gods was unfathomable. Such a mysterious existence as Guyuan God will help him. Xuanhuan didn't explain, and let them make up their own minds. If he didn't participate in the war, it was because he hadn't completed the main task before, otherwise, he wouldn't have been hidden until now. The Sword God suddenly stepped out and slashed in all directions. Countless people were shocked. This was a warning to them, don't hide like a child, the war has come to an end. This is not a place for them to spy. Shenwu still has the existence of the original fifth realm. I understand, God Doer must have felt the existence of this power before he retreated. They hide so deeply. Many strong men retreated one after another, shocked by the strength of Shenwu. Huh? In the God Emperor's court, I didn't expect there to be a descendant of the immortal divine phoenix. The ancestor of the phoenix smiled lightly, sensing Zhu Fengfeng's presence. This is a general under my command. Xuanhuan said. Immortal divine phoenix, immortal world, I control the bloodline of the phoenix clan, this is the phoenix seal of my ancestor, she can go to my 1,000 demons heaven, and accept the baptism of phoenix blood, although she does not belong to my heaven, but she is a descendant of the phoenix clan of the original ancestor, after all. The ancestor of the phoenix gave Zhu Fengfeng a chance. She looked at Goddess Yanran, God Lord Guyuan, you can come to my Wanyao Tian as a guest. This ancestor has a lot of things to ask for advice. You talked with the ancestor of Wanyao back then. Longzhu chose to forcibly deprive the secret of the goddess Yanran, while Fengzhu chose to make friends. I'll go if I'm destined. The goddess said sweetly. The wind is surging and the air is moving. I don't know who will be the next protagonist of the world. Who can dominate the ups and downs of the world and walk out of the true eternal road? The ancestor of the phoenix didn't stay long, she left. Your Majesty the God Emperor, it's time for me to return to true sun heaven. Qinghua secretly thought that God of Xinjiang was wise and wise, probably he had already seen the extraordinariness of Shenwu, and knew that they would not perish, so he asked him to make friends. This time, he didn't pay too much, but if he helped Shenwu in a timely manner, the relationship between the 2 days would be more stable. This investment is very cost-effective. God is wise and prospers in 1 day, so after the fall of the old god, he is not the god, but the god of Xinjiang. If it was him, he would definitely not help Shenwu, and would even add insult to injury to share the benefits. Okay, I will remember the friendship of Lord Xinjiang, fellow Taoist Qinghua. After you go back, pass a message for me, you will be the most steadfast ally in the next 2 days, and I will not refuse when you need my help. Xuanhuan said. C1528, Justifying Eternity. At this moment, Goddess Yanran came to Xuanhuan's side, a power of reincarnation was circulating, with a voice that only 2 people could hear. The road to eternity is difficult. 1 epoch reincarnates, and 1 reincarnation produces 1 more memory. Forgetting more epochs, who can get true eternity in countless epochs? Although I am reincarnated forever, I have also forgotten my true identity? Who am I? Where am I from? Goddess Yanran said in a tranced tone, I am looking for something that is expected to be eternal in every era of reincarnation, but no one is eternal. Even if you dominate an era, it is not truly eternal. She doesn't fight for hegemony, she doesn't rule the roost, she reincarnates forever to find eternity. On this road, she had been reincarnated so many times that she even forgot who she was. What kind of crisis is contained in the eternal road? Xuanhuan is also very curious about the eternal road. I don't know. The eternal road is endless. It's a long road, practice step by step, and explore step by step. After she finished saying this sentence, she disappeared directly, and the situation dispersed. She has seen too many peerless heroes, passing and disappearing one by one from her memory. For eternity, she has pursued it for too long, perhaps only by forgetting a lot can she relax. If there is no way to eternity, then create a way. Xuanhuan just thought for a moment, not too immersed in it. Although he has become a primitive god, he has not yet reached the time when he urgently needs to pursue this path. Although the goddess Yanran left, Xuanhuan seemed to feel that she was everywhere. As long as I feel her, it will reappear. Island Master Mingyue, don't leave the Zhen dynasty too far, or you may encounter retaliation, it is best to rely on the Shen dynasty. Xuanhuan reminded the owner of Mingyue Island. Qinghua belongs to Xinyangshan, he is not afraid of any revenge, but Mingyue Island Master is different. Xuanhuan is worried that something unexpected will happen to him. I know. The owner of Mingyue Island nodded. He also had a premonition that times had changed, with gods conferred by great emperors and heroes from all sides rising together, it was another chaotic era, and it was no longer possible to be as free and easy as before. Creation of chaos. Xuanhuan stepped forward at this time. The great devouring technique uses the power of the original gods to devour, and the territory of the god dynasty is expanding in a large area, and stars are derived one after another, and secret places in the universe are formed everywhere. He is the Lord of creation. Finally, a new pattern of heaven and earth is formed. Xuanhuan and Duershan divide their territories, with the space-time island as the boundary. In the day of crossing the bad luck. God, your decision is right, we were almost calculated by Xuanhu. Dunan was also startled into a cold sweat. The other party actually ambushed a statue of the original Fifth Realm, and they were so stupid that they didn't know it. If they really get hot-headed and fight to the end, they don't know how much they will lose if they break out of the Fifth Realm. That martial arts is really hard to deal with. Lord Yenshin is also frowning, he can't figure out why there is a fifth-level statue under his command. Even if the reincarnation existence of Guyuan God helps him, there is nothing he can't figure out. Longzhu was very calm at this time. We have fought against God Guyuan many times this time, although we have not sealed her, but from her power mystery, we have also experienced many mysteries from reincarnation, and the benefits are quite great. This time Xuanhu survived, and then Xuanhu became a primitive god again. It is no longer a serious problem, but a real enemy. They all knew that there would be more fierce battles between Du Yishan and Xuanhu, but now, the opponent was no longer weak and bully, but had become a colossus. Longzhu and Yenshin God didn't care too much. By the way, Duer, why did you invite us here to discuss something important? God Yenshin asked. In the Road of Eternity, I once found an eternal corpse. The god of crossing the river. Eternal corpse. Lord Yenshin, Longzhu's expression changed. Yes, it is an eternity. His realm must have reached the peak of the sixth realm, or even the seventh realm. The existence of the origin of heaven and earth contains a large amount of eternal matter in his body. He was trapped in a forbidden place, while drifting along the road of eternity. Inside, the god of crossing the river contains a large amount of eternal matter. Yenshin God is also very excited. The cultivation of the original god is to accumulate more eternal matter to counter all kinds of eternal catastrophes. So, you came to us for that eternal corpse. Longzhu said. I don't need to say much about the importance of the eternal god corpse. It is very slow to accumulate eternal matter by oneself, but it will be very fast to refine others. Duer looked at them indifferently, not afraid that they would not be tempted. Indeed, everyone needs eternal matter, but I'm curious why you don't get it yourself, but tell us. Longzhu was not dazzled by the news of the eternal god corpse, but was very calm. Because it's hard for me alone. God Dui's eyes were sharp. I don't need to talk about the danger of the eternal road. If I act forcefully, I may even fall. Sometimes I will kill myself if I have too much appetite. I didn't intend to tell anyone, but Xuanhu, I have no choice, but to seek help. Is this reason enough? Both Longzhu and Yenshin God nodded. The road to eternity is too dangerous. There are masters from many eras. They are invincible in the multiverse, but there is also the possibility of falling on the road to eternity. It is good for one person to eat alone, but the risk is too great. God of Duer shared it, although I would lose 2/3, but it was better than getting nothing at all. I understand. Yenshin Tianzhu said, it seems that Xuanhu poses a great threat to you. If you exhaust your foundation and save Xuanhu now, the world will also be weakened to the extreme, and your luck will be taken away by others. You want more eternal substances. Come stepping out of the peak of the fifth realm and achieving the original sixth realm, the realm of infinite epic. They are standing at the pinnacle of the multiverse, but they are still trapped in the fifth realm, unable to break through for a long time. Even Longzhu is not in the sixth realm. but his deity and the chaotic dragon are both at the peak of the fifth realm. If the two dragons are one, they can also exert terrifying mana comparable to the sixth realm. But this is not the real realm after all. Can't run smoothly. You are betting that you can become the sixth realm. Once you reach this realm, Goddess Yanran will not be able to stop you, and you will be able to kill Xuanhuan even more. Then the big trouble will be eliminated. Longzhu said, "Okay, I will go with you once." For 3 days, we also formed a 3-day alliance. We made an oath that we cannot attack each other. Some opportunities can be shared. Now the world has changed, the Emperor conferred God, and there are many unpredictable existences. Even if we wait, there will be fall crisis. Yanshan God suggested. He also knew that their alliance would not be that strong, but right now, they really needed to unite. I have no objection. Longzhu nodded. He also has his own threats. Wan Yao Tian has been holding him back. His ambition is very big. If he wants to make himself and the Chaos Dragon reach the 6th level, then he will be truly invincible, and almost no one can stop him. At that time, he will seize Wan Yao Tian. It's not too late. Let's go to the Eternal Road. The more turbulent the Qi movement is, the more fetishes there will be, and the breakthrough will be easier. There are too many fetishes on the Eternal Road, and we can work together to sweep them. #C1529 Bow your head when it's time to bow. God Dynasty. Xuanhuan regards himself as the gate of devouring, and all kinds of vast forces are rolling in, and the divine martial arts sword, the artifact of national fortune, is undergoing the most violent forging. Today, he is already a primitive god, possessing the ability of primitive creation. I saw him use boundless primitive energy to condense into pieces of gods and forge divine martial arts swords. The Xuanhuan sword is his symbol, a heavy weapon of the empire. In the past, the power of the Xuanhuan sword was extremely limited because he had not been promoted to the original god, but now he has forged the Xuanhuan sword into a primitive artifact, and it can become the supreme primitive artifact in the future. The monstrous flames shrouded the sky, and one sword could cut infinitely. Inside the gate of chaos, there is also a divine egg of heaven and earth breeding. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to let it be born, he was willing to pay a huge price to see what could be born from the god's egg. Both the grip of the god of war and the prison-suppressing god monument can be promoted to primitive artifacts. Xuanhuan, the commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison, can have the combat power comparable to the original gods, but every time they are destroyed, they need a lot of eternal material repairs, such as special puppets. These two commanders are very special. They are not creatures like sword gods, they will become stronger with the promotion of artifacts. It was rewarded in the early days of the Xuanhuan Empire. There has been no such reward option since. Primitive cultivation, the accumulation of eternal material. Xuanhuan looked inside his body. It is no longer a pure physical body, but there are bright spots like starlight. These are eternal substances. The more eternal substances accumulated, the stronger the strength will be. However, the amount of eternal matter that everyone can accumulate is different, which also results in the strength of strength. It's just that there are some eternal substances in the body. It's not considered a great achievement. If the whole body of flesh, bones, and even the soul are eternal, only the eternal body can exert the ability to push the world. Xuanhuan was meditating. He devoured a lot of energy and was condensing eternal matter. It's slow. His breakthrough in every realm requires too much eternal matter. The treasure of Yuntianzuan. This is a treasure rewarded by the system. Xuanhuan sensed it a little, and the location is extremely far away. It has already left the multiverse, and it is very likely that it is on the road of eternity. The portal of transmission, the 9 layers of abyss. He speculates that this is also likely to be a place similar to the holy ancient spirit world, and may even be more magical than the holy ancient spirit world. After all, it was his reward after the original god. Don't worry, the situation in the God dynasty is not stable now, and I don't need to enter the eternal road for the time being. Xuanhuan thought about paying. Ouyang Ming, Jiang Yu, you can lead people into the holy ancient spirit world to practice. Xuanhuan ordered. Tianyuan Shendan contains boundless power. They are all extremely powerful pills, and they can help the primordial gods condense eternal matter. As soon as Xuanhuan thought about it, he gave one to Jiuyou and God of War, respectively, hoping that they could break through the realm faster. It is very extravagant for Tiandishan to use this kind of elixir. If Jiuyou becomes the original, with my help, she can control the Wangchuan sect and leave a power in hell. Xuanhuan strategy. Sword God, go to the primordial god realm and collect various resources for me. It would be a waste for Xuanhuan to send the sword god out in the god dynasty with his strength. It is better to go to the territory of the primordial god and collect more information for him. After all the arrangements were made, Xuanhuan practiced quietly. What to do? Shenwu has become primitive, even Du Yishan can't help him, and there is still a terrifying existence of the 5th level in the empire, and Shenwu's national fortune is at its peak. In one part of the multiverse, the Fuming Mountain Lord and the Frost Snow Lord once gathered with people from the Yan Tianxiong alliance. Hateful, if I knew it, I wouldn't be with Yan Tianxiong. The master of frost and snow was as cold as frost, and said angrily, if we knew this, we would not take action. Now we are in trouble. If Shenwu wants to retaliate against us, we will not be able to resist. Do you want to abandon your foundation in the multiverse and temporarily avoid his edge? One person said. Where can I escape to? It's not safe in the primordial god realm. Then Yan Tianxiong has already entered the road of eternity. Should we go in too? We are not afraid of 10,000, just in case, we cannot bear the blow of Shenwu. The 4 masters of Fuming Mountain were also very worried. The road to eternity must not go. Fumengtian Master said, it's too dangerous there, we can be kings and honors in the multiverse, but there are existences in the eternal road before the epic, they can't reach the multiverse, even if God exists, he may fall. It's not that such a thing has never happened before. Yan Tianxiong ran in because he offended Shenwu, but we didn't. Mount Fuming Lord, give me a solution. Lord Frost Snow said. Let's go to Shenwu. The master of Fuming Mountain uttered astonishing words. What? Go to Shenwu, are you going to throw yourself into a trap? The other 3 shouted in surprise. No, God Emperor Shenwu just became a primitive god, so we went to congratulate him, with our sincerity, and didn't hit the smiling face with our hands. I don't think that God Emperor will embarrass us. Master Fuming felt a little heartbroken, and said, I know that the Emperor Shenwu has multiple heaven-punishing swords, and I happen to have one right here, and I am willing to take it out as a gift for celebration. That's the only way to do it. After thinking about the pros and cons, they all nodded. Shenwu is the emperor, not a demon. If they were demons, they would not go there. Although the emperor acts domineeringly, he also has his own rules of conduct, so he will not be so unreasonable. Congratulations to the God Emperor for his achievement of primitiveness. After the 4 of us know about it, we will also congratulate the God Emperor with our sincerity. This is my gift to the God Emperor. After Fuming Mountain Lord arrived at Shenwu, Xuanhuan received them. The Lord of Fuming Mountain immediately sent the Heaven-Punishing Sword as a congratulatory gift. The 4th Heaven-Punishing Sword. Xuanhuan took this sword, and it immediately echoed the 3 swords he controlled, and a murderous intent stabbed straight out, but he only grasped it lightly, and he took control. He's too strong. The master of Fuming Mountain secretly said, I get one, and it takes a lot of effort to suppress it, but he controls 4, but it is an understatement. Sure enough, this kind of character is too terrifying. I accept your congratulations. Of course Chu Yuan knew. Although they didn't say anything, but because they were afraid of his revenge, they quickly sent congratulatory gifts and apologized. The emperor's mind. Chu Yuan knew not to tell the truth. After all, they were all primitive gods. If some things were revealed, they would not look good on face. If the other party dared to come and send a congratulatory gift, it had already shown their sincerity. Indeed, Chu Yuan also had the idea of beheading the enemy and establishing his prestige. However, these 4 people will forget it this time. If they hadn't left halfway, it would be useless to send any amount of congratulatory gifts. The Imperial army would hunt them down to the ends of the earth. If the God Emperor needs help with anything in the future, we will do our best to help. The 4 masters of Fuming Mountain also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Chu Yuan no longer cared about it. They naturally don't care about ordinary primitive gods, but Xuanhuan is different. They have the qualifications to compete for hegemony for 33 days, and their potential is endless. I understand what you mean. Chu Yuan said, I will not let you help for nothing. You have worked hard this time. If you are not in a hurry, you can go to the inheritance of the Tianming to walk the simulated eternal road. Then thank God Emperor. With the advent of troubled times and the war between heaven and earth, if people like Fuming Mountain Master want to survive, they must not offend these heroic masters who are fighting for hegemony. #C1530 Savior. Also assigned the matter, Chu Yuan looked at the teleportation scroll that entered Yuanshan Tian. Yuanshan Tian is just a neither strong nor weak force in the multiverse. It used to be very powerful in Chu Yuan's eyes, but now it is nothing. He didn't have much interest in Yuanshan itself, but he was extremely interested in the extraterrestrial demon in the Demon Valley. This time, even if Yuanshan Tian treats him as an extraterrestrial demon, he has no power to do anything to him. Heavenly demon, I want to see your origin. Chu Yuan pinched the teleportation scroll. I am in great trouble, who can save us? Billions of living beings will be extinct in one day. If the evil spirits from outside the sky want to kill, they will kill us directly. Come on, we are not afraid of you. We will die. Even if we die, we will not kneel at your feet and beg for mercy. Even if Yuanshan Tian is destroyed, we must die magnanimously, not with such a humiliating voice. The shrill voice, the shattered scene. Yuanshan Tian changed drastically, completely different from Chu Yuan's first visit. He was shrouded in terrifying and cold black air all day long, and the frightening screams and the crying of living beings came out. Magic Valley. A tall figure shrouded in black smoke, with the most evil and dark power, said cruelly, Haha, it is so easy to die, but it is not so simple. I have been sealed for so many years. You all died in the most painful and desperate time. The evil spirits outside the sky have broken the seal. The entire Yuanshan was in disaster. The boundless black energy on his body pierced into the bodies of the powerful men like a tentacle, gurgling, crazily absorbing their origin, including the Yuanshan god, who also had a sharp tentacle stuck on top of his head. The previous lord of Yuanshan was radiant, tall and burly, controlling the majesty of immortality. However, now he is emaciated and his hair is white, just like an old man, decayed, because his original source was absorbed too much by the evil spirits from the sky. Don't make me bow my head in front of you. Although the Lord of Yuanshan is miserable, he is still very stubborn. Haha, don't bow your head, right? I see how stubborn you are, and I won't kill you directly. It's too cheap to kill you. I'll let you see how those people you sheltered died one by one. Don't worry, I will leave you behind. The evil spirit outside the sky is ruthless. He pierced a tentacle into the head of a god of heaven, and all the energy was absorbed by him immediately. His will spread, and every moment, countless creatures would die. Ah, the evil spirit outside the sky, I will fight with you. The Heaven Cracker, who had fought against Xuanhuan before, was filled with grief and indignation, his eyes tearing open. He struggled with all his strength, but a big blood hole was punched out on his celestial cap by a sharp tentacle, which made him tremble in pain. Ants. The heavenly outer demon dismissed it. Too weak, no one will be his opponent. At this time, all the powerful people in Yuanchen Tian, including Yuanchen Tianzhu, really wanted to die immediately, but they really couldn't survive or die. The extraterrestrial evil spirits suck their origin, but they don't take their lives immediately. He was so cruel, he wanted to let these strong men see how all the creatures in Yuanchen Tian perished, and finally died helplessly without pain. Who can save us, even give us a relief? Yuanchen Tian was weeping, the world was stained with blood, and all living beings were crying. This stern voice penetrated deep into their souls. They no longer wanted to live, they just wanted to die quickly, to be relieved quickly. No one can save you, if you dare to suppress me, you will have to pay the price. The evil spirit outside the sky smiled sternly. But while he was torturing these people, in the Magic Valley, where Xuanhuan left that day, a teleportation channel appeared, and a person walked out of it. He frowned. The Devil's Valley is broken. Could it be that the evil spirits came out that day, and what happened during the years when I was not here? He suddenly heard the call of all living beings, hoping that a savior could save them. Heavenly demon. Xuanhuan's eyes glared. See the evil spirits outside the sky. That day, the evil spirit was like a big tree, and his tentacles of black air pierced into the heads of the strong men, grunting, absorbing the nourishment of the earth like tree roots, but his nourishment was these strong men. I can save you. Xuanhuan listened to their calls, and the scene of purgatory on earth came in front of the evil spirits outside the sky in one step. The mighty heavens, the supreme divine power, the figure of the overlord of Chu and Yuan descended, and at this time, he actually frightened and resisted the erosion of the demonic energy. It's you. Not only the demons outside the sky, but also the group of strong men from Yuanchen Tian exclaimed. They were naturally no strangers to Xuanhuan, and they had been chased and killed by them as an extraterrestrial demon before, but they never thought that he would return at the most desperate moment. His mighty divine light is like the hottest sun in the darkness, dispelling the darkness and bringing about a bright future. He used his own power and the will of the emperor to tell the people of Yuanchen Tian that he was not an evil spirit from outside the sky, but the savior of everyone. Only he can save sentient beings. You can really save me, Yuanchen Tian. A glimmer of hope suddenly burst out from the godless gaze of the Lord of Yuanchen. Faced with such a tragic situation, he was actually not afraid of death, but the evil spirits outside the sky were deliberately torturing him, letting him see the death of all living beings, and humiliating him. Death is not terrible, what is terrible is that life is worse than death. I can. Xuanhuan only responded with 2 words. But these 2 words have unshakable confidence. A black coffin appeared that day, and it hit my Yuanchen Tian. The storm of destruction destroyed the restriction of the Demon Valley, and the evil spirits outside the sky broke the seal. He couldn't kill him, and he couldn't deal with it either. The Lord of Yuanchen revealed the reason why the evil spirits outside the sky broke the seal. Black coffin. Of course Xuanhuan was no stranger to this black coffin. It turns out that if there is no black coffin, the evil spirits from the sky will not break through and appear. Boy, I remember you. You still dare to show up after you leave. Do you want to be the savior of this group of people? Haha, it's up to you. Another prey, I will torture you this time. The evil spirits outside the sky didn't care about Xuanhuan's arrival at all. Outside. The Lord of Yuanchen said, this evil spirit from the sky cannot be killed or destroyed. I don't know what kind of strange existence it is. I don't know your purpose and origin, but I only ask you to destroy us and give us a happy relief. All he wanted was death, and he had little hope for life. Because he has fought against the evil spirits outside the sky, he knows that he is too strong and too weird. His soul source was exhausted, and he didn't have much hope. After all, he also targeted Xuanhuan. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to fight against the evil spirits outside the sky. I beg you to give us a relief, let us die happily. All beings were crying out, hoping that Xuanhuan would relieve them. I am here. Xuanhuan's breath gives people a kind of confidence from the heart. He is a giant between heaven and earth, who can withstand all disasters and all storms in the world. He is also staring at the demons outside the sky. With the power of his current primitive god, he can't see through his true origin, which is weird. But he also guessed in his heart that this extraterrestrial demon is likely to be a creature born on the eternal road, which is why he has such a strange creature. But nothing in this world is immortal. The so-called immortality is just that the power has not been achieved. Xuanhuan's eyes, left yin and yang, darkness and light, his power evolved, the emperor's domineering power, shocked like the collapse of the universe, all the tentacles stuck on the heads of the Yuanshan lord and the others were cut off. C1531 Immortal Demon. Xuanhuan's original divine power impacted the evil spirits outside the sky. His might is overwhelming, and the sharpness in his eyes is analyzing his power attributes. With a single palm, the Emperor's halo shrouds the world, and the cosmic starlight is a glorious and immortal color. I'll see how you deal with me. The evil spirit outside the sky didn't care, he uttered a strange cry, the sound waves were piercing, penetrating the soul, a boundless evil force turned into a big palm print, and slashed towards Xuanhuan in the air. Come. After he became a primitive god, he hadn't had a good battle yet. Facing the attack of the evil spirits from outside the sky, Xuanhuan always had a very flat expression on his face, pushing flat with his palm, creating chaos, as if pushing out a huge and boundless universe. The power of the universe crushed the evil spirits outside the sky, and they were also retreating under such an attack. As for this fight of the move, a kind of shock appeared on the face of the evil spirit outside the sky. This person's strength was not comparable to the first time he saw him, but was invincible. Humph! He snorted coldly. He rushed out suddenly, passed through Xuanhuan's power, and came directly in front of Xuanhuan. He grabbed it with his palm, the most sinister, as if he wanted to grab Xuanhuan's head directly. At this moment, the soul seems to rush out of the Tianling cap. The ordinary first level has almost no strength to resist in front of the evil spirits outside the sky. Xuanhuan just slapped it away with his palm, and the primitive divine power gathered. The seemingly terrifying move of the evil spirit outside the sky had no effect at all, and his soul was unmoved. You are indeed much stronger than those trash. I will swallow all your strength and take all your luck. There was a plundering horror in his eyes, and the black flames burned like an evil fire. He slapped out a dark storm, and the power of the flame burned into the human body, and even the eternal matter would be burned. Seeing this evil fire, the strong Yuanshan Tian trembled visibly. When they fought against the evil spirits outside the sky, they suffered too much, and the Lord of Yuanshan was also seriously injured because of this. The power of the primitive gods lies in the fact that they already have eternal matter in their bodies. But an unbelievable scene appeared, any dark flames were around him, and they were all swallowed and transformed by a more domineering force, which could not do anything to him. Great devouring technique, vacuum black hole. Xuanhuan is the existence that devours everything. He stepped directly in front of the evil spirits outside the sky, and the power to destroy everything exploded with a flick of his palm. The majesty of the emperor transformed into the pure land of the gods, and the power of the great destruction technique directly slapped on the head of the evil spirits outside the sky. Boom! In just an instant, the evil spirit outside the sky exploded. However, in an instant, the extraterrestrial demons condensed again, and his power was not destroyed, and he was still arrogant. He let out a disdainful laugh. Ha ha ha, you want to destroy me too? I am immortal. The power of life and death makes me invincible. No force can destroy me. I came from the path of eternity. Come out, come on, let's see how many times you can destroy me. In fact, at the very beginning, after the heavenly outer demon appeared unexpectedly, he was no match for the Lord of Yuan-Shen at all. But he was destroyed again, and he reunited again, and finally his power overwhelmed the Lord of Yuan-Shen. He was not afraid of destruction at all, and even wished that Chu Yuan could destroy him a few more times. Hey, come on! The evil spirit outside the sky let out a gloomy laugh. Relying on his own inability to destroy, he suddenly rushed in front of Chu Yuan. The evil fire turned into an evil spear, and stabbed fiercely with one shot. If there is immortality, since ancient times, there will be no one who has not obtained true eternity, and you are nothing more than weird. Chu Yuan looked at the evil spirit outside the sky calmly. Boom! The power of the whole world erupted from Chu Yuan. He looked coldly at the evil spirits outside the sky, and the magic channel method. When he raised his hand, there was a torrent of the great Tao, which washed away billions of times. In this torrent, all kinds of forces are bombarding and killing, and in just a few breaths, the extraterrestrial demons have been destroyed by him hundreds of times. Every time it is destroyed, the evil spirits from outside the sky will condense. It seems that his body has the characteristics of eternal immortality. No matter how you kill him, you can't kill him. Ha 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 ha, just destroy me. Every time you destroy, you are strengthening my strength. At this moment, the evil spirits outside the sky actually enjoy being destroyed in the torrent of the great Tao. Every destruction represents a new life for him, and he is stronger in the new life. In fact, every time Chu Yuan watched the destruction of the evil spirits outside the sky, he was comprehending his power characteristics. This emperor exists, so don't do anything. I know you are powerful, but you can't destroy him. If you continue, you will also suffer a greater crisis yourself. He is immortal. The Lord of Yuan-Shen also made a desperate voice. Since you can't save us, then give us a happy, let us all die, and we will all thank you. The indestructible extraterrestrial demons are frightening. Don't worry, I'm very interested in this extraterrestrial demon. It has the characteristics of immortality and indestructibility. I need to study his power of life and death. Chu Yuan was not in a hurry. Haha, I still want to study my strength. Okay, I'll let you study it, and I'll see what you can learn from it. The evil spirit outside the sky smiled even more wantonly. Eternal seal. Chu Yuan pulled down with his big hand, and the sealed door fell directly, arousing the power of eternal seal. How powerful is his current mana? This eternal seal really carries the artistic conception of eternal seal. You want to seal me? The evil spirit outside the sky made an angry voice. He is not afraid of destruction, but what he hates the most is being sealed. He howled, you can't seal me. If I suffer once, I won't suffer a second time. His whole body was burning, and the evil fire was soaring. He was sealed by Yuan-Shen Tian once, and he has been studying how to prevent himself from being sealed for a long time. His fire is raging, and even eternal matter can be destroyed. Are you afraid of your seal? He is not afraid of Chu Yuan's seal. But when Chu Yuan's eternal seal fell, his mind has completely changed. This is the eternal seal. When his evil fire touches the eternal seal, it is sealed and cannot be destroyed. No, it's impossible. The evil spirit outside the sky was no longer as indifferent as before, and shouted, you actually have a means to seal me. What kind of means is this? No, I don't want to be sealed. He was completely panicked, more panicked than being sealed by Yuan-Shen Tian. He could feel that Chu Yuan's eternal seal was countless times more mysterious than Yuan-Shen Tian's. If he was really sealed, there would be almost no possibility of escaping in this life. Even if he doesn't die, but is sealed, what kind of waves can he make? Seal me, you will regret it, you will regret it. Xuanhuan ignored his roar, closed the sealing door, sealed the evil spirits from outside the sky, and brought them back to the God dynasty to study slowly, analyze the characteristics, and supplement his own eternal way. #C1532 Support the first day. The extraterrestrial demons have been sealed once again. The Lord of Xuanhuan saw that the evil spirit outside the sky was sealed again, and he survived, without any joy in his heart. Seeing Xuanhuan's miserable state, there was only endless grief, and even wanted to cry. Xuanhuan encountered too many catastrophes. In order to seal the evil spirits outside the sky, the Lord of Xuanhuan of the previous generation has sacrificed his life and made Xuanhuan Tianwu Dao civilization drop to a level. After hundreds of millions of years of recovery, most of his vitality has been recovered, and he is still healing the pain of the ancient war before the time when the evil spirits from the sky did not come. That day, the evil spirit broke the seal again. His destruction caused nearly half of the heavenly Dao God to die, and more than half of the other creatures also perished. Awful. That's horrible. Even he himself paid a terrible price. What can he be happy about? But this time, the one who rescued them was Xuanhuan, who was thought to be an evil spirit from beyond the sky. This made him feel mixed. This great existence, you saved Xuanhuan. The Lord of Xuanhuan lamented, without you, everyone would die. Half of the day has been destroyed, and the strong are withered. I don't know what else I can give you in return. The body is like a mess, the foundation of the original gods, Tiao has been cracked, and it can only exert its strength for a battle. If he continues to fight again, the tragic injury will bite him back, and as long as he fights once, he will fall. That day, the power of the evil spirit was strange, and it damaged him too deeply. I come from the Xuanhuan dynasty, and as the emperor of the Shen dynasty, you, Xuanhuan, will be merged into the Shen dynasty as a whole. Xuanhuan looked at them. He will not do things that have no benefits. If the God Emperor likes it, then let Xuanhuan become a part of the God dynasty. I am no longer qualified to be the master of a world. The Lord of Xuanhuan also knew that this great being in front of him was their savior. If they hadn't encountered disaster, it would be fine, but after experiencing this disaster, the value is indeed not too great. He also understands that only such an existence can protect the dilapidated Xuanhuan. He has no strength left. I can see that your injury is serious, but it doesn't matter, I have something that can restore you to the original. Xuanhuan took out the primordial god healing potion, which can heal injuries in the 5 primordial realms, including any injuries in the 5th realm. It looks the same as the potion I got before, but the power contained in it is quite different. It can really save me. The light of hope burst out again in the eyes of the Lord of Xuanhuan. Can live, who wants to die? He didn't hesitate at all, and directly raised his head to accept it. Suddenly, a recovery force swept through his broken body in just an instant, and the injury that made him helpless was healed. Heaven-defying medicine. The Lord of Xuanhuan was shocked. If such a potion can be kept on hand at all times, wouldn't it be possible to explode a big killer move of burning jade and stone together? Rescuing Xuanhuan and helping him recover, he can only repay such a great favor with allegiance. The source of your loss, I will give you some magic pills, and slowly recover. Xuanhuan was swept by an epic divine power, which belonged to the Xuanwu dynasty, and let them know the empire they were about to serve. I am willing to obey His Majesty's orders. Xuanhuan had no objection to being loyal to Xuanwu. After all, Xuanhuan appeared as a savior and saved them. And when they thought about treating the God Emperor as an extraterrestrial demon before, they also felt deeply ashamed in their hearts. Don't think too much about what happened before. From this moment on, you are all my people. Xuanhuan is magnanimous, and he is not stingy with his people. Your Majesty, what do I need to do? The Lord of Yuanshan also adjusted his mentality. Just like before, I will mobilize resources to let you recover quickly. You don't need to rush to appear, just stay in this star field, and I will recruit you if there is an order. Xuanhuan didn't intend to make Yuanshan Tian rush to appear in the Shan dynasty. This is his hidden power. He has teleportation scrolls. It can travel quickly by itself. I understand. The Lord of Yuanshan said, Your Majesty, you have sealed the evil spirit outside the sky, but this evil spirit is a big hidden danger. You can't kill it, you can't kill it, you can't kill it, you can only seal it. He was also worried that the evil spirits outside the sky would break the seal again. I have my own opinion, in my hands, he can't defy the sky. Xuanhuan issued orders one after another to help Yuanshan Tian regain his vitality, and then he returned to the Shan dynasty. Fire Ancestor. Xuanhuan ordered Huazu. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Huazu said. You go, take some soldiers and horses of Shanchao, and go to Taikushan immediately. I am worried that there will be changes in Taikushan, and the sacred tree of absolute beginning may not be able to hold it. Taikushan cannot let Taichu Shanchao get it. Xuanhuan was also worried about Taikushan. He is also nominally the leader of the Primordial Alliance, but he hasn't managed it for a long time, and he is very incompetent. He couldn't do anything before, and he didn't have too much energy to pay attention to it. In the past, Emperor Taisher didn't know much about his origin, but it is impossible for him to have no news about such a big turmoil this time. He was worried that the Emperor Taisher would start a crazy war regardless of everything because he was jealous of him. The divine tree of absolute beginning cannot perish. If he dominates the absolute beginning heaven, his strength will reach a terrifying level, and he will become his staunch ally, and he, the ally, will also have greater convenience. Your Majesty, I am worried about the divine tree of absolute beginning. Huazu nodded, I understand, I will bring a group of soldiers and horses there. If there is a big battle, you can also train soldiers. The heavenly wings of the sky are still under your control. Xuanhuan said, use the heavenly wings to make the journey to and from Taichu heaven faster, and I will let the war god's grip of the god of war army go with you. Huazu also knew that the grip of the god of war also had the strength of the original god, which was very special, like a puppet. He also won't ask how the grip of the god of war has the power of a primitive god. He only needs to execute the order. The water of divine martial arts is very deep, and His Majesty has even more secrets. Qianfu, he is a god of heaven. He didn't need the order of conferring the gods back then. His choice was correct. 3 months after returning from Yuanshan Tian, Lu Qianfu became the god of heaven. His talent is mediocre, but he is not restless, and walks steadily, one step at a time. After the Shan dynasty became the peak power, he handled more domestic chores. There is no deliberate force to break through, but a breakthrough is natural. This is the great fortune of the empire. He is Xuanhuan's Minister of Internal Affairs. His strength is not very high, but his status is very high. But luck is always only a part, and more depends on himself. You can't destroy me, and when I break out again, it will be your disaster. Xuanhuan looked at the evil spirit outside the sky inside the sealed gate, and he let out a roar that hated the sky and the earth, and hated Xuanhuan the most. Ignoring his roar at all, Xuanhuan destroyed him again and again, watched him reborn again, and analyzed his essence bit by bit. Xuanhuan asked the Lord of the Sky for this kind of extraterrestrial evil spirit in the form of offering sacrifices. He stated that he did not know the origin of this thing. It doesn't matter if you don't know. The evil spirits outside the sky were suppressed in their own Wuji mountain, and they couldn't run away. And through his own research, Xuanhuan did not fail to gain benefits. He gained a lot of experience, which was of great benefit to his primitive cultivation. Yueying, Xianer, Chengwei, come to me and understand my original power. I will simulate a path of heaven for you. I hope you can break through to the realm of gods of heaven as soon as possible. Xuanhuan called out. He let Luo Yueying, Shang Wangxian, and Shui Chengwei see his cultivation head-on. #C1533 Cross-border bombardment. It is difficult to break through the way of heaven. Although Luo Yueying, Shang Wangxian, and Shui Chengwei are women from Xuanhuan, they have no shortage of resources, and they can let them practice with a large amount of inheritance, but it is not so easy to become the Tao of heaven. Only primitive people can live longer. On the road of eternity, and face eternal catastrophes again and again, you should understand my cultivation well, and walk out of your own way of heaven through the simulated road to eternity from the beginning of time. Xuanhuan himself was practicing, and his primitive power was also affecting the three women. It was bizarre, and when he was practicing, an incredible scene occurred. The realm of the original God is complicated to say, but in fact it is a path of constant pursuit to make oneself stronger, like a mortal against the sky, and let the weak body live in immortality. While he was cultivating, he evolved the gate of devouring by himself, and he was like the strongest swallowing sky. His power penetrated into the infinite time and space, the energy door was opened, and the monstrous primitive energy rolled into the territory of Shenwu. With the gate of chaos and the great chaos technique, Xuanhuan is the greatest creator of the world. Inside the gods, strange lands have been opened up everywhere, endless bright vitality, stars, and universes, all wrapped in the most intense aura. In his creation, the empire was going to evolve into a prototype of a small multiverse, with its own laws and will. He looked towards the tomb of the ghosts. This tomb of ghosts is already evolving towards the world of life and death, and there is a sky light flickering in it, and the blurred appearance of the Sky Master can be vaguely seen. He has reached the primitive state, mastered incredible means, and can already gradually upgrade the tomb of the Yin spirit. He let the Master of the Sky into it, in order to continuously instill power and save for his real resurrection. His resurrection was not as simple as Huizu. First of all, he is at the peak of the original fifth realm. During the Great Ancient War, his destiny fragments were shattered badly, which made his resurrection 100 times and 1,000 times more difficult than Huizu. The world of life and death cannot be achieved immediately. Xuanhuan knows that such a great thing cannot be accomplished overnight, and one must have enough patience. I'm not in a hurry, God Emperor, as long as you continue to become stronger, I will be resurrected sooner or later. The Lord of the Sky sent his thoughts. I know. Xuanhuan's thoughts responded to him. But at this moment, his three concubines are all practicing beside him, with divine light flying everywhere. Each of them has fallen into a deep cultivation, and what they see in their eyes is different. Suddenly, in the sky above Luo Yueying, a wave of heaven and gods condensed and descended naturally. Huh? Moon Shadow is about to become a god. Xuanhuan said. He just watched Luo Yueying welcome the catastrophe of heaven. In fact, his female resources are not lacking. What is lacking is the understanding of the way of heaven, comprehending his original way, which made Luo Yueying take the most crucial step. The catastrophe is rolling, and the power of the gods is vast. Luo Yueying was very peaceful within the heavenly tribulation, and after 20 days, the divine tribulation dissipated, and she successfully became the god of heaven. Congratulations, Yueying, you have also become a god of heaven. Shang Wangxian and Shui Chengwei congratulated immediately, and they were also very envious. Now His Majesty's concubine, only the two of them are still trapped in the realm of the Great Lord, and it is difficult to step out. Become the way of heaven, who would not envy? Moon Shadow becomes the way of heaven, you don't have to worry, with me, it can be achieved. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Luo Yueying's personality is very calm as water, but she is somewhat similar to Yao Linger. She spends her days contemplating and practicing in her palace. As for Shangguan Xian and Xue Chengwei, their personalities were much more flamboyant. We will work hard. His Majesty has given them the best resources, and it will be up to them next. The time and space outside the martial arts. Since he became a primitive, he has grown in momentum, and he is stepping on our heads to rise to power. Look at his divine dynasty, and the fortune of the country is rising crazily every moment. The master of crossing the catastrophe and other strong men are watching Xuanwu's luck separated by hundreds of millions of time and space. Immortal and glorious luck. Does Xuanwu want to build his own world into an existence similar to the heaven of the gods, and eventually turn it into an eternal god realm? Looking at it, the Earth Dragon Emperor could feel the extraordinariness of the Xuanwu dynasty. Outside Xuanwu, there are created stars one after another, surrounding the entire Xuanwu world, with terrifying power on it. They are military fortresses, the first line of defense of the empire. Immediately afterwards, there was an ever-turbulent sea of time and space. In the innermost part is Xuanwu Tianyi, which is radiant with divine light. They can feel the tight and powerful power in Xuanwu Tian, which can no longer be easily conquered. This is a hidden danger of the enemy. Du Hai said with a grim expression, now I have been on the road of eternity for 3 days, looking for the road to the 6th realm, but before that, we can't see Xuanwu, and we must find a way to restrain such unscrupulous development. Although the battle did not really start before, but because of the martial arts, the 3-day powerhouse did not withdraw. We must find a way. They all nodded. The expansion of Xuanwu was too frightening. You also dare to spy on my divine dynasty at will. In the boundless world, Chu Yuan stood upright in the heaven of gods. When his strength was shaken, there was a loud bang that resounded through the world, exploding and collapsing in endless time and space. His eyes spanned time and space, and he saw Dunan and others who were spying on him. Chaos destroys the world. Chu Yuan suddenly held an extremely huge giant axe in his hand. He was the Lord of Extermination, with a tall and burly body. His axe made the sun and the moon darken, and his spirit was eclipsed. A force that transcended time and space, with his power shaking, was conveyed beyond the 10,000 realms. What? Dunan and the others were obviously still far away from Xuanwu's area, but suddenly when their eyes went dark, they heard a shrill scream, and hot blood splashed on their bodies. Cross the sea. When the light was restored in front of his eyes again, Dunan was shocked. It was Du Hai who was slashed, and the power of destruction was raging on his body, all of which were broken scars. Yu Qi had the worst axe-shaped scar on his body, which almost split him in half. His power. Du Hai let out a cry of pain. His face was distorted and hideous, especially his soul, which was cut by Chu Yuan, hurting his very roots. This is cross-border bombardment. Across billions of time and space, infinitely far away, with a single swing of an axe, Du Hai of the primordial First Realm was severely injured. This is simply incredible. His axe. The Earth Dragon Emperor also has fear in his heart. The power is too infinite. This is the divine power that can only be erupted by the supreme primitive artifact. How many artifacts does Xuanwu itself have? He couldn't even imagine it. He's intimidating us. The face of the Lord of Crossing Distress is extremely ugly. He is telling us that after he reaches the primordial god, we cannot deal with him, but I have to admit that he is indeed ridiculously strong, and I am afraid that only a strong man at the level of God can deal with him. The power of this axe really frightened them. With their strength, facing Xuanwu alone, anyone could be beheaded by him. #C1534 Epic Book. This is an epic blow, bombarded across the air, frightening these primitive gods. They had no way to predict Chu Yuan's terrifying fighting ability, and they learned his invincible power. Chu Yuan slashed out with an axe and regained his composure. The God Emperor slashed out with an axe, and wounded the Lord who crossed the sea hundreds of millions of time and space. The Book of Enlightenment appeared in front of Xuanhuan. He had an unusual aura. Holding a pen in his hand, he recorded the epic of the Empire and passed it down forever for the people to read. Xuanhuan looked at him. The Book of Enlightenment can no longer measure his strength simply by realm. His cultivation method is also different. He is the epic book of the Empire, recording the big and small things of the Empire, and it has become the history of the Empire. Every empire has its own epic, recording various legends. From the emperor to the civilians, they are all part of the Empire, the creators of the epic, and no one can be considered a complete epic without anyone. The Book of Enlightenment. Xuanhuan Dao, very good, you and the epics of the Empire have been perfectly integrated. The Empire needs the compilation of epics. Not only I, but also other existences of the Empire can be edited into the book. The history of the Empire must not be forgotten. It's a huge project. Your Majesty has been doing these things. Book of Enlightenment nodded. He wrote the epic of the Empire, and as a book spirit, he became the book of the epic of the Empire. He obviously felt the benefits. He didn't need to practice as usual, but became stronger with the development of the gods. With his current strength, it would be difficult for a weak primitive god to kill him. He can burst out the epic of the Empire, with incomparably brilliant and legendary power. Your spirit is vast. If your body can be condensed into a book with eternal matter, you can possess the power of a primitive god. Xuanhuan saw through his flaws. However, I will help you with this. You don't need to worry. You not only want to record history, but also build the largest library in the Empire. These are the tasks I entrusted to you. The Book of Enlightenment, like Lu Qianfu, belonged to the civil servants of the Empire and did not directly participate in the battle. But the operation of an empire requires not only generals, but also a large number of civil servants, otherwise, the whole country will be in chaos and there will be big troubles. I understand. The Book of Enlightenment nodded. Your Majesty, Yi Tianzuan has released a new ranking of the Way of Heaven, but this time it's a bit weird. The position of number 1 in the Way of Heaven is vacant, and the other rankings have not changed much. The first vacancy in the Tao of Heaven is obviously because Yi Tianzuan believes that no one can be called the number 1 at this stage. Yi Tianzuan's list still has a lot of reference. Xuanhuan said. Since no one can be the number 1, let me be the number 1. Suddenly, the Huangchuan River converged. She is magnificent, with a domineering arrogance that overwhelms the world and the sky. Jiuyou frowned coldly, and she walked in front of Xuanhuan with strong confidence. The 5th realm of the Tao of Heaven. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Jiuyou has already broken through the 5th realm. Of course, she has the resources of the Empire, but she can become the 5th realm in a short period of time, which is also extremely powerful. She has a strong personality. Unlike the other concubines in his imperial palace, she has a heart that pursues strength. It is good. Xuanhuan smiled and said, Jiuyou, I'm waiting for you to become the number 1 in the Way of Heaven, and then it's time to walk out of your original path. I also have some insights into the path of the primitive gods. Jiuyou said. Primitiveness is a road of constant pursuit of eternity, the realm of eternity. Xuanhuan reminded, now you go to Tiandi to understand it, which will be of great benefit to your cultivation. Now that the situation is turbulent and the fortunes of all the heavens and all walks of life have changed drastically, it will be a time when all the heroes will rise together and the strong from all walks of life will fight for hegemony. Jiuyou nodded, non-committal. Xuanhuan looked at her, and also hoped that she could achieve Yuan as soon as possible and help him. Your Majesty, the fortunes of our country are now prosperous, and the morale of the powerful, from all walks of life, is high. This is the great prosperity of the Empire. I am recording these legends. The Book of Inspiration is the greatest book of wisdom. With his powerful wisdom, like an optical brain, he calculated various trivial matters for the empire. This is very good. I will pass on my order and issue edicts from all walks of life in the empire. I will hold an imperial competition all over the country, divided into realms and cultivation bases. I will give out extremely generous rewards to reward the people who have achieved excellent results in the big competition. Let's mobilize their enthusiasm. Although the empire held various competitions from time to time. But this time, the meaning is different. It is a big competition for Xuanhuan to become the original god and become the peak power. Also, I have drafted an edict to recruit talents before, issued and continued to issue the recruitment order, saying that I am thirsty for talents, and I will be my people when I come to the gods. If I write this competition, it will not only be for people in our country you can participate, even the strong from other forces can come to participate. I welcome them. A strong empire cannot be close to the outside world. It must be in constant contact with the outside world and have the circulation of fresh blood. There is the impact of external blood. Xuanhuan Dao, the way of governing the country is always the most complicated. You know what to do. The Book of Enlightenment is very smart. He has absorbed too much knowledge of the way of governing the country. In the past, when the recruitment order was issued, there were not too many people who dared to come, but now it is different. Now, the multiverse is about to face another eons of great changes, with undercurrents surging, and I suspect that more people will join in. He knows. His Majesty's convening of the competition is only for one purpose, and the deeper purpose is to use the competition to help those strong people who have taken refuge in Xuanhu integrate into the empire faster. However, it does have a lot of appeal right now. All this needs to be built on the basis of a strong empire. I'll leave these things to you, and I believe you can handle them well. It is impossible for Xuanhuan to make everything by him. He only controls the general direction, just like the giant ship. What he needs to do is the direction of the giant ship. Jiuyo, after you go to the map of heaven to gain enlightenment, you can go to Taichu Tian. I have asked Fire Ancestor to help the Taichu Divine Tree before. There, I predict that there will be a war because of me. The original path cannot be achieved by retreat. It is safe in the empire, but it is difficult to achieve primitiveness in the empire. Jiuyo's personality is really different from Yao Linger. She needs more tempering to achieve success. Jiuyo nodded slightly. I know what to do. Xuanhuan will also issue orders one by one. The temporary calm is a bigger crisis. The empire still needs to train its troops to build a stronger army. The 33 three-day war is really different from before, and needs more strong men. The development of an empire requires countless resources, and no amount of resources will be exhausted. The Zhen Empire is developing, but Du Yishan is also developing, and they are also growing rapidly. Xuanhuan's gaze could span across time and space, and he could vaguely see Du Yishan. In order to deal with Xuanhu, they are also accumulating strength. A big military training of the empire, a big competition is also beginning. #C1535 Time and Space God. After arranging some things, all Xuanhuan could do was wait. He believes that if this recruitment order continues, a large number of strong people will come to join him. Time and Space Island. Xuanhuan didn't wait in the empire. After he settled the matter, he crossed directly to the space-time island. In the ocean of time and space, there is a man whose whole body is like a crystal, who is practicing. After seeing Xuanhuan, he hurriedly said, I have seen your majesty. This is the god of time and space. He absorbs the breath of time and space in the island of time and space to make himself break through to the original god realm. Go to a place with me. It may be a treasure that contains the power of time and space. Xuanhuan felt the majesty of mana when he was in the sea of time and space that day, but he didn't have enough mana at that time, so he didn't collect it. Now is the time to collect it. In the chaotic time force, tens of thousands of years passed in an instant in some places, while in other places it seemed calm. In the depths of the sea of time and space, the power of time and space is too strong, like real ocean liquid, refracting the scene of colorful aurora. If you grab a handful, it will freeze and roll like pearls. Time and Space Island is extremely mysterious. With Xuanhuan's magic power of the original god at this time, he could feel the vast and mysterious power. Even he, facing the sea of time and space, seemed to be looking at the boundless sea, unable to know the details. He urged a force of supreme origin to lock in one direction. In the sea of time and space, you cannot accurately judge the time. It should be in this direction. Xuanhuan felt that time and space were extremely unstable, and the aurora flickered all around, as if he was about to step into the past and future, unable to return to the real space. The gate of time and space. Xuanhuan suddenly concentrated a punch with the gate of time and space, and the space in front of him was smashed, with a bang. It sounded like a mirror being smashed, and a terrifying force of time and space roared out. In his eyes, he saw an incredible scene. A 1,000,000-foot-long body floats on the ocean, resembling a human. But he is not a body of flesh and blood, exuding the divine light of time and space, but a body that is as flawless as a crystal. Is this a living creature? When Xuanhuan really saw the face of the body, he also let out a voice of shock. The luster is crystal clear. His physical body seems to be composed of tiny crystal particles, forming a huge divine body. They are all the power of time and space, as if each cell contains a world. The existence in the time-space sea may be a living being, but it is no longer alive. Xuanhuan observed for a moment, and then exclaimed in admiration, "What a divine body that contains the power of time and space! It is simply the most perfect work of art. It represents time, and in the endless years, absorbing the power of time and space, it is getting stronger and stronger." "Your Majesty, there is still an artifact over there." The space god pointed forward. Looking at it, it is a godlike tizot, with a pure and transparent color. "Time flies like an arrow, time flies like a shuttle, this is the shuttle of time. Xuanhuan Dao, god of time and space, this is tailor-made for you. Hurry up and refine his power. You are also composed of crystals of time and space power. After refining him, you can become a primitive god, and you on the time-space island, you can feel like a fish in water and seek greater benefits for the gods." Although this divine body also contained eternal matter, Xuanhuan had no idea of refining it. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The god of time and space was also excited. Although he is a strong man rewarded to Xuanhuan by the system, he does not seem to belong to Duo Yuan, but he also has his own wisdom and emotions. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hands, a force covering the divine body was immediately swept away, and with a bang, endless and bright divine light burst out. The god of time and space immediately passed by. There is no obstacle for him to refine the power of the god body. Everything is very easy, just like an instinct. If it is really a living being, how did he fall? Xuanhuan knew that this space-time sea might come from the eternal road. The road to eternity is the most dangerous place, although he has never been there. But through understanding, there are strong men from ancient times, and the multiverse is the cradle of strong men. Don't think too much, you will know when you should know. Xuanhuan suddenly looked in one direction, and said coldly, "You two don't hide anymore. I have seen it all, especially you. You once slapped me in the sea of time and space, I remember you." With a firm grasp of his palm, a large area of time and space was torn apart, and two people appeared immediately. Of these two people, one is dressed in white and the other is dressed in black, with the power of light and darkness gathering together. The old man in black once slapped Xuanhuan with a palm when he was taking a photo of his comprehension of time and space. "Oh? It's you, Xuanwu." Seeing Xuanhuan, the old man in black said lightly, "You have come to the sea of time and space again, and this time you actually found the body of time and space." "Well, we have been looking for this body of time and space for a long time, but we didn't expect you to find it first." The two of them were attracted by the fluctuation of the space-time god body before, and they were a little surprised when they met Xuanhuan. But the two of them still had the first impression of Xuanhuan. They have been in the time and space sea all the time. Although there is a lot of noise from the outside world, they have no news, and they don't even know how sensational Xuanhuan has done. Wrong. The old man in white had a keen sense, and shouted, "He is no longer a god of heaven, but a primitive god. I can feel his breath, tyrannical and terrifying." "Has he broken through the primitive?" The old man in black was also surprised, and said in disbelief, "It's so fast? It shouldn't be long since we came to the time and space sea. Could it be that the time and space here are chaotic, but the outside world has already passed for a long time? You also want the space-time body?" Xuanhuan looked at them with a faint expression on his face. It seems that they don't know anything about the outside world at all. Naturally, we have been looking for this divine body for a long time. Although the old man in black saw that Xuanhuan had become primitive, he was not afraid. "Shenwu, although you have broken through primitive, you can't be the opponent of this seat. It's just the first level of primitive. I see you found it for us today. Let's go, I will not embarrass you." He also saw that, if he really fought against Xuanhuan, it would be difficult for him to do anything to him. And the white-clothed eyes were constantly shining with light, and he was extremely cautious. He said via voice transmission, "Beware of this person, and try not to fight if you can. He is unfathomable, and I can't even see through him. Bai doesn't need to be afraid of him. Even if it's difficult for one person to suppress him, the two of us work together. Will we still be afraid of him? Haha, as long as we have this divine body, we have refined the power in the space-time sea. Here, we will be able to feel like ducks in water." The old man in black is not worried. He is also a powerful existence. He has never seen any scene, even experienced the tragic ancient war. I didn't settle accounts with you when I attacked me that day. If you want to seize the treasure in front of me, you must have that strength." Xuanhuan's aura enveloped the ages, and the figure facing them looked domineering. He has already seen that the black-clothed old man and the white-clothed old man are both of the cultivation base of the original third realm. #C1536 Pressure. Invincible strongest god-level selection system. You are too arrogant. Don't think that you can be defiant just because you are the original. I will let you know how powerful I am and how to write the word reverence. The eyes of the old man in black moved, and he suddenly took the initiative to attack Xuanhuan, wanting to teach him a lesson and make him sober. And if he knew what was happening outside, he would definitely not think so. His palm covered the sky, and endless darkness struck. There was no light between the sky and the earth, it was complete darkness, and fell into dead silence. He condensed supernatural powers and contained extremely deadly killing intent. If Xuanhuan's realm was higher than his, he would never make a move, but it was only the first realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. It's a joke, he is still afraid of people who are not as good as him. His palm is a torrent of darkness. Boom. But Xuanhuan just raised his palm, and the primordial mana that dominated the world directly fought against the old man in black. It's a little tricky. The old man in black didn't care, and said, "The sun and the moon have no light, and the darkness lasts forever." His power whizzed out, devouring the light. The old man in black was the strongest existence in the darkness. His power bombarded people so that people couldn't see his existence at all. I say there must be light in this world. Xuanhuan followed suit, and suddenly burst out the brightest divine light, the monstrous light, piercing the darkness, brilliant and brilliant. The figure of the old man in black was captured by him instantly. Boom! With the momentum of thunder, with a flick of his palm, there was endless lightning, which directly hit the old man's body. He attacked and killed, but in an instant, hundreds of moves erupted. The old man in black was caught off guard, and he was also a little confused. How could his dark supernatural power be broken so easily? Being attacked like this, he was also forced to retreat again and again. His body was shaking like a river and a sea. Dark palm print. The old man in black would never think that he was no match for Xuanhuan. The darkness was like a tide. This scene was like the end of the world. He was the Lord of Darkness. Vast and mighty, surging divine power burst out from Xuanhuan's body. Carrying the power of destruction, he locked on the dark old man, condensed the Emperor's dominance with one punch, and the time and space around him were frozen. The monstrous power made the old man in black unable to dodge. With just one punch, the old man in black spat out blood. He was no longer his opponent. How can it be so powerful? The old man in black was also deeply puzzled, and shouted, "Zhang, you and I will work together to suppress him." "I don't believe it. We can't deal with him together." Zhang, the old man in white, didn't want to make a move at first, but his companion had already fought the Emperor Xuanhuan, so he couldn't just watch the show from the sidelines. The power of light. The old man in white controls the power of light. Dark and light. The strengths of these two people were originally opposing attributes, but they were perfectly fused together, erupting with even stronger power, allowing them to fight even in the face of the fourth realm. Dark as the sea. Bright as the sea. The two opposing forces are terrifying and violent, and this combination has turned into a sky wheel where light and darkness coexist. At this moment, Xuanhuan was attacked. If it was an ordinary first level, they might not be able to escape their power. However, Xuanhuan just stood there. "Humph. How dare you make a big deal? You and I merge with light and darkness. The power is fierce. Okay, let's see how you can stop it." The old man in black suffered a great loss in front of Xuanhuan, and he was also angry. In an instant, the forces of darkness and light rushed in front of Xuanhuan. But a scene that made them unbelievable appeared. In front of Xuanhuan, two portals of darkness and light also appeared, and at the same time swept out the opposing forces of light and darkness. He will also be the power of darkness and light. The old man in black couldn't believe it. Their most powerful method is the fusion of light and darkness. Now that Xuanhuan controls these two sects, it has broken their unique technique and greatly weakened their strength. With mighty divine power, Xuanhuan's palm vibrated. Invincible divine power, he manifests in many ways. It actually condensed into a wheel of supernatural power, and his wheel of supernatural power suppressed downward, and the two of them were enveloped in it. "Break his power!" The two roared. The development of the situation has exceeded the imagination of the two. They thought that Xuanhuan was only the first level. Even if it was powerful, they still had absolute strength to resist. Can be the situation. Not as good as they thought. The wheel of supernatural power was pressed down, and the power continuously spurted out caused them to retreat in a row. The power of the heaven-punishing sword appeared, and Xuanhuan burst out the power of killing the sky in his hands. He walked on the waves, killing everything with one sword, and directly left a deep sword mark on the old man in black. Excalibur of Emperor Zhu Tian. The old man in black endured the pain. "I didn't expect that this person is so terrible, and the two of us will not benefit from joining forces." Zhang, the old man in white clothes, was also shocked. His wisdom was running, thinking about how to end today's affairs. We are hard to be his opponents. Give up the space-time god body. After all, the space-time island is close to his empire. If we continue to fight, we will not be able to occupy it. Benefit. Retire? The old man in black gritted his teeth, but I'm not reconciled. Without my consent, no one can leave. Xuanhuan's mighty voice impacted the world. Humanity is supreme, resplendent, and the majesty that shocks the soul makes endless light gather on him, and the light suddenly shines all over, making him the only true God, the strongest holy emperor. Indeed. When it comes to primordial God, he is no longer what he used to be, and his magical powers are not the same, and these two people are unlikely to be his opponents. It's disturbing my soul. The old man in black was also taken aback, and realized in an instant, he can also perform great soul skills. This person has a lot of supernatural powers under his control, and there are many powerful artifacts. It seems that he has to retreat. Boom! Xuanhuan's invincible divine power erupted, and with a movement of his hands, a huge heaven and earth oven was condensed, and the blazing flame was the divine fire that would destroy the world. The two resisted. But in the oven of heaven and earth, all their mana disappeared, and they were forced to retreat again and again, under tremendous pressure. Humph. If we want to leave, you will definitely not be able to stop us. The old man in black and the old man in white turned into black light and white light and rushed out. The giant axe that destroys the world. As soon as the world-destroying giant axe appeared, the surrounding space-time seas were shattered. Once that world-destroying power was cut out, even the eternal matter of the original gods could be destroyed. The supreme primal artifact, master killing. When the two of them saw the axe, they also shook violently. The power of this giant axe is too strong, and they are aware of the strong danger. Xuanhuan swung the world-destroying axe, and with just one slash, both the black light and the white light were cut off, and the sky and the earth were split in half. With a majestic stride, he landed on the black-clothed old man in an instant, and it was just a slash on him. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the old man in black was almost disemboweled. The terrible wound on his body, the old man in black endured the pain and did not scream, and there was a shining light. This is the eternal substance he cultivated, and it is repairing his injury. At this moment, I consumed 1% of the eternal substance to resist his attack. The old man in black also trembled. The primordial God, who is constantly cultivating the eternal matter in his body, as the third primordial realm, his endurance to withstand blows is much stronger than others, otherwise, how could this axe bear it? But every bit of eternal matter is tempered and refined, and it takes a lot of effort to condense and complete it, and any loss is a loss. For this 1% consumption, if the old man does not have the gods to replenish the eternal matter, it will take hundreds of thousands of years to make up for it by his own slow cultivation. It's not that he's not strong, it's just that the world destroyer axe, the supreme primitive artifact, caused too much damage. Where is he teaching him a lesson? But he taught himself a profound lesson. #C1537 Conspiracy, Betrayed. Invincible strongest god-level selection system. Xuanhuan slashed at them with the great axe, and the powerful damage caused made them feel the fear from the soul. The wound caused by the giant axe requires the use of eternal matter to repair it. The importance of eternal matter to the primordial gods is self-evident. You can't fight him hard. They were also anxious. They didn't have the supreme primitive artifact in their hands, and they couldn't even fight with hard power. How could such an opponent fight him? Only run, the farther away from him the better. Darkness breaks boundary. The black-clothed old man directly used the great dark supernatural power. But Xuanhuan directly raised the axe, and struck with the axe, the torrent of time and space swept in, destroying continuously, and he struck the old man in black again like a holy emperor walking across time and space with one axe. Again, the consumption of eternal matter. I can't fight him anymore, the consumption of eternal material is too great. But Xuanhuan didn't let go of his thoughts, the axe struck continuously, opening up the world, the old man in black rolled in the void, and almost 10% of his eternal matter was consumed. If this goes on, until the eternal substance in the body is exhausted, it will still be needed by him. The old man in black was terrified, and he exclaimed in shock, "Zhongjing, let's burn the eternal substance together, burst out the eternal supernatural power, fight hard, and break his blockade." The old man in white didn't hesitate. The light and dark power of the two erupted again, as if a great existence of light and darkness coexisted, and the two also turned into two torrents, like giant dragons colliding, fleeing towards the void. Sealed door. The power of the seal is coming. But relying on this kind of seal is not enough, so Xuanhuan deepened the seal with the two portals of time and space, mobilized the majestic power of time and space here, and blocked them in a more comprehensive way. He stepped forward forcefully, and the giant axe struck again, and the old man in black and the old man in white were chopped off at the same time. All methods are unified. Xuanhuan is omnipotent, all in one, carrying the power of destruction, descending with the door of destruction, creating a terrifying storm of destruction. Seal my retreat, I will fight with you. The old man in black roared, his whole body was emitting dark light, trying to break Xuanhuan's blockade. But Xuanhuan didn't move when he saw him rushing forward. He is too strong now, and he was forced to retreat with just one palm. I can't be reluctant, continue to burn more eternal matter. The old man in white yelled, this is the only way, don't be afraid of consumption, we will make up for it when we leave here. He knows the trade-offs. At this moment, his eternal substance burned wildly, several times more than before. The eternal light pierced through the ages, pierced through the clouds and mist to see the blue sky, and actually pierced Xuanhuan's seal. The burning of eternal matter. Xuanhuan has also become a primitive god, so he naturally knows that the consumption of eternal matter is also the most powerful killing move of the primitive god. Until the important moment, the eternal matter will not be consumed. I burn too. The old man in black didn't hesitate either, and the two burned at the same time. This burning power was the most violent real fire, and immediately burned a big hole in the blockade. In just an instant, the two of them consumed at least 10% of the eternal matter in their bodies, but the effect was very good. It's now. As soon as the two saw that the seal was broken, they were overjoyed and wanted to escape. But in the next moment, a beam of eternal divine light also shone over, and Xuanhuan stood in front of the big hole that was broken. The other party had eternal matter, didn't he? His eternal substance is still vaster. When it comes to the primordial god, Xuanhuan's biggest improvement is that he can also use eternal matter to fight against the enemy. The gods of heaven and earth do not have eternal matter. You. The old man in black was trembling with anger. Are you trying to consume the eternal material, and you also want to deal with us? Shenwu, don't be too arrogant. He is also worried. Since the battle, he has consumed at least 30% of the eternal matter. It can no longer be consumed. Xuanhuan didn't bother to talk to them. He continued to block the surrounding area. He wanted to use these two people to prove his strength. If he could kill them, that would be even better. The heart of the old man in black sank, and his heart was half cold. The other party's will was already obvious, and he would not let them go. Great devouring technique, infinite vacuum. At this time, the time and space power of Konghai was also swallowed by Xuanhuan, and the vast and turbulent divine power entered his body, compressed and condensed into eternal matter, and burst out with even more dazzling divine light. The terrifying thing about the great devouring technique is that it doesn't seem to have a direct and powerful attack, but it can continue to be powerful in battle, supplementing itself, and not afraid of consumption and confrontation. Seeing this scene, the old man in white felt worse, his eternal divine light became more dazzling, and shouted, "Fight hard, quickly follow me to burn more eternal matter, smash all the gods, and must break his blockade." Under Xuanhuan's oppression, he also felt a great threat deep in his soul. If you don't take advantage of the most ferocious power and slowly consume it with him, it will be useless to fight. It is good. The old man in black also nodded, and his whole body burned with more vigorous power at the same time, and rushed towards Xuanhuan together with the old man in white, trying to knock him away. But the next moment, when the eternal matter was burning in a vacuum, he saw a huge ship outside the seal. The terrifying power transmitted by this large ship is also the supreme primitive artifact, and the Emperor Xuanhuan even ambushed a supreme primitive large ship in the outside world. There are so many artifacts. The means are extremely strong. He didn't even know how to fight Xuanhuan. He also regretted in his heart why he had to fight Xuanhuan in the sea of time and space. If it was outside, even if this person blocked it with strength, it would be impossible to force him to this point. And most importantly, he had a premonition that even if he and the old man in white burned again this time, they would not be able to escape his blockade. There's no other way, I can only use this trick, don't blame me. The old man in black suddenly became fierce, and at the same time he and the old man in white were about to reach Xuanhuan, he suddenly slapped the old man in white in the darkness. The power of light and darkness. With his slap, the white-clothed old man seemed to add fuel to the fire. The consumption that was controllable suddenly became uncontrollable. The force rushed into his body, and a stronger combustion broke out. His whole body is like a torch, with a feathered divine light. The old man in black is too familiar with his power, and knows how to plot against him. What are you doing? The white-clothed old man roared. Unexpectedly, he would be plotted against by his companions. Don't blame me, neither of us can escape if we don't work hard. I don't want to work hard, so I can only go hard. Don't worry, you open a way of escape for me, and I will inherit the heavenly venerable. Wait until I become stronger. Yes, I will avenge you in the future, for sure, for sure. The old man in black was ruthless, and he didn't care about sacrificing the old man in white for his own sake. Only his sacrifice can save him from burning eternal matter and avoid desperate efforts. He himself is the most important thing. The white-clothed old man was unprepared. The moment he hit the seal, the blazing force, like a meteorite hitting a star, smashed through a passageway like a world-ending collision. The old man in black also seized this opportunity, burst out of strength, and escaped. I regard you as a life-and-death friend, but I didn't expect that I would be betrayed by you in the end. The angry voice of the old man in white resounded through the world. #C1538 Time and Space God Breakthrough. He ran away, he plotted against me, and let me face Xuanhuan alone. The white clothes were furious. He would never have thought that the old man in black would do such a thing. If he had even a little precaution, he would not have fallen into such a fate. That was his life and death confidant, best friend. When they were not primitive, they joined forces to explore, and later they got the inheritance of an ancient powerful statue together, and both of them stepped into the primitive realm. He hates it. In the world of martial arts, sometimes you can live for yourself, and you can deny your relatives. Obviously, the old man in black thinks that it is wisest for him to abandon the old man in white. What he hates the most is that the old man in black plots against him. I am afraid that in the old man's heart, he has long thought that if this day comes, he will be tricked. Eternal Seal. Boom. Xuanhuan's eternal seal suppressed it. He will not pay attention to the anger of the old man in white now. Neither of them could be his opponent, let alone he was the only one left. After some struggle, he was sealed by Xuanhuan into the sealing gate. Winner and loser, I lost, and I fell into your hands. I just let you need me. You kill me. Knowing that he could not escape, the old man in white accepted his fate. The hatred in his eyes was not because of Xuanhuan, but because of the old man in black. I just hate that I misjudged him. This is cruelty in the universe. Xuanhuan said indifferently, you mistakenly believed in others, and this is a difficult situation. If your companion hadn't attacked me, what happened today would not have happened. I can give you a chance to survive. That's right, I believed in the wrong person. The old man in white said, Xuanhuan, you want me to surrender to you? It's impossible. Kill him if you want. There's so much nonsense. I'm not a person who is afraid of death. I have experienced too many life and death disasters in my life, and I have seen through it. Life and death are ordinary on the eternal road. You have a backbone. Your bones are very hard. If you ask me to kill you, I will not kill you. If you beg me for mercy, I will not spare your life. The toughness of the old man in white made Xuanhuan not want to kill him. He Junlin the old man in white, it's in my seal, calm down first, when you figure it out, it will be the day you see the light again. I will not surrender. As soon as the white-clothed old man was sealed into a void, he suddenly saw an evil, dark and cold force in front of him, and shouted, What is that? Let me out, you can't seal me. Day and night, the evil spirit outside the sky made this roaring sound all the time. Hearing it, his soul would collapse. When he saw the old man in white, he immediately swept towards him. Roll. The old man in white could sense that this thing could devour his eternal substance. Boom. A scourge of lightning strikes down, and the evil spirit outside the sky collapses immediately, and then condenses into a new shape, immortal and immortal. I don't know how to completely eliminate him. The violent thunder purgatory seals the evil spirits outside the sky. Undead and immortal, this thing can't die. The white-clothed old man could see that the evil spirits outside the sky had been struck down many times by the Xuanhuan God Emperor, and then condensed out, and said in shock, the Xuanhuan God Emperor actually sealed such a strange thing. He is comprehending his immortal power. I may understand why he is so powerful. After being sealed, he also accepted his fate, knowing that with his own strength, it was impossible to break out of the seal. But he was still not reconciled to letting him surrender like this. My patience is not very good. I may not have much time left for you. Cherish the opportunity one give you. Xuanhuan's voice came again. And in the sea of time and space, I will help you. Xuanhuan condensed infinite power, turned into a furnace of heaven and earth, and immediately landed on the god's body. The raging real fire, transformed by his great devouring technique, turned into a steady stream of power and landed on the body of the space-time god. I don't know when it will take for the god of time and space to refine it by himself. But with Xuanhuan's help, this time will be infinitely shortened. Primordial God Tribulation. After refining all the power in this divine body, the god of time and space actually ushered in his original God Tribulation. He was rewarded by the system, both in character and innate talent are top-notch. It is not surprising that he ushered in the primordial divine tribulation at this time. Boom. The power of catastrophe exploded in the sea of time and space. Xuanhuan was not in a hurry, and quietly watched the breakthrough of the god of time and space. Successful. Incorporating the last breath of God's tribulation into his body, the god of time and space successfully achieved the realm of the primordial god. After his divine body has been transformed, it presents a transparent and flawless color, but a wave of power surges, forming a brilliant color light, turning into light waves like time and space. He is time and space. His Majesty. Time and space Shinto, I have refined this divine body, and vaguely know that this space-time island is indeed left by a great and incomparable existence. An era, and finally fell into the eternal calamity. It was the power of time and space island that kept him. Eternal robbery. Xuanhuan thought about these 3 words. There are very few records of the eternal calamity in the multiverse. It only said that the longer the primitive gods lived, the more terrifying their eternal calamity would be, until they were completely destroyed. In other words, unless one comprehends the true eternity, one will always die in eternal calamity. Let your lifespan be unlimited, but doom will kill you. At this moment, his eyes seemed to cross the myriad worlds, piercing through the barriers of infinite time and space, and felt a great power, even greater than all the existences he had ever seen. This is the core secret of Time and Space Island. With his strength, he could only vaguely feel this great power, but he couldn't understand what happened. The island of time and space is annihilated in the eternal calamity. The god of time and space added. Ignore these for the time being, the big secret of Time and Space Island cannot be dealt with now. Xuanhuan is very calm. He is not afraid of going deep into the deepest part of the space-time island, but he is afraid of triggering some kind of restriction to make the space-time island leave this area in advance. It's gone, almost impossible to find. Just like in his hand, he still held the human emperor sword that opened the human world heaven, so he was not in a hurry to open it either. Your Majesty's approach is correct. The god of time and space nodded. I understand the power of time and space, and know that great power, even the existence of god level, can't even think about it. The best way to deal with it now is to deal with it coldly and leave him alone. Okay, god of time and space, you have become a primitive god, and you will add more tyrannical combat power to the god dynasty. Xuanhuan said with a smile, your mission is to use your space-time power to collect the gods in the time-space island, and you can create your own original artifact. This is the most suitable battlefield for you. The god of time and space has special power, so it is most suitable for him to stay behind. Xuanhuan also knew that if he wanted to continue to be strong, it was impossible for him to stay in the empire and not go out. Even God of Crossing Evil also went to the Eternal Road to find opportunities in the Sixth Realm. Of course, he didn't know the whereabouts of God Doer. In the Empire, there must be a strong force to stay behind. I understand. Time and Space God said. Your breakthrough will be announced to the whole country, so that the people and the outside world will know. Every primordial god is a legend, worthy of a grand celebration held by the Empire. Xuanhuan didn't hide this fact. He wanted to let people know that his martial arts is no longer without masters, but strong like a cloud, with a strong confidence to fight for hegemony for 33 days. #C1539 Good Gathering. Every news about Xuanhu can affect the hearts of many strong people, making it impossible for people to ignore them. Cross bad days. What, there is another person from Xuanhu who broke through and achieved primitiveness. He is called the god of time and space. Why is their national fortune so prosperous and so many strong people emerged? The 3-day powerhouse gathered together. The stronger the martial arts, the worse it would be for them. Even Long Shenshen, far away from Xuanhu, felt that the situation was very bad. The last time the ancestor of the Phoenix came, he was worried that Xuanhu would unite with Wan Yao Tian when Xuanhu was strong. And looking at Xuanhu, their world is being promoted, just like a mortal realm is being promoted to a stronger god realm. This divine dynasty has too much ambition to expand. This martial arts is at the time when the fortune of the country is prosperous, and I think there will be a wave of blowout. A woman from Yanshenshen said, you just watch. There will be more strong people breaking through next, and that Xuanhu God Emperor is very strange. He is a person with infinite luck. The great world has arrived. Dunan sat on a divine seat, coldly. Suddenly, there was a sound of shackles breaking from his body, and a catastrophe came, as if the floodgate had been released, and he had broken through to the third primordial realm. He has been stuck in the second state for a long time. Every breakthrough in the original realm can make one's divine body closer to the eternal divine body and accumulate more eternal matter. Overcoming difficulties, you have broken through. For 3 days, the strong congratulated him. Yes, I broke through. If it was normal, crossing the difficulty would be very happy, but at this time, there is really nothing to be happy about. After all, a breakthrough in a small realm will not affect the overall situation. In the great world of wind and cloud, infinite luck gathers diversity, and then the multidiversity masters of the entire heavens will appear. The era of the Emperor is an incomplete era. The Emperor's fall is too fast, and now a long time has passed. This is to let the world give birth to a king. Dominate multiple existences. Crossing the path, my 3-day strong must unite together. Splitting this fortune will exist forever in this storm. Luck is like an illusory fate, mysterious, unclear, but it is real. Some people with great luck can break through with their eyes closed, and they can bump into treasures when they go out. But if you are unlucky, drinking cold water can clog your teeth. They believe that Xuanhuan is the kind of person with great luck. That's right. Emperor Guanglong said, "This is necessary. I have entered the road of eternity for 3 days, and I am looking for opportunities in the 6th realm. We must also unite to make us stronger." I heard a message. The strong man Yan Shenshen said, "It is said that Emperor Fengshen is going to attack the forbidden area of eternity, and it is already in chaos. If Emperor Fengshen really takes action against the eternal forbidden zone, we have to keep up." Du Pan said, "Unite and gather stronger forces to carve up the greatest benefits." Reasonable. They all agree. Also pay attention to Xuanhuan. The Dragon Emperor also said, since it is impossible to exterminate their world now, the only way to limit their national destiny is to limit their national destiny. I also know that they cannot be completely restricted, but as much as they can be restricted. They quickly worked out a very fair agreement. Xuanhuan has another primitive god, called the god of time and space. It's time for us to make a decision. The multiverse is too huge. Apart from the strongest forces like the 33 heavens, there are also a large number of scattered forces, which seem to be weak when dispersed, but when gathered together, they are an incomparably terrifying force. Chen Qi, it seems that you have also decided to join Xuanhuan. An old man looked at a powerful middle-aged man. Here, there are more than a dozen gods and gods of heaven gathered together. They all come from the same heaven, and they compete with each other. Yes, I have decided to join Xuanhuan. This middle-aged man named Chen Qi has made a decision and said firmly, although we have been fighting for thousands of years, it is meaningless to continue fighting. The world has changed, and the peace brought about by the great ancient war will eventually pass. Joining Xuanhuan is indeed a better choice. I heard that many people have already gone to Xuanhuan. The old man had the highest state among the people present. Now that the fortune of Xuanhuan is at its strongest, Emperor Xuanhuan has issued a recruitment order. Go now, and we will immediately be the great heroes who assist Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan survives and continues to grow stronger, we can also get this kind of luck, and if they lose, we will not end well. They are holding the Imperial competition now. I can see that it is in the name of the competition, to make it easier for those who join to integrate. Yes, it's better to rely on Xuanhuan. They need strong people, and joining them will have a great future. Those powerful worlds, even if we join in, what's the use? If you don't get attention, you'll just be their cannon fodder, and you will do any dangerous work. I'd rather go to Xuanhuan than those Qiangshans. Only there can I be valued. The opinions of these people are very unified. Recruiting talented people is an opportunity for them to join. If you ask this multiverse, who is the most powerful now, it is naturally Emperor Fengshen, but Fengshen is too powerful, and there are primitive gods who are willing to join and assist Emperor Fengshen to open up the era. Although they are not weak, they are all gods of the heavens. If they are not the original gods, it is meaningless to become a god. In the past years, they could still live in a corner, but once the great world comes, all the lands will be conquered, and there will be wars everywhere, there will be no safe place, and the weak ones like them will be destroyed the most. There is no way, we must find a big force to take refuge in. Xuanhuan is a better place, not 33 days, but it has the strength to compete for 33 days. The main thing is, the martial arts are mysterious, and various methods emerge endlessly. No matter how many crises, they have not defeated them, but they have become more courageous as they fought. The other 33 days have been developed for too long, and the internal forces are very stable. If they enter suddenly, they can easily become cannon fodder. There are not a few people with this kind of thinking, and some people set off one after another to go to Xuanhuan, because Xuanhuan broke through the original gods and completely showed their power that day. Of course Xuanhuan knew what this group of people thought. His empire is grand and vast, and all his subjects come here, especially those who are above the Grand Lord must leave stars of national fortune in the empire, so as to test their allegiance to the empire. The more you contribute, the more you get. He has already set a series of systems. And in Guanyu League, everyone, the situation has changed drastically. It is no longer what it used to be. Xuanhuan and Du Yishan have formed a rivalry. You have seen the previous battle, so I don't need to say more. Leader Guanyu sat on the leader's seat, and his expression was tired from the vicissitudes of life. He would never have imagined that the situation would become like this in a short period of time. He and Xuanhuan also formed a covenant to explore together in Time and Space Island, but now that their strengths are not equal, there is no way to continue the alliance. Master, what do you think? During this period of time, the Guanyu League has grown stronger, mainly because of the Spacetime Island. Suddenly a god of heaven asked. The Guanyu League will be disbanded from now on. I, Guanyu, am not a primitive god, and I am no longer qualified to continue to be the leader of this alliance in this general trend. With my strength, I am not qualified to continue to fight for the hegemony of the world. You are not my subordinates, so your decision does not represent yours. Leader Guanyu said, I decided to join Xuanhuan and seek refuge with the God Emperor. I have cooperated with them many times and got to know the God Emperor. I will not force you whether you plan to leave or join with me. Let's get together and break up. #C1540 Everyone has aspirations. Lord Guanyu made a difficult decision. He decided to disband the Guanyu League and turn to Xuanhuan. Since then, he is no longer the leader of the League, but a courtier who is loyal to the empire and obeys the orders of others. He also wanted to understand that he had cooperated with Xuanhuan many times, and facing the unpredictable situation in the future, it was not the best choice to rely on anyone, there was only one way to go to the end. After his words were delivered, there was a sigh of relief. It seems that the Guanyu League will cease to exist. A god of heaven said, Guanyu, you take refuge in Xuanhuan, we will not take refuge, it is not in our interests, I also know your purpose, I will go directly to Fengshenchen, and take refuge in Fengshen Great Emperor. Going to Fengshenchen might be better than staying in Xuanhuan. The deputy leader Xuanhuan said, there are too many strong people in Fengshenchen, unless they have the mana of the original gods, otherwise it is nothing. I will stay with the leader in Xuanhuan. You should think about it for yourself. It's useless to say. Needless to say, instead of taking refuge in Xuanhuan, whose future is uncertain, it is safer and safer to take refuge in Emperor Fengshen. That's right, even if you don't go to Fengshenchen, you can take refuge in the god's heaven. The strong people present have different thoughts. Some people choose to join Xuanhuan. After all, Xuanhuan is a rising comet, and the country needs the support of strong people even more. If they go, they will have a higher status. But there are also people who want to go to a giant sky like Fengshenchen. Without him, Emperor Fengshen can be called the most powerful person in the heavens, following him is the safest. There are also those who have no ambitions, and just want to survive in the great world, take refuge in the heaven of the gods, and pray that they can survive safely. With this choice, most of the people chose to leave, and there were more than a dozen people who followed the Lord of Guanyu. The Lord of Guanyu looked at the remaining people, the empty alliance, and sighed, after years of hard work, I formed the Guanyu alliance originally to face the oppression of Du Yishan, but now the wind has dissipated, and it will also dissipate Bar. Guan Yu. It was Meng Tianhe who appeared, and he said, "If anyone can leave, let them go. The God Emperor will not force them. It is meaningless to force them to stay. Individuals have their own ideas. Whether this choice is wrong or right, let time tell, but I firmly believe that following the God Emperor is the most correct way." Tianhe. The Lord of Guan Yu nodded. "I have seen the power of the gods all the way. I believe in the God Emperor, so I am willing to rely on him. The cultivation of the gods of heaven and earth seems not weak, but they will fall in batches when they encounter great changes in the world. He is also very helpless. Fighting for hegemony in every day, the entire multiverse will be a battlefield. Some powerful primitive gods can even run to the eternal road for refuge, but the gods of heaven cannot escape. Even if you go to the heaven of the gods, sometimes the situation gets out of hand, and those god masters will forcibly recruit them. The change of the world is just the time for us to achieve great things. Let's go, Guan Yu, let's meet the God Emperor." Meng Tianhe rode. Guan Yu League becomes a thing of the past from today. All the strong men are turning to Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan also saw them one by one. These people came from afar because they value the potential of Xuanhuan and the extraordinary future. As the emperor, Xuanhuan knew of course that he had just joined and hadn't fully integrated yet. He held a national martial arts competition, and took this opportunity to let them integrate slowly, thinking that he was a martial artist from the bottom of his heart. Again Xuanhuan. Before the national martial arts competition was about to be held, an acquaintance came to visit. It was the spark of Xinjiang Tian, and he was also frightened when he saw Xuanhuan. When he retreated to attack the original god, his martial arts had changed a lot. He also learned a lot of news from Qinghua's mouth before. But when he really saw it, he realized this extraordinary. Brother Tianzhu has a pair of insightful eyes. At first, I also thought that Xuanhuan also had potential, but now he has become a giant. With the mighty divine martial god emperor, this level of strength is very powerful. Xinghe was also secretly startled. He still hadn't forgotten that Xuanhuan had just broken through the primitive state, and he didn't know how strong his breakthrough would be. Moreover, he had already achieved great momentum, and anyone who wanted to destroy him would have to pay a huge price. "Xinghe, you are here too." Xuanhuan directly condensed the golden light avenue and led Xinghe into the hall. "God." Starfire came with a smile. How keen his perception is, looking at Xuanhuan, this person is extremely tall, his aura is like the universe, and he breathes out immeasurable divine light all the time. His every move is like the will of heaven and earth, dominating the common people. He is also a primitive god, but he is sure that if the two fight against each other, he will lose instantly. "Xinghe, you have also become a primitive god, but I haven't had time to celebrate with so many state affairs recently." Xuanhuan smiled. He and Xinjiang Tian can be regarded as a very stable alliance. Compared to my breakthrough, it's nothing compared to the God Emperor. Xinghe kept smiling and said, "This time I came here, I also know that the God Emperor held a competition and invited experts from all over the world. I also brought my elites from Xinyangshan to have a friendly exchange. If we win, will we get the benefits promised by the God Emperor?" He was naturally chatting and laughing with Xuanhuan. Of course, everything follows the rules, and whoever wins will get the benefits. Xuanhuan knows that this is a way for Xinyangshan to maintain friendship with him. 2 days are not 33 days. They all want to be promoted to 33 days in the next step, and they all need help from each other. I learned that not long ago, the god of Xinjiang and the god of Hanhai fought and gained a comprehensive advantage. It seems that Xinjiang Tian will be promoted to 33 days and reach the peak again. Xuanhuan is communicating with Xinghe. The strong men he brought have been arranged in the highest standard welcome hall in the empire. Obtaining an advantage does not mean that you can really break through Hanhaitian. After all, the Lord of Han Hai has the luck of heaven and earth. Brother Tianzhu can defeat him, but it is still very difficult to break him from the position of heaven and earth. Xinghe wrote. What he said also revealed that God Xingyang is very powerful. God Xingyang is probably about to reach the sixth realm, the epic realm. Xuanhuan is also a primitive god, and he knows the strength of the primitive god very well. Without this kind of mana, it is impossible to completely suppress the god of the sea. That Xingyang god is indeed very powerful. I'm not very clear about the realm of Brother Tianzhu. Xinghe didn't say anything, and said, God Emperor, I can see that the opponent you are facing is much more difficult than us. God of crossing evil is very strong. Once he enters the sixth realm, God Emperor will be in trouble, and the foundation of Duershan surpasses that of Han Haitian. Duershan's data on paper is at the bottom, but the background of the world is very deep, unlike them who have been fighting with Han Haitian for many years and know each other's situation very well. Soldiers will block the water and the earth will cover it. I also want to destroy him. If I fight for the background, I will not be afraid of him, and my strength is also growing, and I will be the ultimate winner. Xuanhuan is extremely confident. Then I'll wait for you and me to step into the 33rd position in 2 days, and we can even go to the eternal road together in the future to find greater opportunities. Starfire smiled. This day will not be too far away. Xuanhuan always had some firm self-confidence. There is still half a month, and the national martial arts competition will be held. When the time comes, you and I will compete for 2 days, and we will see who is stronger. This is a friendly exchange. #C1541 Centripetal Force. This time, the competition of the gods is very large, and all realms are taken care of, and the rewards are particularly generous. For example, if there are 5 levels of heaven, each realm is compared, the top 3 can get the artifact of the heavenly way, and the top 10 can get the artifact of the half-day way. There are also competitions between the realms of heaven and gods. As long as you get the first place in each level, you can get a reward of an original artifact. This reward is very high. Not to mention other levels, there are many heavenly Tao gods who have just joined this time, and they secretly understand that these attractive rewards are more for them to win. We all know that there are some special reasons for offering such a good reward this time. The startling bell resounded through the empire. Immediately, a large number of powerhouses from the God dynasty gathered towards the Imperial Martial God Square, which was a place for soldiers to be temporarily transformed into a place for contests. This time, powerhouses of all realms will compete in the Valkyrie Square. In the martial arts competition of the Supreme Four Heavens, I must win the first place and get the heavenly artifact rewarded by His Majesty. Xinqiao offered a lot of rewards this time. Whoever wins the first place will not only be rewarded but also be remembered by His Majesty. A large number of people of the God dynasty are gearing up and waiting for this day. Go, this time I, Kiminjiu Xuanhu Academy, must win the first place in the genius competition. The world of Xuanhu is too big, there are many domains, and there will be competition between each domain. The ministers and generals who manage each domain want to achieve excellent rankings in their own territories and show their abilities. Where there is competition, there will be passion. And on the Martial God Square, there are also God seats emerging one after another, and the one in the middle is the Supreme Emperor seat. Rumble. Outside Xuanhuan, there is a monstrous battle beginning, which belongs to the wave of primitive gods. God Emperor, there are primitive gods fighting not far from Xuanhu. Xinghe was going to go to Martial God Square with Xuanhuan, and suddenly saw the fierce battle of the primitive gods. A giant wolf, a jinping, a giant whale, and a bull demon. At this moment in Xuanhuan, the original gods of the 4 great demon heavens were fighting against several giant dragons from the dragon god heaven. It's okay, it's not an enemy. Xuanhuan said lightly. Ha ha ha, I won't play with you this time, let's go, let's go to Xuanhuan and visit the Xuanhuan God Emperor. The bull demon master shouted happily. They got rid of the 4 giant dragons, entered the moment of supernatural power, did as the Romans did, and turned into human forms. Generally, they don't like to transform into human form, but when they enter the territory dominated by the human race, they will transform into human form for convenience, otherwise it will be too inconvenient and too eye-catching. Ox Demon Lord, Greedy Wolf Demon Lord, Sky Whale Demon Lord, Jinping Demon Lord. Xuanhuan led them indirectly. Haha, I came here this time to visit the God Emperor. I heard that the God Emperor held a big martial arts competition. I also brought some demon sons and grandchildren here. I want to compete. The bull demon master laughed. He felt the dominance of the world from Xuanhuan. This person is a domineering emperor, and his actions are infinitely domineering, which suits his appetite. What also made Tian and other demon masters very pleasing to Xuanhuan was that Longshan Tian was also their enemy, and the enemy's enemy was their friend. Just right. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they simply came to Xuanhuan to see how extraordinary the empire that the ancestor of the phoenix had mentioned was. Although they are monsters, they are also wise and know how to unite and connect, and make friends with each other and attack with close. Only by communicating with the powerhouses of the heavens can you detect your true strength. Xuanhuan welcomed them, and even helped him a great favor invisibly, saying, "The contest is about to start, demon masters, take your seats." The strong man from Tian is also here, as well as the strong man from Xinyang Heaven. This time they also brought elites to compete with us. The strength of the elites has been extremely strong in the past 2 days. These rewards are prepared for us by the God Emperor, and we cannot let them take them away. Remember, this time we must not lose face in front of the God Emperor, and we must display my mighty might. That's right, if we lose to them, the Empire's face will not look good. Compare with them. Seeing the powerhouses of Tian and Xinyangshan also enter the martial god square, the eyes of many powerhouses of the gods were ignited, and they actually shared the same hatred for the sake of the Empire's face. Originally, because of the talent recruitment order, the number of people who came to the Empire has greatly increased, and they have no sense of belonging. However, the impact of external forces came to snatch their rewards, which made them pay more attention to their own identities, and they must not be defeated by foreign powerhouses. A sense of belonging is cultivated through one thing: wars, contests, treatment, and so on. Everyone, take your seats. Xuanhuan's voice boomed. He landed on the emperor's throne, overlooking the vastness. The entire martial god square was under his gaze, the majesty of controlling a country, possessing boundless power. He is the god of martial arts. See God Emperor. Throughout the martial god square, countless people looked at the God Emperor, excited and uplifted. He is the glory of Xuanhuan, and they all shouted loudly to welcome the arrival of the God Emperor. Many people who have just joined the Empire, after hearing these cheers, their hearts were also affected, and they even started to drink. This competition, presided over by the God Emperor himself, is of great significance. This mighty national fortune. The 4 demon masters also took their seats. That day, the Whale Lord secretly sent a voice transmission. He has a majestic aura of the Supreme Humane, just like a human emperor. You see how stable the destiny of Xuanhuan is. There is a power of the Supreme Humane, but he is not the emperor, but more domineering. The Lord of Greedy Wolf is the strongest among them, the original 4th realm. He said, "I have seen the Emperor of Humanity before. His temperament is benevolent and loving, like the sky and the earth, but he is different. He is too domineering. He will not only be the Emperor of Humanity, but also the Emperor of all living beings. Such a person is extremely terrifying, and he is also a powerful and domineering Emperor. They transmit sound." Of course Xuanhuan knew that they were transmitting voices, and he didn't spy on them. He did so many shocking things, and countless people have been studying his secrets for a long time. Just let these people study, no one would think that he came with the system. All the people of the Shin dynasty, as well as the friends of Wan Yao Tian and Xin Yangshan, this time I hold the competition for the purpose of communication. All participants must display their strengths. I hope to see your superior performance. His voice rolled and passed to everyone's voice. It seems to be just talking, but it is different in the ears of the 4 demon masters. They seem to have seen the existence of a ruler who dominates the wild, and they all secretly speculate that although it is the first level, its real strength is unpredictable. All the demons of Wanyaoshan, compare yourself with the strong fighters of Xinwu, show your strength, and remember it for me. This time it is a friendly exchange. Greedy Wolf Demon Master also spoke. Qi Ling, I will personally preside over this big competition. You announce the rules of the duel and all the rewards for this competition, so that they can fight freely. With me here, there will be no accidents. Xu Yuan asked the Lord of Enlightenment to announce the rules of the competition, and with the impact of external forces, they not only competed with themselves, but also with other heavenly powers, so as to gather the centripetal force of the empire. #C1542 Peerless Elegance. This contest is highly anticipated. Even if it is held again in the future, it will not be as sensational as it is today. I am afraid that His Majesty will not host it in person, let alone give such a generous reward to everyone. Due to the large number of people, it is extremely cumbersome to fight. No, Chu Yuan has capable officers under his command. He left these troublesome things to the Book of Revelation to do, and he was smart enough to arrange them in an orderly manner. The powerhouses of the God dynasty are maintaining order. After all, it is a friendly contest, not a battle with external forces. The powerhouses will keep a close eye on every battle, lest someone fall in the contest. The vast martial god square is like a huge prismatic mirror, with countless faces branching out from inside, and each face is a world of martial arts. Chu Yuan projected the scene of the battle to every place in the empire. Also because of the impact of external forces, not only the internal fighting between the empires, but all those who participated in the battle were full of fighting spirit, and they all held back their energy and wanted to perform well in front of His Majesty. Chu Yuan looked at and nodded. From the competition, he can see many truly outstanding people. The stage for them to show their strength will be recorded by the Minister of the Empire, and they will be selected into the army suitable for them and given them better training. Your Majesty, the people of the Divine Dynasty are all brave and good at fighting. The Bull Demon Lord looked into the arena with scorching eyes, and even hoped to fight this legendary god of martial god, but the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. The powerhouses of Wanyao Tian are also very powerful. Chu Yuan laughed and talked about the wind, and his tone controlled the world. Although the competition was fierce, it was just a show to them, and it didn't matter who won or lost. We should also let the real strong to compete. Greedy Wolf Demon Lord said, Silver Wolf, go and ask for advice. This is a huge silver wolf. The fur color of his whole body exudes a dazzling silver light. On the back, there is even a golden silk thread, like an eternal substance. Of course, without being primitive, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate eternal matter. Lord of the Silver Wolf. The Master of Mingyue Island is also here. Seeing the Lord of the Silver Wolf, he is also very familiar. He is also a strong man on the list of Tiandao gods. He has fought against him. At that time, the two were evenly divided. Island Master Mingyue. When the Lord of the Silver Wolf saw the Lord of the Silver Wolf, his aura fluctuated violently. The other party had become a primitive god, and he was qualified to be in the same circle with the greatest Lord of Greedy Wolf and his wolf clan. Who can fight me? Lord of the Silver Wolf. I really want to fight with you, Yulan. A woman in a red dress came out. She is the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao of Xinyang Tian, a direct disciple of Xinyang Tianzhu, and she is very powerful. A force of time and space from Xuanhuan swept out, and in an instant, a martial arts world was formed. With his power to support it, it could withstand the impact of the power of heaven and gods. Thinking of time and space, creating a world in an instant. Seeing Xuanhuan's method, Xingho and the four demon lords were surprised and said, "It's amazing, he is proficient in the way of time and space, and he can also master chaos. In that time and space, he may be able to resist the power of the original god. He really deserves his reputation." Just this move showed the power of the God Emperor of martial arts. At the same time, Yu Lan and the Lord of the Silver Wolf had already fought together. The fight between the two was extremely fierce, with the sky and the fire raging, the Sirius screaming at the moon, and tens of thousands of moves in the battle. In the end, the Lord of the Silver Wolf stood proudly in the field and defeated Yu Lan. "I lost." Yu Lan's face was not good-looking, and she withdrew from the battlefield. Of course she still has the ultimate trick to suppress the bottom of the box, but she also knows that this is not a battle of life and death, but a contest between several major forces. "Haha, Silver Wolf, I'm here to challenge you." It is a strong man from the Bull Demon clan. Thousands of demons gather together, there are too many races of demons, and they compete fiercely with each other. Often it's either you die or I live, and a real natural selection, the law of the jungle, is staged. Of course, it's different at the level of the original god. However, the strong man from the Bull Demon clan came to power as a foil. The Lord of the Silver Wolf repeatedly defeated his opponents, and the mighty Lord of Guangyu also entered the field. He fought fiercely with the Lord of the Silver Wolf, but he was not his opponent, and he was quickly defeated. If the god of time and space didn't become primitive, he could still fight him. "If no one can defeat the Silver Wolf master of my clan, the God Emperor's original artifact, I will be disrespectful and take it away." Lord Greedy Wolf smiled. Nature. Chuyuan Dao, whoever wins the first place will get the reward. This is the rule set by me. No matter whether my people are my people or not, they must follow the rules. You are not joking. If no one can defeat the Lord of the Silver Wolf, the treasure to him. You have no jokes. This is the temperament of the Emperor. He can be cruel, and ruthless, but there is no joke in what he says, and he will not change it. "I come." An indifferent voice came, it turned out to be Joyo. She walked out from the map of heaven, and at her feet, there was a vaguely primitive road condensed. The pupils of the Lord of the Silver Wolf shrank suddenly. He can feel that Joyo is very powerful and has already embarked on the original path, but he has no fear, the stronger the opponent can inspire his fierceness. "Restore mana to its peak," Lord of Greedy Wolf said. When Lord Silver Wolf recovered to his peak, the battle between him and Joyo began. Serious. Boom. The master of the huge silver wolf, Joyo, is like an ant in front of him. An incomparably ferocious aura, a silver sky wolf seemed to be screaming at the moon in the sky. The silver wolf took the initiative to use his powerful supernatural powers to lock Joyo, and the wolf claws tore her away. The power of this claw can penetrate hundreds of millions of time and space. Greedy Wolf Demon Lord nodded secretly when he saw Silver Wolf's blow, which made him very satisfied, but then his gaze fell on Joyo again, wondering what method she would use to counter it. Joyo looked indifferent, ignoring all living beings. She is magnificent, just like a peerless empress. She also has an infinite domineering aura. Her radiance was obscured by Chuyuan, but at this moment she showed her brilliance. The power of Joyo has transformed into a time and space. The interior is dark and gloomy, and there are strands of dark golden light. The claw of the Lord of the Silver Wolf pierced into the 9 nether time and space, and immediately seemed to be plunged into a swamp, so that his ferocious blow had no effect at all, and was directly resolved. Not good. The Lord of the Silver Wolf was suddenly startled. Jiuyo's domain expanded, enveloping him, waves of peerless power were crisscrossing, and his huge silver wolf body was being continuously bombarded. In the Jiuyo domain, the Lord of the Silver Wolf clearly felt that his power was rapidly disappearing, and he was deprived of it. She is the only ruler of the world, time and space. Jiuyo raised a palm, and this palm was like the impact of the multiverse, directly killing the wolf's body, and immediately blasted him out of the battlefield. I lost. The Lord of the Silver Wolf was still very unwilling. However, it is impossible for him to fight Jiuyo desperately just for a martial arts competition. Peerless elegance, the demeanor of an empress. Looking at Jiuyo, these primitive gods were not stingy with their admiration. He even had a hunch that this woman named Jiuyo could also walk on the original path in the future. Jiuyo defeated the Lord of the Silver Wolf this time, but Xuanhuan knew very well that this was the first step for her to become number one in the way of heaven, and she achieved her originality through repeated trials and tribulations. #C1543 The Great Change of the Forbidden Zone. This time the national competition ended soon, because the joining of Wanyao Tian and Zhenyang Tian made this competition even more exciting. None of these demon masters stayed for long. For them, the more they hate Longshen Tian, they will win over them, and the more unhappy Xuanhuan makes Longshen, the happier they will be. And Jiuyo also set off soon, heading for the heaven of absolute beginning. The gods returned to calm again. Eternal matter. Xuanhuan is condensing more eternal substances in his body every moment, and when he reaches a limit, he will break through the realm and go to the second original level. The cultivation of the original realm is to transform one's divine body into an eternal divine body. In this way, in the past 6 months, Xuanhuan was awakened by a news from the Sword God. Sword God, you have been in the realm of Eternal God, what happened? Xuanhuan asked. The Sword God is not in Xinqiao, and what he showed in front of Xuanhuan was a brand left behind. Your Majesty, something happened to the primordial God realm. Sword God replied, just a few days ago, Emperor Fengshen made a sudden move. With his lawless strength, he completely separated the entire Heavenly King's relic from the Eternal Road and took this relic away. And because of his collection, a great change occurred in the forbidden area of the ancient times, infinite eternal energy poured down, and it also brought a large number of relics. The Emperor Conferred God actually took away the entire Heavenly King's ruins, and no one could stop it. On that day, Xuanhuan only got an inheritance from Xuanhuan, and he benefited a lot. It is hard to imagine how many treasures there will be in the whole ruins. The Conferred God Emperor, with extremely strong strength, lived out a second life. Tell me in detail. Xuanhuan couldn't ignore the news. Yes, Fengshen itself was active in the Eternal Forbidden Zone. After the accident happened in the Eternal Forbidden Zone, a large number of strong people entered immediately, causing a lot of competition. I was also in the competition and gained a lot of benefits. The Sword God continued, moreover, the news has spread, and more masters will gather in the Eternal Restricted Area. The Eternal Forbidden Zone has undergone major changes. Xuanhuan pondered. It is difficult for him to really know what happened in the restricted area only through the Sword God's report, unless he saw it with his own eyes. After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan said, Sword God, you continue to stay in the forbidden area of the ages to collect information for me, and I will come as quickly as possible. For the Conferred God Conference, I may know the purpose of the Conferred God Emperor. With such a big change in the Eternal Forbidden Zone, Xuanhuan naturally couldn't stay in Xinqiao and wait for the news. The strong men from all over the world have gone, so naturally he will go too. He also faintly felt a great crisis. He felt that the God of Doom seemed to be not in the Doom Heaven, not even in the multiverse, and perhaps went to the Eternal Road. As for the strategy of God of crossing evil, he also knows that it is nothing more than wanting to break through the sixth realm first, and bring infinite mana to completely destroy his dynasty. Facing the sixth realm, Xuanhuan would not think that he would be an opponent of such an existence. By the time Xuanhuan arrived in the Forbidden Zone, it had been a while. His Majesty. The Sword God has been waiting for Xuanhuan. Eternal Restricted Area, shocking changes. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the Eternal Restricted Area is completely different from the first time he came here. The Eternal Forbidden Zone is just a general term. The entire Forbidden Zone is vast and stretches, larger than a single 33, and contains many relics, the splendor of each era. The place where the Tianhuang ruins originally existed has completely disappeared. Endless breath, chaos between heaven and earth, an incredible scene appeared. Xuanhuan immediately saw a big hole in the place where the original king's relic was. A vast aura descended, covering the entire eternal forbidden area in an ancient color, as if forming an ocean. This scene is like turning the bottle upside down, opening the cap, and pouring the water inside. Like the horror of opening the floodgates, the forbidden zone of eternity seems to have a special magnetic field, which can gather the energy in the eternal road. In this attraction, Xuanhuan also saw many treasures, all surrounding a huge vortex, forming a huge sky-reaching spiral between the swallowing and sucking of various air currents, piercing through the world. Rumbling, with the vibration, it spread to various places in the eternal restricted area. With this vast power and majestic power, even a primitive god would appear humble and insignificant in front of it. Connecting the eternal road, a special magnetic field. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely sharp. His palm suddenly grasped, with infinite suction, and a lot of things fell into his fingers in an instant. Although most of them were ruin-like fragments, there were still a lot of precious magical materials separated from them. This is just the result of his grasp. It's just a place with a special reporting magnetic field in the original Godland. If it is the real Eternal Road, it is rumored that there are relics of many eras there, and only the strong can survive there. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the vortex and see the scene inside the Eternal Road. Think about it, the eligibility to enter the Eternal Road must reach the primitive god, and ordinary primitive gods will face many dangers there, and even those who are just delivering food can know the horror. Xuanhuan doesn't go now, because he knows it's not the best time to go. Your Majesty, I have also won a large number of treasures, which I will contribute to the Empire, and I also got a heaven-punishing sword. The sword god didn't hide his secrets, and immediately offered a heaven-punishing sword to Xuanhuan with both hands. He is a creature created and rewarded by the system. Although he is extremely powerful and has his own personality, he is absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan ordered him to die immediately, and he would not hesitate at all. You did very well. At this time, Xuanhuan had 5 heaven-punishing swords. Every time there is an extra heaven-punishing sword, the power will be greatly increased, and there are 99 swords in this universe. If they can be gathered together, they will be able to burst out the might of the great heaven-punishing emperor. Endless origins. Xuanhuan was revolving in an instant with endless origin, and he also felt that the heaven-punishing sword was scattered in all walks of life, and there were still a few in the eternal forbidden zone. Such a good opportunity, this time I will go to explore the forbidden zone of the ages, maybe I can make another breakthrough in my realm. Every time I grow, the improvement in strength is huge. Xuanhuan's eyes were burning and he was ambitious. No matter how his opponent lays out or plans, as long as he makes himself stronger, no matter how his opponent plots against him, he will always be able to gain an invincible position. This universe is cruel, and everyone is fighting for eternity. The weak can survive peacefully, it is just that the strong shield them from the wind and rain ahead. Your Majesty, I have another piece of news. The sword god said another thing that Xuanhuan was interested in. He said, it is said that the faceless man has reappeared again, and he killed several primitive gods again. According to rumors, his strength is stronger than that in Tiantu, and those powerful existences have not escaped from him. There are powerful people who are furious, but they can't find the faceless man. #C1544, The Strong Gather. The faceless man has also arrived in the eternal restricted zone. Moreover, he hunted and killed the primitive gods everywhere, almost taking these supreme beings as prey. This makes many strong people hate what is his origin, powerful and strange. Facing his threat, many people hated it, but there was nothing they could do about him. He came and went without a trace, and it is impossible to know his exact whereabouts. Oh? The faceless man is here too, it's best not to let me meet him. Xuanhuan didn't like the faceless man at all. Like many people, he would kill him if caught, but unfortunately, it was difficult to deduce his whereabouts. It's not surprising that he came. There was a huge commotion in the eternal forbidden zone. Many powerful people came. It's very chaotic here. Every time that Faceless kills a primitive god, he wants to seize their power and grow stronger. If things go on like this, the strength is like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Combined with the previous battle, Xuanhuan was also analyzing the faceless man, but there was nothing. I really want to take off his mask and see what kind of face he is under the disguise. Even if Xuanhuan runs endless origin, he still has no way of knowing the whereabouts of the faceless man. His gaze penetrated into the eternal restricted area. Although he hasn't entered yet, he also knows that a large number of primitive gods have already arrived here in the entire multiverse. This is not surprising. The road to eternity is too dangerous. Without strong self-confidence, they will not rush indiscriminately. Even the god of evil and the others must unite the three powerful people to have the confidence to break through. And here, although it is also dangerous, the intensity is not as intense as the eternal road. Sword God, let's go in too. How can I break through such a feast, and I must share the food? The eternal forbidden zone is for the strong to compete for. Just before he was about to go in, the sky was cloudy, and it turned out to be an army of hell, forming a strong torrent, a wave of heaven, and a primitive aura that shook the world. He saw an incomparably tyrannical existence, transmitting waves of depraved power. There are 12 pairs of black wings, growing on the back. Seeing him will make people fall into the abyss. The army of hell, if I see it right, it is the fallen master among the 18 masters of hell. Xuanhuan said. Every master of hell must be in the 5th realm in strength. In hell heaven, there is the blessing of the origin of heaven and earth, and his mana is comparable to that of the master of the day, which is unimaginably powerful. And even if they are not in hell heaven, they will be stronger than the average 5th realm. This is the boost that dominance brings them. How could hell heaven not come for such a big event? Your Majesty, I have seen other hell masters come before. Not only that, but also the gods of the gods, the demon master of the demon heaven, the demon master of the demon heaven, the Taoist master of the heaven, and the gods of the heavens. The strong gather. Sword God replied. The gathering of the gods is all moved by the emperor who conferred the gods. Xuanhuan pondered carefully, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Conferred God Conference, so that's the case, I understand. The Conferred God Conference has already been held, and it's in the eternal restricted area, and all the gods from all over the world will block the Conferred God Emperor and attack his spirit. Luck, so that he can't be the only one, and in this eternal restricted area, a battle against the Emperor Fengshen will break out. With 1 day's strength to contend against the heavens, and the powerhouses of the heavens dare not underestimate them, they can see the invincibility of Emperor Fengshen. The oppression he brought was too great. Your Majesty, Emperor Fengshen has even bigger plans. Sword God speculated. You're right. Emperor Fengshen knew that his sudden seizure of the Heavenly King's ruins would cause great changes in the Forbidden Zone, but he still did so. Xuanhuan also understood more. I think his real purpose is to seize and occupy the entire eternal Forbidden Zone. You see, due to the special magnetic field here, along this passage of heaven and earth, there are a large number of people from eternity at every moment. The relics of the road are absorbed in. It's such a big ambition, to occupy the forbidden area of the ages, is to have a place of treasure. The sword god shouted, but the strong man of the heavens will not let him succeed. If he does this, he will be the enemy of all heavens. However, Emperor Fengshen has become a public enemy, so naturally he won't care about this. There will be strong people who will hinder him. We don't need to worry, the more chaos the multidimensional heavens have, the better. While Xuanhuan was speaking, he had already entered the forbidden zone of eternity. Boom! In an instant, he clearly felt a different aura, and his speed of condensing eternal matter was half faster than that of the outside world. This is also because the breath of the eternal road swept in. Cultivating here will be faster than the outside world, and it will be easier for Tiao God to achieve primitiveness. Xuanhuan said. His eyes are focused. Devouring. A lot of magical materials were dancing around, and Xuanhuan was devouring all the way as he walked, just like he was in the ancient battlefield. As long as he saw it, he couldn't escape his control. In just a short while, he collected a lot of resources. That's the divine martial god emperor. What a domineering devourer. He collects fetishes much faster than us. Around him, a vacuum field is formed. Yeah, in this short moment, this place has been searched, but we don't want to fight him. His background makes Dewey God dare not attack him at will. Avoid him, the eternal forbidden zone is huge. Such momentum will definitely attract the attention of many powerful people, but those strong people all agree to stay away from Xuanhuan and do not want to have conflicts with him. Not surprisingly. Xuanhuan's strength is too strong. Moreover, the sword god is an existence of the original fifth realm. So powerful, you can do whatever you want. I sense the whereabouts of the heaven punishing sword first. Xuanhuan knew that although he devoured a lot, he didn't cherish much. With the induction of the heavenly punishing sword, he could determine his direction. Although there were strong people who made maps in the ruins of the eternal forbidden zone in the past, but the maps are useless, and everything is in a state of chaos. Your Majesty, I am here. Suddenly, there was a telepathic sound transmission in Xuanhuan's mind. It's from the Lord of Greedy Demons. Your Majesty, the strong man from One Motion, and I have also come to the Forbidden Zone. Lord of Greedy Demons. Okay, Greedy Demon, you don't need to rush to me, and still follow your plan. If you encounter danger that you can't face, I will come as quickly as possible. Xuanhuan said to him. The Lord of Greedy Demons is Chu Yuanbu's hidden game in One Motion. When he has an explosive effect, Xuanhuan doesn't need him to expose it. This way, it is likely to bring greater benefits. And the Lord of Greedy Demons. Xuanhuan was not stingy with rewards, and rewarded him with a Tianyuan Shindan, and also equipped him with primitive artifacts. Even if he encounters primitive gods, he may escape his life. Your Majesty, I understand. Grimo Lord replied. God Emperor, in the eternal forbidden zone, there will be many ancient and unwilling evil thoughts that fell on the eternal road, and some evil thoughts are powerful enough to pose a threat to the primitive gods. The sword god holds a sword and cuts through thorns in front of him, sweeping away obstacles for Xuanhuan. In the eternal restricted area, I will not be surprised if any weird things happen. Xuanhuan said calmly, go there. #C1545 Battleground. The eternal restricted area is too large, wider than the day, and it is the most important place in the original god realm. The geographical environment here is complex and difficult to traverse. There was a shock, and Xuanhuan stopped suddenly. He looked up at the sky, and the power of the boundless domain spread to the entire forbidden zone, and he saw an ancient and grand portal. This portal pierces infinite time and space, as if it has deduced the mystery of the 33 days. The supreme and majestic vision, this is not a treasure in the forbidden zone of the ages, but the gate of the conferred God Emperor. The location of the conferred God assembly is here. Also because of the appearance of the gate of conferred gods, that supreme power enveloped the entire restricted area, and many treasures were absorbed by the gate of conferred gods. But in an instant, there are also many Tao divine lights impacting, transforming into boundless visions of gods, demons, etc. The gate of the conferred God is shrouded in order to absorb all the treasures here. The strong from other worlds will naturally not agree. They want to block the luck of the conferred God, and even divide his power. Xuanhuan also saw that, without the impact of many forces, these treasures would almost have been taken away by Emperor Fengshen. It's too ambitious, which no one wants. The eternal restricted area has become a battleground for military strategists. Whoever gets here will have boundless resources. Emperor Fengshen obviously knew that all the heavens would deal with him. If he got all of this, he could cultivate a large number of gods of heaven, and even many primitive gods. He came back from the second life, extremely domineering, no one can stop him from becoming a god of the era. Different thoughts. Those ambitious people who ranked in the top 10 and possessed great strength directly aimed their spearheads at the emperor conferred god, defeated him, and seized his luck. Back then, the human emperor was also crowned emperor in World War I. Everyone wants to be the next human emperor. And those who are ranked behind and whose strength is in the middle or at the bottom, their thinking is much simpler, to make themselves immortal in the world war. 33 days without falling. And take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more background and let more primitive gods be born in your own world. Only with stronger strength can we face various crises. The weak are afraid of troubled times. But the existence of a hero like Xuanhuan likes troubled times the most. If the world is not in chaos, how can he show his grand plans? Let's be messy. Xuanhuan said lightly. He advanced quickly in the eternal restricted area, a boundless darkness, and he could not perceive the front, but he slammed his big hand, and the darkness was shattered. And at the moment when the darkness dissipated, suddenly a ray of incomparably bright light pierced through the ninth heaven, the distance of the speed of light in an instant. This light. Xuanhuan glanced at the light suddenly. He moved in time and space, quickly pursued the past, subverted time and space with one blow, reversed yin and yang, and the great devouring technique instantly absorbed the light. When the multiverse was born, the first light. Xuanhuan's spiritual thoughts spread, and he immediately knew the origin of this light. It is rumored that before the incalculably long years, when the multiverse was born, the heavens and the earth suddenly exploded from the chaos, and the first light burst out, and the creation of the world began. The Tao in his hand is just a ray of that light, not a 10,000th of it. But with just a swipe, Xuanhuan lamented the power contained inside, the origin of heaven and earth, the grand artistic conception of the birth of the ages. If refined and added to the divine weapon, it can create the divine light tool that opens the sky. The end is powerful and infinite. There are too many fetishes, and the primitive gods will be extremely moved, and the fetishes here only represent an extremely small part of the eternal road, such as rivers and seas, not even a tributary. Xuanhuan thought a lot. Sword God, let's hurry up. I predict that there will be a big battle in the forbidden area of the ages. Take advantage of this opportunity, you and I will collect a lot to strengthen the foundation of the empire. Xuanhuan said. The sword god responded, his divine light continued to slash out, a large amount of time and space was shattered, and the treasures hidden inside were taken away together. Boom! The light of the sword is long and spans millions of miles. Under the knife of the sword god, time and space are cut like a plane, and a huge black stone palace appears in front of Xuanhuan. After experiencing the sword of the sword, the palace was not directly destroyed. Your Majesty, let me break this palace, and see what's inside. The magic power of the sword god reaches the sky, the long knife is out of its sheath, and there is a vast expanse of whiteness. This time, he used 100% of his strength. In order to prevent the internal things from being destroyed, he directly chopped on the stone gate. Boom! The stone gate was broken open, but it was not that there were no traces of treasures. Blood. The thick bloody mist came out first. There were no treasures in the entire hall, but blood marks stained the walls. Death. With terrifying and ferocious thoughts, murderous intent, and evil spirit suppressing the ages, the blood mist condensed into a bloody ancient existence. This ancient existence is dead, but his eternal thoughts remain in each blood mark. He was angry and unwilling, unable to accept his fall, so he turned into resentment. He will bring death to all beings. How dare you be presumptuous? As soon as the sword god was cold, and the heavenly sword slashed, his attainments in the way of the sword reached perfection, and in an instant, the sword slashed on the ancient existence. Boom! A roaring shock of soul and will interpreted the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The sword god's will is too firm, and he will not be moved by it. The bloody will of this ancient existence is very strong, and the general primitive gods are not his opponents. However, how powerful the sword god is, the original fifth realm. In front of him, there was no room for the bloody existence to resist. Destroy the world. The sword god is about to use his power to destroy the world and completely wipe out the bloody existence. Don't kill him completely. Xuanhuan spoke. The sword god agreed, and when he collapsed the bloody deposit with one blow, turning it into an endless blood mist, he directly sealed it and handed it over to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked at the existence of bloody. He devoured a large amount of raw energy, and in just an instant, a bloody blood cell appeared, creating a one-time fetish. The bloody thoughts are still impacting inside. Very good. The purpose of Xuanhuan sealing this bloody existence is to value his thoughts, which can have a strong impact on the primitive gods, and the weaker ones will even be directly collapsed to death. This one-time use fetish, released suddenly, will have a strong impact on the enemy camp. He knew that since he wanted to plunder fetish objects in the Forbidden Zone this time, his enemy, Duishan 3-Day United, would definitely not stay behind to watch the show. They must also unite and send a strong lineup to strengthen their foundation here. In the special environment here, Xuanhuan understands that his strength is likely to get a strong increase in these 3 days, which will pose a great threat to him. Now all the attention is on the Eternal Forbidden Zone, no one wants to miss this opportunity. At this time, Xuanhuan stepped into the sky and overlooked the Eternal Restricted Area. #C1546 Eternal Samurai. The strong men from all over the world have already entered the Eternal Restricted Area. Many powerful auras shocked, and many great and powerful statues joined forces to smash a huge ruin, and countless treasures fell like raindrops and fell into their pockets. Eternal Restricted Area, shocking changes. A real dragon that shocked the ages made a long sound. His aura was so strong that he had reached the terrifying original fifth realm, mastering a peerless majesty. The true dragon master of Long Shenshin, he is one of the greatest existences of the dragon clan. In some secular dynasties, there is always the saying of the real dragon emperor, and the real dragon is also used to describe some powerful arrogance. The word true dragon, when people hear it, they will know how powerful he is. This true dragon lord existed when the ancestor of all monsters dominated the world. There are too many treasures appearing in the Eternal Restricted Zone this time, connecting to the Eternal Road. Dunan also appeared here, Lord of the True Dragon. This time we have joined forces for 3 days, and we are powerful. We will surely be able to search for a large number of treasures with great strength, and face the next possible changes in the world at any time. Duishan, Yan Shenshin, Long Shenshin, the powerhouses of the 3 days, are all here. It is not surprising that they are united, after all, the lords of the 3 days have joined forces to enter the eternal road. They are not stupid, and they also deeply understand that although they can take a lot of treasures by themselves in 1 day, the danger is too great, and it is more beneficial to join hands in 3 days and become stronger. The 2 powerhouses of Yan Shenshen are a man and a woman, both of them are of the original 4th heaven, and they can fight against the 5th heaven when they combine their forces. Although Dewey was only in the original 3 realms, no one underestimated him. He brought the Guardian of the Sky with him, and he also hid a great background. According to him, the 5th realm would not be able to kill him if this background broke out, and could even threaten them. This time, in addition to those who had to stay at home for 3 days, they also sent a combination of many primitive gods. Yes, we should unite this time. The Lord of the True Dragon said, there are a large number of strong men from all walks of life in the heavens, many ancient gods in the gods and heavens, and many masters in hell have also arrived. Only by joining forces can we compete with them. After all, we 3 days, God is not in the multiverse. It's going to be very confusing here. The Divine Martial God Emperor is also here, Wu Shang said. They were very afraid of the fighting power of the Divine Martial God Emperor, and they killed the Lord of Crossing the Sea hundreds of millions of time and space away with a single axe that day. Emperor Xuanhuan, Lord of the True Dragon, should we trouble him? Not long ago, many demon masters from Wanya Ocean went to Xuanhuan. The Dragon Turtle Emperor gritted his teeth. He has a primordial 5th realm beside him, and with his own combat strength, it is not difficult to deal with him, but it is very difficult to kill him. I am also worried that the demon master of Wanyao Tian will appear and destroy the plan. We must plan carefully. The real Dragon Lord is very wise. Although he wants to destroy Xuanhuan, he also knows that it is not so easy to destroy him. The Lord of the Dragons is right. With such a good time, we will collect it and cultivate more primitive gods for us in 3 days. As for Emperor Fengshen, they beat them. As for Xuanhuan, we need to find a better one. Opportunities to deal with him, rather than blind shots. The strong man from Yan Shenshen also said. The original god's practice is to accumulate more eternal matter, but this is too difficult, unless you go to the eternal road to find it. But think about it, the danger of the eternal road, even 3 days God will join hands. In the ancient years, it was not that the Lord of the Day fell there. Xuanhuan must deal with it and look for opportunities, but we don't want to conflict with Fengshen. Fengshen will leave it to the gods and them to deal with it, and we will go there. Your Majesty, the terrain here is completely chaotic. Dao Shen said. He looked around, seeing the terrifying and raging cosmic storm, the wanton bombardment, and the source of this storm was the eternal breath attracted by the eternal restricted area. The more raging storm, I feel that the eternal restricted area is attracting a terrifying thing to this place. This is a collapsed place. Xuanhuan felt it. When he was walking forward, he suddenly heard a shrill scream, and in front of him, hundreds of bright rays of light appeared, resembling human silhouettes. There are people there. The sword god explored the danger in advance for Xuanhuan. Huh? Giants? The silhouettes that Xuanhuan saw were very tall, revealing an eternal power. He waved his hand to disperse the storm, and immediately saw that each of the hundreds of people was 9 feet 9 in height. Not a real person. Dao Shen shouted. It's not really a real person. Xuanhuan focused his attention, piercing through their bodies with sharp eyes, and found something different. It turned out that they were all warriors made of stones, but these stones were unusual, they turned out to be eternal god stones, and their hearts turned out to be eternal substances. With the eternal god stone as the body and the eternal matter as the heart, they mobilize their power. Each warrior is nearly 10 feet tall. Think about how much eternal god stone it takes to build them. Murderous, they also held a stone axe in their hands, and it was stained with steaming blood. Obviously, a group of people broke into their domain just now and were killed by them. None of them escaped. Who are these fighters? There is no memory of these strong men in the soul of the Sword God for the time being. If my guess is correct, he is the Eternal Legion, the eternal warrior created by a Panchen Great Emperor before the extremely ancient era. Xuanhuan recognized the origin of these fighters. It is not uncommon to create puppet warriors with the Eternal God Stone, but this group of warriors are all armed with battle axes, so it is only the masterpiece of the Panchen Great Emperor. Emperor Panchen, the Eternal Core? Daoshan said. That's right, it's the Eternal Core. The Emperor Panchen is older than the Emperor Zhu. He is the strongest in the Eternal Road. He created the world. He is the only one who is the only one. No one is his opponent. He created an eternal core. What we see in front of us is only the warriors of heaven, and it is said that he has also created a large number of primitive warriors, follow him to fight. When Xuanhuan mentioned the Panchen Great Emperor, he was also shocked by his strength. The strongest of the Eternal Road. Even beings like the founder of the God Realm dare to be called the strongest in an era, but they also dare not be called the strongest on the eternal path. However, such a great existence, leading his eternal army, broke into the road of eternity, hoping to obtain the ultimate eternity. But in the final result, everyone knows that Emperor Panchen was still defeated. He fell on the road of eternity, and his failure has also opened up a bigger road by later generations. His eternal core, those warriors also drifted to all walks of life in the universe with the changes of the Eternal Road, and this time they were also absorbed into the Eternal Forbidden Area. Panchen the Great, with unparalleled power, the strongest in the universe, is still defeated. Next, even Emperor Zhu was defeated. This road is too hopeless. Throughout the ages, countless amazing and powerful beings have not been able to break through. I really don't know if there is eternity in the world. #C1547 bugs. Kill. Boom, these eternal warriors burst out with extremely arrogant thoughts. Although Emperor Panchen died, they still fought endlessly. They did not forget the Emperor's long-cherished wish to create an eternal road, and regarded Xuanhuan and Sword God as enemies on the Eternal Road. These eternal warriors are all powerful, each comparable to a powerful god of heaven. Moreover, their bodies are special, made of eternal god stone, tempered by Emperor Panchen himself, and engraved with secret patterns. Although there is no Taoist artifact of the gods of heaven, but with their bodies, it is impossible to break their bodies without holding the original artifact. With hundreds of gods united in front of him, a weak primitive god like Du Hai would flee in panic. This is just the eternal warrior of heaven. If it is the original eternal warrior, if they attack together, the original gods will be directly blown away by them. At that time, Emperor Panchen was a nightmare in the Eternal Road. Bold. The Sword God shouted loudly and wanted to kill them with his hands, but Xuanhuan immediately ordered, "Sword God, don't destroy them, save them for great use. I want to study the experience of Emperor Panchen refining the eternal warrior. I will give you an order. Drawing on the experience of others, and using your own wisdom, you may be able to create a warrior of my gods and martial arts." I understand. Daoshan Daoguan shrouded down. Although these eternal warriors are powerful, they are only composed of gods and gods of heaven after all, and they were immediately trapped by the sword formation of the Sword God, and sword light slashed on them. The knife array rotates, and they are about to be sealed in one fell swoop. Ho ho ho! But all of a sudden, they roared to the sky. It was an ancient language, as if they were calling for Panchen the Great. Their power gathered together, and suddenly a supreme imperial prestige, an ancient existence shrouded in chaos and overlooking all living beings, unexpectedly appeared. This existence, with eyes like the sun and the moon, has the divine power to open up the world at every turn. The will of Panchen Great Emperor exists in their bodies. The God Emperor seems to have lifted a huge axe. He slashed away with one blow, and the sword formation of the sword god was shaking crazily, but after all, the eternal warrior was too low level, and was suppressed by the sword god. Xuanhuan waved his hand again, and the sealing door was pulled down directly, sealing them up. There are countless intelligences in his eyes, and after in-depth research, he feels the existence of a huge idea. The refining of the eternal warrior is definitely not a success with a large number of materials. Otherwise, I would have underestimated Panchen the Great. Sure enough, it's mysterious. Even I can refine weak eternal warriors, but I can't make this kind of powerful ones, which are comparable to the gods of heaven. Perfection after experimentation. Xuanhuan knew that the forbidden area was not a good place for research. Although these eternal warriors are sealed, they think about rebelling every moment. Although Xuanhuan has great strength, he can't make the eternal warrior listen to him. As long as he is released, he will still attack and kill him. The main thing is that the will of Emperor Panchen has penetrated into every part of their bodies, like blood vessels. Unless this will is forcibly erased. Let alone whether they can do it or not, they just did it. Without that will, they would become dead things. It would be great if I could get a primitive eternal warrior. Xuanhuan thought. He didn't stay long, and after he activated the heaven-punishing sword, he was already very close to it. After about a few hours, he stopped abruptly and looked forward, where a huge star-like thing appeared, which was a jet-black color. This star is definitely not a good person, there are holes in it, densely packed, like a honeycomb. There is a heaven-punishing sword inside this thing. Xuanhuan has sensed it. His gaze penetrated into the interior of this object, which is vast, and each hole represents a time and space, and he also noticed a lot of breath of life. Huh? There is life, not dead things. The feeling was vague. This should be a worm nest. Xuanhuan suddenly woke up. There's no such thing in the multiverse, it's something in the eternal path. The so-called worm nest is the nest of worms, a place where countless worms are bred. It is very terrifying. Once it appears, it will be a sea of worms, drowning like an ocean. He knew that it was because the sea of insects broke out in the multiverse, which caused a huge disaster, and was later destroyed by the Xeon. Those worms are hideous and terrifying, but it is said that in each worm nest, there is a Zerg mother queen, each of whom is enchanting and charming, controlling the sea of worms. I actually saw this thing today. Xuanhuan was also very curious. Your Majesty, there must be a lot of insects in the insect nest, I can feel it. The sword god also probed and said, and in this worm nest, it seems that some strong people have already entered. What? 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 A shrill cry suddenly came. Back quickly, hateful, how come there are so many seas of insects in this insect nest, I can't fight them. There was the sound of the strong man's frightened anger. Xuanhuan saw that the sea of countless insects had different personalities. Some were half human-sized mosquitoes, some were like flies, and some were like giant beetles. There are also some, with very ferocious appearances and grotesque shapes, sweeping over people's bodies, and can devour them to nothing in an instant. A few strands of mana from the primitive gods blocked the sea of insects, but there were too many of them. Every time one was killed, more seas of insects would emerge from the holes. If it is consumed, even the primitive gods may fall. After paying a certain price of casualties, they finally retreated. After seeing these people leave, the insect sea did not pursue them, but went back. Oh? A strong man from the Yin-Yang heaven. This is also the ancient Chang Tian, the Lord of the Day, the Lord of Yin and Yang, most likely the existence of the original Sixth Realm. The powerhouses of this day practice the great Yin and Yang art, and they like the Yin and Yang spells, such as the opposition of water and fire, chaos and order, light and darkness, and so on. The day was strong, yet low-key. Their breath is easy to identify, with a smell of Yin and Yang. We still underestimated the power of the insect nest, thinking that we could collect it, but there are too many insects in it, even we have no way to take it away. The original god of the yin and yang sky had a gloomy face. Not to mention the sea of insects in the worm nest, even the worm nest itself is made of extremely precious materials, and in that worm nest, there are also a large number of collected gods. It's underestimated, and it's a big loss. Another primitive god said, unless the supreme existence of the fifth heaven comes, or has special means, otherwise it cannot be collected, and if the sea of insects inside is wiped out, the value will be greatly reduced. It seems that in a short time we can't take it away. Is staying here a waste of time? Let's go first. There is still a period of time for the strong in the sky to come here, and if there is a strong man who can take away the insect nest, we can't resist it, so there is no need to waste time here. #C1548 No Queen. The strong man of the yin and yang sky is gone. Knowing that it is impossible to collect the brood, and inviting the strong in the sky to rescue is too much time wasted, and the gain outweighs the loss. Your Majesty, what should we do? The sword god stared at the insect nest. I will take the lead, for His Majesty, and kill the sea of insects. Although the number of insects in the sea is calculated in trillions, I can still kill them perfectly. If I can't stop it, Your Majesty can directly take the heaven-punishing sword. The insect nest is here, which is a huge wealth in itself, and it is too violent to destroy it. Xuanhuan believed that the sword god could be destroyed, but he had no intention of destroying the insect nest. Sword god, you protect the law for me. I will directly seal this insect nest and seal it into the sealed gate. This is the right way. Your Majesty, go ahead and seal it. I will protect Your Majesty, and I will not let others disturb Your Majesty. The sword god has the strength to destroy insect nests, but he absolutely cannot seal them. He is not proficient in the great sealing technique, let alone the great devouring technique. The world swallows up, I am the master, infinite time and space, only I am the only one. The power of Xuanhuan's time and space enveloped the entire insect nest, and his power of swallowing heaven and earth completely covered the insect nest. If he could swallow it away, then the sea of insects inside would be completely under his control. Ordinary existences dare not do this at all, because there are too many bugs inside, they will rush out and drown in absolute numbers. Ants are no match for elephants. But too many ants can kill an elephant. However, Xuanhuan didn't care at all. It was more troublesome to seal the insect nest than to destroy it directly. His great thoughts permeated the worm nest, and those worms had very low-level intelligence, so it was impossible to detect it immediately. When the gap between them reached, Xuanhuan's terrifying devouring power seemed to turn into a huge vortex, pulling the mother's nest towards the sealed door. Although it was just a bug nest, its weight was enough to bend the sky. This is His Majesty's devouring power. The sword god, like an eternal warrior, had established his will to be absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan, and said in shock, when Your Majesty is promoted step by step to a higher level, there is nothing that cannot be swallowed. Between. At the same time he stared around. Because of Xuanhuan's shocking actions, some people have already been attracted, but his mana of the original fifth realm radiated out, shocking those Xiao. Xuanhuan ignored these. Boom. He clapped his palms again and again with a huge force like the vast sea. Buzz buzz. Feeling the movement of the insect nests, the countless sea of insects burst out with angry thoughts, the sea of insects submerged by the ocean, you can't even count how many insects there are. Although these bugs are not very strong individually. But the number is really too much. Swallow. However, those who are proficient in the great devouring technique are not afraid of consumption, let alone how powerful Xuanhuan is. His great thoughts frightened those insects, as if they were under a spell, they were soul shocks, they fell down in batches, and then came in batches again, so many people were desperate. It's no wonder that the strong ones from the Yin-Yang heaven withdrew. In the billions of trillions of bug seas, there are countless powerful ones among them. Chuyuan Dao, but in front of me, you are not a threat. If I don't want to take you, destroying you is just a very easy thing, and I will seal everything. He watched the sea of insects attack. These insect seas are like a large army, fearless of death. The way of time and space. The way of devouring. The way of sealing. Many powers were continuously operated by Chuyuan. With his huge mana, he condensed a statue of heaven and earth that was bigger than the worm nest. When he grabbed it with his big hand, it fell on the entire worm nest. Boom! The entire insect nest was suppressed by him in an instant, and countless insect seas attacked, but they were all sealed by him, and they were directly suppressed and taken into the sealed gate. In the sealed gate, there are too many existences that he suppressed. Demons outside the sky, an old man in white, hundreds of eternal warriors, and insect nests. After sealing the insect nest, Chuyuan didn't bother to count the number of the insect sea. He only knew that there were too many, and inside, there were also a lot of treasures, which were all brought in by the insect sea. There are a large number of these treasures, which are resources for developing the empire. Huh? There should have been a queen mother in each worm nest, but the queen mother doesn't exist here. Generally speaking, the queen mother will not leave her worm nest. Chuyuan knew something about it. The queen mother's body strength is actually not very strong, but she is born with the ability to manipulate the army of insects, and she is not afraid of being besieged, because she is best at besieging with numbers. And the Empress will bring her army across the world to search for resources, and use them to breed more seas of insects. The Empress is gone now, and it is very likely that she has fallen. It seems that the mother queen of the Zerg race has fallen, and it is very likely that she was attacked by the strongest and killed directly, otherwise the insect nest would not have been preserved so completely. Chuyuan figured it out. Such is the danger within the eternal path. It was also the fall of the Zerg mother queen, so it was so easy for him to collect the insect nests. Otherwise, the Zerg mother queen would inevitably erupt in a crazy resistance and manipulate the army of insects. But it also brought a bad side. Without the mother queen of the Zerg race, it would be impossible to breed more bug seas, and the number in it would be reduced once every time it was hit, and could not be replenished. And the best way to control the insect nest is to enslave the Empress, and let the Empress personally control and manipulate it. Otherwise, Chuyuan could only use it passively, unable to order the sea of insects. Just like wasps, they could only swarm up and attack in disorder. Even so, there was something more in Chuyuan's hands that confused the battle situation. Insect nest. Inside the sealed gate, the old man in white was taken aback. He had received a large number of eternal warriors before, but now there was another insect nest, which made his face tremble. His face was very ugly. Why did God Emperor Xuanhuan put everything here? No wonder he is not afraid of being broken and encountering catastrophe one day. Are you thinking that one day there will be a change in the sealed door, and you will have a chance to escape? Chuyuan's voice went straight to his soul, and said indifferently, "My magic power is beyond your imagination, and you don't have much time left. I'm not a very patient person, and life or death depends on your thoughts between." He didn't kill this person directly, it was the toughness of the old man in white and the experience of being betrayed by a friend that attracted him. The old man in white didn't speak. He fell into deep tangled thinking, should he take refuge or die? He definitely couldn't resist the divine martial god emperor. Chuyuan also ignored him, and gave him a period of time to think. If he was still stubborn and unresponsive, he had no choice but to kill him and seize the eternal substance that refined him. Certainly. He hoped that the old man in white would be more interesting. The allegiance of an original third realm can greatly increase the foundation of the empire. The sixth heaven punishing sword. Xuanhuan took out the sixth heaven punishing sword from the worm nest. C1549 Jihan Demon God. After taking away the heaven punishing sword, Xuanhuan didn't stop his steps. He went to find the next sword he sensed. Soon, Xuanhuan found a gloomy ancient tomb and opened it directly. He was not afraid of all kinds of dangers, and he didn't find any bones buried. But a sword was sealed and stood beside it. This is the tomb left by an ancient strong man, and the heaven-punishing sword was used as a funeral object. Xuanhuan took the sword away again, without any disturbance. In fact, the probability of a big battle when meeting other strong men in the Eternal Forbidden Zone is very small. After all, this place is too big, unless it is some special ruins. The 7 heaven-killing swords have an eternal killing intent, and those who control them need to have a firm will and strong strength, otherwise they will be backlashed by this killing intent. Xuanhuan controls 7 of them, and he can feel the murderous will. I really don't know how much majesty can be erupted after 99 are gathered together. But it is too difficult to gather all 99. Those scattered in all walks of life in the universe are okay, but I am afraid that some of them will be collected by ancient powerhouses and suppressed in their world, making it difficult to obtain. Of course, there is no way. The more Tianzhu swords you get, you will have a magnetic field-like induction, and you can use the sword in your hand to forcibly summon them. They will gather across the sky, and finally become one. No one can truly refine the heaven-punishing sword, unless your cultivation level is stronger than that of the heaven-punishing emperor, then you can kill that will. But Emperor Zhu Tian was the strongest on the eternal road when he was alive. Putting away these thoughts, Xuanhuan sensed the whereabouts of the next heaven-punishing sword. He walked all the way, and by looking for the sword, he was actually determining a direction. He looked up to the highest sky. The storm became fiercer, but the treasures that came down were rare. It seemed that a giant was about to come down at last. Let's go that way. Just when he was about to set off, his mind suddenly moved. It was the Lord of Greedy Demons' urgent call for help. Your Majesty, save me. There are primitive gods chasing me, I can't stop it. Huh? The Lord of Greedy Devil is looking for rescue. With the protective treasure I gave him, it is difficult for a weaker primitive god to kill him. But if he can call for help, it means that he is running for his life, and there is no one hit sure to kill him. But his situation is extremely dangerous. Xuanhuan said, Sword God, let's go, let's rescue Greedy Demon. Grimo is his subordinate, so if he asks him for help, Xuanhuan will naturally save him. In the eternal restricted area, an ice-cold palm with boundless magical power swept the world, and that power enveloped a person, making him perish forever and die under his powerful power. The man was hit directly, the divine light flickered on his body, he spat out blood suddenly, his breath languished instantly, but he did not die. Don't go too far. This man was the Greedy Demon. He swallowed a handful of the magic pill, recovered from his injuries, glared at the person who came after him, and let out a growling sound. Grievel, hand over the treasure, maybe I can walk around you and not die. Like the extremely cold hell, a cold and stern voice blows a biting cold wind, tearing the sky, and a tall old man appears. The Lord of Greedy Demons is humble and insignificant under his power. Primal divine power, splendor of eternal matter. This is the Jihan demon god of Wanmotion. Wanmotion is too big and too strong, and the group of demons dance together. Although Greedy Demon and Jihan demon god both came from the 10,000 demon heaven, it was commonplace for various demon gods to fight each other, and they were not as united as in other heavens. This time, the Greedy Demon Lord accidentally discovered the throne of a primitive god and obtained several primitive artifacts. He was discovered by the Jihan demon god and started chasing and killing him. Chasing and killing the god of heaven and Tao is a very embarrassing thing for the primordial god, but the Jihan demon god doesn't care. Hey, you want to be beautiful, you want treasures, there is no possibility. The Lord of Greed demon fled frantically. He had already issued a call for help to the God Emperor, and he would not call for help unless there was no other way. Then you will die. The Chihan demon god pointed at the sky and stepped on the earth, and he moved to kill. He is the strongest demon god in the world, and every wave of power bombarded can bring about the destruction of the world. He fought directly on the Lord of the Greedy demon, but he had the brilliance of the original artifact on his body, which took away most of his power. But the force of the shock still made him vomit blood. There are also primitive artifacts. Seeing this scene, Chihan demon god was a little surprised, but then he was filled with greedy joy. Just now he saw the Lord of Greed demon using an attack artifact, and now he is defending it again. The two original artifacts, even for him, are very exciting. I didn't expect you, a little god of heaven, to have many primitive artifacts on your body. No wonder you are so arrogant in front of me. It's a pity that everyone is innocent. It's your crime. Chihan demon god seems to be talking nonsense with the Grimo Lord, but he is using soul means to shake the Grimo Lord's soul. Haha, give me all the treasures and become my slave, or you will die. Lord Chihan's eyes lit up and he laughed. The majesty of the demon god like mountains and seas also came down, shaking the greedy demon master. The Chihan demon god in front of him was at the second level of primitive cultivation. If he was at the first level, he could run away directly. What are you? You want me to surrender to you? The Grieval Lord is very disdainful. Behind him is the even greater god of martial arts. Flee, flee, flee in the direction of the God Emperor according to the sense of national destiny given by the God Emperor. As long as the God Emperor comes, I will be safe. Grimo Lord fled frantically. When Chihan demon god heard his words, he didn't get angry, just regarded him as the last whale, like an ant roaring at you, you would just ignore him. With a burst of strength, he stabbed directly into the heart of the greedy demon lord with a bone-chilling cold spear. Although he was protected by a divine light, the difference in cultivation level was too great after all. How could I be killed by you? The Grieval Lord went berserk. He raised his head and drank a bottle of healing potion. The serious injury healed in an instant, and then he burned his strength and ran even faster. Healed in an instant. What did he drink just now? What kind of magic medicine was that? It can make a statue of the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao come back to life instantly. It's a good thing, grab it, you must grab it. Chihan demon god couldn't recognize the healing potion, but he knew that the greedy demon lord had too many good things on him. You can't run away. All the adventures you get will belong to me. When a primitive god is chasing and killing him with all his might, only the most heaven-defying god of heaven can escape. He gave the Grieval Lord another fatal blow, and the Grieval Lord drank another healing potion. Xuanhuan knew that he would be very dangerous in one motion, so he gave him several bottles, hoping that there would be no accidents in the dark chest that he had laid. Riotously, you are violently mobilizing, damn it. Chihan demon god roared angrily. The greedy demon lord was not reluctant yet, but the Chihan demon god did not. He didn't know that what the greedy demon lord drank could only heal the heavenly Tao god, thinking that it would also have an effect on the primitive gods. Your Majesty, why don't you come? If you don't come, I won't be able to hold on. The Lord of Greedy Demon also had bitterness in his mouth. Grieval, even if I consume the original source this time, the eternal matter must kill you. The Chihan demon god knows that he is reluctant to let the child not be tied to the wolf, and if he does not catch the Lord of the Greedy Demon and delays, there is a high possibility that something will happen. Therefore, he burned the eternal matter and unleashed the most devastating blow. #C1550 beheaded him. Some gods of heaven will boast that they escaped from the hands of a certain primitive god of heaven and cannot kill him. But in fact, in many cases, some primitive gods are unwilling to pay a huge price to burn eternal matter. They will only burn when they are extremely angry or when there are major interests attracting them. The burning of eternal matter is the most powerful means of the primitive gods, and the supernatural powers have increased dramatically. Unless it's Xuanhuan, a god-defying existence, like Thunder God, there's no fear of these things. Let me burn the eternal matter to kill you, Grimo, you will die without regret. The little heavenly Tao god dares to possess so many treasures. If I don't kill you, you will be killed by others in the future. The Chihan demon god pointed to the sky and the ground, and the eternal divine light was extremely bright. His momentum boomed, and his blow smashed mountains and seas, 10 times stronger than before, and hit the Lord of Greed demon violently. The Lord of Greed demon is only in the 5th realm, and he is not yet a strong man in this realm. How can he withstand this kind of bombardment? His divine body will be cracked like ceramics all the time. You dare to kill me, you are dead. The Lord of Greedy demon sternly shouted. When death is imminent, you still dare to threaten this seat. I think it is your stubbornness, or this seat's terrible power. The Chihan demon god was cold and disdainful, and the cold spear in his hand pierced in an instant, and the endless time and space condensed a little, and it looked like it was going to kill the Lord of the Greedy demon in an instant. But the Greedy demon lord smiled instead, not panicking at all. Boom! A sky knife came across the air, and directly resisted the cold spear. In the figure of the Greedy demon lord, a person appeared, raised the sky knife, and directly knocked Chihan demon god away. He burned the eternal matter, his mana sword, and he was actually repelled directly. His frightened and angry eyes stared at the sky knife man in front of him for an instant, checked his strength, and said in shock, "Primitive 5th level, who are you? Do you want to save this greedy demon?" He is also infinitely suspicious at the moment. The supreme human being, the ruler of the world, came alone from the time and space of the universe, shrouded in eternal energy. His face was expressionless, and the gods of the world surrendered by his side. You are? If it is said that the Chihan demon god doesn't know the sword god, but he suddenly looked at Xuanhuan, and was so shocked that he backed away again and again. Said in a trembling tone, "Xuanhu God Emperor, you are Xuanhu God Emperor. In the name of martial arts, there is almost no one in the multiverse who does not know him." He stepped on the crossing sky and raised his prestige. Of course, the Chihan demon god had heard of it, but what made him unclear was, why did the Emperor Xuanhu come here today? He was puzzled. But the danger this person brought him was too deep. Looking at the white light in front of him, a shocking and invincible figure filled his soul and mind. Not to mention fighting this person, even the sword god next to him, he is far from being an opponent. Xuanhu God Emperor, there are many primitive artifacts on this greedy devil lord, and there is also an extremely precious potion. I, Chihan, don't want any of them today. If the God Emperor wants to take it, I will take it away. I will leave first. Chihan demon god is extremely ferocious, but in the face of an even more terrifying existence, he can only bow his head and be honest. And he is also very vicious. He deliberately said that the Lord of Grimo has a lot of treasures, and asked him to deal with the weaker Grimo, and not to trouble him. He was also cursing secretly in his heart, very upset. This time he burned the eternal matter. After all the troubles, he had already reached the final step. He could kill the greedy demon lord. But the God Emperor of martial arts intervened arbitrarily, so he had no choice but to dare not compete with this person. This time, he could be said to be busy with nothing, and he was cursing in his heart. It would be better for the divine martial God Emperor to die in the eternal restricted area. I know that the treasures on the greedy demon are all given to him by me. Xuanhuan's aura enveloped Chihan demon lord. What? The Chihan demon god changed drastically in an instant, and he was deeply surprised. With his wisdom, he figured it out in an instant. No wonder God Emperor Xuanhu would come here. It turned out that the Lord of Greedy Demons had already taken refuge in him secretly. Otherwise, how could he have so many treasures with him being an ordinary god of heavenly Tao? The Lord of Greedy Demon is a man of Xuanhu, and if he kills greedy demon, he offends Xuanhuan. Haha, Chihan demon god, no matter how arrogant you are, let me see how arrogant you are today. The greedy demon lord smiled recklessly, leaning against the big tree to enjoy the shade, and embraced the god emperor's thigh. Even if the Chihan demon god is a primitive god, he can also be ignored. He was very happy in his heart. This is the refreshing feeling of having someone behind him. I didn't know Grimo was under the command of the god emperor, otherwise I wouldn't have made a move. Chihan demon god's expression changed again, and he bowed his head and said, "Today I apologize to the god emperor. I offended the god emperor. I will make up for it in the future. Don't let it go today. He wants to leave quickly. Stop him." Xuanhuan said. The knife god slashed out, and a gap was opened between the world and the earth, cutting off the way for the Chihan demon god to leave. In an instant, his mind was shocked, and his face became extremely ugly and uneasy. "God Emperor, what are you going to do?" Chihan demon god shouted. "I have bowed my head and apologized. Don't you want to let me go? Don't be too overbearing. I am also a primitive god after all, but I offended a little, and those who don't know are not guilty." He was very flustered and angry. "Behead him." Xuanhuan showed no mercy, and even ordered to kill Chihan demon god. He has his own considerations, and the chess piece he laid down as the greedy demon lord has his own effect, and if the Chihan demon god is let go today, and the greedy demon lord returns to the 10,000 demons heaven, it will be easy for others to think of it, already surrendered to him. Now that he knew he was a man of martial arts, the role of the pawn would be lost. In any case, Chihan demon god must die. An ordinary primitive god seems to be noble in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Xuanhuan, it is nothing. If you want to kill them, you can kill them. The emperor is ruthless. He really wants to kill me. Under the tyrannical power of Emperor Xuanhuan, Chihan demon god retreated again and again, flustered. "God Emperor, I will not tell what happened today, I swear by my way of heaven. I don't believe the devil's words." Millions of conspiracies surfaced in a single thought of these demons. They were sinister and vicious, and they were even more untrustworthy than the powerhouses of Hell Heaven. "Your Majesty wants to kill Chihan demon god." The greedy demon lord was shocked when he heard it, and then he grinned grinningly and said, "Okay, Chihan demon god, this time you want to kill me, but you don't know that I have the support of the god emperor, so kill him and take all his power." Xuanhuan looked coldly at the greedy demon lord, and immediately told him to shut up. "This Majesty is domineering, ruthless, and cruel. I will fight with you." Under the threat of death, even if he knew that he was not an opponent, he still had to work hard and become even crazier. As a primitive god, how could he want to die? Eternal matter burns. The source of heaven is burning. Chihan demon god rushed madly. He naturally didn't think that he would be the opponent of Xuanhuan and sword god, but wanted to use his madness to rush out a way to escape. The sword god stepped forward. His sword was very cold. With killing intent, he slashed, and the white light seemed to be plunged into extreme cold. #C1551 Conditions for promotion of Tai Dan Furnace. Facing the Chihan demon god desperately, the sword god directly slashed away. As the supreme existence of the fifth realm, his mana completely surpassed the Chihan demon god. With this knife, he drew a sky mark, which seemed to be able to cut into the world of time and space, and broke his strength in an instant, but he did not despise Chihan demon god. The goshawk fights the rabbit with all its strength. When the sword god came, it was an extremely powerful killing move. Once he slashed, the sky and the earth turned into a vast white light, piercing people's eyes. Chihan demon god was slashed by him so hard that his body was almost cut in half. Chihan demon god was indignant and aggrieved. "If I didn't just chase and kill the lord of greedy demons, I didn't know that he had a backer behind him, so how could I get into this situation?" The Emperor Xuanhuan was too unreasonable, so he wanted to kill him immediately. And he also knew that even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, the other party would not let him go, otherwise, with his character, he would really knelt down. Kill, kill, kill. Shihan demon god went crazy. The heavenly sword destroys the world. The sword god's eyes were indifferent, he held the sword in both hands, and the cold light radiated all over the sky, making it seem like he existed alone in the world, and he played a peerless killer move, the sky sword crossed the sky. Shihan demon god tried his best to resist, but the end was miserable, his whole body was chopped to bloody flesh, and the eternal matter crazily repaired his injuries, but it was just delaying death. His eyes suddenly looked at the Emperor Xuanhuan, which brought even greater shock to his heart. I'm going to die, do I really have to die here? Boom boom boom. The Shihan demon god seemed to hear the sound of the death knell, which was ringing specially for him, announcing the arrival of his death. Destroy. The sword god is very indifferent. Swish 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 swish. His knife was pressed down again, forming a large array of heavenly knives, covering the Shihan demon god. Countless knives slashed and killed him, each of which was scraping his flesh, cutting him into pieces. This scene is too cruel. Ah! Shihan demon god uttered the most miserable scream. If Xuanhuan hadn't been there to frighten him, perhaps he might have escaped desperately from the sword god. But there is no possibility in this world, Xuanhuan's existence blocks him like an insurmountable mountain, making him hopeless. Kill. The sword god and the human sword are one, and he himself is the sword. This knife cuts out a panic world of swords, and splits Shihan demon god into two halves in an instant. In the midst of the sword light, Shihan demon god's entire body was blown apart, and blood rained heavily. He also wanted to reorganize his demon body with eternal matter, but the sword god would not give him a chance. He stepped forward, covered it with his big hand, and a blood-colored ball appeared. These are all substances of Shihan demon god. The sword god grabbed his palm, controlled him with force, walked in front of Xuanhuan, and said, "Your Majesty, Shihan demon god has been killed. This is his original energy, and the original soul is inside it." He handed it over to Xuanhuan. "You did very well." Xuanhuan appreciated it, and after taking the blood cell, he could still hear Shihan demon god's shrill scream. "Ah! Even if you kill me this time, I will be resurrected. This is the first time I have died. The price of resurrection is not high. The great ancestor of all demons will resurrect me." He growled. Indeed, he is very hopeful to be resurrected. Even in the 10,000 demons heaven, there are not many primitive gods, and the ancestor of all demons will order the resurrection of fallen primitive gods every once in a while. Of course, this is limited to the first fall. The more falls, the greater the cost. Based on one time, the first time is double the price, and the second time is 10 times the price, 100 times, 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. The Godlord who judged the heavens of the gods has fallen many times, so he will accumulate in the tomb of the gods for a long time. And once he is resurrected by the ancestor of all demons, his soul and his life will be handed over to the ancestor of all demons. I believe. Xuanhuan believes that he has a chance to be resurrected, but he doesn't know when it will be. The ancestor of all demons is on the road to eternity, looking for an eternal opportunity. Just when he was about to completely kill the Shihan demon god, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally appeared. Ding! Whether to sacrifice to the Shihan demon god, the current progress, 0/5. This is an advanced tip for the Tiao furnace. It turns out that if the Tiao pill furnace wants to be promoted to the divine artifact of the heavenly Tao, it needs the lives of 5 primitive gods to meet its needs. This is too terrifying. The life of the 5 primitive gods is just to promote a half-day artifact to a heaven artifact. Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking, if he wanted to be promoted to the original artifact, what price would he have to pay? That's probably not what the sacrifices of a few primitive gods can do. Fortunately, there are no strict requirements for this sacrifice, the realm of the primitive gods, even the first realm, is fine. Xuanhuan knew that although the Taiyu furnace was refined by Taiyu Tianzuan, after his sacrifices again and again, with the blessing and transformation of systematic power, it has long been changed beyond recognition. It's just that the name hasn't changed much, but in fact, the inside has changed a lot, as if a person has changed his body, blood and soul. Refining the heavenly Tao divine pill is an essential improvement. Xuanhuan has accumulated a large amount of materials long ago, but he has no way to transform them into the elixir he needs. Okay, with the lives of the 5 primitive gods, the Taiyu pill furnace can be promoted. Although it is difficult, it is better than aimless. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan sacrificed Shihan demon god directly. This is an important weapon of the empire. If he has a large number of heavenly Tao god pills to distribute, it will give a large number of great venerables greater hope of breaking through the heavenly Tao god. And a large number of heavenly Tao gods accumulated to the peak of the heavenly Tao realm faster, accumulating the power to break through the primitive. This is so important. After the Shihan demon god was sacrificed, the number jumped from 0 to 1, which was short of the lives of 4 primitive gods. Xuanhuan looked inside the alchemy furnace. Although a primitive god can't make it completely promoted, it has also changed, with eternal light emitting, and boundless power has been nourished everywhere. Using the eternal matter and the original soul to open it, it is the reappearance of Taiyu Tianzuan. Knowing the way, it is impossible to do it. This is the transformation of the mysterious system power, which surpasses everything. Xuanhuan secretly said. When the Taichu God dynasty collapsed, the Taichu heavenly emperor and Taihong Tianjun seemed to have fallen, but Taiyu Tianzuan didn't seem to have really died, and appeared in the Great Ancient War. But after the Great Ancient War, Taiyu Tianzuan completely disappeared. This is also very strange. If Taiyu Tianzuan is not dead, why hasn't he appeared again for a long time? It stands to reason that Taichu Tian still exists, and as the 3 supreme masters, back then, he did not ignore Taichu Tian. In fact, the divine tree of absolute beginning has also called Taiyu Tianzuan again and again, praying for the return of Tianzuan. Could it be that he has fallen after a very long time, or encountered serious troubles, and was unable to show up? If Taiyu Tianzuan is really immortal, then he should be on the road of eternity. It is too dangerous and complicated there, and Taiyu Tianzuan's original cultivation base is also the peak of the 5th realm, which is very close to the 6th realm. The epic is boundless. Xuanhuan made a lot of speculations. #C1552 Heaven and Earth Fall. After all, Taikushun had a deep relationship with him, and Xuanhuan must be concerned about their situation. Of course, these things are not the most urgent right now. Greedy, the eternal forbidden zone is dangerous, many primitive gods have entered, so you should not explore alone, enter the sealed gate of Zhen, and after leaving the eternal forbidden zone, you are returning to Wan Motion. Xuanhuan put the Grieval Lord in the sealed gate. This moment. He continued to explore in the eternal restricted area. The eternal forbidden zone is huge, and the ruins are like nodes, containing a lot of treasures. Another half-month passed, and Xuanhuan was lucky enough to get another heaven-punishing sword, and there were already 8 of them, but he continued to sense, but he couldn't detect it anymore. The war has begun. Xuanhuan saw that wars broke out everywhere in the Forbidden Zone. Most of the powerhouses of the heavens are mainly besieging and killing the powerhouses of Fengshenchen to prevent them from getting too many treasures. The conferred God Emperor is powerful, and many powerful people have already taken refuge in them. I even guessed that there are some gods who have secretly pledged their allegiance to the conferred God Emperor. Sword God. It's not impossible. Xuanhuan thought, every time there is a great chaos in the world, it is the time when the heavens change their masters and fall. Although the 33 lords are strong, they are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. Some gods of weak heavens want to fight for the hegemony of the heavens and the earth, but they have no strength. If they are not reconciled, they can only try their best to preserve their status, and if the conferred God-Emperor succeeds this time, more existences will join them. 33 pieces of heaven and earth are magnificent, but they are not eternal. But there is one thing I can't figure out. The sword god said strangely, there have been many powerful existences in the long years, such as the founder of the gods. If he appears and leads the gods, he can stop the emperor of the gods. Not only the founder of the gods, but also the gods. The ancestor of all Tiao, the ancestor of all demons, Ming, the ancestor of all demons, seems to be detached from the world, and they didn't respond at all, as if the things here have nothing to do with them. That's what I'm skeptical about. Xuanhuan is also strange. Don't look at the fierce fighting between the heavens and all walks of life. There are also many gods in the gods who participated in the battle, but the founder of the gods did not respond at all, so it has nothing to do with them. Perhaps it is for the eternal road. Xuanhuan also has a little understanding that not all existences have perished as the ages change. The era of gods, the era of demons, and after some eras come to an end, those pioneers will not intervene in the affairs of the multiverse. When they destroyed the human sovereign, it was also the human sovereign who touched the taboo field. They seem to have some sort of pact. Xuanhuan guessed like this, like a rule. At this moment, the entire eternal forbidden zone suddenly experienced a monstrous change, time and space shook, like thunder and earthquakes, and there were loud noises that shattered the sky, breaking an obstacle. It's the change there. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky. A huge monster occupied the sky and landed from the vortex. This scene was like a sunken ship rushing into the sea, revealing its shape. The pressure is too much. Because of its appearance, countless ruins in the eternal forbidden zone were smashed into powder. The great change in the forbidden area. At this moment, many strong men saw it, exclaimed, and made an incredible voice, "It is a world, a huge world, ancient and mysterious." Yes, this is exactly a piece of heaven and earth. The ancient chaotic airflow enveloped it, and it didn't fully appear. One corner was shrouded in a mist that was hard to disperse, making it impossible for people to know what was behind that corner. Through the chaotic airflow, Xuanhuan vaguely saw that there was a continuous city inside. In the ancient world, there is a city inside, and it appeared from the eternal road, which shows that there was a very powerful cultivation civilization. There are no weak things in the eternal road, because the weak have been destroyed. This is the consensus of all the strong. A piece of heaven and earth suddenly appeared from the eternal road, which attracted the attention of many powerful people. What's the mystery behind that corner? And the mystery of the corner of the world has attracted many strong people's attention. Even if it is the original 5 realms, their thoughts can't convey a little feeling when they shoot into it. After that corner, there is no way to know for the time being, but it must be more precious than this world. There is a strong way. Huh? This world. This piece of world is like a fan, with a very large radiating area, and the end is a mysterious corner of the world, which disperses many powerful people, and it is impossible to land from one place. Lord of the True Dragon, do you see anything? Long Shenshen, Duertian, Yan Shenshen, and the powerhouses of the 3 days, gathered together. I did see something. If my guess is correct, this heaven and earth is an invincible Panchen heaven called Panchen Great Emperor. The Lord of the True Dragon said, but what makes me wonder is what is behind that corner. This time, the change in the Forbidden Zone is beyond ordinary. I don't know if it is a disaster or a blessing. Panchen Tian, Panchen Tian. The other strong men were also shocked. The strong man Yan Shenshen said, I have heard about the power of Panchen Great Emperor, who swept the road of eternity, and no one can beat him. He took his world to break the road of eternity, and finally ended up dead, and the world collapsed. Ending. Do poor, okay, everyone, don't guess about this, the mysterious corner is covered by a force, and it will appear sooner or later. What we should do is to enter the Panchen heaven immediately. This time it will be more dangerous than before. In the past, the eternal forbidden zone was vast and the powerhouses were scattered. Now Panchen Tian has appeared, and many powerhouses gather and will be confined to fight in one area. If you want to gain something, you must unite. The Lord of the True Dragon has the demeanor of ruling the world, and said, "Go in." Swish 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 swish. A powerful person rushes directly into Panchen heaven like a hurricane. Enter the world first, and explore what is hidden in that corner. I don't know how many people are interested in that mysterious corner, this is their consensus. The Eternal Warrior reacted violently, as if he had been summoned to enter the world. And at this time, Xuanhuan sealed the Eternal Warrior in the sealed gate, but the appearance of Tiandi still caused the Eternal Warrior to have an extremely strong throbbing. If it wasn't for his seal being too strong, he would have left through the air. That piece of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced through the obstacles, and when he saw the scene in that day and earth, he calculated with a force, and said in surprise, "The ancient Panchen heaven was created by Panchen Great Emperor, and Panchen Great Emperor's era pushes eternity horizontally. On the way, no one can match him. His Panchen is even more prosperous and bright than the god's heaven of the creator of the god realm. What appears in front of him is only a broken part of Panchen." Unexpectedly, this time the eternal forbidden zone turned out to be bring this. Emperor Panchen penetrated into the deepest part of the road of eternity back then, but still did not see eternity. His Panchen celestial body is still in the eternal road. How can I miss a feast? Xuanhuan and Daoshan entered the broken Panchen Tian. C1553 does not belong to this era. The monstrous and heavy pressure, the heaven-opening aura, every gust of air is like the universe pressing on him. Even the primitive gods will be greatly suppressed here, and if some of the weaker gods of heaven, they may not even be able to fly the simplest flight. This is the heaven and earth pressure from Panchen heaven. This sky was cracked, it was only a part of the heaven and earth, it was the terrifying force in the eternal road, which shattered the entire Panchen heaven. Xuanhuan didn't see the picture of Emperor Panchen's journey to the eternal road back then, but he could feel some of the brutality of the battle when he saw this world. Think about it, if you think of the gods and heavens being broken into pieces, you can experience this kind of fear. The eternal road is too difficult and too desperate. No wonder some strong people shouted, asking who in this world can question forever. It was very desolate and dilapidated, and there were traces of being swept away by terrorist forces everywhere. Before Xuanhuan could only vaguely see the rudiments of the city, but when he really got closer, he saw that the originally majestic giant city had turned into ruins, telling the glory of the ages ago. Like a dream, he dreams back to eternity. He seemed to see countless powerful beings living here in the city, but the failure of Emperor Panchen wiped out all the prosperity here. Huh? It is mixed with the eternal god stone, which contains some eternal substances, so it is not completely destroyed. It is also because Emperor Panchen is too powerful, the strength of the world he created with his own hands is self-evident. At the same time, Xuanhuan's power shrouded and spread throughout the entire city. Under his terrifying power, the city was completely melted, and a large number of eternal god stones and some eternal substances like light spots were extracted. There is also an ancient temple that is well preserved. After Xuanhuan refined the entire city, an indestructible metal palace appeared, which should be a treasure house, well preserved, and it was actually made of eternal god gold. Xuanhuan grabbed it with one palm, with the invincible power, he struck it with an axe, and the power of the supreme primitive artifact immediately opened the door of the treasure house. Although the eternal god gold is strong and indelible, Xuanhuan reversed it into a burst of vitality. He saw that there were many resources in the treasury, and a large number of artifacts were stored, all of which were the war reserves left by Panchen Tian back then. It's very common. This is for strengthening the people, not for equipping the strong. Xuanhuan looked at it. His thoughts spread again, and Panshenchen was filled with the sound of a rumbling battle. Apparently, many strong men had discovered that some cities contained treasure houses, and were destroying them crazily. Xuanhuan also knew that although he was extremely strong, there were too many strong ones this time, so he had to hurry up. After the end of the Eternal Forbidden Zone this time, there will be a large number of strong people in the heavens. Although Xuanhuan got a lot, compared to the wealth of the entire Eternal Forbidden Zone, it was only a small part. There were too many people who came, and all the treasures were divided up. The more powerful people there are, the more violent this chaotic world will be, and at that time, there will be more powerful people who will fall. Boom! The shocking earthquake happened again, and it was in that mysterious corner that a terrifying airflow spurted out, in the passage connecting the Eternal Road to the Eternal Forbidden Zone. Xuanhuan actually saw the figures of many strong men. Each of these powerhouses is powerful, standing at a very high level of the original gods, and they just appeared in the heaven and earth of the Panchen heaven. Those strong ones, I even felt the existence of several auras that are not weaker than mine. Daoshan said, but he said suddenly, "No, Your Majesty, there is something wrong with those strong men. They didn't take the initiative to enter the Forbidden Zone, but were forcibly brought in by a terrifying force, just like a vortex on the water surface. The people on the water got sucked in and they were terrified. There are many statues, and something is extremely wrong, and their faces are full of panic. Those are the strong ones in the Eternal Road," Xuanhuan said. He saw a body over 1,000,000 feet long, with sharp thorns on its body, 4 legs thicker than Tianzhu, and a ferocious and terrifying beast that exuded a black gold-like divine light. The original 5th realm. Xuanhuan checked and found out its cultivation. The strange beast hadn't completely entered the Forbidden Zone, but part of it had already fallen down. Multiverse, I actually entered the multiverse. This terrifying beast is placed in the multiverse, and it is also the most peak existence. Even the Lord of the Day cannot be humiliated lightly, but at this moment, it has no demeanor of being a strong man at all, as if it is drowning and struggling. No. No, I don't want to go to the multiverse. Why did I go to the multiverse? Didn't it appear in that mysterious place? What happened? I don't want to die. I don't belong to this era. I can't come here. This strange beast was struggling in fear, and it was struggling frantically towards the sky. But its struggle was in vain. The shaking of the heaven, earth, time and space became more and more intense, and it was directly pressed into the eternal restricted area. At the moment of entering the eternal restricted area, Xuanhuan's sharp eyes keenly caught 5 halos suddenly appearing on it, like shackles, bursting out with the power of extinction. Could it be the mark brought by the eternal calamity? Xuanhuan couldn't take his eyes off it. In fact, it was only a very short period of time. After entering the forbidden area of the eternal, a powerful existence like a strange beast suddenly shattered, and its huge body fell heavily. The beast died, and the existence of the original 5th realm died immediately. Not only a strange beast, but also many existences that were forcibly pulled into the multiverse with it, all died. They couldn't even struggle, so they just died. That is a powerful existence from the Eternal Road. Xuanhuan could feel that it was a great will that killed him, and the halos were the soul chains that claimed his life. Era after era, civilizations of each era, how many eras the multiverse has bred, it is impossible to calculate, but only the existence of this era in the multiverse can survive. After each era passes, the survivors will have eternal culpa. With eternal culpa you can't come to the multiverse, the only end is death. It's not that Xuanhuan doesn't understand anything. It's not because of the strength of the alien beast, but because it doesn't belong to this era. It has eternal calamity on it and can only move within the Eternal Road. That's why. The dangerous and chaotic inside the Eternal Road, there are powerful people from many eras living there, the forces are very complicated, and they are all looking for an eternal solution. The multiverse, which is an absolutely taboo area for them, does not belong to this era, and the sixth realm will die. No fluke, no eventuality, just a death. However, the multiverse is actually not very attractive to the strong on the Eternal Road. The longer you survive, the more times you will face eternal catastrophe. There is a limit to your strength. The day you can't make it through, you will die. Chu Yuan's gaze fell on the huge beast like lightning. #C1554 Full of treasure. Although the ferocious beast is dead, it itself is the existence of the original fifth realm. Its physical body, its flesh and blood, and the original source of its existence are all extremely precious things. If it hadn't been killed by a terrifying law, it would be impossible to see such a huge war in the multiverse except for the ancient war in normal times. Sure enough, at the moment the alien beast fell, a strong man who was closer, came quickly. Mountain and sea formation. The first to arrive were the primitive gods of Xuanhuan. They set up a large array of mountains and seas, and a boundless mountain and sea was about to take away the strange beasts in an instant. You still want to devour the beast, Xuanhuan, with me, you Xuanhuan, can't do it yet, all of this belongs to me. A destructive force, the destructive ruler of Hell Heaven, unexpectedly appeared. With a slight movement of him, all worlds in time and space will be destroyed. He is the existence of the original fifth realm, and he is also a ruler in Hell Heaven. His own strength is stronger than many original fifth realms, and the sword god can't take advantage of him in a fight. The mountain and sea formation of Xuanhuan is shattering. Destroy the master. In hell, you have the power comparable to the master of the day, but this is not in hell, we are not afraid of you. Although Xuanhuan is not as good as Hell Heaven, it is still as strong as a cloud. On a day when the ranking is high, among the 18 masters, they are not afraid of facing only one. It can be said that this time, for the trip to the Eternal Restricted Zone, all the real powerhouses were sent to join the action. Roll. Destroyer's eyes shot out the divine light of destruction. He is bound to win the alien beast. His cultivation has already reached the original fifth level, but his own level has not been promoted to the peak of the fifth level. He needs to refine the power of alien beasts, maybe he can break the shackles. Yin-Yang Divine Sword. Several primitive gods from the Yin-Yang heaven descended at the same time, black and white in color, forming a Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, in which a Yin-Yang divine sword tore down in the air, and struck heavily at the strange beast. Swish swish swish. A strong man keeps appearing. They were all staring at the corpse of the alien beast. Destroy the master. A wave of will suddenly locked on the Lord of Destruction, causing the Lord of Destruction to feel a chill in his heart. He looked suddenly, and saw a domineering and powerful swordsman holding a broadsword and slashing at him. The Lord of Destruction immediately fought against this person. Boom! Although the Lord of Destruction resisted the sword, his divine body was also shaken back, and the power in his body surged wildly. His face was extremely ugly, he stared at the burly figure, and said in a gloomy tone, "It's you, Jian Songtian." Jian Songtian, an extremely powerful divine master of the gods, his status is like the 18 masters of hell. Hell Heaven has 18 terrifying masters, and the gods who are the strongest among the heavens certainly have more and stronger existences, more powerful than Hell Heaven, otherwise how can they overwhelm the heavens? With the power of the sword just now, Jian Songtian even cut out the divine power unique to the sixth realm. The sixth realm, that is epic. But the Lord of Destruction knew that he didn't. If it was the sixth level, he would turn his head and leave. Jian Songtian's power was condensed to the limit, and it was just a blow that exploded completely. It's really lively. This is a demon god. When he arrived, time and space were frozen, and he was plunged into bone-piercing extreme cold. He was the famous northern dark demon god in One Motion. His status is also comparable to that of the Master of Hell. God's Heaven, Myriad Tao Heaven, Hell Heaven, Myriad Demon Heaven, and Myriad Demon Heaven, the top 5 giant heavenly powerhouses, are like clouds. But if the conferred God Emperor wanted to overwhelm all these giants, one could imagine how powerful he was. Can't delay, the longer the time, the more powerful will come. Although the Lord of Destruction is not afraid and wants to take it all, he also knows that he can't get so much. Right now, he can only take direct action against the alien beasts to snatch as much as he can. Great Destruction Technique. The Destroyer Master didn't do anything to the strong ones. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to have so many opponents. The Great Destruction Technique directly destroyed the strange beast. The strong ones present actually did not intend to fight to the death with each other. The Eternal Restricted Area is not a place for them to fight to the death, but a place for treasure hunting. A large amount of power bombarded the body of the alien beast in an instant, and they were all the top powerhouses in the multiverse. No matter how strong this alien beast was in life, its body was blown away, and various fragments flew around. Seize. Xuanhuan naturally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to reap huge profits. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the strong present. It's him, the divine martial god emperor. Although Shenwu God Emperor became a primitive god not long ago, his name is not weaker than some ancient powerhouses, and he is famous in the multiverse. Some people wanted to test the magic power of the divine martial god emperor, but in the midst of the chaos, forget it, it's not worth it if you offend others. The body of the strange beast exceeded 1,000,000 feet, and Xuanhuan locked a position. He wanted to grab food in front of these strong men, and immediately chopped off with the giant axe, and immediately a large piece of flesh and bones mixed with bones was chopped off. The supreme primitive artifact. It has long been heard that the Emperor Shenwu has a lot of primitive artifacts, and today it is indeed the case. Even if the giant axe is placed among the supreme primitive artifacts, it is extremely powerful. Court Death. Xuanhuan suddenly slashed away with an axe, and suddenly heard a scream, and a person was chopped out, his body was bloody. That is a primitive third-level statue from One Motion. He was cut into the air by him with an axe, and was directly seriously injured. He needs eternal material recovery. His strength is very strong. Don't fight with the god of martial god, it's not worth it. This axe also frightened some young people. Although it is the first realm of primitiveness, this person has power in his hands and controls the empire. His combat power cannot be viewed in terms of pure realm. Even if someone as powerful as the destroyer Juggernaut wanted to attack Xuanhuan, he would not only have to worry about the god of martial arts himself, but also had a primordial fifth realm saber god beside him. The same is the fifth level, unless they have the strength to truly crush, they will fall into a dogfight. Besides, there are Baiming Demon Lord and Jian Songtian. Xuanhuan also knew that there were many people spying on him, so when he seized it, he ordered the sword god to show his sharpness, without any scruples, and showed his great strength. Only being strong can make people scruples. Daoshan Tian Dao slashed again and again, each saber light traversed to cooperate with Xuanhuan to divide the corpses of the strange beasts. In the end, this strange beast was divided into corpses. It was originally a powerful existence, but in the end it couldn't even keep its complete body, and was divided into countless pieces. After dividing up the alien beasts, those strong men left one after another, restrained themselves, and tried not to break out a large-scale battle. Xuanhuan also got a full tenth of the body of the strange beast. Don't underestimate this 1/10, you must know that the alien beast is more than 1,000,000 feet long, so it is a huge monster. Very good. With so many beasts and gods, I can extract a large amount of divine blood through their flesh and blood. The extracted eternal substance can be used for cultivation. Its bones and skin can be forged into artifacts. Xuanhuan temporarily put these things in his system space. #C1555 Shattered Axe. Put away these flesh and blood first. These are great nourishing things, and the flesh and blood are full of crystal colors. If you eat this kind of flesh and blood every day to replenish your strength, it will be easy to cultivate to the God of Heaven. In fact, this kind of flesh and blood is a luxury for the gods of heaven to eat, but the existence of the original fifth realm, let alone the gods of heaven. Okay, Panshenshin appeared here, and powerful people from all over the world came, but I didn't seem to see the strong men from Fengshenshin. They will not stop coming. Obviously they are planning a bigger plan, but before that, Sword God, you and I must act to accumulate foundations for the God dynasty. Xuanhuan continued to walk in the vast Panchen heaven. It was desolate and dead, and everything was reduced to ruins. After exploring for half an hour, Xuanhuan suddenly felt a terrifying will. This mountain range is not simple. Daoshan was also keenly aware of it. It's really not that simple. Xuanhuan looked at the mountains. The shape of this mountain is very irregular, like a blade inserted straight into the ground. Some places have been torn open, and there is even blood on it. This is not a mountain, but a fragment of an artifact. Daoshan said in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Panchen Great Emperor's artifact, the Panchen's axe. It's stronger than any supreme primordial artifact. It can be called an air-originated artifact. The Panchen's axe sweeps the road to eternity. Xuanhuan Dao, the axe of Panchen breaks the sky and breaks the earth, and it breaks everywhere. The Emperor Panchen built this axe to split the eternal road, but its fate is the same as that of Panchen, it collapsed. Terrible. This mountain-like thing turned out to be just a fragment of an artifact. According to the rumors, Emperor Panchen himself is as huge as the sky and the earth. He can open up the world and be wider than the universe. His divine weapon, the giant axe, is also incredibly large. This kind of existence is not the strongest in an era, but the entire eternal road, the strongest in all eras. The Panchen's axe is different from the heaven-punishing sword. It has been shattered and cannot be reunited, but it is also a supreme treasure, a rare material in the heavens. Xuanhuan raised his palm. Grabbing the fragments of the artifact with a palm, he immediately pulled up the mountain with great power, and the fragments were directly grabbed by him, twisting like a mad dragon. The artifact is too heavy, as if it holds many great universes in its hands. The fragments of the divine weapon exuded a force, rumbled, and the endless divine light shot out. Just like the opening of the world, the monstrous chaos appeared, and a long river of airflow appeared. Swallow. With a wave of his hands, Xuanhuan swallowed up mountains and rivers, and swallowed up everything. The fragment of the artifact was resisting, but it still couldn't escape his grasp and was put directly into the system space. The system space is so mysterious that it seems to encompass all the heavens and myriad worlds, and no matter what is put in, it cannot destroy its internal time and space. It's hard to imagine that this is just the power of a fragment. If it is a truly complete Panchen's axe, it can cut down the heavens and the world with one axe. Even a world like the 33 heavens can be broken by a single axe. The sword god was also deeply shocked. These so-called strongest realms are actually primitive gods, but their strength realm can no longer be described in simple words, and they have gone further on the eternal road. The strongest has never walked the road of eternity. At this moment, Xuanhuan's divine eyes pierced through all realms, covering time and space. He gathered the whole panorama of Panshenshin in his eyes, and immediately saw the majestic brilliance of multiple artifacts. These artifacts were originally hidden in treasure houses, but under the bombardment of many primitive gods, they were raised 3 feet and revealed. The appearance of the artifact caused a great battle among many powerhouses. There is also an extremely rare brilliant divine light, the power of which has reached the power of the supreme primitive artifact. Ha 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 ha, this supreme primitive artifact belongs to us. At this time in another part of the Panchen heaven, more than a dozen strong men appeared with great power. They joined forces to repel many contenders, and finally occupied an artifact. This is the existence of Dragon God Heaven, Dewy Heaven, and Yen God Heaven. They were very lucky, and found a supreme primitive artifact. This artifact is a huge square sky halberd, with extremely sharp edges, radiant and divine, with the immortal power of chaotic sky, chaotic times, chaotic ancient times, beheading gods and demons. Lord of the true dragon, we got this great halberd together for 3 days, how do you divide it? Yan Shintian, Strong said. A supreme primitive artifact, even if there are not many in 33 days, they are all treasures of heaven. Although they formed an alliance for some reasons, they were not indifferent to such a treasure. That's right, how is it distributed, and who is in control? Duan and the Guardian of the Sky were also asking the Lord of the True Dragon. And also because of the 2-day experts' questioning, the Dragon God and the Heavenly Expert became vigilant. After all, it was only an alliance, and brothers would fight for treasures, let alone for an alliance. If they don't handle it well, it is very likely to turn their faces. Don't be impatient. The Lord of the True Dragon is not in a hurry, showing his super ability to deal with things. Just like the true Dragon Emperor in the world, he can balance the situation of all parties. You are all right. There is only one artifact, and it is not good for anyone to take it away. Therefore, I think it is best to control this artifact for 3 days. Although the supreme primitive artifact is precious, we can only obtain greater benefits than this if we unite. The words of the true Dragon Lord eased the situation. Oh? How about a joint distribution method, said the strong Yan Shenshin. You and I have branded the artifacts for 3 days. In my opinion, the best place to put them is on the front line of Duertian against Shenwu. There are so many Shenwu artifacts. They need them most. They happen to have this big halberd to resist, contain their fierce power, and create a more favorable situation. The Dragon Lord makes a surprising decision. Put it on Duantian. Hearing the words, the Lord of Overcoming Difficulties was surprised at first, and then overjoyed. That's right, let me put it in the day of crossing the catastrophe. It just so happens that there are 3 days of strong men who can work together. The Lord of True Dragons is indeed fair, and I agree with this allocation. Of course he was excited. Although the euphorbia is not exclusive to his family, it is in his best interest, and both hands and feet agree. As soon as the other dragon gods and Long Shenshin thought about it, they all understood the intention of the true Dragon Lord, and they didn't want the alliance to disintegrate because of a divine weapon. Their 3-day gods were still cooperating on the road of eternity. Although Yan Shintian was somewhat reluctant, they agreed after 2 days, so they naturally had to accept it. Obtaining a supreme primordial artifact is already a great destiny. The conferred God Heaven powerhouse has not appeared for a long time, and there are still many supreme powerhouses who have not shown up. There will definitely be a big action here. The true Dragon Lord's gaze had already fallen into the mysterious corner, and the aura emanating from there shocked even a strong man like him. At the same time, Chu Yuan's divine eyes pierced through, and the thick mist was torn apart, and a strong wave attracted him, and with lightning calculations, he said, God of the Sword, follow me, there is a powerful artifact over there. #C1556 Fierce Demon Lord. Crash. Chu Yuan arrived at a place in Panshenshin. He held a giant axe in both hands. The axe struck with a bang. The world was shaking wildly, and a gap was opened by him. He waved again and again, and the infinite obstacles were cut through. After the restriction was broken, a sphere the size of a star, with a dark and deep color, appeared in front of Chu Yuan. The supreme primitive artifact. Panchen was created by Panchen the Great, and the fragments of heaven and earth that were not completely annihilated in that battle must have been guarded by a large number of powerful people, and a large number of treasures have also been left here. Your Majesty, is it weird? Daoshan stared at this artifact and said in surprise, "It seems to be an eyeball." Some powerful people have refined an eyeball into an artifact. It seems to be the eye of a giant beast, and an eyeball is so huge that it is difficult to see it. Imagine how big it is in itself. You see well, this is an artifact refined from an eyeball. Xuanhuan locked onto the artifact of the eyeball, grabbed it with his big hand, covered it, and the heavy force of the sky collapsed, suppressing the powerful fluctuation of the eyeball, and he was about to put it in his pocket. But the mutation happened suddenly. At the moment when the eyeballs of the artifact were about to be collected, a ferocious thought turned into a shock of the soul, and immediately saw a terrifying existence with a height of several feet and 2 horns on its head, and killed it. His goal is to capture the artifact eyeball. Who would not be tempted by the supreme primitive artifact? Presumptuous. The sword god has long been vigilant around the surroundings. Although the timing of this person's choice is good and his attack is sudden, he has long been prepared, leaping through time and space, and the sky knife cuts across the sky. The two forces clashed wildly, sweeping across the world. The sword god's face is cold and cold, he is good at attacking, with a devastating force attack. The person who attacked also underestimated the strength of the sword god, and was forced to retreat under his knife. Sharp. This strong man said. Fierce demon lord. Xuanhuan looked at him. This vicious existence is the most powerful person in the 10,000 demons heaven who has reached the original 5th level, called the fierce demon lord. Shenwu God Emperor. The evil demon lord originally planned to sneak attack Xuanhuan and snatch the eyeball of the artifact, but was blocked by the sword god and fell into an embarrassing situation. Give me this artifact, I owe you a favor. The vicious demon lord wanted this eyeball very much, and he could tell that it was the eye of a terrifying creature. And while he was speaking, he was also gathering stronger forces to deter. Xuanhuan looked at him and didn't answer. He was interrupted by the fierce demon lord's attack just now, and suddenly he circulated infinite power again, grabbing the eyeball of the artifact again. Humph. As the name suggests, the fierce demon master is extremely fierce. Seeing that Xuanhuan ignored him, an evil thought also emerged, and he made a strong sound wave. I don't think that there is a sword god by my side, so I can take the artifact safely. This artifact is what is mine, no one can take what belongs to me, Shenwu, I want to see how capable you are. Although there is a sword god on the side to frighten him, he is not afraid. He has never seen anything from the big devil in the devil world. And it was Xuanhuan who discovered it first, but he was so overbearing that he dared to say that it belonged to him. His eyes flashed fiercely, his artifact turned out to be a knife, it was his fierce knife, with extremely fierce power, and he swooped down, without any intention of entanglement with the sword god. Kill. The fierce demon master exerted the most powerful power, and he struck down with a single blow, gathering boundless ferocity. There is a strong fighting intent in the eyes of the sword god, and the opponent also exists with a sword, so it depends on whose sword is more powerful. It is a battle between the same original 5th realm, so it depends on who is more capable. The fierce demon lord slashed at him with a sword. He is the most vicious existence in the world, extremely vicious, and his sword skills are completely different from the sword god. The sword god will not be afraid of him. The supreme primitive artifact. That's the fierce lord of one motion. He fought with Shenwu's sword god. It's amazing. They are both in the 5th primordial realm. The fierce lord is looking for a way to seize it. That artifact's eyeball seals an extremely terrifying power. If it opens its eyes, it will be the divine light of the cave. Let's not rush to take action and wait for the opportunity. All the powerful men were hidden in the dark, and they were not in a hurry to make a move, but as long as Xuanhuan dared to grab it, they would pounce on them if they aroused the power of the artifact's eyeballs. The supreme primitive artifact is enough to attract them to make a move. Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Of course, he could feel these hidden strong men staring at him like a wolf. Court death. Released from Xuanhuan's coldness, he suddenly looked at a place in the void, moved in an instant, and the Ponchan's axe slashed over. Suddenly, the sky fell apart, and a figure yelled angrily, and was directly bombarded. Shenwu, what do you want to do? This is an old man in black. Seeing Xuanhuan bombarding him directly, he said angrily. Xuanhuan glanced at him. The cultivation base of the original second stage did not recognize his identity. As long as the strong men from all walks of life in the heavens have names and surnames, and have shown their existence, Xuanhuan knows something about them, but this old man has no memory. In fact, there are a lot of powerful people in the multiverse, and some exist in hiding from the world. However, there was too much movement in the eternal restricted area this time, and many potential cultivators came out, and this old man was one of them. He spied around, looking for opportunities, and was discovered by Xuanhuan. Spoop on me, if you have evil thoughts, kill. Xuanhuan struck out brazenly. He struck too fast, the thunder crashed, and the big chaos technique in his left hand, with the power of creating and destroying the world, completely covered the old man. The old man was shocked and furious. Of course he could feel the fierce and domineering strength of that martial arts. He struck with both fists, and a river of stellar energy swept out, but when it collided with Xuanhuan's chaotic hand, it directly broke his spell. The old man in black and the old man in white were not his opponents in the third original realm, and they escaped after being sealed by him, let alone him who was only in the second original realm. Xuanhuan was merciless in his strikes, mighty and mighty. With the Emperor's divine light, he devoured mountains and rivers, and the majesty of the Supreme Humane enveloped the old man. The old man's heart trembled. He knew that he had fallen into his Emperor's domain. I am not his opponent. The old man was terrified, and knew that this person wanted to kill himself to gain power, so he shouted loudly, if you don't attack him together, unless you don't want this artifact, his purpose is to use me to gain power. Don't let him do it, arrive. I'll see who dares to make a move. With a sip of iron and blood, it turned into a torrent. Some strong men hesitated immediately. Seizing this moment, Xuanhuan suppressed a great thought on the old man, and the immortal impact of the great soul technique made him feel slightly in a trance. Not good. He gave a startled cry. I give you death. Xuanhuan held the Ponchan's axe, just like the ancient creator of the world, with the demeanor of the Supreme Emperor of Heaven. The situation was boiling, and with his axe, he had the divine power of the supreme primitive artifact. When the axe fell, the sky and the earth would split into two halves, and the old man's body was instantly split open in the blood-stained youth. #C1557 The Tyranny of the Emperor Fengshen. The old man was chopped into two halves, which was extremely tragic. His soul and thoughts were crazily attacked, and the remnant body was still struggling, wanting to be reunited. But Xuanhuan wouldn't give him a chance. With a lightning grab, he killed all consciousness of the body directly, and looked at the void with indifferent and domineering eyes. Are you going to do it too? He killed a primordial second realm in a short period of time. How could his combat power be so fierce? Don't be an enemy of him. This person's real combat power is too terrifying. It can't be compared with ordinary primitive gods. Only those who are extremely powerful can deal with him. The tragic scene and the terrible record made people see the strength of Xuanhuan. His bloody methods are vivid. We all know that Emperor Shenwu is trying to build up his prestige, and warned them not to take action casually, but others do have this ability. There are many heavenly treasures in Panchen, and the strong ones are scattered. After all, only a few can gather in one place. It is impossible for there to be so many primordial quadruple heavens, or even fifth heavens. Xuanhuan also knew that deterrence can only last for a short time. Hateful. The fierce lord would never have thought that Xuanhuan would kill a person so quickly to frighten the heroes. Although he was not afraid, he was also entangled by the sword god, making it difficult for him to join the battlefield. With a supreme majesty, Xuanhuan exerted pressure, and his hand from heaven shook the eyeball of the artifact. The eyeballs of this artifact suddenly opened, and as soon as it opened to destroy the world, a gray beam of light shot out, with terrifying resentment, and its terrifying power pierced through the sky. Xuanhuan swung the axe away. This light beam is terrifying, but he is too strong, and he also has the supreme primitive artifact in his hand. Dun has two forces to contend with. This gray light beam can melt everything, but it can't threaten Xuanhuan. With the power of landslides and tsunami, Xuanhuan used the giant axe to destroy the power of the artifact's eyeballs with one hand, and used the power of the gods with the other hand. The gate of the soul guards the soul and defends against the impact of will. Around him, it turned into a vacuum, and the power sank. The artifact eyeball fell into his hands. Seeing that the eyeballs of the artifact were taken away, many powerhouses have retreated, and they all know that to really kill this martial arts, it needs the cooperation of many supreme and invincible beings. But many existences are guarding against Feng Shenshen. You're being cruel this time, so be careful in the future. The fierce demon lord made a vicious voice, got rid of the sword god, and did not fight anymore, but he also deeply remembered what happened today. If there is a chance, he will teach this martial artist a harsh lesson. He is a fierce and vengeful demon. Xuanhuan also learned about some fierce demon lords from the mouth of the greedy demon lord, and his face was also extremely cold. If this demon lord really dared to retaliate, he would be beheaded if he killed tens of thousands of demons in the future. Your Majesty, you have it. The sword god retracted his sword and stood in front of Xuanhuan. It's here. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across again. This Panshenshen is simply a treasure trove. He saw a lot of brilliance, such as the supreme treasure god realm, and it was also because of the appearance of so many artifacts that it distracted his attention here, otherwise it would not be so easy. There are more treasures. Xuanhuan was greatly moved. No one thought there were too many treasures, and he was still not satisfied with what he had gained so far. Even if you can no longer obtain the supreme primitive artifact, it would be good to grab some more fragments of the Panshen's axe. Just when Xuanhuan moved, a bigger change occurred. The gate of conferred gods appeared, and the divine light shrouded the Panshen sky. Fengshantian's big move. In an instant, Xuanhuan saw that there were many strong men gathered in the gate of conferred gods, and the aura of the original gods blasted out a burst of light of conferred gods together. This divine light shook the world. An incredible scene. Xuanhuan immediately saw that the plate of gods and heavens was rapidly melting and shattering, disintegrating, and as they swept across the day, many hidden artifacts and treasures appeared and flew out. What are they going to do? At this time, many strong men shouted, could it be that they want to occupy the entire Panshen heaven and take away all the treasures in the same way as they captured the Tianwang ruins before? A supreme, primitive artifact flew up. This primordial divine weapon was originally contested by many powerful people, but this power of conferring the gods made it leave through the air, and it was about to fall directly into the gate of the conferred gods. Go away, this belongs to us. Many powerful men immediately shook the power of conferring the gods. The vast and turbulent conferred god light heavily bombarded the group of strong men, and some of the weaker ones were vomiting blood, and it was directly seen that the original artifact had fallen into the gate of conferred god. This is a counterattack from many experts in the conferred god gate. What a big handwriting! Even Xuanhuan couldn't help marveling at the great move of Emperor Fengshen. No wonder none of them showed up before. They were urging the door of Fengshen to catch all the treasures in one go, so as not to give others a way out. Inside the gate of conferred gods, all the experts from conferred gods heaven are inside, and there are also many primitive gods. Xuanhuan understood that there were not so many primitive gods in Fengshenchen, but the divine power of Emperor Fengshen had already attracted many powerful people to take refuge in him, helping him achieve an era and become the minister of the dragon. Fengshen Great Emperor, you are too domineering. Many strong people are very angry. Boom. Inside the gate of conferred gods, a more terrifying and greater idea came forth mightily. The Panshenchen disintegrated, but at the moment of its disintegration, there was an even more astonishing scene. The sky disappeared, and a huge body appeared. There is no flesh and blood on this body, it is just a skeleton, but the golden light is constantly appearing on this skeleton. It is very crystal clear, and has a supreme and magnificent aura. Its head is extremely long, but its body is very broad, with 4 limbs. It is a very strange giant beast. It is difficult to deduce its supposed appearance based on the bones alone. There is actually a giant beast body sealed in this broken continent of Panshenchen. Your Majesty, I have noticed that its power is very strong. Sword God. No, it's weird. Xuanhuan immediately sensed something was wrong, and his thoughts turned instantly. I understand, no wonder there are so many treasures in this land. The bones of this giant beast are like a foundation, a cornerstone to suppress the world. Not only him, but also many strong people want to understand this. Could it be that the giant beast is the 6th realm? The sword god said something amazing again. Because he is in the 5th realm, the dead bones, just relying on coercion, let him feel this pressure, it is impossible to reach the 6th realm. You are right, this is the original god of the 6th realm. The 6th realm, the entire multiverse is very rare, and the emperor conferred god is also in this realm, so he has such great power. The existence of the 6th realm, they have an epic power, immeasurable stalwart. Xuanhuan guessed that this 6th-level skeleton should have been beheaded by Emperor Panshen, and sealed in Panshen heaven, as the foundation of this area, stabilizing his world. The power of conferred gods. This 6th-level divine bone actually moved, and was about to be taken in under the power of the conferred god gate. Even if it is just a skeleton without flesh and blood, its skeleton already contains a large amount of eternal matter, and there is even the perception of the 6th state. Its value is greater than the primordial artifact. It seems that Fengshen Tian has known for a long time that there is this divine body in the world, and their real purpose is also for it. Hashtag C1558 ET on June. Fengshenchen was so overbearing and greedy that he wanted to take away the entire skeleton of the giant beast, and after the collapse of the world, a large number of treasures rushed into the gate of Fengshen. The formation of the gods. As the strongest heaven, many god masters of the gods appeared together and gathered together. They operated the great formation of the gods, turned the world upside down, and killed the gate of the gods, playing the most peak power in the world. Greedy, you are more greedy than us, I can't stand it anymore, you demon masters, bombard them. The demon masters of Wanmotion also joined forces to form the Wanma Great Formation. Many masters of Hell Sky also came out. Not only them, Shan Haitian, Yinyang Heaven, 5 Elements Heaven, Creation Heaven, and other powerful people present bombarded the gate of conferred gods with their power. How brilliant is this scene, which is rare in all ages. Joining forces, the sky will shatter and the earth will shatter, and it can collapse a giant sky. During the Great Ancient War, the human sovereign received this kind of treatment, and now the conferred god emperor also received it. For the treasure, they must all unite. Crash. Crash. The impact was like an epic river, but a boundless source of divine power circulated in the gate of the gods, immortal, and a great existence sat in it. Facing this kind of power, he didn't panic. The torrent hit the conferred god gate, and it turned out to be indestructible. This strand of divine power seems to be consecrating something for Emperor Fengshen. No, Emperor Fengshen had expected us to join forces long ago. He only made a move now, because he counted on us. He is seizing our power and running a large sacrifice array to sacrifice all of our divine power. Already. The expression of the second divine master of the gods changed, and he had already seen the clue. In fact, why the heaven and earth appeared, the Emperor Fengshen didn't take action immediately, but let the power seize it for a while, because he was preparing to sacrifice the grand formation. Conferred God formation. With a soul-shocking voice, Emperor Fengshen manipulated the formation with his own hands. We can't stop Emperor Fengshen. Although there are many strong people present, they gather from all over the world. The number is far more than that of Fengshen, but each day is a group. It seems huge, but the power is scattered, which gives Emperor Fengshen an opportunity to take advantage of it. Xuanhuan is dazzling. I rule over the gods. Canonize the gods of the heavens. The giant beast's divine body was flying, completely flying into the air. At this moment, Xuanhuan saw a mass of blood-red substance inside the skeleton, like a red crystal, like a heart. The value of this mass of blood-red substance is not even lower than that of bones. Bang bang bang. The power of these strong men was shattered, and the giant beasts were about to fall into the gate of the gods. But at this time, the mutation reappeared. Boom! A golden arrow pierced through the air, and hit the red crystal fiercely, and the explosion was infinite, and it actually blocked the speed of the skeleton's entry. Xuanhuan saw a person at this time. This is a young man, his eyebrows are extremely sharp, but he has a head of white hair, and his eyes are filled with endless vicissitudes, seeing all the things in the world, the changes in the vicissitudes of life. He holds a large golden bow in his hand. It's you really haven't died yet. Emperor Fengshen recognized him. You are not dead, how can I die? The white-haired man responded. He opened the bow and drew the arrows. 9 arrows were shot one after another, all of them hit the red crystal, causing extreme damage immediately, causing the red crystal to explode, and many scarlet liquids flew around. It turned out to be a drop of blood. Under the power of the white-haired man, none of the blood was destroyed. You are ruthless. Emperor Fengshen was not angry. Although the man in white broke through the red crystal, he used more powerful mana in an instant to collect the skeleton of the giant beast into the gate of the gods, and still had more than half of its blood. The blood flew everywhere and fell everywhere. Xuanhuan and Daoshan shot immediately and caught 16 drops of blood. The blood. After a little refinement and understanding by Xuanhuan, a source of power surged. In his eyes, an incomparably long eternal road was evolved. This drop of blood can reflect the myriad worlds of the universe. The sun and the moon are eternal, and the immortal magic of eternity, as if every drop of blood can evolve into the universe and create all living things. This blood is the divine blood of the original 7th realm. Xuanhuan was shocked. The Emperor conferred God is only the 6th realm. And the strong men of the 7th realm can be called the Invincible and masters of an era. They comprehend the origin of heaven and earth, the truth of good fortune, and the immortal power of reincarnation in an era. As for the multiverse, the 7th realm is most likely to be the founder of the God realm. The reason why the conferred God Emperor launched the conferred God War is that he wanted to gather a wave of luck from the era to break himself into this realm completely. The skeleton of the giant beast has entered the gate of conferred gods. The second God Master said with a livid face, I know his intentions. He wants to seal the gods, use the means of sacrifice, gather stronger power, and let the God of the gods break into the 6th realm. A conferred God Emperor is terrifying enough. If the conferred God is allowed to break through, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 7th realm is sealed in that heart, the divine blood of the ruler of the era. Luckily, it was broken and scattered everywhere. Otherwise, there is a very high possibility of becoming the 6th realm. A god-level peak giant said. Who doesn't want to achieve the sixth realm? The giants of the sixth realm can walk sideways in the eternal road, and not many people dare to provoke them. The conferred God Emperor has been planning this for a long time. I can't stop it completely by gathering the power of the conferred God for a day. I can only choose to break his heart and destroy half of his plan. The white-haired man's tone was calm, indifferent and detached, and he knew the result of his actions a long time ago. Why bother to reappear? You are already my defeated opponent. If you lose one game, even if you reappear, you are still not my opponent. It is nothing more than losing again, and you may even lose your life. Emperor Fengshen remained unmoved. Tianjun. Tianjun. The words of Emperor Fengshen revealed the identity of the white-haired man. Tianjun, it's him. Xuanhuan was also a little surprised. He had heard of Tianjun. Tianjun has existed for a very long time. He is here when the founder of the God Realm is still in the multiverse. His cultivation has reached the 6th level. He had a brilliant record and once shot and killed a statue of God. Originally, Tianjun was also expected to dominate an era, but he was defeated by Emperor Fengshen, and then disappeared, and he did not expect to return today. You were also defeated by the Emperor. Tianjun is very calm, completely different from his fierce bow and arrow, calm as water. Failure is nothing to me, every failure will make me stronger. Emperor Conferred God, you have to achieve Conferred God, you have to pass this as me. His words were very calm, but revealed his overbearing. It's nothing more than defeating you again. The Conferred God Emperor didn't care, and this time, this Emperor wants to take your Dao fruit and achieve this Emperor's Conferred God. Come. Tianjun responded with only one word. He drew the big silver bow and pointed it at the gate of Conferred Gods. Tianjun has appeared, and the situation is changing. The second god said, Tianjun, although you are in the 6th realm, the Emperor Conferred God has conferred God Heaven, and it is difficult for you to defeat him alone. This time we gathered in various places, and we will use this to break his ambition in one fell swoop. Yes, he is my old enemy. Tianjunyi's power overwhelmed everyone, and his eyes locked on Emperor Fengshen. C1559 Eternal Pure Land. It's even more chaotic. Tianjun discovered that, as an opponent who once fought against the great Emperor of the Gods, although he was defeated once, he came back again with even stronger mana. Many strong players want to seize this opportunity. The Emperor accepts your challenge. The great Emperor of Conferred God is majestic and majestic. He wants the age to be a god, and he will not be afraid of any opponent. He will defeat all the strong people who stand in front of him, so that there will be no opponents in this world. To achieve this, one must have invincible strength, and in his era, no one is respected. Powerful people from all over the world are gathering, looking at Tianjun. They have different thoughts, and now the situation is chaotic, and they are all willing to cooperate with Tianjun to launch an attack on the enemy. They all knew that Emperor Fengshen was very strong, but it was difficult to know how strong he was. Tianjun is also strong, but the threat of Emperor Fengshen is even greater. A major war seemed inevitable. At this moment, Xuanhuan's gaze also saw a large number of powerhouses, such as the True Dragon Lord, bursting out with strong murderous intent, and both sides wanted to kill each other very much. Don't act rashly. The Lord of the True Dragon knew that it was a decisive battle for Emperor Fengshen, and said, Tianjun and Emperor Fengshen will have a peerless battle, we can't move. They calmly restrain themselves. Let's fight. Tianjun has already drawn his magic bow. Boom. The sound resonated through the ages, and the mist covering the mysterious corner was dissipating at this time, and the eternal divine light shone brightly, shooting out of the sky and the earth. The battle between Tianjun and Emperor Fengshen was also terminated. The mysterious corner opens, what is hidden there? Wait, it's about to appear. The war was forced to end. Even though Emperor Fengshen and Tianjun were looking inside, the mist was dissipated, and bright colors were rolling. Finally see the scene inside. There is a bright, eternal light, ancient scenery, mountains and rivers, vast trees, and eternal rivers running through it. What's in there? Why do I seem to see the real eternity? Is it the place of eternity? A strong man roared. Could it be that this is a corner of eternity, and after entering it, you can get real eternity? The strong people present were all excited. The scene inside was too miraculous, like the eternity in the legend. Looking at that scene, the eternal substance in the body was throbbing, attracting them to rush in. However, those who can cultivate to the original gods have extremely high self-control. Even if they guess it is the eternal place, they dare not break in randomly. Your Majesty, could it be that there is eternity in there? Daoshan asked. I don't think it's really eternal. In the whole world, there are eternity, not to mention the future, but from ancient times to the present, no one has obtained eternity. Xuanhuan said calmly. It should be at the end of eternity. How could it appear here? With a murmuring voice, Tianzuan came. He seemed to simulate the Wheel of Secrets, with endless runes flashing, trying to figure out the secret in the mysterious corner. Tianzuan. Emperor Fengshen is as sharp as a torch. Although he is invincible in strength, he also knows that he is far inferior to Tianzuan in terms of calculation of heavenly secrets. This person can predict the future. Tianzuan, what did you see? Someone asked Tianzuan. Eternal Pure Land, a pure land in ancient legends, very mysterious. Tianzuan said. Eternal Pure Land. Some powerhouses have never heard of it, but Emperor Fengshen and Tianjun were obviously shocked. The Eternal Pure Land is said to be in the deepest part of the Eternal Road, in an extremely mysterious place. In the Pure Land, there is the power of eternity. It can survive more eternal calamities. How could the Eternal Pure Land appear here? Stronger than the great Emperor Fengshen, he doesn't understand why the Eternal Pure Land appears here. I don't know, I can't figure it out, and this is just a corner of the Eternal Pure Land that appears. Maybe there will be big changes in the Eternal Road. After all, Tianzuan is not the real god of destiny, but through a special method, it is impossible to calculate everything. The second god lord asked Tianzuan, saying, Tianzuan, tell us everything you know. All of us are very interested in the Eternal Pure Land. You can go in. The Eternal Pure Land itself is not in danger, the danger comes from yourselves. Tianzuan's meaning is very clear. It doesn't matter to enter the Eternal Pure Land, but inside, there will inevitably be a bloody battle for various purposes, and it will be a bloody feast. The appearance of the Eternal Pure Land this time is also an opportunity. I can see eternity on the road, and I can replenish eternal substances in it. I don't know why the Eternal Pure Land appears on the hopeless road to eternity. Tianzuan always calculates and corrects possible hidden dangers. What should I be aware of? These powerhouses still respect Tianzuan. Although you can enter the Eternal Pure Land, you must remember that if the Pure Land is illusory, you must leave, otherwise you will stay in it forever and become a dead zone. There are eternal substances in the Eternal Pure Land. In it, it will be easier to obtain the gods and objects in the Pure Land to achieve the original. Its existence, I think, should allow people to step into eternity. The ancestor of the 10,000 ways said that there are 50 ways of heaven, only 49, and the one lost is a glimmer of life. There is also a saying in the world that there are 9 deaths and 1 life. Its existence is a bright light in the dark. The Eternal Pure Land here is just a corner, it's not complete, it's a tiny part. Tianzuan said, I have already said what should be said. When he said this, he remained silent. Whoever wants to deal with this emperor, a battle in the Eternal Pure Land, all challenges, this emperor will take over. The conferred God Emperor is domineering and unparalleled, and he has also seen some mysteries of the Eternal Pure Land. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he was the first to enter the eternal Pure Land with his own gate of conferred gods. The mist has dissipated, and there is no hindrance to entering the eternal Pure Land. He wants to put this battle in the eternal Pure Land to fight. As soon as he entered, Tianjun also entered immediately. Okay, Emperor Conferred God, if you want to fight in the eternal Pure Land, we will meet your request. If you want to be the only one, you are not qualified enough, we will not agree. The Emperor Conferred God has entered, and they have no reason not to enter. Tianzuan also said that the eternal Pure Land can be entered, and there is no threat in itself. As an unrivaled powerhouse, although he does not have Tianzuan's calculation method, he can also see the clues. This Pure Land can indeed be entered. At this time, all the strong people are excited. There will be a peerless opportunity in the eternal Pure Land, and they can even break through to a higher primitive realm in it. Many existences, bursting with divine power, turned into torrents and rushed into the eternal Pure Land. The danger of the eternal Pure Land does not lie in itself, but in these people. The appearance of the Pure Land this time is a blessing or a curse. Only time can prove that although the appearance of the Pure Land will give birth to more and stronger primitive gods, it shows that this battle will be even more brutal, and the strong will be destined to be bloody. Tianzuan looked at the eternal Pure Land, as if he saw a corner of the future. #C1560 into the Pure Land. The breath of eternity is surging. The eternal Pure Land appears, and the inside is extremely mysterious. A large number of powerful people have already killed in it, and the inside will inevitably be stained with blood. Although Tianzuan said that he doesn't know when the Pure Land will disappear, but let all the powerful people pay attention. If they see the illusion of the world in front of them, they must appear in time, otherwise they will never come out. His Majesty. The sharp gaze of the sword god scanned the surroundings, and the killing intent was like a cold light, piercing the body of the three-day powerhouse. He hit his palm on the scabbard, and the scabbard would come out at any time. It's now. The Lord of the True Dragon let out a roar, the dragon's aura boiled, and he was extremely noble. His sharp eyes fell on Xuanhuan, and he shouted, "Everyone, now is the best time to deal with the Emperor Xuanhuan. Let's take action together to prevent him from entering the eternal Pure Land." They are finally going to do it. The Dragon Lord has been looking for an opportune moment. He knew that Xuanhuan was extremely powerful. If you attacked in the magnificent Forbidden Zone, with him and the Sword God's mana, you could defeat him, but you couldn't keep him at all. And now, if you want to enter the eternal Pure Land, you can only pass through this mysterious corner, and the location has been limited. The true Dragon Lord understands that it is easy to stop the opponent, but it is extremely difficult to kill him. Otherwise, a god of martial arts wouldn't be such a headache. However, his purpose was to prevent Xuanhuan from entering the eternal Pure Land, and he would rather not enter it himself. He deeply understands that this person is too weird. Once he is allowed to enter the eternal Pure Land, it is very likely that he will break through the realm and greatly increase his mana. Such a snowball, more and more difficult to clean up. Okay, let's do it. The three-day alliance is proactive in dealing with Xuanhuan. I'll deal with that sword god. The real Dragon Lord is extremely powerful, his strength is not inferior to the Master of Hell, and the tyrannical aura radiates out. The shadows of the dragon swayed the heaven and the earth like immortal gods. His dragon claws descended from the sky, slashing fiercely with one blow. The divine sword was drawn out of its sheath, and it fought against the Lord of the True Dragon. The light of the sword and the shadow of the dragon spread mana, and he fought against the wave that would wipe out all generations in front of this mysterious corner. Xuanhuan and the three-day powerhouse are fighting again. They want to prevent Xuanhuan God Emperor from entering the eternal Pure Land. In this chaotic world, there are wars everywhere, so there is no place to live. Don't pay attention to them. Let them fight. The more fierce the fight, the more fierce it will be. Alright, the strong are alright, we can get more benefits. The fierce battle between the powerhouses of the two sides moved many people, but they were happy instead. There are only so many opportunities. If you take some, I will have less. It's really amazing. After fighting against the sword god for several moves, the real dragon lord felt his power. The sword was extremely fierce, and said suddenly, I am here, he can't make a move, we must stop him. Join together. Boom. Dunan waited for the 3-day powerhouses to join forces, and dozens of forces gathered together, earth-shaking, and bombarded Xuanhuan together. He must not be allowed to enter the Pure Land, otherwise it will be a greater disaster. They are like majestic giant mountains, standing in front of the eternal Pure Land. If you want to prevent me from entering the eternal Pure Land, you are blocking my eternal road, and all those who stand in the way will be destroyed. Facing the cooperation of the 3-day powerhouses, Xuanhuan's face was extremely cold, and the killing intent shocked the ages. The great devouring technique, the boundless vacuum, and the billowing power rushed in front of him. He was unmoved, as if he was an unshakable existence. How rare is the 5th primordial state, and there is only one true dragon master. Boom boom boom. The endless time and space around him collapsed, but the aftermath of the power swept across, not affecting the eternal Pure Land in the slightest. Heaven Guardian Dharma God, kill me. The Guardian God has a special existence. He is a puppet, but he is not a puppet. He can exert the power of the original 5 realms at the cost of a lot of consumption, but he doesn't have that kind of mystery. He patted Xuanhuan with his big hand, covering the sky and the sun. Bang bang bang. Xuanhuan slashed against him forcefully, swung the giant axe, and activated the power of destruction, and the Guardian of the Sky could not take him down for a while. Do you have the supreme primitive artifact? We also have it. The 3-day powerhouse shouted, Fong Tian's halberd spurted out, and the green-gold electric light shot out. They pierced through the mana, and the huge halberd fell in the air, trying to force this person to leave this place. I am more than you. Xuanhuan swung the giant axe that will destroy the world forever, opened up the world, and fought fiercely with Fong Tian's halberd. The terrifying fluctuations exploded everywhere, shooting out the divine light of the cave. Boom. His domineering majesty of the emperor radiated out, and the power of the supreme human being was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. That day, when he crossed the primordial god tribulation, he was also joined by strong men for many days, but none of them could stop his breakthrough, not to mention that he is now the primordial god. He is so powerful that he can resist our offensive. Don't worry, although we can't kill him, we can also prevent him from entering the eternal Pure Land. If we lose this opportunity, we will be one step behind, step by step behind. That's right, we already knew about his strength. Stay with him. When my Lord of Heaven returns from the eternal road, he will break through the 6th realm. Killing him is like killing a chicken. You can squeeze him to death if you want. Their fighting spirit was on fire, and they also knew that this person's real combat power could not be judged by his realm, and they could accept it in their hearts. They wanted to drag Xuanhuan down and delay his promotion. A more ferocious force rushed over, and the mountains and rivers were broken and could not be reassembled. Your Majesty, we can't waste time with them. Sword God shouted. Xuanhuan's gaze spanned the eternity, and he saw the vast scene looming in the Pure Land. There seemed to be endless fetishes, and the first batch of people who entered would get the biggest harvest. Every second of delay is an opportunity slipping away. Want to procrastinate with me? I'll see how you procrastinate. Of course Xuanhuan is not afraid of the cooperation of this group of people, but he must not waste time with them. The god of crossing evil, the ancestor of dragon, and the god of Yenshin did not appear in the forbidden area of the ages. How wise he is. Through this calculation, he can roughly know that the 3 masters are no longer in the multiverse, and it is very likely that they have gone to the eternal road. When they go to the Eternal Road, they are likely to find some great treasures. If they are allowed to return, it will really be a disaster for themselves. Come. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and their strength was bombarded on a huge monster. The great ship of the Emperor of Heaven, with its supreme divine power, rumbled and directly hit the past. The gods blocked and killed the gods, and the demons blocked and killed the gods. The roaring torrent could not stop it. Xuanhuan wanted to use the Heavenly Emperor's ship to smash a way out. The supreme primitive artifact. This group of powerhouses were all on the battlefield that day, and when they saw the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor's ship, they were shocked suddenly. Feng Tian's halberd fell, and directly slashed on the main body of the battleship. But this battleship shook Feng Tian's halberd hard, showing the strongest defense, and it didn't crash. This big ship. Some people didn't enter the Eternal Pure Land immediately. They couldn't hide their shock when they saw this big ship. Building such a big ship is probably more difficult than an epic artifact. How to stop me? With the mighty divine power, Xuanhuan shook the world, overcame thorns, and the torrent of power directly smashed away. They dared not use their physical bodies to stop this behemoth. This Heavenly Emperor ship is too scary. At the same time, the Sword God knocked back the real Dragon Master with a single blow, and rushed into the Eternal Pure Land with the big ship. #C1561 Blessed Land. He went in. We can't stop the power of this big ship. Seeing Xuanhuan rushing into the Eternal Pure Land, the strong men of the 3 days were in a bad mood and their faces were extremely ugly. This is a perfect battle, but the opponent's endless artifacts are too difficult to deal with. If there is no Sword God, it may be possible to stop the Heavenly Emperor's ship headed by the Lord of the True Dragon. It's useless to worry now. The True Dragon Lord said calmly, that big ship is the highest primitive artifact. If you want to break it, it is difficult for an equal artifact. Only an epic-level primitive artifact has the power to destroy a big ship. That big ship, the value is comparable to some epic artifacts. The epic primitive artifact can only be refined by the epic existence of the sixth realm. They were all silent. In their hands, where is the epic artifact? Lord of the True Dragon, what do you say? We will listen to you. Du Mao. There is no way. Enter the Eternal Pure Land first, hunt him down, and prevent him from getting too much chance, and we may also be able to achieve great fortune in the Pure Land. The Lord of the True Dragon said that Luo Jian has also entered the Eternal Pure Land. That Shenwu is really mysterious, his fate is confusing, he can't know and calculate his past and future, in a chaotic world, who is in charge of the ups and downs? How will this era end? Even the corner of the Pure Land has appeared in the Eternal Forbidden Zone. Yi Tianzuan muttered to himself. The turmoil of this great world has just begun, and it is far from being cruel, even comparable to the scale of the Great Ancient War. The Ancient War made people feel palpitating and frightening, the heavens collapsed, and too many primitive gods fell. Inside the Eternal Pure Land. Xuanhuan has come to the Eternal Pure Land, he looked around. The sky and the earth are boundless, bright light is bright, this is an extremely bright world, giving people hope. Mountains rise side by side, heavenly rivers flow, towering sacred trees, countless flowers and plants exist, and they are all shrouded in an eternal breath. Sword God took a breath of Pure Land breath, his face changed, and said, Your Majesty, this is the taste of eternity. The breath nourishes my body and soul. I feel that my eternal matter is accumulating at an accelerated rate. I feel it too. Xuanhuan also felt this way. He took a short breath, and the eternal breath was like a flood washing away the divine body. Cultivation is accelerated, as if eating a great tonic. No wonder Yi Tianzuan said that it would be easier to practice here than outside. If you stay here for a long time, it is not difficult to cultivate to the original fifth heaven. Unfortunately, this is not possible. In the eternal Pure Land, there seems to be no living beings. The living beings that Xuanhuan mentioned were the living beings born naturally. According to common sense, such a terrifying world would give birth to extremely terrifying and powerful beings. But not here. His eyes flickered, his 5 fingers slammed open, and he looked at a sacred mountain in the distance, and the hand of God slammed there. In the scene that followed, although the huge mountain was shaken by him, and the rocks flew around, there was a surge of eternal divine light that defended his power. The whole world is shrouded in eternal power, even the primitive gods are hard to destroy. Xuanhuan Dao, he rolled up a large piece of rock, and quickly refined the great devouring technique. In front of him a few drops of eternal substance, like diamonds appeared, which were crystal clear and dazzling. Every plant, every tree, every mountain and every rock contains eternal matter. Xuanhuan shook. For the primordial god, the most important thing is the eternal matter. In addition to slowly cultivating by oneself, it has to be extracted from various gods, and now it is almost everywhere here. No wonder it is indestructible. Dao Shen said. Xuanhuan felt that time was running out. He straddled the eternal Pure Land. Although it was only a corner, it was also very vast. And he also noticed that this can only be regarded as a very small part of the eternal Pure Land, and more places are covered by a force. Coming here, it really makes people feel the real eternal world. Swallow the world. Xuanhuan looked at a river. This is no ordinary river. Flowing, eternal water mist rolling, all energy is higher than the original energy, so that even the original gods are thirsty. Xuanhuan snatched it away with his big hand, and the water in the river was swallowed by him in an instant, but it seemed to be eternal, seeping out from the deep layer, and it couldn't be swallowed clean. You can't waste your time here. Although this eternal water is also very precious, compared to the mystery in the eternal Pure Land, it is not worth mentioning. Boom boom boom. The muffled sound of drums and loud horns resounded through the heavens and the earth. This was the sound of a great battle. In one place of the eternal Pure Land, countless armies gathered like magic soldiers and generals. The God-conferred God's figure is extremely outstanding, standing in the eternal Pure Land, merging with the heaven and the earth, like a real eternal God. A divine army led by a God Lord, a demon army led by a demon lord, an army of hell led by a hell lord. Also making preparations quickly, heading towards the place where Emperor Fengshen gathered his troops. There will be a big battle. Let the big battle that was originally in the forbidden area be put in the duel in the eternal Pure Land. Sword God. There is a big war, and the Emperor conferred God's ambition is overbearing. As the same Emperor, Xuanhuan understood his strategy. It seems that Emperor Fengshen wants to launch a strategic decisive battle here, sweeping away all powers. He wants to occupy the eternal Pure Land, and only those who conferred gods are eligible to enter. He, the people of heaven, block the door. Occupy the eternal Pure Land. Sword God frowned solemnly. That's right, Emperor conferred God has long been a powerful opponent of the heavens, and he also knows that he can't compare with the number of primitive gods in the entire multiverse, but it is different with the eternal Pure Land. He can ask for the resources here. If things go on like this, once Xuanhuan was born, the most important thing is that he controls the general situation of the world. Once he succeeds, we can't come in. The best situation is a fierce battle, a stalemate. All walks of life surround this place, attacking and killing for a long time. Tianjun, the second divine lord, and the others also know the purpose of the great emperor of the gods, and they cannot let him succeed. The eternal Pure Land is also very important to them. I'm afraid it's not so easy to stop him. Xuanhuan's eyes were long and deep, but this has nothing to do with me, for the time being. What I can do is to win more eternal substances, before the battle is decided. The sixth realm is difficult to break through, but I can accumulate more eternal matter and reach the peak of the fifth realm. Sword God. The accumulation of eternal matter is really too difficult, and the further you go, the longer it will take. The storm is fierce, let the storm be stronger. Xuanhuan was turned upside down, the great devouring technique turned into a vacuum black hole, his domineering domain spread, a large amount of eternal energy gathered, and drops of eternal matter quickly accumulated in his body. This is a blessed land, where you can refine eternal matter with a little breath. And if in the outside world, even if Xuanhuan devoured a mountain of raw energy, it would be difficult to extract a drop of eternal matter, but here it is much simpler. His divine body is shining, just like the eternal divine body, dazzling. The eternal matter that each individual can hold is different, even if they are the same primitive god. The person with a cultivation base against the sky can hold more eternal matter. Xuanhuan obviously belongs to such a person, and he needs more eternal substances. #C1562 Everyone is crazy. Although generals are gathering in the eternal Pure Land, a shocking battle will start at any time, but the battle has not yet fully started, and there is a window period, and some people take advantage of this time to seize opportunities as much as possible. Of course, so is Xuanhuan. Confronting Feng Shantian prematurely would not be of much benefit to him, and the most troublesome thing would be the second divine master, an existence of the prison level. An eternal god tree, with its branches and leaves spread out, is actually thousands of feet wide, and each leaf is as crystal clear as jade. It has absorbed too much eternal breath, and has produced a large number of fist-sized golden fruits on it. Eternal fruit on the eternal tree. This is a unique eternal sacred tree in the eternal Pure Land, which is not found in other places outside the Pure Land. Its existence has attracted many powerful people to gather. Those are all eternal fruits. Each fruit is made of eternal matter. Even for us, it is also a divine fruit. It is a supreme treasure. If you eat one, your cultivation will grow. Several strong men appeared together, and they were people of yin and yang. All kinds of eternal gods are everywhere in the Pure Land. It would be great if we could take this sacred tree away and transplant it into my yin-yang heaven. This group of strong men said. Impossible, the flowers, plants and trees here can't grow when brought back, and only the soil and environment in the eternal Pure Land can breed the eternal God tree. When it reaches the outside world, it becomes a material and loses its charm. We don't have so much eternal breath. Nourish. An old man, with the light of the sun, moon and stars revolving in his eyes, has a very high level of cultivation, and is the right arm of the yin-yang god. However, God Yin-yang did not come to the eternal Pure Land this time, so I don't know what plan he is planning. What a pity. They all shook their heads. Yes, without the soil of the eternal Pure Land, it is impossible to support the eternal God tree. Someone said, even if I take it back, it will not be able to produce eternal fruit, but the whole tree body is actually a supreme treasure, and a large amount of eternal material. It will be great if I get it, and it will breed a lot of strong people for me. I cherish it very much. Hurry up. Once the winner is determined, it will be difficult to seize it. Let's bombard it. The old man said. While they were talking, they were also using their strength to seize the eternal God fruit, but there was eternal light surging on it, disintegrating their power, and it was difficult to take them all away at once. The conferred God Emperor gathers his troops, the second Divine Lord and other strong men are also gathering troops, and a big battle will break out. And we will seize this opportunity, to seize a large number. What a good time! The strong man of Yin and Yang said. They are not that stupid. When their soldiers and horses are almost gathered, if we don't go, the flames of war will spread into the Pure Land, and we will be bombarded and implicated. If you don't want to fight, you will be passively involved in the battle because of the war situation. This time will not very long. The old man sees through everything. For example, in a secular war, where two major powers are fighting each other, it is impossible to give a third party a chance to watch the fire from the other side. Fish in troubled waters, or even hit you hard at the same time. At this time, there are many strong people surrounding this eternal sacred tree. They shot extremely violently. Since they cannot grow outside the Pure Land, they will perish. In an instant, a wave of force bombarded, not only the fruit, but also the branches, and even the trunk were blown up and divided. Suddenly a huge black hole swept over, and it was Xuanhuan who also noticed the strong aura here. This kind of eternal power that condenses the essence of heaven and earth has the greatest effect on the accumulation of his cultivation base. The black hole is terrifying, devouring endlessly, and the surging eternal divine light is actually directly swallowed. In just an instant, a large number of eternal divine fruits were taken away by him, and many branches were also taken away in an instant, all of which were refined in an instant and became his eternal substance. It's the martial god emperor. Damn it, the great devouring technique. I knew that he would be able to use the great devouring technique, but I didn't expect it to be so proficient. I don't think there is any energy that can't be devoured in front of him. Hurry up, pick up all the eternal god fruits here, and blow up the god tree, and compete with him for time. Seeing Xuanhuan sweeping over with a devouring black hole. These powerhouses are not calm anymore, the speed of the divine martial arts is too fast, it has reached an unbelievable level. And they didn't have the idea of fighting with Xuanhuan, they were all thinking about buying time, taking it here, and rushing to the next place as soon as possible. An even larger devouring force was launched. Every time Xuanhuan devours a wave of eternal matter, his cultivation will become higher and deeper. In the end, the divine fruit on the eternal divine tree was plucked, and the tree body was blasted to pieces. Too crazy. The strong who entered the eternal Pure Land are like locusts crossing the border, they simply want to destroy everything, as long as they can be taken away in front of them, they will not let go. After all, no one knows when the eternal Pure Land will disappear. I still need more eternal matter to break through the barrier. Xuanhuan was frantically accumulating strength, the breakthrough of the second realm required a surge of energy like a flood. He swept across the eternal Pure Land, flowers, plants, trees, even mountains, rocks and rivers, were directly swallowed by him and transformed into eternal matter. I don't know how big the complete eternal Pure Land is. According to what Tianzuan said before, this place is only a corner, it's so vast. Xuanhuan devoured it too fast. He rejoiced in his heart. If it wasn't in the eternal Pure Land, how could the outside world accumulate so much energy so quickly? After the true Dragon Lord came to the eternal Pure Land, he had been chasing Xuanhuan all the time. They knew that there was a huge black hole sweeping across, but they were too fast to catch him. At this time, Xuanhuan was not interested in fighting with them. When he became stronger, he could shoot them to death directly. At this moment, Xuanhuan came to a mountain wall, which was so high and steep that the cliff was as straight as a knife's edge. When he saw it, there was a vine climbing along the cliff. On the vine, there were still 9 purple gold gourds hanging. This purple gold gourd is only the size of a palm, and it is very extraordinary. It is all condensed with eternal matter, and has a faint purple aura. Xuanhuan shook slightly, and inside it, there was still the sound of liquid shaking, which was extremely pure. God Emperor, if this gourd is worn on the body, it can gather the energy of the heaven and the earth faster, release a power that makes the soul ethereal, feel the Tao at all times, seal the pure energy inside, and can explode the ultimate move. Dao Shen is also watching. Yes, this purple gold gourd is born with the power to gather spirits. This spirit is an eternal substance. Although it is weak, it can accumulate over time and form a tower of sand. It is very useful for cultivation. Xuanhuan also found out its effect. It would be a pity if it was directly swallowed by me, and it would not be possible for me to become the second realm. 9 gourds are just right. Bringing them back will be of great use to me. Xuanhuan didn't devour it, and this kind of treasure was directly turned into energy, which is a violent thing. Together with the vines, he put away the 9 purple gold gourds. Time was getting tighter and tighter. The great emperor's army and the combined army of the second god lord and the others gathered troops in 2 directions, and they would soon collide and sweep over along the way. This revealed corner of the eternal Pure Land is not without limit. At the limit position, there is a surge of eternal divine light covering it, so that the primitive gods dare not break in casually. #C1563 Stage 2, Deadly Bow. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system. Find the latest chapter. The situation is changing rapidly. The sound of war drums and horns was already sounding, and from a long distance away, a wave of divine power had already collided together, causing shocking waves. It is also in the eternal Pure Land, enveloped by eternal energy, otherwise the impact of this divine power would have already shattered the sky and turned it into chaos. No one has ever set foot here before, and there are so many treasures. Xuanhuan is like an insatiable glutton. Wherever he swept across, even the flowers and plants were directly swallowed and taken away. Don't underestimate these flowers and plants. They are eternal flowers and plants. Some seemingly inconspicuous things may be dusty pearls, but they are actually extremely precious. Xuanhuan's indiscriminate engulfment, after a simple search, he found very few very precious ones. But now is not the time to classify, but to race against time. In order to open up an era and become a greater existence, the 2 forces will start a shocking war at any time. Once the war starts and the flames of war are burning, it will be difficult to continue to seize, so we must hurry up. Xuanhuan understood very well. The eternal Pure Land has just opened, and the forces of all parties have not yet been fully deployed to gain a firm foothold, so he was given such a good time to swallow. The second realm is about to break through. Xuanhuan's state at this time is like the water in the bottle is full, and it is possible to break through at any moment. Looking at the sword god, he also benefits, and the eternal matter is greatly accumulated, but he is not proficient in the great devouring technique. Although his combat power is strong, the speed of transformation is not as good as him. The great devouring technique is the most important secret technique since Xuanhuan practiced all the way. With this technique, he can accumulate more time in less time than others. The eternity was surging like a cloud of smoke, and Xuanhuan saw bright golden lights appearing one by one, and the vague shadow that appeared was like a person practicing Taoism. There is something. Xuanhuan climbed to the top of a high mountain, waved away, and suddenly saw a golden sacred tree, but it was taller than ordinary people, exuding eternal brilliance, and its branches looked like people. He stared at the tree, as if it would change. Your Majesty, this golden sacred tree is not simple, it contains Tao Yun. You look at it, as if you are cultivating an eternal Tao. The sword god stared at the tree, and said, the whole body is composed of eternal matter. Give a 5th level of heaven, and he can immediately break through to the original god. It deduces the eternal road. The Pure Land is truly amazing. Only in the eternal Pure Land, this piece of heaven and earth that does not know how to appear, can there be such a heaven-defying thing. Xuanhuan flicked on the golden sacred tree with one finger, and there were ripples and melodious sounds, which made people's soul ethereal. That's right, it can make people become primitive gods. Well, what I lack is this thing, and it will allow me to reach the 2nd level of primitiveness. The time for Xuanhuan to break through finally arrived. He grabbed the golden god tree. Although this sacred tree is not big, its roots have firmly taken root in the ground, as if it is one with the Pure Land, emitting light waves, and immediately contended with Xuanhuan's power. The impact of vast power. Xuanhuan's mana is so fierce, it can shatter a huge universe with a single palm, even the golden sacred tree can't resist his grasp. The golden sacred tree was uprooted. Its roots are a bit weird, like human legs, only two, like a humanoid medicine. The devouring power made this golden sacred tree disappear in an instant, turning into a golden torrent and hitting Chuyuan's body, bringing the purest eternal substance. How slow is it to cultivate the eternal substance by yourself? How much time will it take? The only way to devour it is the fastest way. Boom boom boom. Like the sound of floods breaking open the gate, Chuyuan got his wish. He finally reached the second primordial realm. Primitive practice is to comprehend the eternal way. The farther you go on this road, the more eternal matter you can have in your body. If we say that the eternal matter that can accommodate transformation in the first primordial state is just a small river, then in the second realm, the small river expands and becomes a big river. This is breaking through the shackles and opening up eternity, and the amount of eternal matter is completely different. Chuyuan is in such a situation now. Every cell and every flesh and blood in his body is changing, as if it has been expanded. The eternal matter is much more than the first level. The more eternal matter, the stronger the fighting power he can unleash. When he moved, it seemed that his whole body was eternal. Ding! The current side mission to break through the second realm of the original gods has been completed, and you have obtained 2 billion vertex points, the original gods healing potion X1, the magic fruit X155072, the original artifact advanced card X1, the deadly bow X1, the Tianyuan god pill X5, random lucky draw chance X1. Ding! The current branch has been released, breaking through the third realm of the primordial god. The breakthrough in realm also brought Chuyuan a lot of rewards. Tianyuan divine pills are extremely suitable for the cultivation of primitive gods, and they are divine pills that can defy the sky when they are issued to Tiandao gods. There is also the life-killing bow. Not surprisingly, it is also the supreme primitive artifact. At his level of strength, the system will not reward him for the weak. He looked at the deadly bow. There are bows, but no arrows. It is the color of dark gold, carved with life-threatening lines, a soul-killing force, which is very consistent with his iron-blooded and domineering temperament. The arrows of this deadly bow are energy arrows, fueled by raw mana. One bow kills one's life. If one wants to exert the maximum power of the deadly bow, one must cast arrows with eternal matter and integrate them into one's own spiritual will. One sword can kill a god. Chuyuan swallowed the mountains and rivers. He wore a black emperor robe, which made people think that the emperor was domineering at a glance, pointed the deadly bow to a certain place, and gently pulled the bowstring. Hum. There was a sound of death. The peerless powerhouse that the sword god rewarded for the system seemed to be bred by the system, and he would not be surprised by any artifact Chuyuan took out. Your Majesty has taken another step on the road to eternity. Sword God. He felt Chuyuan's aura. Although he was only at the second level of primitive cultivation, with that vast mana, it was impossible for him to defeat the God Emperor. The reason why the 3-day powerhouse is so afraid of Chuyuan is because his breakthrough is too fast and his strength growth is too unimaginable. Just one small step on the road to eternity. Chuyuan's eyes changed in time and space, as if he saw endless eternity, shrouded in an undetectable mist, and now with his cultivation base, he can see through more. Guess your own strength. Chuyuan is now fighting the true Dragon Lord of Longshenchen. Although he cannot be completely defeated, the true Dragon Lord has nothing to do with him, which is enough to evenly divide the competition. As for the primitive gods in the 5th realm, it is even more difficult to compete with him. And if he breaks through to the 3rd realm and transforms again, then the eternal matter in his body will seem to change from a big river to a bigger river and sea, and it will not be a problem to overwhelm some of the 5th realm. The smoke of the civil war in the eternal Pure Land is getting stronger and stronger. Chuyuan looked intently, passing through the thick fog. He was the first to land on the most eye-catching thing in the eternal Pure Land. #C1564 Zonshinmu. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system. Find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan's gaze was deep and far away, sweeping across the place where the eternal Pure Land appeared. Not long after the opening of this place, there are so many treasures, and many strong people are racing against time to take away the easy ones first. His eyes immediately fell on a huge eternal god tree, which was also full of fruits, but it was not golden, but a chaotic color, as if each fruit contained a world. He leaped forward with one step, and his momentum shocked the ages. Xuanhuan God Emperor. This aura was so violent that someone saw him and was extremely shocked in his heart. What is he going to do? Someone asked in surprise. They expected that this time, Xuanhuan might not be as simple as simply grabbing some fruits. Cut. Xuanhuan condensed the original god body, and his tall body was comparable to the eternal sacred tree. He was resplendent, holding a world-destroying giant axe, and slashed at the eternal sacred tree with a single axe that condensed the power of creating heaven and earth. He actually wants to cut off this eternal tree and take away all the fruits. His ambition is too great. The eternal divine tree absorbs the eternal chi and is almost indestructible. It is extremely difficult to cut it off. Can he really do it? Seeing Xuanhuan's astonishing actions, many powerhouses also made unbelievable voices. It was hard for them to believe that someone could really cut off the eternal sacred tree. The sword god stood beside him, and the fierce sword energy swept across the surroundings. Boom! Xuanhuan holds a huge axe, which is unimaginably mighty. The energy of heaven and earth gathers on him, burning eternal matter, and the divine light is brilliant, bursting out the divine power of the ages. When his axe hit the eternal sacred tree, he immediately felt a strong obstacle, and the eternal divine light was surging, blocking his axe from cutting in. Destroying, devouring. Xuanhuan turned into a black hole of eternity, and all the surging eternity energy was swallowed by him. The power of the giant axe was strengthened to the strongest, and it clicked directly into the trunk. Boom, boom, boom. The eternal sacred tree shook wildly and was about to be cut off. He really wants to cut off an eternal god tree. There are not many such fruit-bearing eternal sacred trees in the eternal Pure Land, and each one represents shocking wealth. Some people want to stop them, but don't say that there is a sword god by their side. Just the aura of the god of martial god slashing at the Xuanhuan is extremely terrifying. His timing is also very good. At this time, Emperor Fengshen and Yi Tianjun had already confronted each other, and they had no time to ask too much about the affairs here. Even some strong men had to consider whether they should make a move. Cut. Xuanhuan clenched his giant axe tightly, and the eternal sacred tree could no longer resist his felling, and it was broken by the middle. His palm directly took away the severed eternal sacred tree. In fact, Xuanhuan also knew that uprooting the eternal sacred tree was of the greatest value. It was able to take root in the Pure Land, and the roots were extremely powerful. And of course he can do it, but the situation here is complicated, and it is impossible for him to pull out the wood slowly. Now, the only way to cut it off and shorten the time is the right way. After Xuanhuan cut off the eternal god tree, he disappeared in front of them across time and space. He really had to cut it off. That giant axe, the best among the supreme primitive artifacts, is almost as powerful as an epic artifact. The giant axe is strong, but the Emperor's own strength is the most terrifying. Even if you are given a giant axe, can you cut it off? He's really terrifying, soaring into the sky like a comet. I understand why Duertian is so afraid of him. His strength is almost unstoppable. Not good, he has to cut off more eternal sacred trees. Suddenly, they saw Xuanhuan moving quickly to another eternal tree. There are also many fruits on this sacred tree, all green gold fruits, extremely bright. Cut. Xuanhuan also held a huge axe, and chopped at the sacred tree. With previous experience, he cut faster, and the entire sacred tree fell down with a bang. Don't stop at all. He is specifically looking for this kind of fruit-filled eternal tree of the gods. He deeply knows. Now he can cut down with peace of mind, because Emperor Fengshen and the others have just entered the eternal Pure Land, and the situation is unstable. No matter who wins this battle, it is impossible for Xuanhuan to have such a good opportunity again. Therefore, he must seize a large amount at the best moment at this time. These eternal sacred trees are brought back to the empire, they are all supreme wealth. How many masters will be trained for him? 3. He has cut off 3 eternal god trees, and the thousands of fruits contain the essence of eternity. He's too crazy. Is this going to harvest a wave before the battle is decided? He can only do it with a giant axe that opened up the world, and that giant axe is too sharp. Just now he took away all the sacred trees and flowers in a forest. Although there are no fruits in that forest, they are all eternal sacred trees and eternal treasures. Xuanhuan's actions were so crazy that these strong men could hardly calm down. The divine martial god emperor is cutting down the eternal sacred tree and frantically plundering the resources in the eternal Pure Land. The real dragon lord and other strong men were also chasing Xuanhuan, and the news that came along the way made them feel depressed and their faces became very ugly. His strength, according to the feedback fluctuations, has become stronger. It seems that he has broken through the realm and reached the original second realm. Yan Shintian, strong said. I wanted to cut off his chance path in the eternal Pure Land, but he became stronger and stronger, and that earth-shattering power reached a level that they could hardly imagine. It's hard to stop. The true Dragon Lord felt that it would be difficult for him to take down Shenwu, so he said, change the strategy, and we will drag ourselves down by following him. The battle between the Emperor Fengshen and the most powerful heavens is about to start, and the Emperor Shenwu won't take long. Let's also plunder resources and strengthen our own strength. That's the only way to do it. He was very unwilling in his heart, watching his archenemy rapidly become stronger, but he could only watch helplessly. This is a battle for time. If the 3 gods can return from the eternal road faster and achieve the body of the 6 realms, they can directly destroy Shenwu. The giant axe was roaring, bursting out with the power to destroy the world, and shattered chaos. At this time, Xuanhuan stood in front of a forest, and the sacred trees were tall and straight, with few fruits. But also good material. After all, there are not many such fruit-bearing eternal sacred trees in the Pure Land. Facing this mountain forest, Xuanhuan didn't dislike it. He swung his giant axe and swept across it. He wants to collect more eternal treasures and build an eternal palace in his god dynasty, which will be the Pure Land of his god dynasty. The Shenwu was cut off. Even if it was a mountain, it would be flattened in front of Xuanhuan's power. It's even crazier, Xuanhuan said. Also because of his crazy seizure, those powerhouses were not far behind, and seized the time to use even more crazy methods. After all, there are really many gods in the eternal Pure Land. It is better to develop them yourself than to waste time trying to get them from others. At this moment, Xuanhuan was holding a huge axe in one hand, and he came to a huge peak. There were all kinds of crystal lights shining, which made all his attention fall on it. #C1565 Everlasting Flower. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system. Find the latest chapter. Xuanhuan held a huge axe in his hand and looked at the peak. It was straight to the sky and had a bright brilliance like holy gold. These radiances are actually eternal metals, very precious, and can be used to forge magical weapons. If in the multiverse, Xuanhuan can crush a huge cosmic plane with one palm. But this mountain, endowed by the eternal metal, is indestructible. And the whole mountain is just a metal mountain. Use the eternal metal to cast my eternal palace. Xuanhuan valued this mountain very much. If he could extract more eternal metal, not only could he cast the palace of eternity, but the power of his divine martial arts sword could also be promoted to the highest primitive artifact. He carried a vast divine power, and the World Destroyer axe condensed the strongest power, as if splitting an eternal road, cutting directly at the mountain peak at the most terrifying and ferocious place. The mountain was indeed indestructible. Although Xuanhuan's axe cracked the surrounding rocks, it did not break it and still stood. This mountain contains a lot of metal, and it is extremely difficult to break through. The sword god is also observing, but it is precisely because of these metals that the value of the mountain is extremely high. Boom! Xuanhuan saw that he didn't cut it off, nor was he surprised. It is good. Xuanhuan's cut was to verify the hardness of eternal metal, and he was very satisfied with the results of the test. He stepped into the sky and sat on the top of the mountain. The mighty divine sense spread out, and the boundless power shrouded the mountain. Devour. The strongest devour. Xuanhuan wants to swallow this mountain away. If outside, he can directly swallow the universe, but now he wants to swallow this mountain containing eternal metal. Boom! Power up the mountain and surpass the world. Jufeng's defense is indeed extremely powerful, but Xuanhuan is the greatest master of swallowing the sky at this moment, and the two giant hands turned into swallowing hands and directly grasped the mountain peak. The world is booming. Incredible scene. What a terrifying magic power this is. Xuanhuan used the power of devouring to the extreme, and this mountain peak rose up from the ground, and it was about to break away from the ground. You must know that this is the eternal Pure Land, not the outside world. Most of the strong people gathered in front of those easy-to-get fetishes, and no one thought that there would be strong people devouring the mountain here. Although it is just a mountain, it is extremely heavy. The internal space of a general artifact cannot bear it, otherwise it will collapse directly. But here was a horrible scene. The mountain was uprooted, and a black hole was swallowed by it, and then disappeared. Of course it entered Xuanhuan's system space. The system space can bear and accommodate everything. Xuanhuan even suspects that if he swallows this eternal Pure Land, the system space will not collapse, and he will easily bear it. Of course, his current mana can't do this. After Xuanhuan swallowed the mountain, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he saw a flower on the ground, which looked very ordinary, with no light, very ordinary. But it was this kind of ordinariness that attracted Xuanhuan's attention. How violent is the fluctuation of his devouring mountain peak, but this flower has no effect at all. In the Pure Land, there are many magical things. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand and gently picked off the flower. The eternal harmony flower, the merging of 10,000 ways, gathers the eternal way, gathers for the strongest power, refines this flower, ascends the eternal road, and realizes the eternal truth. The system suddenly made a sound, introducing the attributes of the words. All Taos unite, eternal unity. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered. He already knew from the systematic explanation that the value of the flower in front of him was even more precious than all the things he got this time. He pointed at the petals. Immediately, the eternal divine light spread out, and thousands of rays of divine light, as vast as the sea, were extremely dazzling, enveloping Xuanhuan and Sword God. What happened? Daoshan was surprised. This light is dissolving the original way in my body. The power of transformation. Before joining the Tao, first transform the Tao, and eternity joins the Tao, and eternity can also transform into the Tao, in the chaos, and then use this flower to recast eternity. Xuanhuan remained unmoved by the light of the eternal harmony flower, which was a test of the Tao. I don't need to change the way, nor do I need to join the way. There is only one way for me, to control everything, to control the eternal eternity, to control the omnipresent destiny. Xuanhuan clasped his hands together, and the light of the eternal harmony flower suddenly subsided, as if nothing had happened. The power of this flower is miraculous, but it is useless to him. Xuanhuan is extremely firm in his way, and the only word in his heart is control, which means to control all the power in the world. Either eternity or destiny. The power of eternal harmony flower is strong, but it can't transform his Tiao, because his will is too firm. Although it is useless to me, there are people around me who can be used. Jiuyou may be suitable. She is also determined. With the eternal harmony flower, she can become a primitive. Xuanhuan intends to leave it to Jiuyou. Jiuyou has a very strong personality. If she becomes Yuan, she will be his real helper, a great helper, who can help him with many things. But this flower is also very dangerous. If the will is not strong, it is very likely that you will not be able to join the Tao after transformation, and you will end up falling. On the way to the strong, how can one not go through the test? This is the calamity I gave Jiuyou, and it is also the calamity she must go through. Xuanhuan put away the eternal harmony flower. He continued to search in the Pure Land, hoping to find another eternal harmony flower. He had obtained many exotic flowers and herbs, but this flower was not there. Obviously this kind of flower is also very rare in the eternal Pure Land. His eyes looked at the time and space sealed by the vast eternal energy. There was a mystery there, and what was inside was unknown. There was a magical power that made people want to explore. No entry. There is no danger from heaven and earth in the area that appears, and there, if you step on it, you may even lose all your strength, and you will never be able to come out again. Suddenly, a wave of energy that shook the world swept across. Xuanhuan's expression fluctuated, and he said coldly, "Has the battle belonging to Emperor Fengshen started?" He looked at the place where the fluctuations were the most violent. In two directions, the strong pushed across, and the rays of light crazily intertwined. Finally, they met in one place, forming a huge battlefield. Only in the eternal Pure Land is suitable for this kind of battle. Many powerful people are paying attention. In the most peak battle of the universe, in the multiverse, countless heavens and earths will collapse, and only the Pure Land can bear this kind of powerful attack. Whether the conferred God Emperor wins or loses, it will make the multiverse more chaotic and turbulent. There are too many variables in this world. Xuanhuan has a deep understanding of this. Moving towards the battle point, once the battle starts, it will be impossible to collect the fetish safely, and the battlefield of the Xeon decisive battle may shift crazily, and the aftermath will sweep through. You are all ready. The Emperor conferred God stands tall in the sky, with eternal vitality flowing in and out, like the tide of the sea, expounding the strong belief of being invincible and pushing the universe across. His cultivation had already reached the limit of the sixth realm, and he wanted to open up a great era that belonged to him, create his rules, and make him take that crucial step. The gate of conferred gods exists, the power of conferred gods is magnificent, and the countless strong men who support him are roaring. #C1566 Prelude. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. This will be a peak duel, and the strongest existence in the multiverse will launch a shocking battle. Emperor conferred God, you want to confer gods and create your rules, but this god will not allow your era of conferred gods to be achieved, take away your luck, and integrate it into the profound meaning of the gods. I will confer the gods for you. The second Divine Master looked at the conferred God Emperor. The divine light was extremely bright. You can have today's power, nothing more than relying on the founder of the God realm. Your eternal way has been influenced by him, and you still want to go out of your own way. It's impossible. Your limit stops here. The conferred God Emperor Peerless said majestically, "You are not my opponent." The second Divine Master snorted coldly, unable to refute. What Emperor Fengshen said was right, he was the second Divine Master. But he said, "That's right, the way of the founder of the God realm is too great, I can't go out, but the founder is for eternity, the God becomes stronger, strengthens his divine way, and the future will strike the road of eternity, which is also a kind of eternity. He wants to follow the path of the founder of the God realm. Like the dragon ancestor, he broke away from the demon clan and entered the Age of Dragons. He has blazed his own path. Second Divine Lord, stop talking nonsense with him. The prison of Hell Heaven appears, he is full of gloom, and his domain expands. It is a prison, and it is the cold of the boundless hell. The Emperor Fengshen was unmoved, seeing a group of strong men coming. He said indifferently, let's fight together, Tianjun, and you should also fight with them. If you want to become a god, you must first sweep away all obstacles. How many emperors come here, then? His tone was arrogant. But he does have that confidence. Tianjun frowned, holding the golden bow tightly. He wanted to have an epic duel with Emperor Fengshen alone, but the second divine master and the others would not let him do so. Then he said, as you wish. As expected of the conferred God Emperor, he is really confident. When a figure came striding forward, his body sometimes shone with divine light, and sometimes surged with devilish energy, like a god but not a god, like a devil but not a devil, merging the power of the divine way and the magical way. A thought becomes a god. One thought becomes a demon. He is a god and a demon. One motion, Dugushan Ma. This is also a very terrifying existence, not weaker than the second God Master, he, who is also the number 2 figure in one motion, and a universal existence who is cultivated to the 6th level. He practiced the way of gods and demons, and wanted to blaze his own path. Wan Yaotian's ancestor of the Phoenix, Wan Daotian's old Taoist, didn't he come? Emperor Fengshen swept his eyes and said, it's not enough for you to fight this emperor? It's not enough for you, Tianjun. Really? That's how strong you are. Boom. The second divine master was extremely confident. He held a divine spear in his hand, majestic and unstoppable. Immediately he made a move, and an epic divine aura slashed down, sweeping directly. Not only did he make a move, but also Duga God and Demon also made a move. In order to win, they will do whatever it takes. They have no enmity with Emperor Fengshen, but everyone on Eternal Road may be an enemy. Once Emperor Fengshen is allowed to achieve the era, luck gathers in him, and as laws are created, it will really be impossible to shake him. Come on. The Emperor conferred God gathered great power in one body. Of course, Emperor Fengshen also knew that this time he faced a lot of enemies, and it was his crucial battle, so when he made a move, his strength was astonishing, deterring others from making rash moves. Come. The conferred God is also unparalleled in power, not the 6th realm, but it is very close to this realm. He can't stop the 6th realm, but he can shock the primitive gods below the 6th realm. Primordial gods are also stepping out of the gate of conferred gods, and the number exceeds expectations, more than imagined. That's Patriarch Fulua from the ancient realm of Fulua, the 5th primordial realm, and he's actually in Fengshen's camp. During the Great Ancient War, Patriarch Fulua also wanted to be promoted to be the god of the 33 heavens. Although he failed, he was also the strongest force in the ancient land of Fulua after the 33 heavens. The ancestor of the Shi clan, Shi, the peak of the 5th primordial state. Shenzong of wind and thunder. Patriarch Fenglei. This strong man walked out of the gate of conferred gods, and his aura shook the world. They are all famous strong men. They actually chose to join the camp of Emperor Fengshen and help him to become a god. A lot of help. Just like the emperor back then, with his temperament, a large number of strong men followed him. These strong men know that today's situation cannot be broken with their strength, and it is too difficult to advance to 33 days in peaceful years. And if they join the conferred god camp, and follow him to sweep the world, destroying some sky, there will be vacant positions, and with the help of conferred god, they will have a chance to succeed. The most powerful contend for the domination of an era. And they fight for the position of God for a day. This is also the worry of God in many weak heavens. Every time the world changes drastically and the universe is turbulent, it is the time when some heaven and earth change. For example, the vast sea and the sky, and the crossing of the evil sky, didn't they also seize the opportunity to achieve it during the great ancient war? Kill, fight them. The conferred God's eyes were extremely cold, and they must show their power in this battle. Behead the conferred God Heaven powerhouse. Although many forces choose to help the great Emperor of the gods, there are even more enemies against them. The God Masters of the gods, some masters of the Hell Heaven, and the Demon Masters of the 10,000 demons are not easy to mess with. This is a big battle. After the battle between Emperor Fengshen and several strongest men, they also collided quickly. In the era of world turmoil, it is true that people will die, and many strong people will die, but those who can cultivate to extremely high levels do not have much fear. Chaos also represents opportunities. Although a large number of strong people will fall every time, there are also people who seize the opportunity. There are many strong people who participated in the battle, but some people also found that most of the primitive gods who collided for the first time were primitive gods who had never fallen. The second Godmaster and Xion have all promised. After they fall, they will use the power of heaven and earth to resurrect them without asking for any price. For the first resurrection, the price paid was not high, and they could bear it. Therefore, there are too many strong people in this group who dare to kill, especially those who are in the first and second realms of the original, seize the opportunity, fight to the death, gain the understanding of life and death, and break through stronger. Start the battle. Xuanhuan was in the eternal Pure Land. He watched this world war calmly. There were many powerful people fighting, and there were not a few primitive gods. The blood gleams, staining the eternal Pure Land red. He watched the battle without any fluctuations in his heart, and he didn't get involved in their battlefield. That didn't really concern him. In the Pure Land, he had his opponents. It's time to teach them a lesson. Xuanhuan held the bow. One place on the battlefield. The true Dragon Lord and the others appeared, felt the fluctuations of the battlefield, and said, "It's time to fight." "Humph, it has nothing to do with us, our opponent is the god of martial arts." At this time of crossing the crisis, carefully put away an ancient tree that was about 10 feet tall and filled with spiritual energy. Its value was not inferior to the golden sacred tree that Xuanhuan had obtained before. There are so many fetishes in the eternal Pure Land, and they have also received a lot of benefits. Shenwu. When mentioning Shenwu, their expressions all changed. I didn't chase him in the eternal Pure Land, but we all know that he has received shocking benefits. After returning, he will become stronger and more difficult to deal with. There will be a way to deal with him, he is not really invincible yet. While they were talking, the true Dragon Lord suddenly shouted, "Not good." An arrow of light gathers with eternal matter, travels through time and space, and shoots quickly, murderous, with the power to kill. #C1567 Looking for trouble. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. This arrow was fatal, it came too violently, as fast as thunder, the surrounding time and space were locked and frozen. The true Dragon Lord didn't have time to think about who shot the arrow, he quickly soared into the air, trying to block it with his own dragon body. At the peak of the Tao of the sword god slashed out with a knife, and he quickly slashed to block the true Dragon Lord. "It's you." The true Dragon Master instantly understood who it was. "I'll stop it." The Earth Dragon Emperor is brave and fearless. Although there are others present who are stronger than him, they are not as strong in defense as him, so he is the only one to take over. Immediately, he took the arrow directly with his own dragon body. Puchi! The dragon's body pierced through in an instant, and the tyrannical force brought the flying Dragon Emperor. His dragon's body hit a mountain peak, the energy was not dissipated, and he was firmly nailed to it. One arrow pierces the Earth Dragon Emperor's defense, causing him to suffer serious injuries, and an arrow that imbues him with eternal substance. For the past 3 days, the powerhouses were shocked. This is still the Earth Dragon Emperor's good defense. If it was an ordinary primitive first level, this arrow would kill him. Xuanhuan, it's you. The Earth Dragon Emperor broke free, with a big blood hole in his body, crazily consuming his life energy, and looked at a presence in the sky with a huge bow in his hand, stepping forward. Being able to withstand this arrow, your defense is very strong. Xuanhuan looked at him and made a faint voice. You. The Earth Dragon Emperor felt aggrieved, thinking back then that he could fight back and forth with Xuanhuan, but now he can't bear even an arrow. He looked at the big bow of the divine weapon, full of murderous intent. It was the supreme primordial divine weapon, and he wondered why so many divine weapons were obtained in the eternal Pure Land. He appeared and took the initiative to trouble us. With the appearance of Xuanhuan, he shot the Earth Dragon Emperor with an arrow. This is his demonstration, and he intends to show his strength. And his appearance also shows that he doesn't care about the 3-day powerhouse at all. What do you want to do? The Lord of the True Dragon said vigilantly. He has cultivated for endless years, seen all the vicissitudes of life, met countless strong men, and has been on the road to eternity several times, but this is the first time he has encountered an opponent like Xuanhuan. This man made him unable to do anything. Do nothing. Xuanhuan said indifferently, I'm here to trouble you. Humph. Even if you have made some progress in the Pure Land, we are not standing still. How can you make trouble? The strong man Yan Shenshen sternly shouted. This is asking for trouble. Xuanhuan didn't open his mouth, and the knife god slashed at him, and Jinghong's knife light exploded around him, making him back again and again in shock. In the Pure Land, I'm not looking for me, I'm here to find you in person. Xuanhuan strode forward directly, his divine power was vast, and his eternal vitality spurted out. He punched out, causing waves in the world, creating a bright and immortal god of the world. Let's join forces to deal with him. It was still the same as before, blocking Xuanhuan's battle outside the eternal Pure Land. The combination of Yan Shentin's mana and the ability to fight against the fifth realm, Yuanshen's divine light shot out and turned into a big golden hand to slap Xuanhuan directly. Xuanhuan stood still, and if any power of the primordial spirit fell, his soul would be shattered immediately. It's several times stronger than before. They were also shocked, and they were sure that Xuanhuan had already reached the 2nd level. This is the 2nd realm. Once you reach the 3rd, 4th, and 5th realms, it will be even more unimaginable. The guardian Dharma god attacked, and in the Pure Land, Dunan also obtained a large number of sacred objects. The melted eternal substance can allow the Dharma god to continue fighting for a longer period of time. Of the mighty divine power, Xuanhuan is the most brilliant, and the hand of God suddenly fell, and he fought fiercely with the guardian of the sky. Boom. The two forces spread wildly. His mana is hard to take down even at the 5th level. At the same time as the exclamation came, it was stronger mana. The Sea Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and spit out, the Dragon God Monument flew out, countless giant dragon figures, and the raging sea churned, sweeping out monstrous waves. Essence bombardment. Other powerhouses also shot again and again. Cooperate with the God of Guardians who cross the bad days. It has to be said that although Du Ishan is not a strong primitive god, he has various methods. Crash. Crash. Xuanhuan's energy rushed to Yunxiao, the opponents were the same, but his magic power was incomparable. He swept across with one punch, and wiped out their attacks one after another. The Guardian of the Sky teleported and released a burst of divine power, which washed over Xuanhuan in an instant. Xuanhuan didn't care at all. He raised his palm and shattered the divine power. Although he still couldn't suppress the 5th realm, with his divine power, it was difficult to suppress him, and there was nothing he could do. We are his sparring partner. After fighting several moves, the 3-day powerhouse was in a bad mood. They saw that Xuanhuan had not broken through to the second level, and they were using them to sharpen his strength. I don't believe it, you can really defy the sky. When Dunan yelled, the anger was passed to the Guardian of the Sky. The Guardian of the Sky bravely stepped forward. His power is very direct. The bombardment between fists and feet can deduce boundless power, as if the supreme sensation of the prehistoric. Xuanhuan used strength against strength, his eyes kept sweeping. The sword of the true dragon. While the body of the real dragon lord was tossing, he shook back the sword god, and in an instant he was in front of Xuanhuan. His majestic demeanor at this moment was like a real emperor coming. The real dragon emperor, he is the emperor dragon emperor. His real dragon sword is the dragon emperor sword. Xuanhuan immediately counterattacked. The yin and yang of the universe have the power to change the world. He is the emperor who suppresses the eternal, the overbearing divine power, and the real dragon sword recklessly fight. Bang! Diffusion of light waves. The true dragon lord wanted to kill again, but the sword god immediately took over. The gate of the soul. Xuanhuan launched a soul shock, driven by the power of his primitive god, and the shock wave spread out. Not good, such strong soul fluctuations, the strong Yan Shenshen exclaimed, they are extremely sensitive to soul fluctuations. The door of destruction. Xuanhuan sacrificed the gate of destruction again, and the storm of destruction and boundless erosion immediately created chaos in the world. Although they joined forces, after all, none of them had the strength to suppress Xuanhuan alone. Inside the sealed gate of Xuanhuan, there were Eternal Warrior and Bloody. Just as he was about to charge and release it, the movements of his hand suddenly stopped. There is a bad wave. The blow was extremely fierce, and the extremely fierce knife landed in the air, suddenly joined the battle, and aimed directly at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan made a counterattack, and instinctively, the world-exterminating axe suddenly appeared, fighting with that knife. Shenwu, we're back again. The vicious demon master withdrew his saber. He was the one who came, and he felt a faint shock in his heart. The saber he was about to strike was actually blocked by him. It's him, the Fiend Lord. The 3-day powerhouse naturally knew this well-known big devil among the gods, and of course he didn't know why he suddenly attacked Shenwu. However, as long as they are right with Shenwu, then they are their friends. Yes, see you again. Xuanhuan's face was extremely cold. If it wasn't for his breakthrough, otherwise, he would suffer a big loss in the face of the sudden attack of the fierce demon lord. There was a deep coldness in his eyes, and a good plan of his own was ruined by him. #C1568 Promise Sky, Land Edge. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system. Find the latest chapter. The evil demon lord appeared and broke Xuanhuan's plan. Originally, Xuanhuan planned to suddenly attack the 3-day powerhouse with the Eternal Warrior, and then burst out the crazy idea of the bloody existence, and forcibly sealed a primitive god with the sealing technique. But with the arrival of the fierce demon lord, Xuanhuan had no chance. I said I have a small stomach, and if you offend me, you will be in big trouble. The vicious demon lord smiled faintly, revealing his arrogance. There was no other reason, he just wanted to trouble this person, and he also saw that this person was going to explode with a killer move, so he interrupted his plan. The devils in Wan Motion have deep demonic nature, and they are all extremely complicated. His eyes had extreme rays of light piercing out like sharp swords. A mirror of time and space appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and the condensed power of time and space instantly reflected the light of the extreme. The vicious demon lord was stunned. Okay, fierce demon lord, you also have a grudge against this martial artist. Why don't we join forces and attack him, so that he can't go on rampant and let him look good? Dunan saw the arrival of the fierce devil, his face was overjoyed, and he quickly invited him. the more people this person offended, the better. You can order what you do in this seat? The fierce demon lord's face turned fierce, and he directly scolded Du Nan, but said lightly, however, it's something I want to do to deal with him. Du Nan looked embarrassed, but in order to deal with Xuanhuan's plan, he endured it. Fierce demon lord, you arrived just in time, let's join hands to deal with him. The real dragon lord spoke, his strength is stronger than the fierce demon lord. No problem. The vicious demon lord has a very small mind and is extremely vicious. Anyone who dares to offend him will retaliate frantically, and he is not afraid of revenge from Xuanhuan at all. His own strength is the original 5 realms, so what if the martial arts are stronger in the future? Who can do nothing to get him in one motion? Come on, all. Xuanhuan stepped on the sky and controlled the boundless power with both hands. You are really brave. The fierce demon lord also shouted coldly. If you encounter this kind of lineup in the ordinary second realm, you can only turn around and run away, but who dares to underestimate his strength? At this moment, Xuanhuan was brilliant and resplendent, the supreme glory gathered on him, his eyes were dazzling, and his power shook the world. A big battle is about to start. How dare you underestimate me? Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the fierce demon lord rushed forward, and the extremely fierce power deduced the unknown in the world. As soon as he made a move, a terrifying breath surged, and boundless evil swept across. The light of Emperor Chu and Yuan swept through the ages, the domineering emperor's body was shattered and ferocious, he was as tall as a giant god, stepped out powerfully, and even withstood the fierce attack from the fierce demon lord. Humph! The vicious demon lord snorted coldly, he was even more uncomfortable now that he was small-minded. Fierce demon lord, dignified at the 5th level of the original, with such a narrow mind, are you still shameless? In the void, another person suddenly came out and looked at the fierce demon lord with a strong sense of disdain and ridicule. This is a woman, but she doesn't have the slightest sense of weakness. Instead, she is full of heroism, her eyes are extremely sharp, and she feels like a valkyrie. But her cultivation is also extremely terrifying, the original 5th level. This devil still needs you to point out what it is doing. The vicious demon lord was very upset when he heard the woman's voice. I don't teach you, I just teach you. The woman directly slashed at her with a saber as her weapon. Although the fierce demon lord resisted, the strength of the woman ruthlessly knocked him back. Am I eligible? The pure power of a woman is even higher than that of the fierce demon lord. Wujishan, the master of Tianyuan Palace, Lu Yuan. The vicious demon lord gritted his teeth, and after the woman's fierce aura dissipated, he finally recognized the origin of this person. Hall Master of the Promise Heaven. The 3-day strong man suddenly shouted in shock. Oh? Wujishan, Lu Yuan. This kind of strong man who has been famous for a long time. How could Xuanhuan not understand? This Wujishan was originally a strong heaven that dominates the world, but in the top 10, God is the universal existence of the 6th realm. However, there was a big change, and the promised God went to the eternal road to find the ancient great opportunity, but the end was that he never came back, and it is said that he has fallen. But even if the promised God fell, the promised sky still did not fall to the 33 days. They have 5 main hall masters, each of whom is a peerless existence of the original 5 heavens, and they are in charge together. The Wuji heaven is also a very special day. They have no god, and several palace masters want to succeed God, but they restrain each other and can only control together. Regardless of Wujishan's internal situation, Xuanhuan and Lu Yuan didn't know each other well, so she was a little surprised to come forward. But there is no good in this world without a reason, and Lu Yuan must have her purpose when she appears. Master Tianyuan, do you want to help Xuanhuan and fight against us? The strong man Yan Shenshen said coldly. I have no interest in your fighting skills. Lu Yuan said indifferently, you hit you, but don't get involved with this fierce demon lord, I'm here to find him. What do you want to do? The fierce demon lord also said angrily, Master Tianyuan, I don't seem to have any enmity with you. Seeing that you are unhappy, I want to trouble you. Lu Yuan said directly. Her words are so arrogant, if you are unhappy, you will make trouble. After hearing this, the fierce demon master will explode with anger. What kind of person is this? He is more fierce than him. But she does have strength. Humph. He could only snort coldly, knowing that his strength was not as good as Lu Yuan's. Although the other party was not a god, the special situation of Wujishan also allowed her to control part of the origin of heaven and earth. The situation is back to the previous situation. Only relying on these strong men for 3 days, it was impossible to suppress Chu Yuan, and even in the melee, he would kill several people. Chu Yuan Junlin looked directly at the crowd with indifferent eyes. His ultimate move had been concentrating, but suddenly his movement stopped and his eyes turned to a distant place. There is the battlefield of conferred God Great Emperor. The fierce battle is in full swing, and the wave of the world is played, and the 6th realm is full of divine light, sweeping wildly. The conferred God Emperor is going to decide the winner. The power is too great, anyone can feel it. Chu Yuan didn't make a move, but confronted the 3-day powerhouse. He was watching the decisive battle of Emperor Fengshen, and felt the 6th realm, the primitive power possessed by the epic of heaven and earth. The situation over there made them stop fighting. Heaven and earth seal the gods. On the side of Emperor Fengshen, the fighting situation was really tragic. He grabbed it with a big hand, and the second divine master retreated crazily. His divine power was being crazily deprived, and his strength was rapidly weakening, as if his power was taken away and he was going to become an ordinary person. The great emperor conferred the gods, he wants to confer the gods himself, he can turn mortals into gods with a single word, and can turn mortals into gods with a single word. His power is too domineering, compared to the kindness of the emperor, he is more frightening. After all, if he is allowed to dominate an era, then all the gods in the world will be canonized by him, and they will be suppressed miserably. But Emperor Fengshen was also too strong. He knocked back the second god master with one palm, drove back the Duga god demon with one punch, and a divine light could kill Yi Tianjuan's arrow. Emperor conferred god, are you going to win? #C1569 Zhuchang retreats. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Peak Showdown. The battle of the most pinnacle existence in the multiverse. At this level of fighting, at least the existence of the Lord of the Day level can join in, otherwise the ordinary primitive gods will be swept in, and they can only be directly blown away. It's not that easy to think that the universe is the only one. The hell roared loudly, and the magic power of the 6th realm condensed 18 layers of hell to cover it down. I am the only one. The great emperor conferred god stands tall, with a tall divine body, bringing immortal oppression, fighting to glory, his breath spread, making people suffocated, and he broke through the 18th floor of hell with a single punch. As soon as the hell was broken, the prison let out a muffled snort, suffered backlash, and spit out a mouthful of black blood. The conferred god emperor is too strong, so strong that it makes people tremble. Stop him, don't let him dominate. They all know that Emperor conferred god wants to break through the 7th realm, but they also want to achieve it. If he is succeeded by Emperor conferred god, the next glory will belong to him. God and demon. Dugu Shenma is like a god like a demon, he strode out with a big stride, and his strength exploded. The great Emperor Fengshen didn't care, he swept across with one punch, fighting resolutely with Dugu Shenma, even such an existence, was bombarded and retreated again and again. Yi Tianjuan's eyes were like a torch, and he shot an arrow, piercing through the netherworld. Emperor Fengshen also raised his hand and directly smashed his arrow. Now he is carrying an invincible power, and the eternal light is too brilliant. He directly pushed horizontally. Although the second God Master and the others shot repeatedly, they couldn't stop his power at all. Those old antiques didn't come, otherwise the Emperor Fengshen would definitely be stopped. The prison is roaring. There are still a few 6th-level statues in the multiverse, such as the ancestor of the Phoenix, the old Taoist of Wandao Tian. None of them have appeared. What are they waiting for? Do they really want to see Emperor Fengshen dominate? Duguxinma is also in a very bad mood. If all the 6th realms of the entire multiverse take action, they will definitely be able to stop the conferred God Emperor, but after all, every strong man is an individual, and their ideas will be different. Shenxi. The second divine master performed a great divine art, like the first ray of divine light that opened up the world, deduced the Taoism of the gods, and spread like a sea of gods. Fengshen. With the palm of the conferred God Emperor's palm, Shenhai disappeared immediately, and the second divine master's great magic that consumed the origin was vulnerable. At this moment, everyone has a thought in their hearts, that is, no one will be the opponent of the Emperor of the gods, unless there is a heaven-defying existence like a human emperor. Shua. A life-threatening divine power came suddenly, and the mountains, rocks, vegetation and the pure land were also smashed into powder in an instant, and they were infinitely shattered, returning to the original state of eternal matter. A person suddenly made a surprise attack on the conferred God Emperor, as if the universe had just opened, cutting through chaos, and coming with a life-threatening blade. He is sharp and invincible, and his strength has been condensed for a long time. When this kind of terrifying divine power erupts, it can kill the 5th realm and seriously injure the 6th realm. Kill God. The conferred God Emperor showed his invincible posture, his majestic posture burst forth, he pushed with both hands, a door of conferred gods condensed, and this blade slashed, creating a shocking collision. Rumble. Emperor Fengshen was startled and blocked the blow. The god of slaughter is coming too. The strong ones present were also shocked. This is the #1 assassin of the multiverse, the #1 killer, and the unrivaled existence of the 6th realm. The god of slaughter appeared, holding his slaughter blade, his aura melted into the heaven and earth, and said calmly, as expected of the great emperor of conferred gods, the killing blow condensed by me was blocked by you. Come on, just in time. Conferred God doesn't care how many opponents come. This road is destined to be the enemy of the whole world, and it is inevitable. The founder of the God realm back then, even the emperor, also relied on his strength to fight it. Kill God. The second God looked at him. The relationship between him and killing heaven is actually not good. This #1 killer also assassinated him, and also beheaded some gods of the gods. However, now they are going to fight together. Let's deal with him together. The second God said. If you can assassinate God conferred, I am willing to take action. The slaughter god jumps in time and space, and seems to be in front of him, but in fact he is in this time and space, which is very strange. Sealing the gods and suppressing the world. The conferred God Emperor stepped out and finally displayed his strongest supernatural powers. His body was like a multiverse in miniature, and his whole person was eternally brilliant. Bring it on! He performed a shocking ultimate move, and his strength was several times stronger than before. His eyes fixed on the prison for a moment. Fengshen's killing intent moved through the ages, and after the prison took this move, he was immediately blown away. His whole body was about to be ignited by the power of Fengshen, making a terrible sound. He burned the eternal matter. Prison horrified. With the already formidable strength of Emperor Fengshen himself, and burning the eternal matter, this strength is really invincible in the world. What is he going to do? Duguxinma shouted. A strong threat that he could not ignore. Fengshen wants to burn eternal matter and kill hell. Kill God. Can't let him succeed. Of course they don't care whether the prison is dead or alive, but now they are in the same alliance. If the prison dies, the army of hell will collapse immediately, and even refining the power of the prison will make him stronger. Immediately, the second divine master, Dugushanma, rushed towards Emperor Fengshen. And killing God didn't seem to act immediately, but anyone who knew him well knew that he was planning a killing blow. Roll. The great emperor of conferred gods is violent, and he is the only one who is the only one. He doesn't care about the second god lord and the others. There are gates of conferred gods around him, swallowing all the forces that attack him. He only has prison in his eyes, and if he cuts off one first, the remaining one will be much easier to deal with. Don't even think about it. Prison yelled, in the great ancient war, even the human sovereign failed to kill me. The human emperor is still too kind. If it weren't for his kindness, you would have died long ago, but I am not the human emperor, so I will not show you mercy. The conferred god emperor is domineering. His thunderous attack, successive attacks and kills, the prison was defeated in front of him, exploding again and again, relying on his deep cultivation to resist it. Condemning the gods and destroying the world. The great Emperor Fengshen slashed fiercely with his 5 fingers, with the power of destroying the world, bombarded repeatedly, he vomited blood profusely, and his aura was exhausted to the extreme. Dugushanma and the second god master were rescued from prison. They can withdraw their troops, but prisons cannot die. Eternal. Tianjun pulled his bow, as in the myth, he shot and killed the strongest in the world, the condensed matter of the Eternal, shot out an ancient blow, and immediately hit the Emperor Fengshen head-on. Tianjun. The Lord of Slaughter's eyes froze, the arrow was so powerful that even Tianjun couldn't burst out continuously. You actually comprehended the ancient arrow. Emperor Fengshen was also a little surprised. It was also because of his shooting that prison seized the opportunity and retreated with lingering fear. And Tianjun's aura dropped rapidly after the arrow was shot, and said, "An ancient arrow consumes a lot. It is difficult to shoot a second arrow in a short time, and Emperor Fengshen is showing invincible power at this moment. It is difficult to fight him again. Then we have to retreat first and make plans later." The second god lord and the others also knew that the situation was out of control, so they made the sound of retreating. Under their cover, many strong men were quickly withdrawing from the eternal Pure Land. #C1570 Good Karma. Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Although it's a pity that Emperor Fengshen didn't succeed in beheading prison this time, he fought against many strong men by himself and gained an absolute advantage, which is enough to shock the strong men in the universe. He uses his own strength to show the strong in the universe that his strength is unstoppable. The general trend of the world belongs to him. It is believed that after this battle is over, more powerful people will join conferred God, and his power will also skyrocket like a snowball, and in the end, all the powerful in the sky can only sing the name of conferred God. The eternal Pure Land is occupied by Fengshen, and they take this place as the center, and their power will spread to the entire eternal Forbidden Zone, and finally control it. Walk. Xuanhuan also felt that it was a pity that the second god master and other strong men did not stop Fengshen, otherwise if a confrontation situation formed, he could get the greatest benefit. Group after group of strong men are withdrawing. If they do not follow the second divine master and they retreat at this time, if they stay here, they will be punished by Fengshen Tian. The prestige of conferring the gods is expanding, and a corner of this eternal Pure Land has been temporarily controlled by them. Although many strong men have been swept away before, there are still more that have not been taken away. Outside the eternal restricted area, the second god lord and other powerhouses all had gloomy faces. The second god said, "This time, the conferred god emperor won. His cultivation base has reached the peak of the 6th realm. Even if we join forces, we are still no match for him. But this time with the great prosperity, the situation is already moving towards him. Tilt. Hateful. Prison is the most angry, we can't let him succeed. If we let him truly dominate, then we can only hide in our own world and avoid his sharpness. Unless it is Ming's shot, we can truly suppress him. Don't think about it, whether it's Ming or the founder of the God realm, they won't make a move. Du Xuanhuan said, the era that belongs to them has passed, they are pursuing eternity in the eternal road, here they will no longer intervene, they have a bigger plan, unless they are like the emperor, to arouse those who cannot be aroused taboo. If you want to stop Emperor Fengshen, you can only rely on us. Each era has its own splendor. The founders of the God realm paid too much for their actions. In the great ancient war, they have already paid too much for the human sovereign. The second god said. Human Emperor. Prison said, Human Emperor Quangsher exists, although he is an opponent, but I respect him, and he finally saw through. He can't fight against the eternal taboo. If he doesn't transform into Tiao, I can't imagine the price. Killing God, what do you think? The second god asked. Opportunity. Killing God only responded with 2 words, and left. You can't count too much on killing God, this person has no benefit and it's too late. Du Xuanhuan said, there is no chance, he won't make a move again. Now, Emperor Fengshen dominates the Pure Land, and only his side can enter. The benefits of the eternal Pure Land are known to all powers in the world. Use this as an article to plan against the next battle of conferred God Great Emperor. Surrounding the eternal Forbidden Zone, continue to attack the Emperor Fengshen. It is still unknown who will win the battle. The second Divine Master also had a cold face, and it was also for his own benefit. I seem to have seen that the Emperor conferred God was like this back then. Many strong men were defeated by him, and his limelight was unmatched by everyone. When he thought he would succeed, he lost to the Emperor. But there is no second Emperor in the world. Tianjun said, he was also the one who was defeated by Emperor Fengshen, said, until the last moment, you will never know who will be the final winner. There is no compromise or concession on the eternal road. Although Emperor Fengshen had the upper hand this time, as Tianjun said, he didn't know the outcome until the last moment. How many powerful existences fell at the last moment? The second God Master and the others also have a reliance, so what if they can't win against the Emperor of the Gods? They are not afraid of revenge, so how can they destroy their world? It will be even more chaotic. And at this time, Xuanhuan had already left the Forbidden Zone. A large-scale battle is about to begin. 33 days can no longer calm down, especially the weak and weak Tian. You must be prepared to prevent him from being knocked down from the position of heaven and earth in the great world of wind and clouds. All right. Seeing Lu Yuan leaving with him, Xuanhuan said, Master Tianyuan, do you have any advice? God Emperor, the situation is rising, the world is collapsing. Even though the conferred God Emperor repelled all the powerful people this time, it doesn't mean that he will really succeed. What do you think about this? Lu Yuan said. What can you think? The chaos in the world cannot be stopped. If you want to survive the troubled times, begging others is useless. Only when you are strong can you seek hegemony. Xuanhuan looked at Lu Yuan and knew that this woman must have a purpose in coming. What a plot to dominate. Lu Yuan appreciated it. From her point of view, the plot for dominance here should have promoted her own world to 33 days. She could see that although he was only at the second original level, his strength could not be judged by the level. Master Tianyuan, you didn't come here to ask me these few words. Xuanhuan's eyes were piercing, and he said, it should be for the affairs of Wujishan. The God Emperor is wise. The God Emperor should also know about my Wujishan. There is a big chaos. I don't have a god in the Wujishan. It is very likely that I will fall to the position of 33 days in this chaos. She didn't hide it, after all, this is something the world knows. Indeed. Xuanhuan replied. Wujishan was originally really strong, with a god of the sixth realm, and 5 original palace masters of the 5th realm, with great ambitions. But now there is no 6th realm, let alone God. Such 33 days, once there is chaos in multiple groups, it must be the first target for many strong people to deal with. In Wuji heaven, there are many palace masters fighting, but there can only be one God. If this continues, we will be in danger. Therefore, there must be a new God sitting in Wuji heaven. Lu Yuan said. Although she spoke righteously, didn't Xu Yuan know that it was precisely because the 5 palace masters wanted to become gods, and they couldn't suppress each other's strength, the situation was maintained until now. Lu Yuan is also keen to seize the opportunity. The chaos is coming, it is a good opportunity to seize the position of God. Those 5 palace masters all want to achieve success. You want to seek help from me? Xu Yuan said slowly, but my empire is also facing a serious crisis now, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to help you. I know the crisis the God Emperor is facing. Lu Yuan said, I don't want the God Emperor to help me right now. If the God Emperor calms down the chaos in the future, it will be enough to be my aid as much as possible. She didn't think Xu Yuan could help her now. The strength of Xuanhuan is strong, but it also has its own serious problems. Her appearance this time is to form a good relationship. Tian Yuan, she knew that maybe, sometimes a good deed of her own would bring great rewards to herself. This multivariate situation will not end soon, what she values is the future. If I become God, I will be in alliance with the God Emperor to fight against chaos. Lu Yuan said. If you can make a move, I will help. Xu Yuan didn't reject Lu Yuan's offer. Indeed, it would not do him any harm to give Lu Yuan any useful kindness now. I heard that the God Emperor controls multiple heaven-punishing swords. Although I don't have them in my hands, I know that there is one somewhere, and the God Emperor might be able to get them. Lu Yuan said, in the multiverse, there is a place called the Hongmeng region, where there is a Hongmeng Academy, and their Supreme Mansion Master has a few handles. #C1571 Hongmeng Domain. Invincible, the strongest God-level selection system, find the latest chapter. Hongmeng Domain, Hongmeng Academy. Xu Yuan knew a little about the Hongmeng region. In fact, at his level, one must not only be powerful, but also understand the distribution of forces in the multiverse and the information of various powerful people. It is rumored that the Nahum Mongolian territory was left by an ancient strong man called the Lord of Hongmeng. However, this Lord of primordial origin is not in the multiverse, but left behind his own orthodoxy, and Primordial Origin Academy is a power located in the territory of Primordial Mongolia. As its name suggests, Hongmeng Academy is just an institution with many orthodoxy, and many people go to study it. Their strength is not weak, and the master of the school is also a tyrannical existence of the original 5 realms. In the era of the emperor, he had a good relationship with the emperor. Oh? Do you think that palace master will give me the heaven-punishing sword? Xu Yuan said. It's also possible. Having a few heaven-punishing swords won't be of much use unless there are more gathered, and the palace master is kind. If the God Emperor pays some price, maybe he will give it up to the God Emperor. Lu Yuan smiled. Master Tian Yuan, you know the situation in the Hongmeng region very well. Xu Yuan looked at him with sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything. Because I used to be a student of Hongmeng Academy. I studied in the academy before I became a god. The mansion master is also my teacher. With me around, I believe the teacher will give the heaven-puting sword to the God Emperor. Lu Yuan said. The school is a very loose place, used to impart knowledge, not a sect, and will not restrict the freedom of life. After Lu Yuan got it, she came to Wujishan, but she had a very close relationship with the palace master. Alright, this time I will go to Hongmeng territory to visit the palace master Xiana. Even if Xu Yuan is not for the heavenly Punisher sword this time, he can go to Hongming Academy to have a look. It shouldn't be too late, I will go there with the God Emperor. Lu Yuan wanted to form a good relationship with Chu Yuan, so he had to do a good job in such small things. So, they quickly shuttled and moved in the universe. Along the way, the atmosphere of the heaven and the earth is obviously different, undercurrents are surging, and murderous intentions are brewing one after another. Facing the battle of the conferred gods initiated by the Emperor-conferred gods, everyone is in danger. The teacher is kind and makes many friends. I believe he will be very friendly to the God Emperor. It doesn't have to be exchanged in kind, it may be something else. Lu Yuan was reminding. Really? I am also very interested in Hongming Academy. Chu Yuan said. It would take about half a month at the speed of Chu Yuan to go from the Forbidden Zone to Hongming territory. Along the way, Lu Yuan was also very shocked. With her power of the 5 realms, she was not as good as Chu Yuan in traveling through time and space, but his breath was like the sea, endless. She was also secretly thinking that if the exchange of the heavenly punishing sword could be facilitated this time, the friendship would be formed. In fact, in Wujishan, not only she was looking for foreign aid, but also the other palace masters, who all promised very generous conditions for the foreign aid they found. Oh God, Lord of the Day, the temptation is too great. The flames of war. Chu Yuan traveled through the universe and saw that some places had already lit up the flames of war, and the curtain had already begun for this world hegemony. The Hongming realm is about to arrive. The teacher's name is Zishan. No one knows the origin of the teacher. When the ancient territory was here, the teacher was there. He opened up a school and taught many strong people. Back then, the emperor had not yet attained the Tiao. Before, I also came to Hongming to ask, and had a long talk with the teacher. I wonder if the emperor has ever seen a greater master of Hongming. Lu Yuan smiled. I haven't been back to school for a long time. I asked with the emperor. Chu Yuan's expression moved. The human sovereign gathers the strengths of 100 schools of thought to open up his own human sovereign era, and being able to discuss the Tao with the master of the Hongming mansion is enough to see that his wisdom is profound and extraordinary. Looking at the Hongming region from a distance. The noble primordial purple chi enveloped the entire world, rich in resources and spiritual power. It was a rare treasure land. It is rumored that the ancient master of the primordial Mongolia left a secret realm of the primordial Mongolia in the territory of the primordial Mongolia. There is the original mystery of achievement. The master of the Hongming palace does not strive for hegemony. His hobby is to study various Taoisms and spread the Tao of Hongming to the heavens. What's going on? Why is the fluctuation in the Hongming region so violent? Something is wrong. It shouldn't be very calm. Could it be that the flames of war have already burned here? With the teacher's strength, ordinary strong people can't do anything to him. Lu Yuan frowned. She sensed something was wrong. In the past, the Hongming region was quiet and peaceful, and countless students were practicing Taoism in the academy, but now, the purple energy fluctuates violently, and the world is also in turmoil. I'm afraid there will be a big change. Chu Yuan Dao, they quickly approached the Hongming region. Big holes were opened in the sky and the earth, bloody fights were going on, and countless armies from outside the sky ignited the flames of war, rushing to kill all over this ancient domain. It's the Legion of Hell. Lu Yuan shouted in surprise. They are attacking and looting the Hongming territory. The Hell Legion is notorious. They are like locusts crossing the border. They often attack other heavens. There is almost no one they dare not mess with. This time they actually came to the Hongming territory. After the first battle in the Eternal Pure Land, the conferred God Emperor had the upper hand, and the eyes of many powerhouses were focused there. Perhaps at this time, the Lord of Hell seized the opportunity to attack the Hongming region. Chu Yuan said. This is not surprising at all. The army of Hell often does these things, and they have conquered the 33 days. Although the Hongmeng territory is strong, it is not as good as the 33 days. It is also somewhat different from Wan Motion. The Masters of Hell Heaven will be more united and often act together. Not to mention internal struggles, once they launch a war against the sky, they will definitely join forces, pushing past like a ruthless war machine. Damn it, these hateful hell powerhouses must be coveting the wealth of the ancient domain and coming to loot it. Lu Yuan said bitterly, but the teacher is powerful, so nothing will happen. Perhaps it's hard to say. The demons danced wildly. Chu Yuan saw countless powerful men from hell looting the Hongmeng territory and killing them cruelly, so he knew that the master of Hongmeng Palace must also be very uncomfortable. Knowing the strength of Palace Master Hongmeng, they still dare to launch looting, which shows that they have already planned to deal with Palace Master Hongmeng. Sword God. No, I can't watch the teacher fight the enemy alone. I don't know which Hell Masters made the move this time. After I also practiced in the academy, I want to help the teacher. Lu Yuan was anxious. Death. Her power swept across, and the countless hell armies were still looting. Suddenly, her mana was overwhelmed, and the countless armies turned into dust. The situation is really bad. Some prosperous cities have been destroyed, and many people who have not had time to transfer are fighting hard and suffering brutal killings. God Emperor, I will help the teacher first. Lu Yuan did not ask Chu Yuan to help Palace Master Hongmeng, and she also knew that this kind of thing cannot be forced. If Emperor Xuanhuan wants to help, she will do it without saying anything. She quickly walked towards the location of the central school. This is the tragic situation that the army of hell has descended on. There is a piece of scorched earth, no grass grows, and there is no vitality in the land that passes by. Chu Yuan also came to Hongmeng Academy.